Chapter 1. The Delayed Su Feng. As a teacher at Philadelphia's Nephalia High School, John Harper felt his intelligence insulted. In Harper's view, the one responsible for this affront was the Chinese exchange student, Su Feng, standing before him. You mean to say that on your way to school, you encountered a street gunfight, and after it ended, you rescued an unknown civilian who had been shot multiple times, which caused you to be late for 2 entire classes? This was perhaps the most bizarre excuse for tardiness Harper had ever heard. Yes, sir, replied the 16-year-old Su Feng, his expression calm. No matter how intently Harper stared into Su Feng's eyes, all he saw reflected was a serenity and composure that was hard to dismiss. Preposterous. Reason told Harper that this Chinese student must be lying, concocting such an absurd excuse out of fear of receiving a 0 on his final exam. Yet, having witnessed countless students fabricate stories, Harper knew too well that a liar could not maintain such a tranquil demeanor. Moreover, upon noticing the bloodstains on Su Feng's clothes and shoes, Harper began to wonder if this absurd tale could actually be true. After all, a single lie often requires a multitude of other lies to sustain it. Thus, the teacher known among Nephalia High students as the Bald Devil found himself, for the first time in his teaching career, allowing a student to continue the lesson after arriving late. The classmates of Su Feng were left utterly astonished. Damar, the nearest African-American student, gazed at Su Feng in awe, exclaiming, "Dude, that excuse for being late is just too cool. And those bloodstains on you, care to share how you came up with such an extraordinary story and executed it so flawlessly?" Su Feng could only manage a wry smile, ignoring Damar as he quietly retrieved his notebook from his backpack. Absurd, wasn't it? Indeed, it was rather absurd. Reality is indeed far too absurd, Su Feng murmured to himself. Yet, this was the reality, cruel, indifferent, and, at times, a tad unreasonable. It is worth noting that, compared to the bizarre events of that morning, Su Feng had spent the past 2 weeks grappling with the sudden emergence of reality. For most, the year 2020 was undoubtedly surreal, and Su Feng, who had never contributed much to society, never imagined he would experience a day when the entire nation would collectively embrace the lifestyle of a homebody. As long as one stayed at home, it was deemed a significant contribution to society, and Su Feng was among those who wholeheartedly chose to be one of those homebodies contributing to the greater good. Then, in the early hours of a certain morning spent indoors, Su Feng stumbled upon a piece of shocking news and outrageous report he initially thought was a figment of his imagination. What followed was even more absurd. Ding, 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 Su Feng fell into reflection. The bell signaling the end of class suddenly rang. Thanks to his peculiar excuse for lateness, the previously overlooked Su Feng had become the center of attention. Some approached him to inquire about the details of the morning's events. Others were curious about his calm demeanor, while still others wanted to know the inspiration behind his excuse for being late. Of course, Su Feng knew that very few believed his tale to be true. Those asking for details were merely eager to hear how he would weave together this narrative. As for the bloodstains on his clothes, they were deemed by these Sherlock Holmes types to be premeditated props. Consequently, Su Feng chose not to bother explaining. "Su, come here for a moment," called John Harper after yet another class had concluded. As Su Feng pondered how to extricate himself from the clutches of these detectives, Harper returned to the classroom. This time, however, the Sherlock Holmes crowd turned on him with astonishing swiftness. Suddenly, everyone opted to maintain their distance from Su Feng, while Damar, standing nearby, wore a mischievous grin and remarked, "Looks like nothing can escape the Bald Devil. Su is in for it now." The other students cast glances of schadenfreude towards Su Feng. "Oh, youth, how naive you are. How could such a bizarre excuse possibly deceive the seasoned Harper?" "Su, I apologize for doubting you earlier. You are a source of pride for Nephalia." Just as Su Feng approached John Harper, the slightly overweight teacher suddenly enveloped him in an embrace. Was this a forced hug? Harper, shorter in stature, rubbed his freckled nose against Su Feng's shoulder, leaving Su Feng feeling a bit queasy. The classroom erupted in chaos. Damar, who had initially relished in Su Feng's misfortune, stood frozen in disbelief. "Classmates, I hope we can all applaud Su at this moment. We must pay our highest respects to this hero of Nephalia." After releasing Su Feng, John Harper addressed the students. Most students clapped almost instinctively, their expressions still lingering in shock. Just now, I received a call from the curriculum coordinator informing me that the police are searching for a Chinese exchange student from Nephalia High. Earlier today, there was a shooting incident near Market Street. A civilian fell to the ground after being shot multiple times, and amidst the chaos of fleeing people, a calm and brave individual stepped forward. He called the police immediately and provided timely assistance to the injured, continuously encouraging them to hold on. It was through his efforts that the injured person was able to endure until medical personnel arrived. And that calm, brave, and selfless individual is my student, your classmate, Su. As Harper concluded his speech, his gaze towards Su Feng brimmed with respect. In a nation that does not endorse or promote heroism, as Harper recounted the details of Su Feng's encounter that morning, his classmates were left astounded. Oh my goodness, he could still come to school after that. How could he remain so composed? Are all Chinese people this courageous? Could he possibly be Superman? As the classroom buzzed with excitement, Su Feng found himself bewildered. For while Harper's account was indeed factual, Su Feng remembered he had not left his name. Having grown up under the Red Banner, deeply influenced by the teachings of his homeland, Su Feng had always believed in doing good without seeking recognition. Well, Su Feng had indeed remained anonymous, but he had forgotten that he was wearing the Nephalia High School uniform. And he was the only Chinese exchange student in the entire school. Su, please allow me to express my highest respect for you, of course. I believe you might not have time for class today, as you need to rest, and the police will require your assistance in their investigation, John Harper said, his eyes filled with concern as he looked at Su Feng. Su Feng shrugged, maintaining his calm demeanor. I see a monster? Damar mused, observing Su Feng's unflinching expression, suddenly feeling a yearning to visit China after graduation. Su, are you all right? Officer Rayner asked as he appeared before the Chinese exchange student. Yes, officer, I am ready to begin at any time, Su Feng replied, his expression serene as he looked at Rayner. Reinhardt took a deep breath, unable to suppress his astonishment at the remarkable composure exhibited by the child before him, a demeanor far beyond that of his peers. Even Reinhardt, with his wealth of investigative experience, found himself taken aback. Although he had gleaned the general details of the morning's shooting incident from his colleagues, Reinhardt struggled to fathom how a 16-year-old student could remain so calm. Amidst such chaos, our investigation reveals that a man in black fired multiple shots at an ordinary citizen, plunging the scene into turmoil. Surveillance footage from a nearby supermarket shows a Chinese exchange student was not far from the shooting site, he explained. The student instinctively chose to conceal himself, taking refuge in a blind spot. After the assailant fled, he promptly utilized a nearby convenience store's phone to alert the authorities, providing us with critical details about the suspect's escape route as well as descriptions of his attire and appearance. Following a confirmation of safety, he approached to assist the injured. According to a witness, this student continuously encouraged the victim throughout the ordeal. Such composure is something even our seasoned officers might struggle to emulate. All right, Su, you may now take your time to recollect the events of this morning as thoroughly as possible. After observing Su Feng for a few moments, Reinhardt spoke. The process of assisting the police with their investigation progressed swiftly, as Su Feng articulated the events of the morning with clarity. However, Reinhardt noted a moment of hesitation from the Chinese student as he prepared to sign his name. It was this very hesitation that reminded Reinhardt that this student was, after all, merely a child. Do not worry, young one. You are a witness, and the perpetrator has already been apprehended. I believe you may relax now, Reinhardt reassured Su Feng. Little did he know, Su Feng's moment of indecision stemmed from the date inscribed on the signature line. May 28, 1994. Considering Su Feng's age, the school administration granted him a special 1-week leave to allow for personal recovery at home. They also informed him that should he require psychological counseling, they would assist him at once. Yet for reasons unknown, both John Harper and Officer Reinhardt were convinced that this child likely did not require any such support. His heart must be made of steel. Sigh. Indeed, adjusting to this new identity will take some time, Su Feng mused upon returning to his apartment on Market Street. Who could possibly comprehend my feelings of suddenly transitioning from a 90s child to a 70s adolescent? Why didn't I finish watching Joy of Life? Now, I must wait over 2 decades to see the final episodes. After refreshing himself, the restless Su Feng decided he needed to play some basketball to unwind. Otherwise, he feared he might succumb to depression. Indeed, whether in 2020 or 1994, Su Feng's greatest passion remained basketball. And, truth be told, upon confirming his time travel to 1994 and discovering through the internet of the 90s that the world history mirrored his previous life, Su Feng had entertained whimsical thoughts of becoming a basketball star, making it to the NBA, and marrying a wealthy heiress. However, reality is what it is, and Su Feng recognized that his basketball skills in his past life amounted to little more than that of an enthusiast, thus such aspirations remained mere daydreams. After all, protagonists like Lin Yi from the basketball's ultimate cheat are few and far between, and only a foolish author would dare to pen such tales. Nevertheless, for the ardently passionate Su Feng, playing basketball was undoubtedly the finest means to relieve his mind. After all, with time travel and gunfights in the mix, even he needed a moment to pause. In an era devoid of Dota and auto chess, how am I to survive? He pondered as he carried his basketball to a nearby court on Market Street. I am the basketball-loving nation of America. Locating a court was no arduous task, and one need not worry about a throng of dancing ladies vying for the same space. Perhaps due to the ongoing school hours, upon arriving at the basketball court, Su Feng found himself alone, cradling the basketball in his hands and gazing at the hoop before him. A smile crept across his face. Then, he executed a series of impressive maneuvers. For Su Feng, a stalwart aficionado of basketball, whether or not he scored was of little consequence. What mattered was style. He twisted his waist, propelled himself, soared through the air, and released the ball that was nothing short of a magnificent backshot that seemed to open the doors to an elegance beyond compare. Of course, such a stylish and precise shot would naturally be met with clang. The hoop had chosen to reject his offering. Yet, in that fleeting moment as the basketball soared away, Su Feng's mouth fell agape in astonishment. If John Harper and Officer Reinhardt had witnessed Su Feng's expression at that moment, they would certainly have been taken aback. Was it possible that he was not expressionless? Su Feng was stunned. Regardless of how far the basketball rolled, he stared at his hands, and after giving his head a reassuring pat to confirm his reality, he found himself lost in contemplation at the scene that had suddenly unfolded before his eyes. Chapter 2. Those events of that year, and that science the system has been activated. Host, Su Feng. Nationality, China. Age, 16. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 71 kilograms. Current ability values of the host. High school level shooting, 28. Passing, 14. Jumping, 28. Strength, 18. The host currently has no equipped shooting actions, and the current iron value is 1. The next stage of system unlocking requires an iron value of 15,000. As virtual images surfaced in his mind, Su Feng was taken aback. Was this the legendary cheat finally arriving? The system, the iron value. Wait a minute, could there be a more detailed explanation? After all, having already experienced bizarre events like reincarnation and being caught in a school gunfight while rescuing others, Su Feng quickly accepted this new reality amidst his astonishment. It must be said, whether in this life or the previous one, Su Feng's calm demeanor has always been his most treasured asset. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he realized that as a man bearing the character for Maple in his name, he need not resign himself to being a gluttonous fish awaiting his fate. Just think about it. A gluttonous fish flipping over would become Maple brother, right? Don't misunderstand. It's the Maple from Rookawik Heat. Becoming a basketball star. Making it to the NBA, marrying a wealthy beauty? To his surprise, after pondering for a moment, Su Feng discovered a flicker of excitement within himself. To confirm that the images which appeared in his mind were not mere illusions, Su Feng picked up a basketball and began to execute several beautifully arched shots. Ding. Iron value 1. Ding. Iron value 1. Ding. Iron value 1. Ding. Iron value 1. Previously, during games, Su Feng's greatest frustration was when, after executing a dazzling combination, he would end up with a score of 0 out of 5. Yet now, he found himself grinning from ear to ear due to his own beautifully executed misses. This joy. No, this agony. Who could possibly understand? Moreover, Su Feng discovered that whenever he silently chanted system in his mind, the system interface would appear before his eyes, with a warm note in the bottom right corner stating, visible only to the host. However, due to the lack of detailed information from the system, Su Feng quickly realized, if he purposely missed his shots, the iron value would not increase. In other words, if he entertained any notion of intentionally missing, the the iron value would not accumulate. This value required him to shoot subconsciously. Only then would a miss contribute to its increase. Indeed, seeking a bug in the cheat was not as simple as it seemed. Thus, Su Feng promptly directed all his focus to shooting. Ding. Iron value 1. Ding. Iron value 1. Ding. Iron value 1. The next stage of the system required 15,000 iron values. Good heavens, after all this effort, he had only managed to shoot 54 times? When did he become so accurate? Su Feng felt on the verge of tears, for after practicing for a while, his shooting touch inexplicably returned. Who could he possibly complain to about this? He truly just wanted to miss. He aspired to be the king of iron. Don't hinder me. And don't compete with me for the moniker of Iron Man. How long would it take to accumulate those 15,000 iron values? The once roaring flames of motivation within Su Feng now felt like a mere flickering ember. However, giving up was not an option. While he might lose interest in other pursuits after a few minutes, basketball held a unique allure for him. Even if he played for days and nights on end, he would never tire of it. It seemed he would have to emulate Sakuragi Hanamichi and commit to 20,000 shooting practices within a week. Yet as Su Feng's shooting touch improved, he realized it probably wouldn't suffice with just 20,000 shots. Just as Su Feng immersed himself in devising more challenging shooting techniques to enjoy the thrill of missing, suddenly, your form is impeccable, but your shooting speed is far too slow. With such shooting, I could block you 1,000 times over. Moreover, this court is mine. As the voice reached his ears, Su Feng turned to look, and then he was stunned. Clearly, the typically composed Su Feng was not merely startled. He was genuinely shocked. Two different interpretations of being startled, as the Chinese language is profoundly intricate. This is absurd. Utterly absurd. So unbelievably absurd. The reason for Su Feng's stupor was simple. The person who had suddenly appeared before him was someone he recognized, although this person's appearance had grown younger. Is it really him? It is indeed him. It was him 26 years ago, in Philadelphia. Yes, he was a mere 16 or 17-year-old youth, vibrant and full of life. Even back then, amidst a sea of towering figures, he stood out, unparalleled in charm. As his fans would say, 8 is faith. 24 represents working hard 24 hours. The angels and demons of Los Angeles. Friends come and go, but only the championship banner flies high in the dome. Oh, but those banners were merely blown by the air conditioning. He is the record holder for the most missed shots in NBA history. He is an indelible mark in the basketball memories of many born in the 80s and 90s. You may admire him, you may detest him, or even criticize him. But one thing remains unchangeable. He is a legend. If Magic Johnson's retirement saw Nash mastering the essence of the no-look pass, then this man has transcended that to develop his own no-pass look. Mamba is the honorific bestowed upon him by the world. Yet Su Feng, like most, preferred to call him Little Blacksmith, the sole northern deity of the NBA, wielding the god of thunder's hammer to unleash 481 powerful moves. The iron shadow of the NBA, the spirit of 81, his name resounds like thunder. His story is known far and wide. Do not fret about the road ahead lacking companions. Who in the world does not recognize you? His name is Kobe, and his surname is Bryant. Kobe Bryant, the god of steel, the angel of Los Angeles. The domain of his ironwork stretches wide. Su Feng would undoubtedly not mistake him, for he is indeed a devoted fan of Kobe, a fan with unwavering faith and steadfast resolve. Even now, Su Feng felt as if everything that transpired the night before his time travel was but an illusion. Su Feng remained in a daze for some time, then set down the basketball, slowly approaching Kobe. He reached out to touch Kobe's head and exclaimed, "It's really you. Kobe, what the hell? Why does this guy come up with such a flamboyant vibe?" Kobe, somewhat displeased, pushed Su Feng's arm away and sternly stated, "I don't know you, and I don't want to repeat myself. This is my territory." Indeed, the feeling is unmistakable. Su Feng chuckled, both in joy at meeting an old friend and in delight at encountering his idol. It seems this is fate. I, Su Feng, am destined to play basketball in this life. However, I did not see any signs stating this place belongs to you. Amidst excitement and exhilaration, Su Feng composed himself and addressed Kobe. Now it was Kobe's turn to be amused. Oh, this guy has quite the attitude. What followed, every word Su Feng pronounced, left Kobe utterly astonished. Young man, I perceive a remarkable potential within you. If you wish to assert your claim to this place, then so be it. Come, let us engage in a one-on-one match. Should you emerge victorious, I shall concede that this domain is indeed yours, Su Feng remarked with a mischievous grin directed at Kobe. Indeed, the intricacies of the English language can be challenging to convey. However, the essence of Su Feng's intent is quite literal. Kobe, for the second time, wore a face of bewilderment reminiscent of Shaquille O'Neal. Did I mishear? He wishes to challenge me to a duel? Does he not realize that I am known as the king of one-on-one in Philadelphia? Su Feng replied, yes, that is precisely the case. Ahem. Let us return to the crux of the matter. The question arises, is Su Feng momentarily paralyzed in the presence of his idol, intending to capture a commemorative photograph through this one-on-one encounter? Certainly not. As far back as half an hour prior, Su Feng had stumbled upon a rather intriguing explanation within the system regarding the iron value. The acquisition of this value would enhance with the intensity of training and competition. Now, Su Feng was determined to put this theory to the test. Despite the fact that Kobe, like Su Feng, was merely a high school student at this juncture, one must not forget that he had bypassed college en route to the NBA. Although Kobe still had a considerable journey ahead before reaching the professional league, Su Feng believed he was not far from the threshold of being a role player in the NBA. Thus, should they engage in a one-on-one contest, would the system elevate Su Feng's training intensity to a level far surpassing his current capabilities? And how much would Su Feng's iron value increase under such rigorous training? The answer is about to be unveiled. Chapter 3. The ultimate human form exoskeleton. Although the Eastern youth before him exhibited peculiar behavior, Kobe did not decline the challenge to a one-on-one match. Naturally, Kobe would not refuse. Otherwise, he would not truly be Kobe. He felt it necessary to enlighten Su Feng, this proverbial frog in a well. What transpired next on the basketball court near Market Street in Philadelphia was nothing short of a tragic spectacle. The score read 21-0. The events were so brutally one-sided that a detailed account was unnecessary. The outcome was clear. Su Feng was thoroughly outclassed by Kobe. Each of Su Feng's attempts was swatted away, and on the rare occasions when he did manage to shoot, his efforts missed the basket entirely. After the match, even Kobe found himself at a loss for words. Was this it? Initially, he had expected some hidden talent from this challenger and approached the game with utmost seriousness. However, as the game progressed, he came to realize that Su Feng was merely an enthusiastic amateur. Yet, to Kobe's astonishment, the psychological resilience displayed by Su Feng was remarkable. Just when Kobe considered offering a compliment for a decent effort, Su Feng suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "I refuse to accept this. I wasn't prepared. If you have the ability, let us go again." Kobe responded with a confused expression. Su Feng was elated. In the recent one-on-one, he had discovered a new rule. Shots blocked do not count towards his missed shot tally. But do you know how much his 2 failed attempts against Kobe increased his missed shot value? You might not believe it, but those 2 misses granted Su Feng a staggering 2,000 points. The situation validated Su Feng's hypothesis. The moment he began his duel with Kobe, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. The host's training intensity has been elevated to a near NBA level. Near NBA level. When Su Feng first acquired the system, he had crafted a simple plan for himself, but he never anticipated that those previous plans would need to be scrapped. Before him stood a human exoskeleton. Without Kobe, the night would be long for any aspiring player. Understanding Kobe's character, Su Feng knew that there was no way Kobe would refuse to continue their duel. Because, did you think you just won? I let you win, you know. It seems you are too afraid to face me again. Kobe's nature is commendable, but he shares a trait with a Hearthstone streamer he would later meet named Feng Zhang, a somewhat petty disposition. Moreover, let us not forget that Kobe is merely a high school student at this juncture. Young men of this age, to put it plainly, are often susceptible to provocation. Furthermore, this young man is Kobe. Su Feng vividly recalls how he was tricked into his first kiss by a girl who taunted him. "Are you even a man? Dare you kiss me?" Thus, boys must learn to protect themselves when venturing out into the world. "Are you even a man? Do you dare to challenge me again?" Su Feng continued to provoke. Originally angered, Kobe became even more incensed upon hearing Su Feng's taunt. "Am I afraid of you?" Kobe retorted, tossing the basketball back to Su Feng, signaling his intent to continue. To Kobe, defeating Su Feng would be a matter of mere minutes, and this time, he was determined to thoroughly demonstrate the gap in their skills. If this scene were to be translated into a proverb, it would resemble Kobe effortlessly dispatching Su Feng. Thus, their second round commenced. However, before they began, Su Feng made a request. "You must not block my shots." Kobe once again donned a puzzled expression. What? Are you afraid of my formidable shooting? So you can only rely on cowardly blocks to impede me? Su Feng declared with conviction. Kobe shook his head, remaining silent as he passed the ball to Su Feng. Yet, Su Feng had already achieved his goal, as Kobe indeed refrained from blocking him. However, given Kobe's defensive prowess, even without blocks, Su Feng found it exceedingly difficult to score. Nevertheless, Su Feng sought to miss. He aimed to wholeheartedly focus on executing the most challenging shots, relishing the sound of the ball clanging against the rim. Heaven knows how delightful it felt each time he missed. The clangs echoed like the most melodious sounds in the world. Of course, Su Feng remained earnest while defending. After all, opportunities to face Kobe one-on-one are rare, and he wished to gauge just how far he fell short of this so-called near NBA level. Indeed, the disparity was significant. The professional and the amateur exist in entirely different realms. If Kobe was the sky, then Su Feng was merely the earth. Yet, during the second round, Kobe found himself bewildered by the tenacity of his opponent. Although he could easily score against Su Feng, he could sense the fervor behind every one of Su Feng's defensive efforts. Thus, Kobe, who initially planned to dismiss Su Feng with ease, found himself playing with seriousness. This level of engagement elicited a response from Su Feng, who, after another missed shot, exclaimed, "You truly are my little angel." Upon hearing this, Kobe took a startled step back, and it was precisely this retreat that afforded Su Feng the space he needed. This moment is one to remember, for it marked Su Feng's first successful shot in his one-on-one encounters with Kobe. With a graceful twist of his waist and a powerful leap, the basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before nestling into the net's embrace. As the ball swished through the hoop, Kobe suddenly realized that this entire scenario had been Su Feng's clever ruse. While contemplating the inadequacy of his trash-talking practice, he noticed a glimmer of disappointment in Su Feng's eyes. Kobe was once again left bewildered. What the hell? You scored against the great Kobe Bryant. Shouldn't you be ecstatic? Why the long face? It's as if I played poorly. The second match concluded with a score of 21-1, leaving no room for doubt. However, just as Kobe prepared to begin his personal training, he heard Su Feng's taunting voice once more. What? Are you afraid? You're not focused enough. I'm quite disappointed in you. Let us have another match, and I'll forgive you. Are you even a man? Do you dare to challenge me again? Come on. Let us go again. I'm not satisfied yet. Kobe thought to himself, Su Feng is truly relentless. Who demands continual one-on-one matches like this? Is he incapable of accepting defeat until he wins? That could take centuries. Though Kobe viewed their match as lacking in intensity and not particularly exhausting, even low intensity cannot withstand the burden of sheer volume. Moreover, Su Feng played with remarkable fervor, and Kobe was equally earnest in his efforts. It may be hard to believe, but as the game progressed, Kobe genuinely began to feel fatigued, even contemplating the notion of deliberately conceding a round to conclude their one-on-one match. However, the moment this thought crossed his mind, he promptly shook his head. In his eyes, this young prodigy from the East possessed a sharp tongue, and he felt that even in the face of exhaustion, he could not allow this brash individual the satisfaction of humiliating him. Thus, the battle raged on, undeterred and relentless. Eventually, Kobe realized it was time to return home for dinner. After countless rounds, he glanced at the time and noted it was mealtime. In the past, during training sessions, he often lost track of time, yet for some inexplicable reason, today he had been quietly attentive to the watch resting beside him. Su Feng wore a somewhat disheartened expression, for a player of such caliber was indeed a rare find. Nevertheless, as a devoted admirer of Kobe, Su Feng genuinely relished the opportunity to play alongside his idol, not merely for the sake of competition. Wow, this is incredible. Su Feng was nearly beside himself with joy. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon witnessing Su Feng's crestfallen demeanor, Kobe experienced a pang of guilt. Wait, wasn't this brat the one who challenged me? Why should I feel guilty? After all, I am the star player from Philadelphia's La Salle College High School, the top high school player in the nation. It is quite generous of me to spend an afternoon playing with him, is it not? Why am I feeling this way? Will you come again tomorrow? Su Feng asked earnestly, his eyes wide with sincerity. We haven't determined a victor yet, he continued. Kobe replied. It's settled then. Tomorrow at 4 in the morning, I shall be here waiting for you. After uttering these words, Su Feng seized the opportunity, leaving no room for Kobe to decline, and slipped away. Kobe was left in a state of bewilderment. This person, why does it feel as if we are well acquainted? And inexplicably, Why did I not refuse him immediately? Moreover, wait a moment, for in the morning? Who in their right mind would rise at such an hour to practice basketball in the cold? Only a fool would do so. Kobe was at a loss for words. He vowed he would not be there the next day. At 4 in the morning, he can enjoy himself, he thought. Yet, for reasons he could not comprehend, Su Feng's stubborn demeanor and his tenacious, albeit rudimentary, defense echoed repeatedly in Kobe's mind. He also had a deep passion for basketball. Chapter 4. While others spend money, I also invest. I am rich. After casually purchasing a pizza to take home, Su Feng indulged in it while gazing at the virtual interface before him, overwhelmed with excitement. Current iron value, 379,055. The host may upgrade the system to the next stage. Would you like to upgrade? Having amassed 370,000 iron value, Su Feng once deemed the task of achieving 15,000 iron value impossible. Yet now, he firmly believed that as long as he could find a way to win over Kobe's affection, rather, as long as he could forge a friendship with Kobe, NBA stardom would be within his grasp. Upgrade. Without hesitation, Su Feng resolved to proceed with the upgrade. After all, there was still much to explore within this system. Upgrading. 7, 11, 15. 97. Upgrade complete. As the system completed its upgrade, Su Feng noticed that the interface had transitioned from white to gray. Host, Su Feng. Nationality, China. Age, 16. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 71 kilograms. Current ability values, high school elite level shooting, 2248. Passing, 1018. Jumping, 2236. Strength, 1333. Current equipped shooting action, none. Current equipped special skills, none. Current iron value, 364,055. Iron value required for the next stage system unlock, 100,000. Wait, why did my ability values decrease after the upgrade? Su Feng was momentarily perplexed, but after reviewing the introduction of the new interface, he understood the reason behind the decline. Previously, the system assessed his abilities at an American high school level, whereas post-upgrade, he was now viewed at the elite level of American high school players. To illustrate, even if T-Mac had a jumping ability of 90 upon entering the NBA, he could not execute dunks with ease during games due to various limitations. At that time, despite his remarkable leaping, T-Mac could not soar as he did in high school. However, after establishing himself with the Magic, his ferocious dunks became more frequent, reflecting his adaptation to the NBA's standards. This means that my abilities, after conversion, are merely rated at this level among elite American high school players? Indeed. Quite disheartening, Su Feng mused. Moreover, within the new system interface, Su Feng discovered a numerical value accompanying each ability, representing the system's evaluation of his potential, his achievable limits through self-training. In other words, regardless of how hard I practice, my current shooting ceiling remains at 48. Indeed, while Su Feng's basketball skills were respectable among enthusiasts, they fell woefully short of professional standards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have played dozens of games against Kobe, only managing to score a single basket. Behind these ceiling values, Su Feng noticed a plus sign. Upon clicking it, the system interface prompted, "Would you like to spend 500 iron value to enhance your high school elite shooting ceiling?" After selecting yes, his previous value of 48 transformed to 49, and the plus sign remained. Su Feng continued clicking, and once the shooting ceiling reached 67, the plus sign vanished. It appears that constant upgrades are essential for this system. Fortunately, I possess ample iron value. Su Feng believed that, at the current system level, his potential also had limits, necessitating continuous upgrades to enhance his ceiling. Thus, after clicking all the plus signs, he opted to upgrade the system once more. Upgrade complete. Being affluent in iron value is undeniably exhilarating. Following the completion of the next upgrade, Su Feng's system interface had turned green. Current ability values, college level mid-range shooting, 1560, three-point shooting, 1248, passing, 331, ball handling, 1428, jumping, 1550, strength, 641, defensive rebounding, 721. Current equipped shooting action, none. Current equipped special skills, none. Current iron value, 228,055. Iron value required for the next stage system unlock, 500,000. Oh, it seems this upgrade introduced new categories for three-point shooting, defensive rebounding, And ball handling? This indicates my prior understanding was mistaken. The system encompasses more than just a few basic abilities, and continuous upgrades are necessary to unlock additional categories. Otherwise, those values remain inaccessible. How enlightening. Upon upgrading the system to version 3.0, Su Feng discovered that his ability values were even more disheartening, as they underwent another automatic conversion to align with the American college-level ratings. Furthermore, the potential values he had previously acquired were also adjusted accordingly. Su Feng noted that this conversion error amounted to approximately 7 ability points. As before, he decided to click all the plus signs first. After all, with potential, he could continuously improve during training sessions. In version 3.0, the cost to upgrade potential had risen to 2,000. Quite exorbitant. Without Kobe, this little angel, who knows how long it would take Su Feng to train. Consequently, after enhancing his potential, Su Feng's values became mid-range shooting 68, three-point shooting 68, passing 36, ball handling 35, jumping 58, strength 44, defensive rebounding 23. After adjusting his potential, Su Feng concluded that the potential values within the system do not increase uniformly. For instance, he could elevate his three-point shooting by 20 potential points, while strength could only be enhanced by 3 points. Observing his not-so-brawny arms, Su Feng speculated that certain ability values would require corresponding training in real life to continue progressing. However, truth be told, why is my ball handling potential only 35? My dribbling skills are quite impressive, Su Feng remarked, visibly dissatisfied, as if responding to Su Feng's discontent. The system interface suddenly played a compilation of his mistakes from the one-on-one match against Kobe, being stripped from the front, side, and even behind, easily intercepted. After viewing these scenes, Su Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. Is my dribbling really that poor? Su Feng muttered softly. After being confronted by the system, Su Feng had thoroughly studied the 3.0 version. After clicking all the plus signs, he was left with a total of 122,055 iron value. The next stage of system upgrade required 500,000 iron value. So in light of the temporary inability to proceed with the upgrade, Su Feng's attention was drawn to a new feature in the 3.0 system, the roulette function. Do you wish to prove your luck? Try your hand at the roulette. Not 999, 998, nor 99, 998, just 998. Take home a mysterious prize. The system's explanation wasn't quite so humorous. But to Su Feng, this roulette function resembled the in-game lottery mechanics he had previously encountered. Invest, and that would be it. Do not inquire. The answer lies in insufficient resources. Now, with his ample wealth, Su Feng has resolved to experiment and discover the transformative effects this feature may bring to his life. Chapter 5. Philadelphia at 4 in the morning. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 3-day nutrient package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 5-day nutrient package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 4-day nutrient package. Congratulations to the host. What is the essence of this system? Could it be merely a parrot? After perusing the description of the nutrient solution, Su Feng felt a surge of confidence regarding his aspirations to enter the NBA, marry a wealthy beauty, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. However, Su Feng, who had previously invested in mobile games, was acutely aware that if one frequently drew the same item during a lottery, it often signified that the item was subpar. Thus, after consecutively drawing nutrient solutions 7 times, Su Feng hesitated. Should he continue, or should he reconsider? It had already reached 7. May 4396. Grant me luck. The essence of a gambler is, of course, to gamble to the point of demise. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an A-level Stephen Curry shooting package. Did he finally receive a worthy item? With his eyes closed, Su Feng quickly examined the introduction of the prize he had drawn upon hearing the system's announcement. Shooting motion. Depending on the shooting motion equipped by the host, it can increase the shooting speed and stability of the host. Some premium shooting packages can also enhance the host's additional shooting accuracy. A-level Stephen Curry shooting package, a collegiate shooting motion package from NBA legend Stephen Curry that, when equipped, enhances the host's shooting speed by 15 and provides a 20 chance to ignore interference. Wait a moment, is this merely an A-level? This implies there will be S-level Curry shooting motions, SS level, or even the utterly insane, nearly unattainable SSR? Su Feng was bewildered. Oh my. Are we now in an era where, despite having a system, one still must rely on luck? After taking another bite of pizza, Su Feng pondered, with my looks. I am undeniably handsome from every angle. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 5-day nutrient package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 3-day nutrient package. Congratulations to the host enough. After drawing a multitude of nutrient solutions totaling 56 days worth and the A-level curry shooting package, Su Feng felt that the system was undeniably envious of his good looks. It must be so. Well, let me equip this shooting motion. Nevertheless, Su Feng remained undeterred, for he had discovered a shortcut to enhance his skills. However, a pressing question arose: how could Su Feng ensure that Kobe would indeed arrive at 4 in the morning and be willing to engage him in a one-on-one match? You might not believe it, but after battling Kobe for countless rounds today, Su Feng had discreetly observed the precise location of Kobe's residence in Philadelphia before buying pizza. If Kobe were to not show up at 4 tomorrow morning, Su Feng would undoubtedly take a megaphone and stand outside his building. As for disturbing the peace, or crossing the line, I am pursuing a star across time. Nothing shall deter me from meeting Kobe. Truth be told, Su Feng had his reasons for wanting to befriend Kobe. He knew that if the news he had seen before his time travel was not a mere figment of his imagination, as an ardent fan, he had to find a way to befriend Kobe. In this life, Su Feng was determined to protect the smile of the little blacksmith on behalf of the 81 million fans. Sigh, I am truly magnificent. Touched by his own greatness, Su Feng silently devoured another slice of pizza the following day. At 4 in the morning, the sun was yet to rise, and thus Su Feng had not witnessed Philadelphia's dawn. Gazing at the empty basketball court, Su Feng let out a quiet sigh. It appeared that he would indeed have to resort to the megaphone. Just as Su Feng prepared to act, suddenly, a basketball came hurtling towards him. Bang! You are truly a madman. Although late May in Philadelphia was not particularly cold, Kobe, dressed in short sleeves, was still shivering slightly at 4 in the morning. In that moment, Su Feng felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He really did it. My idol, he actually showed up. Let me make it clear, I did not come here to engage in a one-on-one match with you. Nor will I partake in such a foolish endeavor again. You must understand that you are not my match. As Kobe was explaining to Su Feng why he had come, suddenly, a sandwich was presented to his lips. At that moment, Su Feng's eyes conveyed a simple message. Stop talking. Eat first. I made this myself. You haven't had breakfast, have you? Eat well, and then we can engage in our one-on-one match. While speaking, Su Feng also handed Kobe a bottle of milk. Although Kobe's parents had advised him against consuming food from strangers, the growling of his stomach proved to be a compelling argument. Delicious. Did you really make this? After finishing one sandwich, Kobe continued, clearly intrigued. Su Feng handed him 2 more sandwiches. Of course I made them myself. Eat up, there's plenty more. At that moment, Kobe realized that Su Feng's backpack was stuffed full of sandwiches. Could he be the legendary caretaker? As the saying goes, one is soft after a meal, and one is indebted after accepting a gift. After enjoying breakfast, Kobe surprisingly forgot that he had come to clarify things with Su Feng to prevent him from continually pestering him. Let us begin our one-on-one match. We have yet to determine a victor. Observing Kobe, Su Feng felt a rush of excitement akin to gazing upon bundles of cash. Wait a moment. Kobe took a deep breath. Do you not understand? You are not my I know. I am certainly not your match. You are one of the top high school players in the nation, while I am just an ordinary person. Su Feng replied candidly. Then, a one-on-one match between us is utterly meaningless. Kobe looked at Su Feng with confusion. I aspire to play in the NBA, Su Feng stated earnestly, meeting Kobe's gaze. Originally expecting Kobe to burst into laughter, Su Feng was taken aback to find that upon his declaration, Kobe grew solemn instead. He truly loved basketball. Kobe scrutinized Su Feng carefully. I am Kobe Bryant. What is your name? Su Feng replied. Su Feng, you may call me Su, all right. I have decided. I will guide your training from now on. Kobe suddenly adopted an elder brother demeanor towards Su Feng. Su Feng, this feels familiar. It's no wonder Kobe, even during his youth, relished teaching others how to play basketball. In his previous life, Kobe was always eager to impart his skills to the younger generation. Yet Su Feng never anticipated that this youthful Kobe would be what? I am the best high school player in the country. In the future, I will undoubtedly play in the NBA. With me as your coach, you should be grateful. Kobe remarked, slightly displeased. Su Feng shook his head. Fate is indeed wondrous. Certainly not. I merely wish to ascertain whether you are still unwilling to engage with me. Su Feng observed Kobe with curiosity. Enough with the unnecessary chatter. Pick up the basketball. Let us commence our morning training. From now on, I shall await you here every day at 4 in the morning, Kobe declared, suddenly invigorated. Su Feng exclaimed, what? 4 in the morning, every day? That is almost inhumane. Initially, Su Feng aimed to jest, yet he unwittingly opened Pandora's box. Nevertheless, it was not entirely unfavorable, for if it were merely a game, Su Feng would likely struggle to commit. However, if it involved basketball, it seemed rather challenging as well. In pursuit of his training value, Su Feng clenched his fists and, once focused, gazed at Kobe with a fervent intensity. As long as life endures, so must the pursuit of excellence. The morning training session swiftly concluded. Despite feeling exhausted, Su Feng felt a profound sense of accomplishment as he reflected on his substantial gains. Notably, his mid-range shooting had improved slightly, reaching a score of 16. Moreover, after equipping the A-level shooting technique of Curry, Su Feng began to comprehend its utility. Primarily, this technique did not alter the original shooting form of the user. Secondly, after adopting Curry's shooting style, Su Feng could distinctly perceive an increase in his release speed, albeit marginal. This transformative experience, akin to a moment of enlightenment, was difficult for Su Feng to articulate. He merely acknowledged its practicality. However, he did not perceive the so-called shooting interference resistance. During his one-on-one sessions with Kobe, Su Feng was currently adept at preventing Kobe from blocking his shots. Furthermore, in a bid to bolster Su Feng's confidence, Kobe often feigned weaknesses to allow Su Feng opportunities to attack. To be frank, this aspect troubled Su Feng, for he genuinely wished to merely practice his shooting. Alas, Su Feng felt the need to cherish this period when his shooting ability was still quite limited. In fact, upon first acquiring this system, Su Feng had contemplated whether intentionally neglecting his shooting practice or avoiding enhancing his shooting potential would enable him to continue missing shots indefinitely. However, this notion proved to be a paradox. First, as Su Feng relied on missed shots to accumulate training value, his shooting practice would inevitably exceed that of others, not diminish it. Thus, he anticipated that his shooting attribute would increase more rapidly than any other. Second, if Su Feng's shooting accuracy was lacking, would a coach grant him unlimited freedom to shoot during a game? Without such privilege, could he truly enjoy his practice? One must not underestimate the complexities of basketball. Su Feng believed that outside of high-intensity matches, accumulating training value would not be so easily attainable. Presently, his struggles stemmed from his own inadequacies, thus allowing Kobe to elevate his training level, resulting in relatively swift gains in training value. In Su Feng's perspective, he was destined to exert effort in overcoming challenges. Techniques such as fadeaways and drifts would become essential. In regular gameplay, he must strive to play like a superstar, balancing flair with a reasonable accuracy. During this period, as long as his accuracy remained acceptable, the coach would undoubtedly grant him opportunities. In summary, being stylish is paramount. I'm off to class. By the way, don't you have classes to attend? Kobe inquired, observing Su Feng's fatigued expression. The school is on break. Su Feng replied. Which school is fortunate enough to enjoy such a break? Kobe asked curiously. Nephalia, Su Feng responded. Ah, how wonderful. See you in the afternoon. Kobe remarked with a hint of envy before departing the basketball court. Thus, the empty court was left with only Su Feng. After taking a sip from the nutritional drink he had drawn yesterday, Su Feng revitalized himself and picked up the basketball. Even the smallest grasshopper is still meat. Little by little, it adds up. Clang. Ding. Host's training value 1. Clang. Ding. Host. Chapter 6. Kobe invited me. You can't be practicing all the time, can you? After class, Kobe curiously inquired, observing Su Feng, who was utterly exhausted on the basketball court. If one does not possess ruthlessness, one cannot stand firm. Su Feng gasped, leaning on his knees. Observing Su Feng, Kobe felt that his dedication to basketball rivaled his own. Unfortunately, his talent seemed somewhat lacking. By the way, there's something I wish to ask you, Su, Kobe said, dribbling the basketball as he looked at Su Feng. After gulping down some nutritional fluid to regain a bit of energy, Su Feng replied, feel free to ask anything. You mentioned this morning that you are a student from Nephalia, right? Also, judging by your accent and appearance, you must be a Chinese international student, correct? Furthermore, you are the only Chinese student in your school, am I right? Kobe scrutinized Su Feng as he posed his questions. Su Feng nodded, answering all three queries at once. Yes. Upon hearing Su Feng's response, Kobe laid down the basketball, taking a sharp breath. No wonder you don't need to attend classes. So, you are the Superman everyone is talking about. Su Feng was taken aback. What? Superman? What on earth is that? He glanced down at himself, realizing he wasn't wearing any underwear outside. Well, with Kobe's explanation, Su Feng finally grasped the truth. Apparently, his calm act of bravery had spread among the high schools in Philadelphia. Although the year was 1994 and information was not as readily accessible as in the future, this very limitation allowed for distortions in the transmission of information. It turned out that through the grapevine, some had exaggerated Su Feng's actions to the point of labeling him a superhero. They say you were sent to protect the Earth, Kobe said seriously, looking at Su Feng. Su Feng helplessly tapped his forehead, realizing there was indeed a reason for the prevalence of delusions in the future. It was inevitable. The 1990s in America were rife with sci-fi blockbusters, leading people to harbor various imaginations about the unknown universe and the starry skies. Moreover, the primary means of information dissemination relied heavily on newspapers and television. So one should not put too much faith in tales of ancient mythical beasts being extraordinarily powerful. In truth, there was a misunderstanding. After all, one must believe in science. Competitive sports will always strive for greater heights, faster speeds, and stronger performances. Honestly, what made you decide to save someone back then? Kobe curiously asked. After pondering for a while, Su Feng replied earnestly, perhaps it's because I'm an Aries. Kobe responded with a puzzled expression. The books say that Aries males are very kind-hearted, Su Feng said innocently, gazing at Kobe. Not quite understanding astrology, Kobe curiously asked, what about Virgos and Leos? The books suggest keeping a distance from Virgos. As for Leos, it seems they're quite compatible with Aries. Su Feng answered seriously. Upon hearing Su Feng's first response, Kobe was somewhat annoyed. After all, what had Virgos ever done to the world? However, upon hearing Su Feng's second answer, he instinctively shivered. Oh no, could he really be that? With the clatter of training concluding for yet another day, Su Feng found that he and Kobe had an abundance of common topics to discuss. From basketball techniques to tactics, and even basketball innovations, they spoke at length. Moreover, after learning about Su Feng's heroic act from 2 days prior, Kobe's attitude towards him shifted significantly. Su Feng felt that Kobe had genuinely begun to consider him a friend. Thus, 3 days later, your progress is quite rapid. At the Market Street basketball court, Kobe exclaimed in surprise, observing Su Feng. Previously, Kobe had thought Su Feng lacked talent, but now, after just 3 days, he was taken aback. Although Kobe believed Su Feng's skills had merely transitioned from a casual enthusiast to a proficient one, the speed of Su Feng's improvement left a profound impression on him. Well, who do you think I've been going one-on-one with these past few days? Su Feng smiled knowingly, fully aware that Kobe, sitting at the intersection of Virgo and Leo, possessed both Virgo's compulsiveness and Leo's vanity. Thus, when dealing with someone like Kobe, one must flatter him appropriately, but not excessively. As expected, upon hearing Su Feng's remark, Kobe's expression was immediately betrayed by the movement of his eyebrows. Although he pretended to maintain a facade of indifference, his eyebrows had already given him away. It must be said that Su Feng's flattery was executed with finesse. On one hand, Su Feng's words carried an unmistakable undertone of grievance, clearly hinting at Kobe's intensity these past couple of days. On the other hand, his tone also reflected a degree of agreement, which Kobe found quite gratifying. In Su Feng's past life, Kobe was regarded as one of the most difficult teammates to get along with, yet Su Feng perceived nothing particularly extraordinary about his personality. After all, keyboard warriors had dissected Kobe's character countless times. In reality, if one became accustomed to Kobe's nature, he was rather easy to interact with. Much like in the future, when O'Neal encountered the cunning Riley and finally understood the meaning of pure intentions. Life is not worth it. By the way, the finals are just around the corner. Would you like to come to my place to watch? After another day of training, Kobe turned to Su Feng and asked, the finals? Su Feng initially paused, then quickly realized. Indeed, the NBA Finals for the 1993-94 season were imminent, marking the championship series often referred to as the season devoid of legends after the retirement of the old rogue. Su Feng's understanding of 1990s NBA history primarily came from videos and online resources. If his memory served him correctly, this year's finals featured a climactic battle between Olajuwon and Ewing. The Knicks would face off against the Rockets in a 7-game series, culminating in Olajuwon's triumph, which would further solidify his standing among the top 4 centers. In reality, many believed Olajuwon to be the best among the 4 centers precisely because he had defeated both Ewing and a young Shaq in the finals of the 93-94 and 94-95 seasons. Poor Ewing. Indeed, whether on the basketball court or atop the Empire State Building, he was destined to play the role of a mere backdrop. Sounds great. Su Feng, who had been getting along splendidly with Kobe, certainly would not refuse such a splendid opportunity to deepen their relationship. Moreover, Su Feng's current apartment lacked a television, and he was eager to see through the live broadcast whether the finals during this period were as bloody and thrilling as some keyboard warriors claim. It settled then. Seeing Su Feng accept his invitation, a satisfied smile spread across Kobe's face. Despite the fact that Kobe had already gained some recognition, he had very few friends at school. To be precise, he likely had none at all. In Su Feng's past life, Kobe had mentioned in interviews that he had been isolated since childhood. Due to Kobe's frequent relocations during his childhood alongside his father, basketball became his sole companion. While attending high school in Philadelphia, Kobe's rigorous training regimen, which was equally demanding of himself and his teammates, instilled a sense of fear among his peers, rendering them hesitant to engage with him vocally. They dreaded inadvertently offending their star player. It was not until a recent encounter with Su Feng that Kobe felt he had discovered a kindred spirit. Deeply passionate about basketball, he did not mock Su Feng's aspiration to play in the NBA. Instead, he regarded him with newfound respect. In the following days, the two forged a profound friendship through intense one-on-one duels. Thus, in the early hours of Philadelphia, a bridge of camaraderie was unwittingly constructed. Kobe admired Su Feng's attitude towards basketball, while Su Feng, in turn, envied Kobe's prowess. In summary, it was simply ineffable. Chapter 7. The brutal 90s and the underrated three-point shot for American high school students who are passionate about basketball. The most anticipated moment of the year is undoubtedly the commencement of the NBA Finals. This event heralds the arrival of a lengthy, 3-month summer vacation. Oh, the evils of capitalism. Just the thought of having only 2 weeks off during my senior year brings tears to Su Feng's eyes. Due to a previous unfortunate incident involving a gunfight at school, the institution had arranged a special final examination for Su Feng. The final exams in American high schools are certainly not as rigorous as those back home. They are comparatively more flexible. However, for Su Feng, this was hardly a challenge, as he was an academic prodigy, even abroad. Alas, if he were not to excel at basketball, his only alternative would be to dabble in stock trading and become a tycoon. Su Feng mused with a hint of melancholy. Yet, such a life was far from what he desired. Given that he had acquired a system that could help fulfill his dream of entering the NBA and had encountered someone like Kobe, a veritable cheat code, what reason did he have not to pursue basketball? Unlike others, after this reincarnation and the acquisition of his powers, Su Feng firmly believed that an invisible hand was guiding his destiny. If he were to neglect basketball, he feared he might meet an untimely demise, akin to the supporting characters in Infinite Flow novels. Thus, making it to the NBA, becoming a basketball star, and marrying a beautiful and wealthy woman became Su Feng's unwavering aspirations. The 7th of July marked the commencement of Game 1 of the 93-94 NBA Finals. According to a prior agreement with Kobe, Su Feng appeared punctually at their usual practice court. By the way, why is this court always deserted besides us? Su Feng inquired curiously. Humph, because this is my territory, Kobe replied, a proud smirk gracing his lips, radiating confidence. Had I not been preoccupied with exam preparations for some time, you would have never been able to play here. Observing Kobe's expression, Su Feng surmised the truth. It was likely that no one in the vicinity could compete with Kobe's skills. Moreover, given Kobe's tenacity, he might insist on a one-on-one match all day long, leading others to wisely avoid confrontation. It is worth noting that in America, basketball courts are abundant. Having previously observed Kobe's residence, Su Feng knew that it was not far from this court, leading him to feel a genuine connection with Kobe. In '94, Kobe had yet to meet Vanessa, and thus family relations remained harmonious. The Bryant family could be described as nurturing and affectionate. Kobe's father, Joe Bryant, was a former NBA player, albeit one who had seen little success. In his youth, Joe had ventured to Italy to earn a living for his family, astonishing fans with his dazzling playing style, particularly his shooting and fadeaway, which were undeniably impressive. Upon returning to the U.S., he even served as Kobe's coach during his freshman year. But the story concluded there. Many would later claim that Kobe emulated Jordan, yet his stylish shooting was undoubtedly influenced by his father's teachings. Oh, is this the Philadelphia hero you often mention? Su Feng remarked as he entered the Bryant household alongside Kobe. Joe, beaming with delight, approached the duo. It was evident that he was thrilled his son had finally made a friend, for no parent wishes to see their child isolated from others. However, as Joe approached, Su Feng felt momentarily overwhelmed by the towering figure before him. Joe stood at an impressive 6 feet 9 inches, a veritable giant compared to the current heights of both Kobe and Su Feng. After embracing Kobe, Joe turned to Su Feng, sizing him up while commenting on his physique. Su Feng thought to himself, Americans are indeed warm-hearted. Though I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Now he remembered. During his past life, when he brought his girlfriend home, relatives often remarked, "This girl has a nice figure. She'll bear children well. Come on, young men, the television is ready, and Pamela has prepared some exquisite snacks for you," Joe exclaimed, leading Kobe and Su Feng into the living room. Just as Su Feng was about to take a seat, Joe suddenly added, "Of course, as athletes, you are prohibited from drinking cola." As he spoke, Joe casually cracked open a can of Coke in front of Su Feng and Kobe. Su Feng and Kobe exchanged glances, silently agreeing that they had no intention of consuming cola. Nevertheless, Su Feng couldn't help but ponder that Kobe's reclusive nature might indeed have its roots. "Whom do you favor?" Kobe asked, his curiosity piqued as the commentators began their customary preview before the finals. "The Rockets," Su Feng replied. "Why? Don't you think this year's Knicks have a championship aura?" Kobe queried, bewildered, as he had expected Su Feng to align with him in believing the Knicks would triumph. "Because I consider Hakeem superior to Patrick. Although both have had their victories against one another, Hakeem consistently holds the upper hand in their matchups," Su Feng explained. "But the Knicks also have Starks, Oakley, and Davis," Kobe countered, seemingly unconvinced, reciting a list of Knicks stars. With a smile, Su Feng shook his head. "You're right, Kobe. In terms of overall configuration, the Knicks indeed appear stronger, while the Rockets are at a disadvantage." Hearing Su Feng concede, Kobe initially wore a triumphant grin, only to be surprised when Su Feng continued. "However, I still believe that the slight difference between Hakeem and Patrick will determine the outcome of this series." Despite a decline in NBA viewership following Jordan's retirement, the 93-94 season's finals were nothing short of classic. The Knicks boasted the #1 pick from '85, the formidable center Patrick Ewing, while the Rockets featured the top pick from '84, the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon. On paper, the Knicks lineup appeared superior, yet Su Feng, who knew the series outcome, understood that the apparent advantages of the Knicks would not yield significant benefits in this matchup. Considering the shooting guard position, the Knicks had the talented John Starks, known for his excellent defense and three-point shooting prowess. In the 93-94 season, Starks averaged 19 points per game and earned selections to the All-Star team and the NBA All-Defensive Second Team, becoming Ewing's reliable partner. Conversely, the Rockets had the capable Vernon Maxwell, who could match Starks in performance. It appears that Starks is the star player while Maxwell is merely an ordinary starter. Even in Su Feng's previous life, many keyboard warriors who recognized Maxwell were referred to as big shots by their peers. However, a lack of fame does not equate to a lack of skill. As an indispensable contributor during the Mosaic's consecutive championships, Maxwell is both an adept scorer and a formidable defender. In this round of the series, Starks, who shares a similar physique with Maxwell, finds it challenging to gain an advantage over him, for Maxwell is the type of player who excels in trading blows. Unless one is a seasoned veteran or possesses exceptional skills, they will inevitably find themselves evenly matched against him. As for Oakley, whom Kobe mentioned, he is indeed a true veteran of the Knicks, and his reputation is far from flattering. Oakley is notorious for his rough playing style, which many iron-willed players have glorified as ferocity and passion. In any case, while Oakley may fare well against others, facing Dream, that is a different matter altogether. During this period, Dream was a force to be reckoned with. Even the mighty Shaq would concede to him. Moreover, while the Knicks have Oakley, the Mosaic boasts Robert Horry. From a metaphysical perspective, Horry is undeniably the Mosaic's greatest asset in this series. Given that Su Feng is aware of the future, he understands that Horry is one of the NBA's strongest causal weapons. In the NBA, possessing Horry significantly elevates one's chances of securing a championship to an impressive 43.75. Over a 16-year career, he has clinched 7 championships, and anyone familiar with the NBA recognizes the fortune that follows him. Therefore, from Su Feng's viewpoint, the Knicks may seem to hold an advantage, but in reality, they are evenly matched with the Mosaic. In a scenario where both teams possess similar rosters and skill levels, Dream is poised to dominate this round of the series. In Su Feng's previous life, after the first 4 games ended in a 2-2 tie, the Knicks successfully seized the pivotal game. However, during Game 6, in the dying seconds of the match, Olajuwon made a decision that altered the course of history. At that moment, the Knicks, holding the ball and poised to claim victory in the series, passed it to Starks in the final moments. Consequently, Dream unexpectedly abandoned his defense against Ewing and charged toward the perimeter to challenge Starks for a 3-point opportunity. After the game, Olajuwon explained that both teams shared a yearning for the championship, and if Starks made that shot, they would be champions. He firmly believed that Starks, would take the shot. Dream's choice indeed changed the course of history. As anticipated, Starks took the shot, but unlike his college days, Olajuwon did not watch the championship slip away. When Olajuwon contested Starks' buzzer beater, it missed, allowing the Mosaic to narrowly escape defeat, leveling the series at 3-3. In the decisive Game 7, influenced by the missed opportunity in Game 6, Starks was utterly off his game, finishing with an abysmal 0-for-11 from beyond the arc, while the Mosaic surged to claim the championship. Reflecting on this final series, it is evident that Dream truly carried the entire team on his shoulders. His presence was felt on both ends of the court. In contrast, Ewing perhaps exemplified the sentiment that sometimes one is merely a breath away from greatness. This is why Su Feng believes that the minuscule gap between Olajuwon and Ewing will ultimately determine the outcome of this series. However, Kobe was not entirely convinced by Su Feng's explanation, and understanding Kobe's character, Su Feng chose not to engage in further debate. Interestingly, Kobe's father, Joe, found Su Feng to be quite an amusing young lad. As the 1993-94 NBA Finals commenced, Su Feng could not help but exclaim how brutal it was. At that moment, Kobe and Su Feng found common ground in their sentiments. The 1993-94 NBA Finals is often referred to as the Bloody Finals, as this fiercely contested 7-game series saw no team scoring over 100 points, with the highest single-game score being a mere 93 points. The players contributed not only with the harmonious sound of clanging iron, but also engaged in fierce battles reminiscent of wrestling in the paint. Indeed, practicing pull-up shots was the right choice. Watching the scenes unfold on television, Su Feng vowed that before the handcheck rule evolved into no handcheck, he would not step foot in the paint. Breaking through was virtually impossible. One could only survive by shooting pull-ups. And those who mastered this skill spoke with a certain elegance that Su Feng found irresistible. It is well known that the heightened intensity of NBA defense during this era is closely related to the handcheck rule. Simply put, this rule permits defenders to place their hands on offensive players, which severely restricts perimeter players unless they possess exceptional skills. Under the handcheck rule, the difficulty of breaking through for offensive players is roughly double that under the no handcheck rule. Why did Joe focus on perfecting his mid-range and fadeaway shots later in his career? Because shooting is the least effective offensive tactic by the handcheck rule. After all, one simply needs to hold the ball and shoot. The defender often lacks the time to react. In Su Feng's previous life, many echoed the sentiment that the reluctance to shoot 3-pointers in the 1990s stemmed from the handcheck rule. However, this notion misleads newcomers. In the not-so-distant future, after the NBA shortens the 3-point line, it will be evident how teams embrace shooting from distance. Even during that period, Joe himself indulged in 3-point shooting. To put it plainly, during this time, the 3-point shot was a relatively new addition to the league, and players were initially resistant to it. Even Larry Bird was not particularly fond of the 3-pointer, as players at the time viewed it as mere showboating. It is akin to introducing a 4-point shot tomorrow. Many teams would require time to adapt to such a new rule, even until Su Feng's previous life, when the Warriors won their first championship. Numerous experts believe that a team reliant solely on shooting would not go far. Thus, the primary reason for the reluctance to shoot 3-pointers in the 1990s can be attributed to a difference in prevailing attitudes. Much like trying to convince friends from the 90s that in the future, one could venture out without cash, solely relying on a smartphone. They would surely think you were out of your mind. People of that era were far less inclined to embrace new concepts compared to those in the forthcoming internet age. Regardless, the handcheck rule undoubtedly emerged as a formidable adversary for perimeter players during this period. The people of the 1990s were truly brutal, Su Feng lamented. Chapter 8. The Diligent Pursuit of Mastery by Su Feng. Despite having foreknowledge of the plot, Su Feng could not contain his exhilaration while watching the 1994 finals at Kobe's residence. Perhaps due to the monotony of high-scoring basketball in the future, he found the brutal, physical confrontations of the 1990s to be exhilarating. Imagine the formidable Hakeem Olajuwon navigating the muscular interior of the Knicks, just when onlookers believed the dream was outmatched. He seized a rare opportunity against the indomitable Patrick Ewing, fearlessly confronting him. After making the basket, the moment was truly unforgettable. Su, your defensive stance lacks sufficient depth, and you must learn to anticipate Kobe's offensive intentions. During these days, aside from watching the finals with Kobe, his father Joe would occasionally provide insights into the training of both Kobe and Su Feng. Su Feng felt that, apart from his knack for missing shots, he would undoubtedly evolve into a defensive expert, particularly in one-on-one situations. You can't just focus on one-on-one. Summer is upon us, so prepare yourselves. I will hold you to the standards of NBA players. As a former NBA player, Joe was quite confident in his training methods. However, Su, don't listen to him. His training regimen is outdated. After I finished it, I barely broke a sweat. Kobe seemed dissatisfied with his father's training intensity. Are you really father and son? Su Feng mused. Yet, despite the banter, he believed Joe's training methods were not as terrible as Kobe suggested. In fact, for Su Feng, this systematic training that Joe had devised was precisely what he needed. Continuous one-on-one sessions with Kobe had yielded some improvements, but a more structured regimen was necessary to fully develop his abilities. In Su Feng's perspective, Kobe's criticism of Joe's training likely stemmed from his own excessively rigorous standards. Let me be clear, after completing my father's regimen, you still need to practice with me. Otherwise, you won't see any progress. Observing Su Feng immersed in his father's structured training, Kobe expressed his displeasure. A slight smile played on Su Feng's lips. Rest assured, I will complete 3 rounds of your father's intensity before we work on other skills. Apologies, but ever since acquiring this shooting system, Su Feng discovered a newfound admiration for those exacting standards. In the following days, Su Feng demonstrated his commitment to the training. Besides adhering to Joe's regimen thrice daily, he also engaged in one-on-one sessions and additional shooting drills with Kobe. It was no wonder that Kobe appreciated him. Consequently, Joe, initially viewing Su Feng merely as a friend of his son, began to realize that, aside from Kobe, there was no other player in Philadelphia as diligent as Su Feng. What astonished Joe even more was that Kobe seemed to be competing with Su Feng, both intensifying their training to the point where their daily lives revolved solely around basketball, eating, and sleeping. It took Joe's concern for their physical well-being to put a stop to their relentless rivalry. If only I had displayed such zeal in my youth. Joe pondered as he observed Su Feng and Kobe, lost in thought. The training between Su Feng and Kobe persisted until the 22nd, coinciding with the 7th game of the finals. They agreed to watch the game first. As expected, the outcome mirrored Su Feng's memories. The Knicks' second-in-command, John Starks, had a dismal performance, making only 2 of 18 attempts, with his three-point shooting being a woeful 0 for 11. In front of the television, Kobe, a staunch Knicks supporter, had lost all rationality. What is he doing? If he can't score, shouldn't he pass to his teammates? Why is he so stubborn? He exclaimed. Poor Patrick. If only his teammates were more accurate. Listening to Kobe's lamentations, the timid and helpless Su Feng hesitated to speak. Don't worry. In the future, there will be a man named Shaq who will experience a similar fate tonight, he reassured Kobe, almost revealing his own identity. From now on, we will never become a player like John. Kobe nodded in agreement. Absolutely, we cannot become such players. Little did John Starks know that on this day, he had unwittingly become a cautionary tale for 2 high school students in Philadelphia. Perhaps spurred by Starks' performance, the next day, Kobe and Su Feng resolved to increase their training regimen by practicing 1,000 shots each day. Consequently, Joe, who initially planned a summer vacation with his son, found himself and his wife enjoying their own couple's retreat. As August arrived, after nearly 2 months of rigorous training, Su Feng's transformation was nothing short of remarkable. If 2 months prior, he had merely been viewed by Kobe as an ordinary basketball enthusiast, now he was deemed capable of being a rotation player at R.A.L. Marian High School, even under Kobe's stringent evaluation. Su Feng himself had become immersed in the joy of relentless practice. A great individual once remarked that there was no natural music in the world, yet after extensive training, heavenly sounds began to emerge. Looking at his current attributes, Su Feng could hardly believe his own progress. It appeared that genius truly existed. It seemed unlikely that he could upgrade his system in the near future. On the day, he elevated the system to version 6.0. Having exhausted his shooting points and completed potential upgrades, Su Feng contemplated the points required for the next version. Thank goodness for meeting Kobe, otherwise, he thought. Since an immediate system upgrade was not feasible, he resolved to continue accumulating shooting points while swiftly converting potential into tangible skills. If necessary, he could allocate a few points to test his appearance on the roulette. Of course, acquiring specialized skills remained essential, for if he were to play a game now, aside from defense and shooting, he would be at a loss. After thorough contemplation, the following day, Su Feng prepared 8 varieties of sandwiches and appeared at the usual training ground with Kobe promptly at 4 in the morning. During his previous visit to Kobe's home, Su Feng had noticed that Kobe's mother was quite the cook. While he acknowledged that one could not compare traditional Chinese culinary skills with others, he took pride in his own cooking prowess, developed from years of preparing meals for himself. "How did you make these sandwiches?" Kobe inquired, clearly impressed by the speed at which he devoured them. "Even if I told you the recipe, you wouldn't be able to replicate it," Su Feng replied with candor. Kobe nodded in agreement, not contesting his friend's statement. In Kobe's view, human life is finite, and such a limited existence should be devoted to the noble pursuit of basketball. Alas, Su Feng was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Kobe's mind. Otherwise, he would have chuckled knowingly. "Wait until you encounter Vanessa in the future before you speak those words." Men. Previously, to ensure that Kobe maintained his competitive edge during their one-on-one matches, Su Feng had discreetly infused nutritional supplements into his sandwiches. This concoction, drawn from the roulette of recovery, not only quelled hunger, but also provided a slight boost to physical stamina. After all, it bore no adverse effects. At worst, it merely invigorated Kobe's kidneys. This is what one might call scientific nurturing of a star athlete. Thus, Kobe likely remained unaware that over the past 2 months, not only had Su Feng made strides in his performance, but Kobe himself had also improved significantly. "Kobe, could you impart some techniques for post-play and the proper form for a jump shot?" Su Feng inquired after Kobe had polished off 8 sandwiches of various flavors. Upon hearing Su Feng's request for guidance, Kobe seamlessly transitioned into the role of a seasoned mentor, responding with a smile, "Absolutely, as long as you wish to learn. I can teach you anything." In truth, the techniques for post-play and jump shots are not overly complex, akin to a crossover, a mere facet of basketball skills. Many enthusiasts can execute various crossovers. However, the distinction between professional and amateur is pronounced. In Su Feng's past life within the NBA, there were scarcely a handful of perimeter players capable of effectively utilizing post moves. This includes jump shots. Why is it that superstars are so readily distinguishable from ordinary players? Because in the fiercely competitive atmosphere of the NBA, it is, frankly, not a simple task to take a shot, especially during the brutal and bloody 1990s. If one lacks an understanding of the nuances, they might find themselves unable to even receive the ball due to oppressive defense. This phenomenon explains why many players deemed surplus in the NBA dominate in the CBA. They have consistently competed under extreme pressure. Techniques that could not be showcased in the NBA become effortlessly executed in the CBA. This is what many fans mockingly refer to as dimensionality reduction in performance. While watching the finals, Su Feng had already devised a plan. As long as the hand check rule persists, he would strive to avoid inefficient scoring methods. Aiming to emulate the late career finesse of Michael Jordan, mastering the turnaround, perfecting the fadeaway, and honing his jump shot, quietly aspiring to become a great perimeter player. Thus, with an initial blueprint in mind, Su Feng sought the quickest route to learn these skills by approaching Kobe for instruction. After all, at this moment in the realm of American high school basketball, Kobe was undoubtedly a top-tier player. You see, when executing post moves, the opponent will place their hands on your waist. Some even resort to using their legs to hinder your movement, making it nearly impossible to pivot or even dribble. On the court, as teacher Kobe commenced his lesson, student Su diligently began to take notes. When we pivot, we must be swift and decisive. It requires a burst of explosive power to break free from the defender's grip. However, this could lead to overexertion during the jump shot phase. Therefore, practice must be divided, ensuring a rapid pivot while guaranteeing that one's shot remains unaffected by explosive force. To master post play, one must cultivate core and leg strength. One must admit, Kobe is indeed quite suited to be a physical education instructor. It seems my training must intensify, Su Feng murmured to himself after a day of earnest study. Chapter 9. Having matured into a skilled player under Kobe's tutelage, Su Feng swiftly added two remarkable techniques to his repertoire. To echo the sentiments of many Kobe enthusiasts from his past life, Su Feng had indeed become a seasoned craftsman. However, in his view, the most suitable playing style for him remained that of Klay Thompson, affectionately dubbed the Buddha by fans in later years. Klay's off-ball movement thrived within the prevailing HC, hand check, regulations, proving not only practical but also efficient. Although he had yet to participate in the American High School Basketball League, Su Feng, having engaged in daily scrimmages with Kobe, believed himself to be an expert in defense within the realm of American high school basketball. Indeed, the wisdom of the old adage rang true. Every young warrior must endure trials and tribulations as part of their growth. One day, contemplating his attributes and the accumulated 140,000 training points over the past few days, Su Feng fell into deep reflection. Host: Su Feng. Nationality: China. Age: 16. Height: 189 centimeters. Weight: 74.5 kilograms. Current ability values: NBA second-round draft level close-range shooting, 38-64, mid-range shooting, 70-79, three-point shooting, 70-80, passing, 10-45, vision, 15-50, ball handling, 38-50, lateral movement, 70-88, one-on-one defense, 71-91, stealing, 41-81, jumping, 40-71, strength, 33-45, defensive rebounding, 18-30. After over 2 months of exploration, Su Feng had thoroughly understood the system's mechanics. First, upon the system's upgrade to version 6.0, Su Feng's potential value conversion was completed, reflecting the current potential values as displayed. Secondly, aside from utilizing training points to upgrade potential values, certain attributes like strength necessitated Su Feng to possess a specific weight for corresponding increases post-upgrade. His strength attribute had stagnated until his weight increased by 3.5 kilograms, prompting a subsequent rise in potential. Additionally, once the displayed potential values reached their maximum, Su Feng could gain extra enhancements through special events, particularly for his rather lackluster defensive attributes. Would it not be splendid if these attributes were instead applied to offense? Su Feng sighed. Due to his daily one-on-one sessions with Kobe, the system frequently announced, "Congratulations, host, extra potential gained in one-on-one defense." Indeed, the Klay Thompson route was fitting for him. As a data-savvy enthusiast and veteran 2K player, Su Feng understood that to realize his aspirations of entering the NBA, becoming a basketball star, and marrying a wealthy heiress, he must seize every available resource at his disposal. Upon reflection, the system's design was quite logical. Even without encountering Kobe, consistent and diligent training could potentially yield his current abilities by his sophomore or junior year. Ahem. The next system upgrade required 15 million training points. It appeared daunting, yet with Kobe as an invaluable asset, he believed he could elevate the system to version 7.0 before high school graduation. Admittedly, the sensation of exploiting bugs for upgrades felt rather ephemeral. Returning to the matter at hand, gazing at his remaining 140,000 training points, Su Feng resolved to wait until school commenced to make a significant investment. After all, in version 6.0, his equipped special skills and badges remained empty. Su Feng was determined that with a refreshed mindset, perhaps a respectful homage to a certain esteemed figure, he could succeed in his endeavors. As time flew by, August 23rd arrived. It was Kobe's 16th birthday, and Su Feng had prepared a gift, a poster of Anthony Hardaway. Unsurprisingly, Kobe was thrilled with the present, as Hardaway was his idol at that moment. When the opportunity arises, I must have Anthony sign this poster, Kobe exclaimed excitedly. Su Feng thought to himself, "Oh dear, what if history repeats itself?" After celebrating Kobe's birthday, Su Feng found himself not only immersed in the joyous sounds of basketball, but also tasked with making international calls to check in with his parents each night. He had initially been apprehensive about how to interact with his parents in this life, as the thought of addressing strangers as mom and dad felt daunting. However, Su Feng had gleaned from his memories that his parents were affluent individuals who had sent him to America out of necessity. It was undeniable that being able to attend high school in the 1990s in America reflected an enviable family background. Yet, Su Feng was perplexed by his own ignorance regarding the nature of his parents' business, having only gathered vague notions about selling shoes and sports products. Alas, It seemed he was bound by fate. If given the chance, he vowed to help them earn a fortune in the future. Since crossing over, Su Feng had meticulously recorded every expenditure in America, adhering to his moral compass, to provide for one's parents. Thanks to his character, he found conversing with his parents during their international calls relatively easy, and their advice was simple: just live well. The empathy of parents was palpable. In a moment of nostalgia, Su Feng recalled his own parents from his previous life, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. By the way, Su, you mentioned studying at Nephalia, correct? Fortunately, upon seeing Kobe, Su Feng's spirits lifted, as he realized this was a tangible opportunity for improvement. A living embodiment of inspiration. What's wrong? He asked while passing Kobe a sandwich. Nothing. Just curious, Kobe replied, though the amused smirk at the corner of his mouth hinted at deeper thoughts. Su Feng, momentarily confused, could not grasp why Kobe had posed such a question. Let us give our best. Cheers to senior year. Kobe quickly diverted the topic, leaving Su Feng even more puzzled. As he wondered what was so commendable about senior year in America, especially with another year, Senior 4, looming ahead. On September 5th, after nearly 3 months of vacation, Su Feng's senior year journey commenced. As for Su Feng, he soon understood why Kobe had inquired once more about his school a few days prior. With the conclusion of the holiday, the grand curtain of the American High School Basketball League, known as the NSAA, was about to rise. Unlike the NCAA, the NSAA operates on a state-by-state basis, with the leagues in Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky being particularly fierce. Su Feng's school, Nephalia High, is located in Pennsylvania, and each year, prior to the commencement of the Pennsylvania season, high schools within the same city organize friendly matches. The nature of these friendly matches resembles that of NBA preseason games, serving as a reminder for everyone to prepare for the challenging new season ahead. Coincidentally, Nephalia High's opponent in this year's friendly match is none other than Kobe's school, Laurel Marion High. Having forged a friendship with Su Feng, Kobe placed significant importance on this friendly match. After spending over 3 months together, Kobe believed that Su Feng was more than capable of securing a starting position on the Nephalia High team. After all, Nephalia had suffered a staggering 58-point defeat at the hands of Laurel Marion in last year's state-level competition. Thus, Kobe regarded this friendly match as their first true contest in an official setting. Despite the fact that Su Feng had yet to emerge victorious in their one-on-one encounters, there had been recent instances where, had Kobe not exercised caution, Su Feng might have seized the opportunity to shine. It is worth noting that since August, Kobe had rescinded the rule prohibiting him from blocking Su Feng's shots during their duels. Nevertheless, no matter how close they had become, Kobe would never forget the sharp remarks Su Feng had made in the past. Don't ask why. It's simply a trait of Virgos to hold grudges. Yet, it seemed that this friendly match had little to do with Su Feng, who found himself in a state of amused disbelief. However, upon reflection, he realized there was indeed a connection, as he was a member of the Nephalia High basketball team. Though the Nephalia High basketball team was not particularly strong, it was established to encourage student participation in clubs and sports activities, comprising a first team, second team, third team, and a reserve team. Su Feng happened to be a member of this reserve squad. It was evident that Su Feng was an enthusiast of basketball, yet his skills were merely average. Thus, when he confidently believed he could make a mark in America, break into the NBA, become a basketball star, and marry a wealthy beauty, the heavens dealt him a thunderous blow. From his memories, Su Feng recalled that although the reserve team could be considered part of the basketball team, the treatment and opportunities afforded to them were worlds apart from those of the first team. Besides enjoying free access to the school's basketball facilities, the members of the reserve team were not much different from cheerleaders, primarily responsible for handing towels to the first team players, providing water cups, and cheering loudly. In short, they would never have the opportunity to step onto the court during a match. Well, I might as well go and take a look. After all, aside from Kobe, I must confess I know nothing about American high school basketball. Su Feng sensed that Kobe's efforts might ultimately be in vain, as by the time Nephalia faced Laurel Marion in their friendly match, he would merely be a cheerleader. Chapter 10. The depths of campus entry due to the heroic incident from last semester. Su Feng has now become a well-known figure at Nephalia High School. During breaks, numerous classmates eagerly approach him for a chat, and some more adventurous female students even hint at a desire to engage in an indescribable relationship with him. However, Su Feng chooses to decline the advances of these girls who harbor ulterior motives. After all, as Kobe once said, a person's life is finite, and one should invest their limited time in the grand pursuit of basketball. Su Feng swears to himself, with a clear conscience, that he is not rejecting these girls because he finds them unattractive. Absolutely not. Returning to the main point, after concluding his classes on the first day of school, Su Feng resolved to visit the basketball gym. If he truly aspired to play in the NBA, he must first find a way to participate in the high school league. Playing. In the gymnasium of Nephalia High School, a group of spirited youths was engaged in an intense shooting practice under the guidance of assistant coach Anthony. Meanwhile, head coach Tony Jones looked on with a furrowed brow, disheartened by the performance of his players. These rascals surely slacked off during summer break. Their shooting is abysmal. Even my grandmother could shoot better, he lamented. At that moment, as Coach Jones pondered his team's lackluster efforts, Su Feng entered the gym. As the sole Chinese exchange student at Nephalia High School, Su Feng's entrance warranted a fitting background score, for he instantly captured the attention of everyone present. "Is that Su?" exclaimed Downs, the captain and point guard of the basketball team, with surprise. "The superhero?" questioned Center Campa with skepticism. "Oh, I remember now. He's from the reserve team," said Myers, the shooting guard, suddenly enlightened. "Reserve team? And he's here? What's he doing?" asked Thomas, the small forward, with curiosity. Suddenly the center of attention. Su Feng appeared unfazed, maintaining his usual calm demeanor as he approached Coach Tony Jones to greet him. Prior to his arrival at the gym, Su Feng had thoroughly reviewed his memories. In fact, even without this review, he understood that in American high school and college basketball, experience and hierarchy are paramount. This explains why many superstars resumes boast of being the team's core player as freshmen and taking on starting roles as sophomores. In the esteemed basketball schools of America, a player who makes a name for themselves in their freshman year is viewed as a prodigy. It is well known that adolescents aged 15 to 20 develop rapidly, and even a year or two in age can result in vastly different physical attributes and competitive abilities. Thus, players who excel during their freshman or sophomore years are often seen as extraordinary talents. These prodigies are often the center of attention at their respective schools and enjoy certain privileges, such as not being bullied by older teammates. It is essential to note that in high school, college, and even in the future NBA, hazing rookies is an unspoken rule in American basketball. In Su Feng's previous life, the Little Emperor LeBron James faced similar treatment during his rookie season, where his teammate Ricky Davis viewed him as a subordinate to mentor. Consequently, Davis made James carry his shoes, only to face repercussions later on. Similarly, Yao Ming faced challenges during his rookie season in the NBA. Although he was fortunate to have met Francis, a loyal ally who assured him of protection in the locker room. At Nephalia High School, a similar culture exists. Players from the reserve and junior teams are considered subordinates to the first team. Therefore, many from the second and third teams lack motivation to train vigorously, as they realize they will not see game time. The mindset among these players is often one of avoidance, as not everyone enjoys being bullied. This is precisely why Su Feng attracted everyone's attention upon entering. "Hello, coach. What should I do today?" Su Feng asked respectfully, looking at Coach Tony Jones. Coach Jones was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, a reserve player couldn't possibly train with the first team, considering that reserve players typically serve as ball retrievers during first-team practice. However, given Su Feng's current popularity and influence, having even garnered the attention of school officials, Coach Jones gazed affectionately at his assistant coach, Anthony. Anthony, realizing the predicament, swiftly alleviated the awkwardness of the situation. "Su, go change into your jersey and practice with the first team." Indeed, an assistant coach devoid of emotional intelligence is not an exemplary one. Anthony believed that Su Feng was merely curious, and after training with the first team, he would recognize the disparity in skill and withdraw accordingly. After all, as a hero of valor, Su Feng deserved this opportunity. Soon, Su Feng donned the Nephalia High School basketball uniform. However, due to his status as a reserve player, his jersey bore no number. To Su Feng's astonishment, he never anticipated that he would so effortlessly secure an opportunity to train with the first team. In his mind, he had envisioned a scenario where he would face hostility, only to triumphantly retaliate. As reality often diverges from fiction, both Coach Jones and Anthony were astute enough to recognize that Su Feng's heroic act was still fresh in the minds of the public. While American culture does not typically glorify heroism, Su Feng's exemplary act of bravery had even made the local newspaper in Philadelphia. The last thing Coach Jones and Anthony wanted was for rumors to circulate about a basketball team bullying a Chinese exchange student, especially one hailed as a local hero. Those who have reached such positions are not without wisdom. Moreover, even if some players harbored biases against Su Feng, no one was willing to take on the role of the villain. Perhaps Su Feng could never have imagined that his unintentional act of heroism during school would, in turn, create two fortuitous opportunities for him. One was that Kobe admired his character, finding him courageous, composed, and articulate, a person worth befriending. The other was this very moment, presenting Su Feng with a chance to alter the course of his destiny. What should I do? Though Su Feng's basketball skills had improved through daily practice with Kobe, he remained, undeniably, a novice in the realm of basketball. Regarding the inquiry about Su Feng, Anthony exhibited remarkable patience. He was well aware that, under normal circumstances, players from the reserve team seldom had the opportunity to train alongside the first team. What followed was a rigorous 1-minute shooting drill. "Do you see those mark spots?" he asked. "Within 1 minute, you are to continuously alternate your shooting positions. I shall time you and record your shooting accuracy. Hey, Myers, pass the ball to Su." After explaining the drill to Su Feng, Anthony shifted his gaze to a tall young African-American who stood nearly as tall as Su Feng. Myers shrugged and casually tossed the ball to Su Feng. The pass was lackluster, and Su Feng realized that the first-team players hardly regarded him as a teammate. In their eyes, he was merely a utility player. Taking a deep breath, Su Feng surveyed the shooting spots. It was time to assess the results of his specialized training. He opted to start from the left corner for a three-point shot. The court featured 10 shooting spots, 5 for three-pointers and 5 for mid-range shots. After signaling to Anthony that he was ready, Su Feng commenced his performance. Swish. The first shot from the left corner three-point line was a success. Clank. The second shot from the left 45-degree angle missed its mark. Su Feng frowned while the first-team players gathered in a circle, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to mock him after what they presumed would be his humiliation. "Hero, this mockery cannot be deemed bullying. You are practically offering it to us." Myers remarked disdainfully. "Your shooting form looks decent, but alas, your true capabilities were revealed on that second shot. This 1-minute shooting drill is quite challenging." "Who held the record previously?" Kempa inquired. "That would be Captain Towns. He made 11 shots in a minute." Thomas chimed in, eager to flatter. "It's just 11 shots. Nothing extraordinary," Towns replied, puffing his chest out, basking in the praise. Meanwhile, Su Feng hesitated for 2 seconds, furrowing his brow before sprinting to the three-point arc. Perhaps he feared the ridicule from his teammates and contemplated giving up, Anthony mused. "You should rein in the players a bit. After all, Su." Just as head coach Tony Jones worried that Su Feng might falter under the weight of his teammates' teasing. On the court, Su Feng suddenly retreated 2 steps. Yes, this was it. He sprang, achieved hang time, and flicked his wrist. Swish. The players from the Nephalia High School basketball team were taken aback. "What is he doing?" "My God!" exclaimed Thomas. "Did he just step back 2 paces?" Kempa added, astonished. "Was that shot even 7 meters from the hoop?" Myers gasped. Before his teammates could fully process their astonishment, Su Feng, at the next right 45-degree angle shooting spot, similarly retreated 2 steps before releasing the ball. Swish. Another success. The sequence continued. Swish, 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 clank, swish, swish. As the saying goes, achieving success once might be attributed to luck, twice to skill. But what does it signify when success is unceasing? That is, undeniable prowess. Su Feng's 1-minute shooting drill left the first-team players in a state of shock. Meanwhile, assistant coach Anthony hurriedly presented a pill to head coach Tony Jones. "Quick, tell me, I can't be dreaming, right?" Tony gasped. "I swear to God, coach. We are not dreaming," Anthony replied earnestly. "This is a shooter. Oh my God, the shooter we desperately need," Tony exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Indeed, coach," Anthony concurred. "But why is he shooting from such a distance?" Tony questioned. Anthony discreetly rolled his eyes, the expression unmistakable. "You ask me, and I ask whom? Good heavens. What have we been doing? We have thrown gold into the trash." Tony's excitement escalated, his expression nearly euphoric. Before long, Su Feng's 1-minute shooting drill came to an end. In that minute, he had taken 26 shots and made 20. Not too shabby. In his previous life, Su Feng had watched shooting drills by Ray Allen and Curry, and he knew he still had a way to go compared to those legends, who often made hundreds in a row. Thus, regarding his performance, Su Feng felt he could only award himself a score of 80. docking points to prevent arrogance. As Su Feng completed his shooting drill and prepared to consult assistant coach Anthony about what to do next, he noticed that everyone else in the gym, except for him, had been rendered speechless. "Hey, don't leave me hanging like this. Hurry, someone who dislikes me, come over and insult me. Then challenge me to a one-on-one so I can wipe the floor with you." Clearly, Su Feng had read too many novels. In reality, there were no such plot twists. The truth was simply a myriad of schemes, counter-schemes, and counter-schemes. Chapter 11. The treasure boy Kobe. Su Feng's 1-minute shooting drill astounded the entire audience. However, mere shooting could not reveal the whole picture. Next we shall focus on lateral movement training. Following the conclusion of the shooting drill, assistant coach Anthony's gaze towards Su Feng had shifted dramatically. "All right, lateral movement? You might find it hard to believe, but this is Su Feng's forte." Su repeatedly demonstrated lateral jumps. "Incredible, absolutely incredible. I was initially concerned that he could only shoot. Now, I am entirely at ease." Observing Su Feng's outstanding performance on the court, head coach Tony Jones felt as though he had discovered a new continent. Such an exceptional player, it seems unlikely. Assistant coach Anthony, however, remained puzzled. Although Nephalia was not a powerhouse in basketball, he believed he could not have overlooked such remarkable talent. As the training progressed, Anthony's confusion only deepened. In every aspect of training, apart from ball handling, rebounding, and defensive challenges where he was somewhat lacking, Su Feng's performance could only be described as flawless. Anthony could even assert that, even within the realm of American high school basketball, Su Feng was a rare gem of a shooter. Unlike the NBA, American college and high school basketball exhibited a greater openness to tactical experimentation, serving as a testing ground for the NBA while nurturing talent. During the 1990s, many American colleges began to emphasize three-point shooting, with several teams averaging over 30 attempts per game. Consequently, during this era, outstanding shooters were highly sought after in high school and college basketball. This openness in American college and high school basketball stemmed not only from a desire to experiment with tactics for the NBA, but also from the characteristics of young players. It is essential to note that talents like Kobe, who leaped directly from high school to the NBA, were akin to mythical creatures in the high school basketball landscape. Teams lacking such prodigies naturally had to hone their strategies and tactics. "Impossible. I cannot allow myself to overlook such an excellent shooter." Players like him would be in high demand, even among prestigious NCAA programs. Anthony began to question his own perceptions. Meanwhile, Tony Jones was not preoccupied with such elaborate thoughts. To him, there was no need for such considerations. His focus was on how to effectively position and utilize Su Feng. After the first training session concluded, Su Feng was swiftly surrounded by members of the team. Initially, these young players, who had harbored doubts about Su Feng being a hero sent to save the world, unanimously concluded that he was indeed a superhero after witnessing his performance. "Can you show us your true form?" Captain Towns approached Su Feng, eyes filled with anticipation. Su Feng replied, "Transform into a banana stick hammer? Should I shout ball of energy too?" "Don't worry, Su. We won't tell anyone. You came to play basketball to conceal your true identity, right?" Towns gazed expectantly at Su Feng. Heaven above, how does one communicate with a group of delusional individuals? Just as Su Feng found himself in a dilemma, assistant coach Anthony came to his rescue. "Su, could you come here for a moment?" Anthony said kindly. Su Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Otherwise, he had no idea how to handle these fanciful teammates. "Su, could you tell me what you did over the summer?" Anthony inquired curiously. He believed Su Feng must have experienced something extraordinary during the summer, or else his basketball skills could not have improved so dramatically. "I practiced diligently over the summer," Su Feng calmly replied. "Could you share your training methods with me?" Anthony continued to probe. Su Feng, not one to keep secrets, readily divulged his training regimen, as this information was readily available online. However, he refrained from mentioning his experiences with Kobe. After all, this wasn't an interrogation. He had no obligation to elaborate excessively. No wonder. It all makes sense now. Anthony mused after absorbing Su Feng's training methods. In basketball, it is not uncommon for a player's skills to skyrocket suddenly. For instance, the current top center in the league, Hakeem Olajuwon, began receiving formal basketball training only in college. Now, everything fell into place. Su Feng was likely placed on the junior team due to his unremarkable height and the lack of visible talent at the time. However, with his physical development and rigorous training over the summer, his shooting prowess began to reveal itself gradually. Su Feng never anticipated that the very concern he had about making the high school league would resolve so effortlessly. After this training session, head coach Tony Jones announced that Su Feng would join the first team and participate in a friendly match against Raoul Marion High School. The team would officially register Su Feng for the upcoming season. To temporarily resolve the issue of Su Feng's jersey number, the original substitute shooting guard, Myers, had to exchange jerseys with him. Watching the disgruntled expression on Myers' face, Su Feng couldn't help but think of that unfortunate character from Slam Dunk whose jersey was snatched away by Sakuragi. Indeed, art imitates life. After addressing the team issue, Su Feng hurriedly headed to the court where he often practiced with Kobe. Alas, the intensity of high school basketball training simply cannot satisfy me. Realizing his own growing demands, Su Feng discovered during team practice that high school basketball training lacked the rigor and effectiveness of his individual sessions with Kobe. Yet, he understood that to enter the NBA, he needed to first establish a reputation in the high school league, making an impression on college and NBA scouts. It is essential to recognize that the challenges of making it to the NBA in the 1990s far exceeded those faced by future players. Take Jeremy Lin as an example. Despite being a standout during physical tests and training, American basketball experts often dismissed Asian guards. This was not merely racial discrimination. It was a bias against players from basketball powerhouses. It would be akin to hearing that an African table tennis champion intended to compete in China's table tennis league. Therefore, Su Feng realized he needed to not only make a name for himself in high school basketball, but to achieve considerable acclaim. Moreover, Su Feng, well-versed in this phase of NBA history, recognized that his identity as a Chinese player and an Asian guard could serve as both a disadvantage and an advantage. Stern must be preparing to approach major Chinese television networks with a tape right about now. Su Feng chuckled. What TV? You arrived late. Just as Su Feng contemplated his future, Kobe suddenly appeared before him, visibly frustrated. The expression and demeanor reminiscent of Su Feng's previous life when he was 2 hours late for a date with his ex-girlfriend. Today, the school team has an additional practice. After handing Kobe a bottle of sports drink, Su Feng explained, additional practice? Then you must know who your opponents are for the friendly match, right? While sipping the sports drink meticulously concocted by Su Feng, Kobe inquired. How strange. How did Su know I like this flavor? Of course, it's none other than the illustrious Raoul Marion High School. Su Feng shook his head. Having become familiar with Kobe's personality, he realized Kobe was fishing for compliments. Look at that smug expression on Kobe's face. And also, the #1 high school player in America, Kobe, Su Feng added. Hey. Today during practice, I discovered that the fadeaway can be executed this way. The overly flattered Kobe took Su Feng's hand, leading him to the basket, imparting his wisdom through demonstration. To be fair, Kobe truly deserved the title of basketball genius. As you might find it hard to believe, but just listening to his explanations had propelled Su Feng to a qualitative leap in understanding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the hidden skill, Kobe's fadeaway. Su Feng. This is outrageous. Is this the legendary epiphany? It turned out that events in reality could not only influence one's potential, but also yield such benefits. Su Feng realized that despite thinking he had grasped the intricacies of this system, he was utterly oblivious to its true nature. In truth, Su Feng was completely unaware that within the system's design, such hidden skills required not only favorable sentiments from the other party, but also a certain level of teaching and the ability to comprehend various factors. In simpler terms, the system was eager to hammer home the lesson to Su Feng, the hopelessly inept player. Su Feng was overjoyed. He truly wished to embrace Kobe and plant a kiss on his cheek. At that moment, Kobe appeared to Su Feng as an inexhaustible treasure trove. Kobe, I suddenly realize. You are indeed the basketball deity in my eyes. Su Feng immediately resolved to amplify his praise for Kobe. However, his abrupt flattery nearly caused Kobe to pull a muscle. Naturally, Kobe was not easily swayed by such excessive flattery. Su, are you afraid I might outshine you in the friendly match? Su Feng. Indeed, even the most devoted Kobe fans struggle to comprehend his thought process. Fortunately, Su Feng was clever enough to clarify. What I mean is, your understanding of basketball is exceptionally high. Unlike me, who merely learns, you are capable of creating such marvelous techniques. Kobe nodded, clearly accepting Su Feng's explanation. Su, rest assured, during the friendly match, I want to intentionally match up against you. Because I want to prove to our team's coach that I haven't deceived him. Chinese players can perform just as well as American players, provided they work hard. Su, do not let me down. Kobe Bryant gazed earnestly at Su Feng. Observing the serious Kobe, Su Feng felt this friendly match seemed to be more complex than he had anticipated. As Su Feng detected a hint in Kobe's tone, suggesting he might have introduced him to his coach, he felt a headache coming on. Perhaps the answers would only unfold during the friendly match. Chapter 12. Only he can compete with me. Hidden skill. Kobe's turnaround jumper. After concluding his additional practice with Kobe, Su Feng excitedly accessed the system interface upon returning to his apartment. Hidden skill. Unlike regular skills, hidden skills require the host to trigger them through specific events and can be upgraded through daily training and competitions. Kobe's turnaround jumper, Golden Epic, current level, High School Elite. Current equipment effects. Host's wrist stability during the turnaround jumper is 10. Host's hang time during the jumper is increased by 10. Host's fan acquisition rate after scoring is 20. Golden Epic. Golden Epic? Although the last bonus of this skill seems to be a jab at Kobe. After reading the system's introduction of this hidden skill, even the usually composed Su Feng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. If it were merely an ordinary offensive skill, it certainly wouldn't elicit such excitement from someone like Su Feng, who had seen grand stages. However, it is evident that Kobe's turnaround jumper, even among hidden skills, belongs to the exceptional category. After all, it is the ultimate move of a legendary Iron God. It is indeed the signature skill of an extraordinary scorer, naturally differing from the ostentatious tricks commonly seen. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that this hidden skill can be upgraded. Simply put, whether this hidden skill evolves into an A or an SSR in the future will be determined by Su Feng himself. The stronger he becomes, the more formidable this skill will be. In fact, even before the system upgraded to version 6.0, Su Feng had developed a keen interest in the sections for skills and badges on the system interface. Unlike the shooting action that has only one equipment slot, skills and badges have 5 equipment slots each. This means Su Feng can currently equip up to 5 skills. Kobe's turnaround jumper falls under the broader category of offensive skills within the system's classification. Skills of the same category can only equip up to 3 at most in their introduction. Previously, when practicing the turnaround jumper, his explosive force had resulted in insufficient wrist stability, which was precisely his weakness. Yet, what kind of enhancement can this 10 truly provide me? Furthermore, the hang time enhancement is clearly something that requires a certain foundation to manifest. After reviewing his gains, Su Feng quickly composed himself. In his view, this unexpectedly acquired hidden skill would not lead to an immediate transformation. Instead, this skill resembles a long-term, reliable investment. Thus, Su Feng silently equipped Kobe's turnaround jumper. He pondered whether there were other hidden skills and how one might acquire them. The following day, during team training, Su Feng deliberately tested the enhancements brought by Kobe's turnaround jumper. Headache. Why is my shooting percentage for the turnaround so high after equipping this skill? It seems that the reason I previously struggled with the jumper was due to my wrist instability upon release. However, why does upgrading this skill also require me to miss shots? As one of Su Feng's few offensive techniques, he discovered during training that the enhancements from this skill were far greater than he had anticipated. Well, the paradox that had long troubled Su Feng resurfaced. After equipping Kobe's turnaround jumper, Su Feng's shooting percentage improved. Yet, this meant that his opportunities to miss shots and gain experience for upgrading had diminished. However, if he were to remove this skill, it would no longer be upgradable. Clearly, the system had eliminated all conceivable malicious attempts at missing shots. Soon, Su Feng realized that his turnaround jumper had indeed become more accurate, but it was merely because, clang, clang, clang. Ha, Su. Is this what you call your perfected move? Watching Su Feng struggle under his defense, Kobe laughed heartily. Su Feng. Indeed, the qualitative change in my turnaround jumper was merely an illusion. It was entirely due to the low defensive intensity of my teammates from Team Nephalia. Su Feng, ORZ. Time flew by, and soon it was the 11th. This day marked the friendly match between Nephalia High School and Raoul Marion High School. The game took place at Raoul Marion. Though it was merely an ordinary friendly match, for Su Feng, it represented his first experience in American high school basketball. Upon arriving at Raoul Marion High School with his team, Su Feng was immediately enveloped by the fervent enthusiasm of American high school students for the sport of basketball. It was truly a spectacle. Throngs of people, resounding drums, fluttering flags, and firecrackers echoing. Ahem. From the school gates to the gymnasium, Su Feng could see students holding support items, preparing to cheer for the basketball team. The entire school seemed to be celebrating a festival. Welcome to Raoul Marion. Upon following the staff's guidance to the gymnasium, the first figure that caught Su Feng's eye was Greg Dona, the head coach of Raoul Marion's basketball team, who was waiting there. Just as Tony Jones, the head coach of Nephalia High School's basketball team, was about to greet Greg Dona, Greg smiled and stepped aside. Immediately, an exhilarating piece of music filled the air. On the court, the cheerleaders of Raoul Marion began to chant slogans while performing an exuberant dance. The entire gymnasium erupted in excitement. Only by being present could one truly feel the exhilarating rush of adrenaline building. Welcome to Raoul Marion. After the cheerleaders concluded their performance, Greg Dona finally approached Tony Jones for a handshake. At this moment, Su Feng overheard several Raoul Marion students who had come to support their school team making disparaging remarks. Is this the team that lost to us by 58 points last year? Go, Kobe, you're sure to score 100 points tonight. I really hope Nephalia can hold on a little longer today. Otherwise, I'll have to go on a date with my girlfriend. Go, Nephalia, I believe you will only lose by 60 points. Due to the close proximity of the audience seating to the court in Raoul Marion's gymnasium, Su Feng clearly heard these remarks. However, what puzzled him was not only his indifference to these jibes, but also the fact that the Nephalia students, who had supported the team for so long, should have some attachment to it. Could they truly endure such contempt? When did American high school students become so rational? Fortunately, the team's assistant coach, Anthony, revealed the truth to Su Feng. It turned out that all the players in the first team, except for him, had prepared earplugs in advance. Survival of the fittest is the law of nature, and it also applies to basketball. In competitive sports, if you cannot overpower your opponent, you deserve to be ridiculed. We have long grown accustomed to such disdain, Anthony said with a smile, patting Su Feng on the shoulder. Su Feng, why does it feel so? Filled with the aura of the weak? As Su Feng and his teammates headed to the locker room to change into their uniforms, he failed to notice a pair of eyes watching him intently. Is he the Chinese exchange student whom Kobe said is stronger than Donnell and Swartz? Greg Dona squinted and remarked, Mr. Greg, it seems unnecessary for you to dwell on Kobe's earlier remarks that may have come off as disrespectful, Drew Donovan, Greg's assistant, stated while holding a tactical board. Greg chuckled, patting Drew on the shoulder, and inquired with curiosity, what are your thoughts? Ever since Kobe recommended a Chinese player named Su, I promptly conducted an investigation at Nephalia High School. The records indicate that during his freshman and sophomore years, he was merely an ordinary member of the basketball junior varsity team. Thus, I find it hard to believe that he possesses superior skills compared to Donnell or Swartz. Nephalia is not a renowned basketball school. If such an exceptional player existed, I doubt they would have relegated him to the junior varsity. Moreover, during my research, I discovered that Su is quite well known at Nephalia for his act of bravery last semester, which even made it into the local Philadelphia newspaper. Drew explained earnestly to Greg while flipping through his notebook. After listening to Drew's explanation, Greg expressed with a sense of relief, Drew, you have matured. But based solely on this, I certainly do not intend to make a judgment based solely on this alone. However, Coach Greg, please consider this. If Su truly possesses the talent that Kobe claims, combined with his popularity at Nephalia, could he have remained hidden until now? It seems to me that he and Kobe share a good rapport. And it is precisely because they are friends that Kobe sought to support his friend prior to this exhibition match. Perhaps Nephalia included him in this game due to his commendable actions last semester, intending to reward him with an opportunity to compete alongside his friend, Drew analyzed. To be frank, it's a pity Drew isn't pursuing a career as a private investigator. However, Drew, you are well aware of Kobe's temperament. The mere thought of Kobe having once confronted him in support of this Chinese player left Greg with a headache. Had it been anyone else, Greg might have reacted in anger. Yet, there was no recourse. It was Kobe who had challenged him. After all, who could disregard Kobe Bryant? Thus, Greg chose to endure. Though he harbored curiosity about Su, and he did not fully trust everything Kobe had said. After all, a Chinese guard capable of holding his own against Kobe in one-on-one situations seemed, to Greg, akin to a Chinese individual hearing of Deng Yaping's match against some amateur American table tennis player. As someone with experience, Greg understood that Kobe was merely trying to assist his friend. Coach, Su is indeed exceptional. I hope the school grants him a full scholarship. I will persuade him to transfer because we need him to secure the state championship. Every time Greg recalled Kobe's stubborn gaze from that moment, he found it utterly absurd. Particularly after observing Su for a while today, Greg believed that this slender Chinese guard could not possibly be as formidable as Kobe had described. After changing into their uniforms, Su, donning jersey number 11, returned to the court with his teammates for pre-game warm-ups. Notably, during warm-ups, both Su and Kobe noticed one another, yet they refrained from greeting each other, as per their prior agreement. Friends off the court, rivals on it. Nevertheless, it was evident that Kobe's game drew considerable attention. Even in a friendly match, Su spotted several individuals in the audience dressed as scouts. How enviable. Once the warm-ups concluded, Nephalia's assistant coach, Anthony, submitted the starting lineup to the technical table. Campa, Wright, John, Thomas, Towns. No Su. The rationale behind Su's absence from the starting lineup was straightforward. Although his abilities were acknowledged, he had not fully integrated into the team. Coach Tony Jones preferred a gradual approach, intending to incrementally increase Su's playing time to help him acclimate to the intensity of high school basketball. Although Su believed this was unnecessary, he understood Tony's perspective. Thus, he accepted his role as the sixth man. However, Su never anticipated that upon witnessing Nephalia's starting five take the court, Kobe would explode. What is happening? Why isn't Su starting? An increasingly agitated Kobe stormed over to Nephalia's bench, questioning Coach Tony Jones. This left the entire Nephalia team in utter bewilderment. Thankfully, after a moment of impulsivity, Kobe regained some composure. After casting a glance at Su, he reluctantly returned to the court. Why? This is impossible. That John played against me last year, and he cannot be better than Su. Kobe, who was eager to dominate Su in the actual game, found his mood plummeting. Meanwhile, on the Raul Marion bench, the Donnas shared knowing expressions. Of course, neither Greg nor Drew called out Kobe's intention to assist his friend. For Greg believed that those who understand the importance of supporting their friends are destined for great achievements in the future. On the court, as Nephalia's starting five stepped onto the floor, Raul Marion's starting five followed amidst the cheers of the audience. David Lossman, Gay Stewart, Kobe, Donnell, Robbie Swartz. As a devoted admirer of Kobe, Su was well acquainted with Raul Marion's starting lineup. After all, in his past life, in an effort to praise Kobe, Su had researched extensively. He could recount Kobe's life story with remarkable detail. Although none of Kobe's high school teammates made it to the NBA, this did not imply their inferiority in a nation teeming with basketball talent. In reality, many overlook the struggles faced by the countless gifted individuals who paved the way for NBA players' successes. Such is the nature of competitive sports. It is ruthless, merciless, and indifferent. Returning to the matter at hand, despite feeling somewhat bewildered by Kobe's earlier antics, upon noticing Kobe's diminished spirits, Nephalia's small forward John, who would be matching up against him today, felt considerably relieved. After all, last year, John had been reduced to tears by Kobe's prowess. Initially, John had a rather attractive girlfriend, but after witnessing the previous year's match between Nephalia and Raul Marion, she swiftly became his ex. I can't stand you as a weakling. John had been heartbroken for quite some time. However, it must be noted that he was not alone in being reduced to tears by Kobe in Pennsylvania. Regrettably, at that moment, Su, seated on the sidelines, was oblivious to John's inner turmoil. Otherwise, Su would have surely advised him, "Young man, you're in trouble." For Su had an intimate understanding of Kobe's character. In preparation for this match, Kobe had secretly devoted considerable time and effort. In his previous life, whenever Kobe encountered an opponent he particularly favored, he would often exhibit an extraordinary performance. Su Feng was acutely aware that today, the unfortunate John would likely bear the brunt of it. "My friend, may you travel well." As the main referee tossed the ball to commence the game, Su Feng found it increasingly difficult to watch. Oh, poor John. Kobe leaped for the possession, allowing Raul Marion High School to launch the first attack. The rules of American high school basketball differ from those of the NCAA, as the competition is organized by state, leading to subtle variations in the regulations. For instance, in Pennsylvania during '94, the High School Basketball League implemented a four-quarter format, with each quarter lasting 8 minutes. This duration was designed to safeguard young athletes, who were still in their developmental stages. Moreover, akin to the NCAA, since the reform in '93, the American High School Basketball League now adheres to a 35-second shot clock. This regulation aims to provide young guards with ample time to organize their plays, thereby honing their observational skills on the court. In Su Feng's previous life, Some had naively assumed that American high school players could easily dominate the CBA. However, such individuals were completely oblivious to the realities of professional basketball and the nuances of American high school basketball. The disparities among players are immense. Take Kobe. For instance, he could play all 5 positions effortlessly in high school. Yet, Su Feng's captain, Towns, stood at only 176 centimeters and weighed a mere 68 kilograms. A prime example is Garnett, the founder and CEO of the Fight and Retreat movement, who was poised to enter the NBA draft next year. In high school, he primarily faced opponents around 190 centimeters, and American coaches seldom encouraged strength training during the developmental phase, resulting in similar physiques across the board. Thus, Su Feng regarded the notion that American high school basketball was superior to the CBA as sheer nonsense. Of course, the spectacle was undeniably more captivating than that of the CBA. After all, in America, there is no shortage of athletes who can soar like spring-loaded beings. Speaking of which, in this life, Su Feng had yet to experience the thrill of dunking. He was wholly engrossed in clanking iron shots. Returning to the court, R.A.L. Mirian's point guard Swartz held the ball. Though Swartz never made a name for himself in the future, he left a profound impression on Su Feng. Indeed, every devoted Kobe fan would remember him well. What? You don't recognize him? If you don't know him, how dare you call yourself a fan? Swartz is remembered as the first unfortunate soul in Kobe's illustrious career to fall victim to the death stare. In Su Feng's previous life, during a 3-on-3 training session with Kobe, Swartz failed to pass the ball to him during a crucial moment, opting instead to shoot himself, which resulted in a miss and a loss for Kobe's team. The aftermath? According to authoritative statistics from R.A.L. Mirian's assistant coach, Jeremy Treatman, Kobe glared at Swartz for a staggering 1 hour and 27 minutes. Such remarkable perseverance. From that day forward, Swartz transformed into an emotionless ball handler, a passing machine. At R.A.L. Mirian, his primary responsibility mirrored that of future Lakers guards: dribble past half court, pass to Kobe, and then step aside. Returning to the matter at hand, R.A.L. Mirian initiated their first offense. After crossing half court, Swartz passed the ball to Kobe, who had changed his jersey number to 33 in honor of his father. Su Feng found this gesture somewhat peculiar. On the court, Kobe dribbled with his right hand, deftly manipulating the basketball before swiftly bypassing the defender, John. Standing at merely 186 centimeters with an average wingspan, and fearing Kobe, John hesitated to extend his arms in defense. Su Feng believed John's ex-girlfriend was right to leave him, for he truly lacked fortitude. In Su Feng's eyes, even if one cannot defend successfully, one must still put forth every effort. This is the correct attitude toward competition. As Kobe penetrated the paint, he showcased his astounding talent, leaping high and powerfully slamming the ball through the hoop. At that moment, the nefarious center, Compar, found himself in a predicament reminiscent of Su Feng 3 months prior. Fortunately, due to the warming relationship with Kobe, he no longer treated Su Feng with such brutality. Seated on the sidelines, Su Feng was overwhelmed with emotion. Kobe's talent was indeed awe-inspiring. In Su Feng's previous life, there was a reason behind Coach Zhang Weiping's devotion to Kobe. Although Kobe had yet to fully develop technically and physically during this period, his playing style was undeniably charismatic, attracting a multitude of fans. With the score at 0-2, following tradition, the visiting team played first, with the home team following. Kobe's dunk ignited the entire arena, leaving John, who had been outmaneuvered by Kobe, utterly helpless. In the subsequent possession, John found himself unable to even secure the ball against Kobe's relentless pursuit. Kobe intercepted the ball and initiated a fast break. As he approached the basket, he soared into the air, executing a 180-degree turn before slamming the ball home once more. Terrifying. To be fair, in Pennsylvania's high school basketball scene, Kobe was indeed an invincible force. Regrettably, Su Feng had failed to procure incense before the game. Otherwise, he would have offered John a blessing. Kid, keep pushing, believe in yourself. Bang. Another steal by Kobe. Nefalia's guard, Towns, had just crossed half court when he noticed Kobe charging towards him. In a panic, Towns struggled to maintain control of the ball, leading to Kobe snatching it away for a solo fast break. With a powerful, axe-like dunk, he completed his 3rd consecutive slam. Hearing the rim quiver, Su Feng realized that Kobe was furious and the consequences would be dire. Could anyone bear to witness him lose the courage to play basketball for the rest of his life? Bring Su up. In my eyes, he is the only one who can challenge me. After dazzling the crowd with 3 consecutive dunks, Kobe approached Nephalia's bench, pointing at John while addressing the head coach. Tony Jones. Su Feng. Can he truly stand against Kobe? Tony Jones and Anthony found themselves momentarily bewildered. Chapter 13. Who is this divine being? Did you hear that? Kobe seems to be declaring war on someone from Nephalia. Listen indeed. How intriguing. On the Nephalia bench, Tony Jones and Anthony are still in shock. Meanwhile, Su Feng has slowly risen to his feet. The spectators in the stands nearby erupted in excitement upon witnessing this scene. I've heard of him. He is the Philadelphia hero. Does Kobe know him? It appears so, especially with that look in Kobe's eyes. On the court, seeing Su Feng stand, a subtle smile crept across Kobe's lips. As if to say, come on, I've awaited this day for far too long. Although Su Feng found something peculiar in Kobe's words, he thought, if you seek battle, then I shall engage. The camaraderie between men is often forged through competition, and the bond between Su Feng and Kobe is no exception. Coach, allow me to take the court, Su Feng calmly addressed head coach Tony Jones, who instinctively nodded in agreement. As Su Feng completed his registration at the technical table, Kobe committed a foul, slapping the unfortunate John's hand, seemingly to expedite Su Feng's entry onto the court. The entire basketball arena buzzed with renewed fervor. What was initially perceived as a one-sided slaughter now seemed to harbor a narrative worth following. Indeed, whether it be the Rabbit family or the Eagle Sauce family, neither would shy away from a bit of gossip. Go Nephalia. Although I may not know your name, Philadelphia hero, go, go, go. Truly. Only a fool would accompany his girlfriend. What could be more exhilarating than basketball? Amidst the clamor of the fans, Su Feng took a deep breath and replaced John. The poor soul who had valiantly withstood the relentless onslaught of the 9 heavens divine iron wind thunder calamity. One wonders if he will ever view basketball the same way again. Su Feng has entered the game. On the Raoul Marion High School bench, the Dona family gazed at Su Feng's figure, lost in contemplation. In the stands, several scouts exchanged hurried whispers, familiar with Kobe but intrigued by Su Feng, pondering. Who exactly is this individual? As Su Feng stepped onto the court, the game resumed with Nephalia in possession. Yet, his teammates appeared still dazed. Towns nearly committed another turnover while dribbling, but at a crucial moment, Su Feng clapped his hands, prompting Towns to hurriedly pass the ball to him. Just as Kobe had instructed himself prior to the game, he did not intentionally seek out his matchup. At that moment, tasked with defending Su Feng was Raoul Marion High School's shooting guard, Donnell. Do not be surprised. Kobe is indeed a stubborn and enigmatic figure. Since the Dona family refused to believe him, Kobe wished to demonstrate that he was not deceiving them. To Kobe, Su Feng was undeniably superior to Donnell, Swartz, and others. Thus, while Kobe longed for a duel with Su Feng, yearning for a one-on-one confrontation, he believed Su Feng must first surpass Donnell and Swartz to prove his worth. Perhaps this is the essence of obsession. Donnell stood at 188 centimeters, comparable to Su Feng, yet his arms were evidently thicker. Although he had yet to decipher Su Feng's style, once Su Feng received the ball, Donnell instinctively lowered his center of gravity, spread his arms, and took a step back. He was of a lean build, presumably a speed type. His strategy was simple: defend against his drive, he thought. Yet, just as Donnell pondered Su Feng's potential path to the basket, suddenly, he leaped, suspended in the air, wrist flicking. Su Feng's jump was not exaggerated, but it carried a rhythm that was elusive and captivating. His hang time was brief, yet, combined with the soft flick of his wrist, the entire scene radiated beauty. Donnell was completely unprepared. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a rainbow arc thud, clang, swish. Although the ball mischievously circled the rim twice, it ultimately graciously descended into the net. 2-6. Su Feng secured Nephalia's first 2 points of the evening, marking his inaugural official game basket. As Su Feng executed his signature jumper, Kobe's thoughts drifted back 3 months. Not bad. After a chuckle, Kobe approached Su Feng, saying, "Your shooting form is more refined than before, and your release is quicker," but, before Kobe could finish, Su Feng interjected, "But I still cannot compare to the great Kobe Bryant, the #1 high school player in America, right?" Kobe remained silent, merely raising an eyebrow in pride. "However, you must understand my nature," Su Feng suddenly asserted. "Of course," Kobe replied, adopting a serious demeanor, unlike when he faced John. Clap, clap, clap. After Su Feng emphatically struck the floor 3 times to alert his teammates to focus on defense, The entire arena was captivated by the confrontation between Su Feng and Kobe. Despite Kobe's lack of deliberate pursuit of his matchup, the fear etched on his teammates' faces indicated to Su Feng that the responsibility of defending Kobe rested squarely upon him. Intriguing. In the stands, Duke University's scout Wesley narrowed his eyes, meticulously observing Su Feng's defensive positioning and focus. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, while the professionals discern the subtleties. While the fans of Raoul Marion High School may have been merely raucous, the scouts and coaching staff felt a profound sense of astonishment at Su Feng. In Pennsylvania, few dared to face Kobe on equal footing, yet here stood Su Feng, exuding an aura reminiscent of a professional player. Boom, boom, boom. On the court, after Schwartz, the utility guard, crossed half-court, Kobe unleashed his offensive prowess the moment he received the pass. Kobe's head and body swayed with a distinct rhythm as he executed a crossover dribble between his legs, swiftly initiating a feint to break right. This was the Kobe crossover. Su Feng remained unfazed, instinctively predicting Kobe's feint due to their extensive experience in physical confrontations. However, Kobe anticipated Su Feng's foresight as well. Yet, in the world of competition, the stakes rise. Just as Kobe was about to collide with Su Feng, he remarkably pulled the ball back. That was close, Kobe mused, recognizing Su Feng's prowess. Indeed, Su Feng thought, acknowledging Kobe's exceptional skills. Brilliant. On the sidelines, Wesley watched as Kobe prepared to dribble and initiate an offense, feeling that he had truly come to the right place today. In American high school basketball, there is a 35-second shot clock, so after a failed breakthrough, Kobe did not rush. On the court, the players from Neferia and Raoul Marion quietly observed the one-on-one duel between Kobe and Su Feng, seemingly hesitant to disrupt the moment. Although the players from both teams had differing thoughts, at that instant, an inexplicable consensus emerged among them. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Tony Jones and Anthony were once again taken aback by the surprise Su Feng had brought them. While the Donnas exchanged glances, their expressions quite remarkable. Thud, thud, thud. On the court, Kobe launched another attack against Su Feng. Despite Su Feng's astute use of the HC rules, Kobe's approach this time was utterly relentless. He barreled in like a freight train, his reckless footwork reminiscent of that certain man. No, that man was probably just a kid at this point, right? Crash. Su Feng failed to keep up on the final step as Kobe surged past him, completing his fourth dunk of the game. 2-8. After landing, Kobe cast a triumphant glance at Su Feng, his expression brimming with pride. That's not fair, Su Feng exclaimed at Kobe. Huh. Kobe shrugged nonchalantly. You surely cannot break through me through conventional means. You must be afraid of my blocking, hence resorting to such cowardly tactics to ambush me, Su Feng declared with righteous indignation. Kobe. Fortunately, after 3 months of interaction, Su Feng had grown accustomed to Kobe's obstinacy. And Kobe had likewise adapted to Su Feng's audacity, leading to a rather unique rapport between them. Fine, now I shall defeat you with true skill, Kobe retorted, ignited by Su Feng's provocation. Su Feng nodded in satisfaction. In truth, one could hardly blame Su Feng for being a bit underhanded, considering that Kobe was quite the rogue. By this point in the game, Su Feng had comprehended the underlying narrative. To put it simply, Kobe had recently recommended himself to his team's coach, only to be dismissed as boastful. Reflecting on the 1990s, one could easily see how absurd it seemed that a high school student from China could contend one-on-one with Kobe. Thus, Kobe had previously informed Su Feng that he would not deliberately match up against him in this game, hoping instead to demonstrate his prowess against his teammates to validate his claims. This revelation would have seemed odd had it occurred to anyone else, but with Kobe, everything made sense. Understanding all this, Su Feng felt compelled not to disappoint Kobe's goodwill. After all, if Kobe were to unleash his full fury and inadvertently harm Su Feng, it would betray the very essence of Kobe's intent. One must always stay true to their original intentions. Since Kobe had set the stage for Su Feng, he naturally had to seize the opportunity. Swish. On the court, Raoul Marion's shooting guard, Donnell, was left dumbfounded. For Su Feng had received the ball approximately 1 meter from the three-point line and took a shot. This was utterly unreasonable. Donnell wished to confront Su Feng about it. On the sidelines, witnessing this scene, Neferia's coach Tony Jones and assistant coach Anthony couldn't help but recall a question they had previously posed to Su Feng. Su, why do you prefer shooting three-pointers from beyond the arc rather than stepping on the line? At the time, Anthony had been curious about Su Feng's penchant for shooting from long distances. But this is where I usually practice. Su Feng felt unjustly accused. For he was not trying to show off. He simply understood that the NBA's three-point line would be shortened temporarily, and it would be advantageous for him to adapt early. Thus, he had consistently practiced his three-point shooting from the standard distance of 7.25 meters. Consequently, the crowd erupted as Su Feng managed to steal the ball from Kobe. You walk by the river frequently. How can you not get wet? Kobe mused. Huh, so you have your day too? Su Feng recalled the times he had stolen the ball from Kobe in their one-on-one encounters. Yet Kobe had undoubtedly stolen from him far more often. Just moments ago, while Kobe was showcasing his stylish dribbling, it seemed that Su Feng's incantation had indeed worked, as Kobe inadvertently knocked the ball onto his own shoe, allowing Su Feng to snatch it away. This incantation began with chicken and ended with beauty. Kobe was bewildered, sensing the impending onslaught of Su Feng's ridicule. No, I absolutely cannot allow this audacious brat to mock me. Thus, as Su Feng dashed toward Raul Marian's half of the court, Kobe pursued him from behind. Perhaps too engrossed in the moment, Su Feng failed to notice Kobe trailing him. Observing the open half-court, Su Feng thought, why not try a dunk? He decided to give it a shot. At worst, he could simply lay it up. In practice, Su Feng had tested his vertical leap, finding it to be merely average. However, he believed it was sufficient to execute a dunk. Yet, at the moment Su Feng leaped, Kobe froze. Oh no! Kobe realized Su Feng's intention to dunk. However, it was evident that Su Feng had not practiced dunking, resulting in him taking off from a distance. At that moment, Kobe decisively abandoned his defense against Su Feng and rushed to the spot where Su Feng would land. Indeed, Su Feng lost his balance midair. Though he managed to place the ball into the hoop before descending, gravity inevitably guided him down into Kobe's embrace. The entire arena fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into applause for Kobe's sportsmanship in protecting his opponent. Are you out of your mind? A relieved Kobe said to Su Feng, having broken into a cold sweat. Thus, even the calmest individuals can have their moments of excitement. Su Feng promptly engaged in self-reflection. I must not act recklessly. I should never have watched those silly shows that always make one want to take unnecessary risks. Su Feng rationally thought. However, he was genuinely surprised that Kobe had come to his aid. Thank you. Su Feng expressed his gratitude. Kobe shook his head. What for? I certainly won't hold back from here on out. And so, the game continued. Chapter 14. The elbow on the court. Su Feng felt a slight pain in his chest. Ouch. Kobe was indeed not holding back. Turning around, he received a greeting in the form of an iron elbow from Kobe. During the 1990s, perimeter players often utilized their elbows to protect themselves against the HC rules while driving or dribbling. Take the 1998 finals, famously dubbed the elbow feast, for instance. The defensive side leveraged the HC rules to employ elbows, while the offensive side retaliated in kind, all amidst a flurry of trash talk. Truly, it was a spectacle of communicating elbows. Of course, in one-on-one situations, the physicality between Su Feng and Kobe was much greater than in this game. Coupled with Su Feng's wealth of experience in armor stacking and enduring hits, Kobe's affectionate elbow was hardly a concern. The score stood at 7-10. With Nephalia in possession of the ball, these two youngsters were quite intriguing. In the stands, Duke University's scout, Wesley, grew increasingly excited. To Wesley, Kobe was a rare talent, while Su Feng was an exceptional defensive specialist, particularly in one-on-one situations. On the court, after being reminded by his teammate Swartz, Donnell finally managed to defend Su Feng successfully. Just moments ago, during a retreat, Swartz, who had experienced the death stare, specifically approached Donnell to caution him. Buddy, I must warn you, if you keep playing like this, watch out after the game. The mere thought of Kobe's relentless gaze sent a shiver down Donnell's spine. No way. He had to do everything in his power to defend this Chinese player named Su Feng. Donnell was determined. However, Su Feng could not guarantee that every shot would find its mark. This time, Su Feng's mid-range jumper was significantly affected, resulting in an overly forceful shot that slammed against the rim. Clang. Kobe turned around, leaping effortlessly to snatch the rebound. Truly, he was the little flying frog who could play all 5 positions in high school. Impressive. After securing the rebound, Kobe swiftly dribbled the ball down the court. But Su Feng's retreat was equally rapid. By the time Kobe reached the three-point line near Nephalia, Su Feng's body was nearly overlapping his. Bang! Ouch! Anticipating the play. Positioning himself well, and falling in sync with a dramatic scream. One must admit, Su Feng's defensive maneuver was commendable, earning applause even from future players like Scola. Beep. The referee seemed quite pleased with Su Feng's theatrics, awarding him an Oscar while simultaneously calling a foul on Kobe for charging. Kobe, unfazed, merely expressed surprise. "You know this trick too?" he inquired, pulling Su Feng up from the ground. Su Feng nodded. In truth, drawing an offensive foul was not particularly difficult, but it required considerable courage from the defending player. Once professional players sprinted full throttle, the impact was formidable. In Su Feng's previous life, despite Scola's seemingly effortless performances, the injuries he sustained, broken eyebrows and fractured ribs, could have constructed a small model. The fact that Su Feng successfully induced an offensive foul from Kobe was largely attributed to his understanding of Kobe's game. Of course, Kobe was well aware of Su Feng's skills too, but he had previously agreed not to deliberately match up against Su Feng, hence allowing Su Feng to gain a slight advantage. After more than 3 months of in-depth exchanges, they had come to know each other's strengths and weaknesses intimately. On the court, with Nephalia on the offensive, Tony Jones and Anthony on the bench could hardly comprehend the unfolding game. How could they be in such a close contest with Raul Mirian? Meanwhile, on Raul Mirian's bench, the Donnas were somewhat anxious. Given Su Feng's almost humiliating performance, they could already foresee the intensity of Kobe's next gaze. At that moment, the two Donnas exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a shared sentiment. "What do we do now?" Noticing this scene, Su Feng nearly burst into laughter. Yet, he felt no sympathy for the Donnas. When Greg Donna had just begun coaching Raul Mirian, he had sought to suppress Kobe's fervent nature. Unfortunately, during a one-on-one showdown, Greg had underestimated Kobe, who was merely a child at the time. The result? Greg faced a humiliating defeat. In a fit of frustration, he had retorted, "Though you defeated me, in my eyes, you can never compare to Carter." This remark profoundly impacted Kobe, propelling him down an irreversible path of relentless self-improvement. After Su Feng executed a stylish fadeaway jumper, the first quarter of the match concluded with a score of 13-18, not low for an 8-minute high school game. For Nephalia, Su Feng had secured 11 points, while their captain, Towns, contributed 2, and all 18 points for Raul Mirian came from Kobe. Donnell, tasked with defending Su Feng, felt utterly disheartened. After familiarizing himself with Su Feng's offensive strategies, he realized that Su Feng relied on just 2 moves, the jumper and the fadeaway. Yet, these 2 maneuvers were nearly impossible to counter. Simply put, Donnell's height was comparable to Su Feng's, but his jumping ability fell short, making Su Feng's jumper full of unpredictability while his fadeaway was executed with despair-inducing precision. As a defensive expert for Raul Mirian, Donnell would rather face Kobe one-on-one than contend with Su Feng. It was utterly frustrating. Listening to the chatter from the stands, he felt like a clown. Fortunately, in a critical moment, Kobe came to Donnell's rescue. "Robbie, in the second quarter, you take Su Feng," Kobe instructed his teammate, Robbie Swartz. Swartz, who had been humming a tune, was taken aback. "Huh? What?" A stern look from Kobe made it clear. Understanding the command, Swartz felt compelled to comply, remembering the grueling hour and 27 minutes he had endured. Do you know how Swartz managed to survive that? It felt like being stared down by a venomous snake. Unable to move, it was utterly suffocating. In truth, Kobe's decision for Swartz to guard Su Feng was not rooted in revenge for past grievances, but rather because he believed Su Feng was superior to both Donnell and Swartz. In Kobe's eyes, since Su Feng had already proven he was stronger than Donnell, it was time to demonstrate he was stronger than Swartz as well. Such a naive notion. However, it would be a challenging task for Swartz, given that he stood only 180 centimeters tall and had a wingspan of just 181 centimeters. Chapter 15. Su only wishes to strike iron foam. Now, the question arises, how should one attack an opponent shorter than oneself? Answer A. A face-up shot, effortlessly sinking it, for he cannot block. Answer B. A turnaround jumper, flawlessly scoring, for he cannot block. Answer C. How fortunate. I have mastered both techniques with great finesse. In the second quarter of the match, Nephalia initiated the offense, and as Su Feng dropped to a lower position, his teammates continued to pass the ball to him. Successfully receiving the ball, Su Feng executed a feigned spin move before swiftly turning around. He then twisted his waist, suspended in the air, and flicked his wrist in a seamless motion. At that moment, all eyes in the basketball arena were captivated by Su Feng's elegant fadeaway shot. Even a traitor emerged among the spectators. A somewhat indecisive female classmate instinctively exclaimed, "So handsome." Swish. Despite Schwartz, the supporting guard, stretching his short arms, he was unable to reach the ball. In that instant, Schwartz felt as if snowflakes were drifting before his eyes, followed by a chilling north wind, creating a scene of sheer humiliation. Meanwhile, Su Feng scored his 13th point of the match. Although his dream of entering the NBA, becoming a basketball star, and marrying a wealthy and beautiful woman still felt distant, Su Feng's confidence was bolstered at that moment. "I am formidable," he thought, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. The atmosphere was charged with his burgeoning self-assurance. The game continued, and Raul Marian mounted an attack. This time, Kobe, after a breakthrough, executed an exceptionally discreet behind-the-back pass to his teammate, David Lossman, who followed up to score off the backboard. The score was now 15-20. Influenced by the videos sent by his grandfather during his high school years, Kobe often emulated some of the magician's moves while playing. Before mastering the no-look pass, Kobe's attempts at it were undeniably stylish. Turning back, it was once again Su Feng facing off against Schwartz. Clang. This time, Su Feng missed the shot, but it mattered little, under Kobe's intimidation. No one else on Nephalia dared to step up except for Su Feng. Bang. As Raul Marian counterattacked, Kobe's outside shot veered off course due to Su Feng's interference. Su Feng's defensive efforts were commendable. Excluding the 4 dunks and free throws at the start, Kobe's shooting percentage tonight was merely 33. In the stands, Wesley, a scout from Duke University, noted his observations in his notebook. On the court, perhaps encouraged by Su Feng's previous miss, Schwartz, surprisingly, gathered the courage to attempt a relentless defense against Su Feng. Remarkably, Su Feng nearly committed a turnover. Generally, when a defender applies tight pressure, the best response is to either break through or pass. However, ironically, both options were Su Feng's weaknesses. Fortunately, Su Feng was quick-witted and resourceful. After swiftly passing the ball to the nearest captain, Towns, Su Feng signaled for an immediate return pass. Having transitioned from team captain to a supporting guard, one could only imagine the experiences Towns had endured. Yet, gazing into Su Feng's fervent eyes, Towns felt a strange sense of reverence. "Just pass it. It's just a ball," Su Feng exclaimed, receiving the ball. This time, he refused to give Schwartz the opportunity to entangle him. From half a meter away from the three-point line, he shot decisively. It was a rather audacious shot, but Su Feng was resolute, knowing Schwartz's short arms could not reach him. Swish. Success. Su Feng's second three-pointer of the night brought the score to 18-20. The audience was left astonished. Last year, Nephalia had suffered a staggering 58-point defeat. And now, in the second quarter, they were only trailing by 2 points? Remarkable. Such a quick catch and shoot was a feat only elite shooters could achieve. Even in the NBA, Wesley felt he had struck gold, having discovered a rare shooting talent in Pennsylvania. Capable of defending and shooting, he thought to himself, "I must give him my card after the game. A talent like this cannot slip away." On the court, after Su Feng's three-pointer, Schwartz looked to Kobe for assistance. This time, however, Kobe did not give Schwartz a death glare, as he had longed for a one-on-one matchup with Su Feng. Before initiating this confrontation, Kobe subtly exchanged a meaningful glance with his coach on the bench. The Donahue father and son sat in stunned silence, realizing that what was destined to come would inevitably arrive. On the court, Raul Marian launched another offense, orchestrated by Kobe, with Lossman once again benefiting from a pass, bringing the score to 18-22. When it was Nephalia's turn to attack, Kobe deliberately approached Su Feng. The entire audience erupted in excitement upon witnessing this. Kobe was about to go head-to-head with that Chinese player. "Come on, Su, if you can score 5 points off me, consider it a victory." Kobe's words radiated confidence. Su Feng took a deep breath while Towns, now reduced to a supporting role, silently inquired with his eyes whether to pass the ball for Su Feng to take on. Su Feng shook his head and gestured with his eyes, signaling, "Watch my movements." Towns nodded in understanding. It must be said, basketball truly knows no borders. On the court, Su Feng understood that he was no match for Kobe in a one-on-one duel, so his first priority was to find any means to take a shot. After all, overcoming Raul Marian felt like an impossibility. Su Feng was acutely aware of his current capabilities. Therefore, it was essential to take bold shots. "Look, don't blame me for playing solo. It's because none of you dare to attack. I'm forced into this." Receiving the ball, he planted his foot, soared into the air, and flicked his wrist. As Su Feng glided from the left 45-degree angle to the right, Towns promptly passed the ball to him. Without hesitation, Su Feng fired. Although Kobe reacted quickly and closed in on him, he could not prevent Su Feng from taking the shot. What kind of movement was that? Wesley, the scout from Duke University, found himself in a mix of amusement and disbelief. Swish. Kobe. Wesley. Su Feng. I honestly just wanted to miss. The score was now 21-22, and after sinking this three-pointer, Su Feng had surpassed Kobe's single-game scoring for the night. Excellent. At that moment, Kobe's gaze towards Su Feng grew noticeably more serious. Su Feng felt disheartened. He truly had not anticipated leading Nephalia to an upset victory over Raul Marion. Thus, when Kobe switched to guard him, Su Feng's thoughts were quite simple. All he wanted was to take a shot and miss. Chapter 16. Emotional Intelligence. It has become evident that Su Feng's remarkable performance following the Summer League was merely a stroke of luck. Subsequently, an eerie silence enveloped the entire basketball arena. The sounds of the game echoed bang, clang, crash. Su Feng and Kobe, entwined in a fierce contest, orchestrated a symphony of missed shots. The hoop, oh the hoop, stood as the true hero. The illustrious guards of Nephalia and the esteemed forwards of Raul Marion inherited the glorious legacy of their predecessors. In this moment, the spirits of Havlicek, Kuzi, and Hayes seemed to possess them. Su Feng and Kobe had embraced the profound culture of the NBA. At this juncture, they were not merely two adversaries. They were a singular entity. Alas, the ball found its way through the net, signaling the end of our youthful exuberance. To be frank, given the intensity of defense exhibited by both Su Feng and Kobe, it would be a miraculous feat for either to maintain a commendable shooting percentage. If one were to encapsulate Su Feng's sentiments at this moment in a song, it would resonate with the essence of speed at 70 miles per hour, accompanied by the euphoric notes of R&M. Painful yet blissful. Who could possibly fathom this sensation? As the first half concluded, the score stood at 26-30. On the side of Nephalia, Su Feng accumulated 22 points, while Kobe of Raul Marion recorded 24 points. Statistically, Su Feng's performance was not significantly inferior to Kobe's. However, Su Feng was acutely aware that had the hoop not been biased against Kobe today, he would have undoubtedly faced a severe defeat. Yet, it seemed that the hoop's disdain for Kobe was a recurring theme. Returning to the matter at hand, the scouts and journalists fortunate enough to witness the game in person unanimously shifted their focus to the emerging star, Su Feng. It is no surprise, during the 1990s, international players in the NBA were regarded as rare gems, particularly those hailing from Asia. Had Su Feng been an African American or Caucasian, the scouts would merely have expressed a passing remark. Another prodigious talent has emerged. However, as Su Feng previously strategized, his identity as an Asian player was both a disadvantage and an advantage. Notably, during halftime, Su Feng's standing within the team experienced a meteoric rise. Even the team captain, Towns, greeted him with a cheerful smile and offered him a drink. Meanwhile, Tony Jones and Anthony wore expressions of concern, having discerned the keen interest with which the Donnas regarded Su Feng. In truth, their interest was not merely casual. The emotions of Greg and Drew Donna could be summarized in 3 words: profound regret, especially as they noted Kobe's dismissive glances toward them during halftime. To break the deadlock, Greg, casting a sentimental glance at Drew, resorted to the tactic of shifting responsibility onto his son. After taking a few deep breaths, Drew mustered the courage to approach Kobe and said, "Kobe, could you come here for a moment? I need to discuss something with you." And Kobe? He simply donned his headphones, immersing himself in a track by our B artist Brandy. His demeanor clearly conveyed to Drew, "What? Speak up, I can't hear you." Despite the fact that the Donnas were coaches for Raul Marion, their status within the team had diminished as Kobe's prowess continued to ascend during his high school years. In Su Feng's previous life, during Kobe's senior year, Greg Donna's most renowned strategy was, close the door, spread out, let Kobe shine. Thus, facing Kobe, Drew was at a loss for how to assert himself as a coach, particularly as he was merely an assistant. Left with no choice, Greg took the initiative, approaching Kobe with a bottle of Gatorade, unscrewing the cap and offering it to him. As the head coach, Greg's gesture prompted Kobe to break the awkward silence. "What can I do for you, Coach Greg?" Kobe inquired, his expression revealing confusion as Greg struggled to articulate his intentions. "Actually, I haven't quite figured out how to broach the subject with you yet," Greg admitted, flustered. "I'll continue listening to my music, Call me when you're ready to discuss strategy. Kobe replied, reinserting his headphones. Now Greg was truly flustered. While English may not possess the same complexity as Chinese, it does not imply that foreign individuals are unfamiliar with the concept of emotional intelligence. Kobe, you mentioned that the Nephalia shooting guard, Su, is your friend, correct? I recall you recommending him to me, Greg stated. Kobe nodded in affirmation. That's splendid. You know, Su's performance tonight has truly impressed me. Drew and I firmly believe that if he could transfer to Raoul Mirian, we would undoubtedly. Just as Greg was about to convey his intentions, Kobe abruptly interrupted him. I understand what you wish to propose, but coach, Su's heart has already been deeply wounded by you. After taking a sip of Gatorade, Kobe continued. What? What do you mean? You didn't convey my previous comments about my friend in an unfavorable manner, did you? Greg panicked. Yes. Kobe responded with a slight smile and a nod. Oh my goodness. I swear to the heavens, I was blind to his talents before. But I harbor no ill will towards your friend, Greg pleaded with Kobe. However, Su, I will petition the school for a full scholarship on his behalf. But coach, Su, I assure you, Kobe, he will be a starting member of Raoul Mirian, our second ace. But Su, I will personally apologize to him, Greg earnestly asserted, gazing at Kobe. Kobe chuckled, watching the crestfallen Greg, and any lingering resentment he held dissipated. All right, I'll try to persuade Su for you, but I hope you will join me, as Su is vital to us if we aspire to win the state championship, Kobe declared. Absolutely, Kobe. I previously stated that you are the finest high school player in Pennsylvania, and now you have unearthed a champion piece for us. Perhaps this year, we will secure the state championship, Greg eagerly responded, buoyed by Kobe's encouragement. Feeling buoyed by Greg's praise, Kobe began to contemplate whether he should tease Su Feng later. Meanwhile, as Greg exited the locker room to compose himself in the player tunnel, he was suddenly confronted by his son, Drew. Father, why must you act this way? Greg shot Drew a disapproving glance. Please address me as Coach Greg. Although tempted to express his frustration, Drew managed to restrain himself. Coach Greg, Su's performance indeed exceeded our expectations, but you are the head coach of Raoul Mirian. Greg placed a reassuring hand on Drew's shoulder. Are you implying that I compromised my dignity in the locker room earlier? Drew nodded in affirmation. Even if Su's performance tonight was exceptional, I would not lower myself to beg Kobe on his behalf. After all, we can still win without him, Greg stated. That is true, Drew replied, continuing to nod in agreement. However, Drew, have you ever considered that this is the first time I have witnessed Kobe caring so deeply for someone? You are aware of the conflicts I had with Kobe during our sophomore year, yet what you may not know is that I have always harbored regret. I should not have spoken to a child in such a manner. My words seemed to cast a spell over him. That remark became an everlasting chasm between Kobe and me, prompting me to reflect for a long time. You see, while it may appear that I have lost face this time, have you contemplated the possibility that if Su were to join us, the relationship between Kobe and me could be mended? This is an opportunity. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to what Kobe was just thinking? Nevertheless, Su undoubtedly deserves our full scholarship offer and a chance to start. As for an apology, Drew, remember, in this world, the least valuable currency is pride. Greg gazed at Drew with profound significance. Meanwhile, Drew stood frozen in place, having received a lesson from his father, a lesson in emotional intelligence. In an instant, Drew's spirits were lifted. The halftime intermission concluded, and the game resumed. Before the commencement of the third quarter, Kobe deliberately approached Su Feng and said, Su, you know, during the halftime break, I was telling our coach how remarkable you are. Su Feng chuckled, for his familiarity with Kobe allowed him to discern the playful expression on Kobe's face. Thus, Su Feng played along, asking, oh really? What did your coach say? Kobe shook his head, sighed, and began pacing. My coach said, Su, you are an idiot. Suddenly, Kobe leaned close to Su Feng's ear and shouted. Su Feng was taken aback, exclaiming, what the hell? Watching Kobe's mischievous antics as he ran away, Su Feng initially considered pursuing him, but ultimately thought better of it. The mere image of Kobe teasing him was too much to bear. He imagined Kobe running ahead, saying, come chase me, if you catch up to me. Ugh, alas, Kobe was merely 16, oblivious to the embarrassment he might feel in the future when recalling such foolishness. In truth, upon seeing the gaze of the Donnas, Su Feng had a fair inkling of what transpired during halftime. Transferring schools? He glanced at Tony Jones and Anthony. Although the coaches in Nephalia treated him well, Su Feng was not naive. He understood the significance of this transfer for him. After all, it would mean he could utilize Kobe as a personal asset. Spend time with Kobe daily to foster their relationship. Moreover, and most crucially, Su Feng aspired to become renowned in high school. And what better way to achieve fame than by playing alongside Kobe? It is well known that those in close proximity to Kobe are never short of scouts and reporters. Playing beside Kobe would maximize his exposure. Sigh. I intended to take the long road, yet fate seems to conspire to provide me with shortcuts. Reflecting on the past 3 months, Su Feng felt undeniably handsome from every angle. Now, returning to the matter at hand. The progression of the third quarter was largely akin to the latter half of the second, yet due to the evident disparity in strength between Nephalia and Raoul Mirian, the latter gradually widened the score gap. By the time the fourth quarter arrived, scouts and reporters were once again astonished by Su Feng. His stamina was truly exceptional. Throughout the entire fourth quarter, Su Feng relentlessly pursued Kobe. With a heart of steel and a body like iron, indeed. Su Feng forcefully shoved Kobe aside and boldly declared, "That would be me." Su Feng's stamina was a result of the nutrient solutions provided by the system each day, coupled with his formidable willpower. Even Kobe had remarked that it was a pity Su Feng did not participate in marathons. In the end, the match concluded with a score of 49-69. For Nephalia, Su Feng recorded 12 successful shots out of 30 attempts, including 3-pointers with 3 out of 5, amassing a total of 27 points, 2 rebounds, and 0 assists. On the other side, Kobe achieved 15 successful shots out of 33 attempts, with 1 out of 4 from 3-point range and 6 out of 8 from free throws, totaling 37 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists. From a scoring perspective, Kobe's statistics remained impressive, yet for the scouts and reporters who witnessed the entire game, they understood. Even though Su Feng could not completely neutralize Kobe, he was indeed capable of defending against him. In Pennsylvania, there emerged a Chinese student who could stand toe-to-toe with Kobe. Shortly after the game concluded, as Su Feng finished shaking hands with Tony Jones and Anthony, the Donna family approached him. "Hello, Su, may I ask if you are free shortly?" Su Feng nodded. "Market Street, Beasley CAF, 2 hours from now. I'll be waiting for you," Greg Donna stated, patting Su Feng on the shoulder. It must be said that Greg was indeed a cunning old fox. His demeanor while speaking to Su Feng resembled that of a coach encouraging a protege. If one were unaware of what Greg had said, one might assume it was merely a congratulatory gesture for Su Feng's outstanding performance. After the Donnas departed, Kobe approached Su Feng, just as Duke University's scout, Wesley, made his way toward them. Chapter 17, Position and Card Face. "Hey, Kobe, your dunks tonight were absolutely phenomenal," Wesley exclaimed as he approached Su Feng and Kobe, giving a thumbs up to Kobe. "It's been a while, Steve. I hadn't even noticed you today," Kobe replied after bumping chests with Wesley. Su Feng could tell that Wesley and Kobe were old acquaintances. "Haha, you didn't notice me because your focus was entirely on the court. I've always said that your dedication to basketball is what I admire most about you," Wesley remarked. It must be said, although Su Feng was unfamiliar with Wesley, he certainly had a charming personality. "By the way, Su, let me introduce you. This is Steve Wesley, a scout from Duke University. He started watching me play back in my sophomore year," Kobe said, patting Su Feng on the shoulder. Su Feng nodded, thinking to himself, "So he is a scout from Duke University. Hello, I'm Su Feng. You can call me Su," Su Feng said, extending his hand to Wesley. Wesley smiled as he shook Su Feng's hand and said, "SHU? Haha, although I didn't know you before, your performance today has made a lasting impression on me." "Shoo, uncle." Su Feng nearly spewed his soda, but he decided not to dwell on such trivialities. "Were you previously playing in Nephalia? How come I haven't heard of you before?" Wesley, ever the scout, immediately began inquiring about Su Feng's background. Before Su Feng could introduce himself, Kobe began to boast. "I see. So you discovered your basketball talent after training with me over the summer?" Su Feng nodded. "Fantastic. That means I have another promising player to follow in Pennsylvania. Here, take my business card. I hope you will consider Duke when choosing a university in the future," Wesley said with a smile. Duke University. Su Feng suddenly recalled something. If I remember correctly, Laokai mentioned in his autobiography that had he not skipped college, he would have prioritized Duke? Looking at the enthusiastic Wesley, Su Feng pondered whether Kobe's fondness for Duke stemmed from this individual, Wesley, who seemed to be an ultimate sycophant. Cough, cough. Regardless, Su Feng felt that after meeting Kobe, his basketball journey had taken a smooth turn. After all, To be noticed by a prestigious institution like Duke would have required him to dominate all of Pennsylvania had he not crossed paths with Kobe. However, on a side note, if Su Feng recalled correctly, the player Kobe most wanted to defeat in high school, Vince Carter ultimately chose North Carolina, didn't he? North Carolina, Duke. Hiss. Su Feng accepted the business card from Wesley, who, evidently a professional scout, refrained from revealing any further information. For Wesley, he was merely a scout, responsible for providing recommendations to the school, thus he couldn't promise too much to Su Feng. He understood that his role was to discover talent and foster positive connections. After Wesley departed, Kobe patted Su Feng on the shoulder and said, "Don't take Steve's words too seriously, Duke. It's not as easy to get into as you might think." Su Feng understood that Kobe was wary of him getting carried away, so he smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'm not that foolish." Kobe chuckled, "You should go meet Greg. I must warn you, if you refuse him, be prepared to face me getting the better of you in the next season." After a pause, as if feeling the threat was insufficient, Kobe added, "Today, I only played at 50% of my ability." Su Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. "Are you seriously pressuring me into playing Brotherhood basketball with you?" Nodding, Su Feng assured Kobe before boarding the bus with the team, departing from Raul Melian. Interestingly, on the return journey, Tony Jones and Anthony kept their eyes fixed on Su Feng. "Am I that captivating? Why do I feel like everyone is staring at me?" Su Feng wondered. Perhaps he was destined to be the protagonist? Was this what they called the protagonist halo? Well, Su Feng was clearly overthinking it again. Upon returning to Nephalia and disbanding the team, Tony Jones and Anthony pulled Su Feng aside and asked, "Su, tell us, has Raul Melian already invited you?" Su Feng nodded, not denying it. Tony Jones's expression instantly turned tense. "So, how did you respond?" Su Feng honestly replied, "I haven't responded yet. We agreed to meet and discuss it shortly." Upon hearing this, Anthony pushed Tony aside and insisted, "Su, tell me, what will you say to them?" Su Feng shrugged. "Of course, I'll join them." For some reason, even though he knew that was the answer, Tony Jones and Anthony seemed to witness snowflakes falling before their eyes. As the north wind howled, seeing their disheartened expressions, Su Feng simply explained his reasons for wanting to join Raul Melian. In Su Feng's view, there was no need to deceive Tony and Anthony. After all, he considered them both good people. However, basketball is inherently cruel. If Su Feng were to forsake Raul Melian's invitation for the sake of a few days of friendship, it would be irresponsible both to himself and to others. Let us not forget, Su Feng had his sights set on the NBA. Did one truly believe it was that easy to enter the NBA? Wake up. How many professional players are there in the world, and how many ultimately stand on the NBA stage? The realm of American basketball is filled with prodigies, while Su Feng is merely a budding talent. He understood his current position. Only at Raul Melian could he gain more attention, and only there could he expedite his growth. Su Feng was no saint. Thus, he had never intended to hide anything from Tony and Anthony. To speak the truth was simply his approach to basketball. Indeed, after hearing Su Feng's explanation, both Tony Jones and Anthony felt relieved. However, Tony still struggled to believe it. After all, that was the NBA. Yet, upon seeing the calmness in Su Feng's eyes, he couldn't help but think, could it be that Su Feng truly could achieve it? The first Chinese player in the NBA. If Su Feng accomplished that, he could consider himself half of Su Feng's guiding coach. Reality is truly astonishing. After Su Feng departed, Tony Jones remarked, "Let us go, Tony. Su is a gem. He doesn't belong to us for this. Is American basketball." Anthony reflected pensively. Indeed, American basketball is that ruthless. Otherwise, why does everyone flock to those few universities? Philadelphia Market Street, Beasley Coffee House. As per his arrangement with Greg Donner, Su Feng arrived punctually at the coffee house. The quaint coffee shop, modest in size and tucked away in a secluded corner, had previously welcomed Kobe and Su Feng on one occasion. "Su, it is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Greg Donner, the head coach of the Raul Melian High School basketball team." Greg extended his hand. Su Feng shook Greg's hand and replied, "Hello, Coach Greg. I am Su Feng." After they took their seats, Greg encouraged Su Feng to order a coffee before turning his gaze towards him and saying, "I presume you have heard some of my previous assessments of you from Kobe." Suddenly, Greg stood up and formally apologized. "Now, I officially apologize to you." Su Feng was taken aback. "Huh? What did Kobe say to me?" However, noticing Greg's reluctance to sit down until he accepted the apology, Su Feng awkwardly replied, "I have forgiven you, Coach. Upon hearing Su Feng's forgiveness, Greg breathed a sigh of relief. Then, I formally invite you to join Raoul Merian High School. One cannot deny that the English language, with its straightforwardness, lacks some of the playful nuances found in other tongues. Su Feng calmly regarded Greg. Coach, could you elucidate why you wish to extend this invitation? Greg explained, it is due to your defensive prowess and shooting ability, although it was merely a friendly match. I am confident that your defense is among the very best in Pennsylvania. Su Feng harbored a strong sense of confidence in his defensive skills. After all, one cannot help but become formidable when constantly challenged. Each time he reflected upon his extraordinary defensive talent, a pang of regret struck him. However, Coach, you are aware that Raoul Merian already has Kobe. In Nephalia, I enjoy unrestricted freedom to shoot. Why should I join Raoul Merian? Su Feng inquired, fully aware that he needed to assert some leverage in the discussion, having gleaned sufficient information from Kobe. In America, unlike in China, meritocracy reigns supreme. If you possess talent, you may afford to be a bit brash. Su Feng remembered how even the humble Yao Ming had once expressed his frustrations in the NBA. It is simply the way of the world. When in Rome, one must adapt to local customs. Moreover, Su Feng understood that once he agreed to join Raoul Merian, his autonomy would be significantly diminished. Thus, prior to committing, he needed to ascertain what Raoul Merian could offer him. In the realm of American high school and collegiate basketball, full scholarships are paramount. Their existence not only influences your standing on the team, but also dictates your playing time. It is akin to making a purchase. One inevitably places greater value on the expensive item rather than the cheaper alternative. Indeed, after hearing Su Feng's words, Greg's resolve to recruit him only intensified. Rest assured, we will provide you with the treatment befitting a star player. As for the distribution of playtime, there is no need for concern. I have observed your style of play, and while your shooting is commendable, I sense that Nephalia's coach has not devised specialized shooting strategies for you. Upon joining Raoul Merian, I will create tailored shooting tactics for you. As you know, Kobe is not only an exceptional scorer, but also a brilliant playmaker. I firmly believe that together you will become Pennsylvania's Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. You will undoubtedly make waves across the nation. Such promises and aspirations revealed Greg's sincere intentions. After absorbing Greg's words, Su Feng found himself without a valid reason to decline. Consequently, he cheerfully agreed to transfer to Raoul Merian High School. A delightful collaboration, they both exclaimed. Following the agreement between Su Feng and Greg, Kobe was elated to learn of Su Feng's impending enrollment at Raoul Merian. To ensure that Su Feng could register before the new season commenced, Kobe even enlisted his father, Joe Bryant, who had previously served as the head coach at Raoul Merian and was a former NBA player. The transfer process, along with various administrative tasks, was completed in just a few days. It is undeniable that whether domestically or internationally, the advantages of connections are starkly evident. This is the essence of social capital. On the day Su Feng finalized his transfer, during an afternoon one-on-one session with Kobe, he said with a smile, "Su, your team initiation ceremony will take place next Monday. By the way, what number would you like?" Su Feng had no particular preference regarding the number and casually mentioned, "How about number 3? Perfect. I shall introduce you to your teammates during the initiation ceremony. Also, this weekend, I will take you somewhere special to celebrate," Kobe said, patting Su Feng on the shoulder with a grin. Su Feng nodded in acceptance of Kobe's kind gesture, yet inexplicably, the moment he agreed, both of his eyelids began to twitch synchronously. It is commonly said that the left eye twitches for good fortune, while the right eye twitches for misfortune. However, what does it signify when both twitch together? Su Feng observed Kobe's enigmatic demeanor and felt an unsettling sensation. Very well, since I am already here, I shall embrace the moment. The answers will reveal themselves this weekend. Chapter 18. The Fabled Portly Figure. Upon learning where Kobe intended to celebrate, Su Feng finally grasped the reason behind the recent fluttering of his eyelids. On September 18th, a sunny Sunday, as they landed at Orlando International Airport, Kobe produced the poster Su Feng had gifted him on his recent birthday. Ah, yes, a poster of Anthony Hardaway. Observing Kobe's exuberance, Su Feng chose not to dampen his spirits, especially considering that Kobe had covered the airfare. Cough. Su Feng was not the type to be solely motivated by money. However, being well-versed in Kobe's career, he knew that this time would likely bring him a measure of discomfort. Let us grab a bite first. There's a media interview in the morning, and the fans will be let in during the afternoon, Kobe remarked to Su Feng. Su Feng responded with an affirmative gesture. Orlando, situated in the heart of Florida, is one of the United States' renowned tourist destinations. Judging by Kobe's familiarity with the city, it was evident that this was not his inaugural visit. Under Kobe's guidance, they soon arrived at a restaurant named Bubba Gump Shrimp Company. Although Su Feng had never been to Orlando before, he was familiar with this establishment, as it was the very shrimp restaurant featured in the film Forrest Gump. The decor of the restaurant was distinctive, brimming with a sense of nostalgia and reminiscent of the open road, with nearly every detail harking back to the beloved movie. Additionally, each table was adorned with a sign resembling a license plate, flipping it to stop. Forrest, stop summoned a waiter while turning it to run. Forrest, run indicated no need for service, phrases that also originated from the film. They ordered 2 servings of fried lobster and 2 dishes of pasta. Knowing that Kobe, having grown up in Italy, had a fondness for Italian cuisine, it must be said that Kobe was quite discerning when it came to food. After all, the very name of his family was derived from steak, underscoring their culinary preferences. Last time I dined here, the food was delightful. But why does it seem less enjoyable this time? Kobe suddenly mused midway through their meal. By the way, Su, I have a sudden craving for your sandwiches, he added. Looking at Su Feng sighed. Where am I supposed to conjure up a sandwich for you right now? Fortunately, Kobe was merely expressing a momentary whim. After finishing their meal, they prepared to head to the Amway Center, the purpose of their Orlando journey. Yet, witnessing Kobe's rising excitement, Su Feng couldn't shake the feeling that this young man might soon plunge into a deep despondency. After all, heightened expectations often lead to greater disappointments. This trip to Orlando was destined to be a heart-wrenching experience for Kobe. The Amway Center, located in downtown Orlando, serves as the home arena for the Orlando Magic, and today marked the team's fan meet and greet for the new season. Although Su Feng had traversed the world as an armchair traveler in his previous life, this was indeed his first encounter with a genuine NBA arena. Angrily, the fervor of the fans was palpable. Su Feng lost count of how many times he had been jostled by enthusiastic female fans in the throng. The 1990s were a far cry from the future. With fewer entertainment options available, and the Magic's recent rise to prominence in 1994 only heightened Orlando's passion for basketball. Su, our seats are over there, Kobe guided, expertly maneuvering through the crowd, thanks to his reputation as a defensive specialist. Due to his father Joe Bryant's connections, they had secured tickets in a favorable location, right behind the players' bench. Su, hurry. Anthony is coming. Kobe, with keen eyes, quickly spotted his idol, Anthony Hardaway. The legendary player sat expressionless on the bench ahead, engrossed in changing his shoes. Feeling as though fortune had smiled upon him, Kobe extracted the poster Su Feng had given him and cautiously approached, asking, Anthony, could you sign this for me and perhaps take a picture together? In that moment, Kobe exuded the sincerity of an ordinary fan. Su Feng could hardly bear to witness what was about to unfold. Hardaway, without sparing Kobe a glance, simply stood up with his discarded basketball shoes in hand and strode toward the locker room, indifferent to the calls of his adoring fans behind him. Kobe was on the verge of collapse. Su Feng recognized the profound impact this moment would have on him. In the future, during an interview with a certain portly figure, Kobe would reminisce about this very incident. Su Feng gently patted Kobe's shoulder, but at that moment, Kobe had already entered a state of introspection. While Su Feng sought to console Kobe, a certain rotund figure emerged from the locker room, playfully bantering with his teammates, and inadvertently caught sight of Su Feng and Kobe. Oh, but this portly figure could not yet be deemed a portly figure. With a radiant smile, he strode purposefully towards Su Feng and Kobe, each step radiating strength, as if he could crush the entire arena with his next move. Soon, Su Feng recognized the figure. Despite knowing the script, he couldn't help but be awestruck, his mouth forming an O. For this was the individual from 26 years ago, a titan of the sport, who commanded respect across the league. This was the man whose charisma and humor captivated audiences, whose very presence was a legend within the annals of basketball history. As he had stated upon retirement, even if the future lacked his presence, the legend of his prowess would endure. Su Feng had shared both camaraderie and conflict with Kobe. Yet upon his retirement, Kobe would proclaim this portly figure as his greatest teammate, without exception. LeBron James would declare him the most dominant player in NBA history. Even the impending return of the basketball deity would first have to face his wrath. Known by various monikers, Big Diesel, the Big Shaq, and more, Su Feng preferred to call him Shaquille. The NBA's standards for hoop construction had to be elevated due to his sheer might. And the infamous hack-a-shack strategy was devised in response to his dominance. He was the man who reigned supreme at the turn of the century. His name was Shaquille O'Neal, the mightiest center, a formidable force, and the bane of all NBA centers in the early 21st century. As a devoted fan of Kobe, Su Feng was equally enamored with this legendary figure, for no true fan could ever forget him. Hey there, fellas. Let us brighten up. Today is the fan meet and greet. Upon approaching Su Feng and Kobe, O'Neal's imposing figure suddenly crouched down. Ah, is that a poster of Anthony? Are you a fan of Anthony? O'Neal feigned a displeased expression as he looked at Kobe. Kobe nodded. He was undoubtedly familiar with O'Neal, for this hefty fellow, no, this was not just a hefty fellow, had already garnered national acclaim. Shaq is upset. Therefore, you must take a picture with Shaq. Only then will he let you off the hook. O'Neal, akin to a caregiver soothing a child, embraced Su Feng and Kobe, lifting them as if they were two little chicks, allowing the Team's reporter to capture a precious photograph of the trio. Perhaps this was what they meant by when God closes a door, he opens a window. All right, now do you have a pen? To commemorate this day, the great Shaquille, shall personally sign for you, O'Neal declared to Su Feng and Kobe. Instinctively, Kobe handed O'Neal the pen, who then inscribed his name in the book Kobe had intended for Hardaway's signature. And you? O'Neal inquired, noticing Su Feng was unprepared. Still in a state of shock, Su Feng pointed to his back, and without hesitation, O'Neal spun him around, signing his illustrious name upon the fabric of Su Feng's shirt. Hey, young men, until we meet again. After signing for both Kobe and Su Feng and instructing the team reporter to ensure the developed photographs reached them, O'Neal returned to the court. One must concede, O'Neal possessed a remarkable sensitivity. In mere moments, he had dispelled the various discontents that had lingered in Kobe's heart. Su Feng believed that even those unacquainted with O'Neal, or those who held disdain for him, could not help but feel a fondness for him in such circumstances. This emotional intelligence, truly befitting of the future NBA's foremost socialite. Ahem, is this Shaq? He is like a mountain, Kobe exclaimed. A mountain? I feel he is more akin to a planet, Su Feng mused. Teaming up with him must be quite the adventure. I truly wish to be his teammate, Kobe suddenly declared. Su Feng responded. All right, brother, your future will indeed be entertaining, but O'Neal might drive you to madness. One cannot help but remark on the serendipity of it all. In a certain sense, Kobe's experience mirrored the starkly divergent careers that lay ahead for Hardaway and O'Neal. Moreover, Su Feng understood that this past encounter was not detrimental to Kobe. Rather, it had paved the way for Kobe to be exceptionally accommodating to his own youthful admirers in the future. Grasping the now crumpled Hardaway poster, adorned with O'Neal's autograph, Kobe felt a whirlwind of emotions. Meanwhile, Su Feng contemplated whether he should refrain from washing the shirt that bore O'Neal's inscription. Let us return, Su. We shall inevitably make our way to the NBA and one day encounter them on the court, Kobe remarked to Su Feng. Nodding in agreement, Su Feng thought, if history remains unchanged, it is merely a meeting that awaits. This hefty fellow will be subjected to your relentless antics in the future. Oh, how I long to be O'Neal's teammate. Gazing at O'Neal's robust thighs, it was now Su Feng's turn to make a vow. Chapter 19. Chronicles of Raul Marion. After concluding their journey in Orlando, Su Feng and Kobe boarded a flight back to Philadelphia under the veil of night. For Kobe, although his heart was shattered by his idol Hardaway during this trip, he unexpectedly seized the opportunity to take a photograph with the legendary Shaquille O'Neal and even obtained his autograph. As for Su Feng, he had anticipated that Kobe would take him along for some escapades, yet he was taken aback when Kobe actually introduced him to O'Neal, even managing to become somewhat familiar in the presence of the great player. Perhaps this is what fate entails. The following day, at 4 a.m, despite it being the day of Su Feng's initiation ceremony, neither he nor Kobe allowed themselves to be complacent. It was certainly not the allure of Su Feng's sandwiches that drew Kobe here, nor was it merely Su Feng's desire for the valor that Kobe could bring. Hurry up, I'm starving. Where are the sandwiches? As the two met on the basketball court, Kobe impatiently exclaimed. Su Feng chuckled, don't rush. Today I've prepared a special breakfast for you. Kobe looked at Su Feng skeptically. I just want a sandwich. With that, Su Feng retrieved a food container from his backpack and handed it to Kobe. What is this? Kobe asked, intrigued. Tofu pudding, Su Feng replied. Tofu pudding? Are you sure this is edible? After a tentative taste, Kobe exclaimed, It's quite sweet and delicious. As he gazed at the dish labeled tofu pudding in his hands, Kobe momentarily forgot the taste of the sandwich. Observing Kobe's gluttonous demeanor, Su Feng felt the lofty image he had of him in his past life had completely crumbled before him. I prepared a spoon for you, Su Feng said with a wry smile, knowing that in America, tofu is rather expensive. He had spent a considerable amount to prepare these 2 servings of tofu pudding, but the thought of the valor it would yield made him dismiss any concerns about the cost. I regard wealth as mere refuse, he mused. Once Kobe finished his serving of tofu pudding, he noticed that Su Feng's portion appeared quite different from his own. Why is yours red? Kobe inquired. Because mine is spicy, Su Feng answered. The corners of Kobe's mouth seemed to twitch as if something called saliva was flowing. Without waiting for Su Feng's approval, Kobe snatched the spicy tofu pudding and took large mouthfuls. Fu, fu, fu. Seeing Kobe's reaction, Su Feng hurriedly handed him a sports drink. It must be said that Kobe is indeed a true man, for though Su Feng's special tofu pudding was not overwhelmingly spicy, it was certainly of a caliber that could challenge the bravest. How can anyone eat something this spicy? Kobe exclaimed, almost tossing the fiery tofu pudding back to Su Feng. His gaze at Su Feng now conveying a message. You heretic. Su Feng found himself unable to explain, as he believed that spicy tofu pudding was the true essence of culinary delight, akin to the necessity of sweetness in zongzi. However, merely consuming this. Kobe patted his belly, gazing longingly at Su Feng. Su Feng shrugged. Don't worry, there will be plenty of sandwiches. At this, Kobe promptly dismissed his earlier fiery experience from his mind. After concluding their morning exercise, Su Feng and Kobe made their way to school. Notably, thanks to the influence of Joe Bryant, both Su Feng and Kobe found themselves placed in the same class. For Su Feng, many classmates who had attended the exhibition match were not strangers to him, as his courageous act from the previous semester had circulated throughout Raoul Marion. Hey Su, that's Tina. Would you like me to introduce you? Upon arriving at the classroom, Kobe patted Su Feng's shoulder and pointed to a rather robust black girl. Su Feng shook his head. I'm not interested in women. Tina's father is also an NBA player. When I first came to America and struggled with my English, she helped me a lot, Kobe explained. Su Feng instinctively nodded, but soon he recalled a story from Kobe's career. Tina, does she have the surname Lucas? Su Feng asked curiously. Haha, didn't you just say you weren't interested in women? Let me tell you, Tina is an athletic prodigy, Kobe teased. Indeed, Tina Lucas. If Su Feng remembered correctly, this girl's father was the renowned John Lucas, the first overall pick in the 1976 NBA draft, a celebrated player for the Rockets, and currently the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs, with future prospects pointing to the head coach of the Philadelphia 76ers. Of course, John Lucas's coaching career was not as illustrious as his playing days, but Su Feng remembered him from Kobe's autobiography, which mentioned that Kobe attended the same school as John Lucas's daughter. Su Feng had not anticipated they would be classmates. In Su Feng's previous life, after Kobe announced his decision to forego college to enter the NBA draft, John Lucas had sought to ascertain whether this son of Philadelphia had reached NBA caliber through his daughter. Thus, John Lucas, accompanied by the then star of the 76ers, Jerry Stackhouse, came to Raoul Marion. Though merely a freshman, Stackhouse averaged 19.2 points per game in his rookie season, and upon encountering the confident Kobe, he was eager to teach him a lesson. The outcome? Naturally, Stackhouse's attempt to assert dominance failed. Eyewitnesses recalled that during their one-on-one, both players had their moments. But Kobe held a slight edge. Notably, this encounter later reached a time traveler, further solidifying the latter's resolve to select Kobe during the draft. It could be said that this matchup greatly enhanced Kobe's reputation while simultaneously altering Stackhouse's trajectory, or not. Despite being vanquished by Kobe in their duel, Stackhouse did not temper his arrogance. Instead, during his time with Allen Iverson, he became increasingly aggressive. In the 96-97 season, Stackhouse, in his quest for dominance, averaged 16.1 shots per game with a mere 47% shooting percentage, and his assists plummeted to 3.1 per game, severely disrupting the 76ers' offensive strategy and extinguishing management's dreams of a dynamic backcourt duo. And then, nothing more followed. Shortly after the commencement of the 97-98 season, due to Stackhouse's obstinacy, the 76ers management instructed him to pack his bags and leave. Although Stackhouse later excelled with the Pistons, many considered him unworthy of the title star. Ahem. Back to the matter at hand. Following a day of classes, The initiation ceremony for Su Feng to join the Raoul Marian High School basketball team took place in the school gymnasium. While termed an initiation ceremony, it was essentially a process of mutual acquaintance, culminating with the coach presenting Su Feng with his jersey and shoes. However, Kobe had no intention of letting Su Feng off easily. "Su, come and sing a song," Kobe suddenly called out at the end of the ceremony. Su Feng cast a glance at Coach Greg, who nodded with a resigned expression. Well, when it comes to singing, Su Feng found himself in a predicament. Although he could sing a few foreign songs, the ones he knew were quite peculiar. Songs like Red Plum Blossoms Bloom, Evenings in the Moscow Suburbs, and Katyusha were hardly appropriate for the current setting at the Damili family. Wait a moment, Su Feng realized that he did indeed know a couple of English songs. Clearing his throat, he began his performance. "You know you love me. I know you care. Just shout whenever, and I'll be there. Like baby, 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 oh. Like baby, 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 oh." In the basketball gym of Raoul Marian High School, Kobe, who initially intended to tease Su Feng, was taken aback. Although Su Feng's singing was rather mediocre, the melody of the song was undeniably enchanting. This particular song, Baby, composed by a certain Canadian pop artist, was one of the few that Su Feng had learned in his previous life to impress the ladies. "That's a lovely tune, Su. Who wrote it?" "I've never heard of it before," Kobe applauded after Su Feng finished. Su Feng pondered for a moment before replying. "Well, it certainly wasn't penned by me. Now that I've sung, Coach Greg, what shall we practice today?" After all, it would be years before this song even came to existence. So it would be quite the coincidence if Kobe had heard it. Su Feng, who harbored little interest in singing, and even less in being a copycat, found it hard to fathom the mindset of protagonists in novels who could recite scripts and lyrics effortlessly. Beyond a few classic movie scenes and lyrics, he could scarcely recall more than a couple of English songs. Alas, novels often veered into absurdity. Reality remained steadfast. To Su Feng, achieving his dream of entering the NBA, becoming a basketball star, and marrying a wealthy beauty was the true path to glory. Fortunately, Kobe and his teammates seemed unperturbed, as the flow of information in the 1990s was far from prolific, meaning there were countless songs they had yet to encounter. Thus, Su Feng managed to charm his way through the situation with his looks. After a full day of training, Su Feng was astonished to find that his integration into the team was far swifter than he had anticipated. As a newcomer to the basketball squad, he had even devised strategies to counter any pranks his teammates might play on him. However, during practice, not only were his teammates eager to pass him the ball, but they also greeted him with smiles, regardless of whether he made a shot or not. Could it be that they are all smitten by my handsome appearance? Su Feng cautiously speculated. Thankfully, after training, the team's utility guard, Schwartz, alleviated Su Feng's concerns. "Su, you ought to know, we are all quite intimidated by Kobe," Schwartz whispered. Su Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Last year, after we lost the state championship," Gay said, "it's all right. The opponents were just too strong." Do you know what happened to Gay afterwards? The mere recollection of last season's events sent shivers down Schwartz's spine. Huh. Kobe stared at Gay for a full 4 hours and 58 minutes, you know? That was no ordinary gaze. It was akin to a serpent, yes. A serpent fixating on its prey, Schwartz recounted. Su Feng nearly exclaimed, "No wonder they call him the Black Mamba." But recalling Kobe's proximity, he wisely refrained. Subsequently, Kobe relentlessly demanded that the team train with him, citing that without hard work, they could not secure the state championship in high school. But, Su, you know Kobe's stamina. Can we really keep up? As time passed, many veteran players departed from the team. Most notably, even during practice, Kobe maintained stringent expectations. If they failed to pass the ball to him and opted to shoot instead, should they miss, heaven knows how long they would endure his glare. But Su, you know what? Today, during practice, when we passed the ball to you and you missed, Kobe, he actually smiled. Moreover, if you made it, he would even pat us on the shoulder and say, "Good pass, keep it up." Su, you are our savior. I've heard tales of your prowess. You must be sent by the heavens to protect us. Schwartz exclaimed passionately. Su Feng looked to the heavens. He felt he would soon be compelled to shout, Balallah. Energy, transformation. However, after listening to Schwartz's explanation, Su Feng realized that his teammates had misunderstood Kobe. Since Kobe's English was limited when he first arrived at Raoul Marian, he often struggled to communicate with his teammates promptly. Given his fierce competitive spirit, it was only natural for him to impose high standards on himself and those around him. Su Feng patted Schwartz on the shoulder. Although he wished to express, "You've endured a lot," he pondered whether future Lakers point guards didn't all undergo similar trials. After concluding his conversation with Swartz, Su Feng noticed Kobe, who was intently scribbling in a small notebook. Curiosity piqued, he approached and asked, "What are you looking at? Aren't we supposed to have special training?" Kobe's demeanor was distinctly different from usual. "The day after tomorrow is our friendly match against Ridley High School," Kobe informed Su Feng. "They are the champions from last year, the year before that, and the year before that as well. They have claimed the Pennsylvania State Championship for 6 consecutive years. Isn't that akin to the formidable Mountain King in manga?" Su Feng mused. "If we wish to win the state championship, we must defeat them," Kobe asserted with utmost seriousness. Su Feng nodded, recalling that Kobe had to wait until his senior year to claim the state championship. Yet he vaguely remembered that it wasn't T. Ridley who had defeated Kobe in his junior year. "Su, I am determined to win the state championship, no matter what," Kobe declared passionately. "I understand. I feel the same way. We must secure this victory. Without the state championship, how can I aspire to play in the NBA?" According to the schedule of the American High School Basketball League, November marked the onset of formal competitions, with friendly matches taking place beforehand. Su Feng recognized that he still had time to improve. After all, although he found the training level of high school basketball insufficient for his aspirations, he had the advantage of Kobe's mentorship. "Let's train harder, Kobe," Su Feng proposed. "Absolutely." Observing Su Feng's determination, Kobe felt he had truly encountered someone who understood him. Chapter 20. The Twin Stars of Philadelphia. On the 21st, the weather transitioned from sunny to partly cloudy. Upon meeting the members of the Ridley High School basketball team, Su Feng suddenly felt a profound sense of intimidation. Kobe in high school was indeed formidable. If Nephalia could be likened to a structure of poor quality, then Raul Marion could only be compared to misshapen fruit. Yet look at Ridley High, a team composed entirely of tall players. Among them, the shortest starter is their point guard Goodman, standing at 188 centimeters and weighing 81 kilograms. The tallest is their center Larson, towering at 201 centimeters and weighing 95 kilograms. It is no wonder this school has dominated Pennsylvania basketball for the past 6 years. To be fair, aside from Kobe, Su Feng found himself evenly matched. But in all other positions, Raul Marion was thoroughly outclassed by Ridley High. "It dawned on me why Tina looked so familiar. She is the cheerleading captain," Su Feng remarked as he watched Tina leading the cheers on the court. "Ever since Tina joined the cheer squad, our style has changed," Kobe mused. "Oh." Su Feng's curiosity was piqued by Kobe's revelation. "Previously, our cheer team was filled with beauties, but Tina claimed that was not imposing enough. Now, our cheerleading dances resemble the ward dances of the Maori people from New Zealand," Kobe sighed. Su Feng couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "Su, that's Ridley High's small forward, Williamson, their star player. He possesses considerable strength, but his shooting leaves much to be desired. By the way, if you're matched up against him, be wary of his trash talk. When I faced him last year, he wouldn't stop yapping," Kobe said, patting Su Feng's shoulder and pointing at the burly player from Ridley. "Williamson stands at 193 centimeters and weighs 95 kilograms, and it is rumored that his bench press surpasses that of many NBA players." However, after listening to Kobe's introduction, Su Feng felt that this opponent would not be too challenging. Frankly speaking, even if a player like Carter were to confront him now, Su Feng would not be daunted. Well, perhaps Carter would still pose a challenge. Ahem, that is beside the point. What matters is that in Su Feng's memory, this individual named Williamson had never even played in the NBA. Given that he faces Kobe daily, if he were to fear other contemporaries, that would be utterly disgraceful. Of course, while maintaining a dismissive attitude towards his opponent, Su Feng had already devised a strategy to counter Williamson. It is noteworthy that after Su Feng's arrival at Raul Marion, Kobe, just as Su Feng remembered, requested the team coach Greg to allow him to play exclusively as a shooting guard for the remainder of his high school career. In American high schools, players around 190 centimeters are often assigned to play center, which is why Kobe had played every position on the court during his high school years. However, upon deciding to pursue the NBA, Kobe understood that his most suitable position would be that of a shooting guard. Thus, Greg did not deny Kobe's request, as he had acquired a new utility player for the forward position. "Su, don't force it. Williamson is not an easy opponent to handle." Greg specifically cautioned Su Feng before the game. After all, while Su Feng had previously faced Kobe one-on-one on the court, the physical disparity between him and Williamson was quite significant. In the Raul Marion Gymnasium, students continuously cheered for their school team. with numerous female classmates chanting various slogans promising rewards for a victory. Such chants, of course, left Su Feng entirely unimpressed. After all, what joy is there in playing basketball? On the court, as the players concluded their warm-ups, Raul Marian's team took to the floor. With Kobe once again responsible for the jump ball, there was no alternative. After all, who could soar like Kobe? As Su Feng approached Williamson, he suddenly heard Williamson sneer, "East Asian sick man, I will ensure you learn what fear truly is today." Su Feng, brother, it's 4991. Can you not change your lines when you trash talk? East Asian sick man, are you planning to make a plaque for me to kick? Su Feng ignored Williamson, who perceived this as a sign of fear and continued, "Hey, be careful. I might just knock your brains out." Su Feng, all right, Kobe was right. Before the game commenced, Kobe had not only warned Su Feng to be cautious of Williamson's trash talk, but also kindly pointed out his trash talk skills are rather pathetic. With a resigned sigh, Su Feng looked at Williamson and asked, "Do you know who your father is?" This left Williamson dumbfounded, because his father had vanished before he was even born. In America, many irresponsible fathers abandon their partners after a brief encounter. Su Feng's question was merely rhetorical, yet it unexpectedly left Williamson speechless. Consequently, Williamson shook his head. "Let us do this, seeing how pitiful you are. I will call you brother and you can call me dad so you can experience what paternal love feels like," Su Feng told Williamson. The intricacies of the English language momentarily left Williamson perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning behind Su Feng's words. Meanwhile, Schwartz, standing nearby, understood the jest and could not contain his amusement, akin to a 70-kilogram child. Indeed, he was the type of player who sacrificed intelligence for talent. Observing Williamson, Su Feng became even more convinced of his earlier assessment. He resolved to teach Williamson a lesson titled the back shadow. With a resounding clap, as Kobe triumphed in the jump ball against the completely outmatched Larson, this highly anticipated showdown commenced. Long before the match began, Su Feng had noticed the presence of scouts, not only from the Philadelphia 76ers, but even from North Carolina, who had traveled a considerable distance. Clearly, the level of attention this game garnered far surpassed the previous friendly match between Nephalia and Raul Marian. With Raul Marian now in possession of the ball, Su Feng began to execute the first play he had rehearsed in the past few days. The play was not complicated. It was a classic strategy involving a shooter running along the baseline, utilizing a screen set by the center to create an open shot. Before the match, Su Feng had observed that although Williamson was built like a bull, his wingspan and vertical leap were rather mediocre. Such a player would not possess remarkable speed. Thus, when Su Feng sprinted into position, Williamson gradually fell behind. Though his teammate Rassman failed to completely block Williamson during the screen, given the current distance and Williamson's short arms, Su Feng was confident this player could not contest his shot. Upon reaching the opposite corner, Su Feng received a pass from Schwartz. At last, with Su Feng's arrival, Schwartz felt as though his career as a playmaker had finally blossomed, as he could finally display his court vision. As Su Feng received Schwartz's pass, he immediately took his shot. Williamson charged towards Su Feng, for he had just realized the meaning behind Su Feng's earlier comment. "Damn it. This guy dares to take advantage of me." However, just as Su Feng had anticipated, Williamson was utterly unable to block him. Moreover, the fellow's cognitive capacity appeared limited. He failed to halt his momentum as he lunged forward, allowing Su Feng to sidle closer to him after releasing the ball. "Oh my!" Swish! Beep! Accompanied by a cry of mockery, Su Feng commenced the game with a remarkable 4-point play. Life, much like a theatrical performance, relies entirely on one's skill. Within the Raul Marian Gymnasium, students were left in awe. Incredible! On the court, due to Su Feng's authentic display, even the referee approached Williamson to admonish him to be cautious with his movements. Yet, Williamson felt aggrieved, for he truly had no intention of committing a foul. Kobe swiftly assisted Su Feng to his feet, inquiring with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" Su Feng shrugged and pointed at Williamson, assuring him, "You should worry about him instead." Kobe chuckled, recognizing the man he endorsed. Subsequently, amid the enthusiastic cheers of their peers, Su Feng approached the free throw line and successfully converted the additional shot. 0-4. On the sidelines, Greg was exceedingly pleased with the team's coordination. To him, aside from closing down and creating space for Kobe, they had finally established another tactical approach. Turning back, Williamson seemed eager to reclaim his pride, promptly positioning himself in the low post while directing his towering teammate Larson to the corner. One must admit, this fellow was quite the liability, regardless of his robust physique or that of the aforementioned teammate, for Su Feng, whose name bore the character for Maple. They were both off limits. With determination, Su Feng placed his elbow against Williamson's waist and used his foot to impede him. Despite his slender frame, Su Feng's weight was far less than that of Williamson, yet he had observed during warm-ups that the latter's offensive skills were rather rudimentary. Under HC rules, whether breaking through or executing low-post moves, one must possess a certain level of technique to succeed. The dominance of the four great centers in the 1990s stemmed from their unique skills. Regrettably, Su Feng perceived that Williamson lacked both intellect and the capability to execute low-post maneuvers. Indeed, upon receiving a pass from his teammate, the seemingly more robust Williamson was taken aback, for he found he could not overpower Su Feng. What on earth? Could this Chinese lad have trained in martial arts? Or perhaps he was a hidden Shaolin master residing in America? Or was he a third-generation disciple of Jeet Kune Do? Williamson was baffled and, in desperation, opted for a turnaround jump shot. However, given the quality of his shot, Su Feng would wager 100 times that it would not find the net. Clang. As expected, Williamson's turnaround jumper missed the basket entirely. With such poor technique, it wasn't mere bravado on Su Feng's part. If he wished to shoot, he could retreat 3 steps and offer a courteous bow. In the past, relying solely on brute strength, Williamson had easily bullied his peers. But tonight, he faced Su Feng, a man forged in the fires of competition. On the court, after Kobe soared to snatch the rebound, he initiated a fast break. Ridley High's shooting guard was no match for Kobe, who effortlessly passed him, leaping high for a soaring dunk. 0-6. The atmosphere within the Raoul Merian Gymnasium was instantly ignited by the performances of Su Feng and Kobe. It was astonishingly reminiscent, indeed, too reminiscent. In the stands, Duke University's scout Wesley mused, while not far away, North Carolina scout Leonard echoed the sentiment, noting that without the uniforms, that recent offensive play could have easily been mistaken for the Bulls' classic style. On the court, the defiant Williamson encountered yet another setback. Initially poised to attack the interior from beyond the three-point line, he suddenly noticed Su Feng retreating a few steps and gesturing for him to proceed. Damn! At such a distance, even if Williamson exerted himself to break through, Su Feng could intercept him on the path, potentially even forcing a charge. However, he had just requested a one-on-one opportunity from his teammates. Steeling himself, Williamson took a shot from just inside the three-point line. And then, nothing followed. Kobe secured the rebound, while Su Feng surged forward. Caught off guard, Williamson could only watch as Su Feng received Kobe's pass in the front court. This time, invigorated by Kobe's recent training on his jumping technique, Su Feng leapt decisively. Clang. Although Su Feng's height and power could not yet rival Kobe's, he felt exhilarated. This was the first dunk of his basketball career in an official game. Moreover, and most importantly, it was a spectacular finish. Witnessing Su Feng's impressive dunk, Kobe rushed over to him, and they exchanged a celebratory chest bump. 0-8. The atmosphere was electric, and Mills, a reporter from the Philadelphia Inquirer present for the day's events, excitedly captured the moment. Many years later, Mills would surely be grateful for his presence at Raoul Merian on this day, for he had immortalized a precious photograph. This was the Philadelphia duo, Mills exclaimed. Beside him, his colleague Markson from the Philadelphia Evening News formally dubbed the partnership of Kobe and Su Feng, stating, "No, we should refer to them as the Philadelphia Twin Stars." Chapter 21. A starkly different sorrow initially. It was presumed that the Dragons would effortlessly triumph. However, the game commenced with a shocking score of 8-0 against them. What should be the next course of action? I await your guidance with urgency. As an old acquaintance of Greg Donahue, Ridley High School's head coach, Fernandez felt utterly exasperated today. In the 1990s, the transmission technology of information was not sufficiently advanced, leading to significant delays in how most individuals received news. Take Fernandez, for instance. Last year, when facing Raoul Merian, Ridley High School did not encounter such formidable opposition. Where on earth did that Asian player come from? Fernandez was utterly perplexed. Given the current dire circumstances on the court, Fernandez had no choice but to call for a timeout. Does anyone know the origin of that Asian player? After posing this question to his team, Fernandez felt like a fool. For if he himself was unaware of the player's background, how could his team possibly know? Coach, his name is Su, and he recently transferred from Nephalia to Raoul Merian. I heard he is quite close with Kobe, as they often walk to and from school together. Goodman. Ridley High's point guard timidly interjected. Fernandez. Ahem. Though feeling somewhat embarrassed, Fernandez mustered his courage to inquire further. How do you know this? I have a cousin at Raul Mirian who mentioned that Su and Kobe had a scoring duel during a friendly match, Goodman explained. What? Fernandez suddenly realized he had stumbled upon a crucial piece of intelligence. A scoring duel with Kobe? Such talent exists in Pennsylvania? With a mix of envy and resentment. Fernandez cast a glance at Greg, silently cursing under his breath. Well, it seems we must reevaluate this match. He turned to his players, saying, First, let us contain Kobe. The players of Ridley High nodded in understanding. Truly commendable soldiers, trained to respond swiftly to any signal. After casting another disdainful glance at Greg, Fernandez muttered, It's just two formidable beasts. I wish I could coach a team with such talents. Why is it that despite our 6 consecutive championships, no extraordinary players wish to join Ridley High? Meanwhile, the game resumed. Following the timeout, Williamson curbed his aggressive style of play. Ridley High's center, Larson, utilized his height and weight to easily push past David Lossman and scored with a hook shot beneath the basket. An impressive skill set, Su Feng remarked, observing Larson. Having such a center at the high school level is truly formidable. It's no wonder Kobe struggled against them last year. As Raul Mirian initiated their offense, the versatile Swartz quickly realized that Ridley High had altered their defensive strategy. This was the very zone defense they had struggled to penetrate last season. During their previous encounter with Ridley High, Raul Mirian had initially held the upper hand, but once the opposing team adjusted their defense in the second half, Raul Mirian found it nearly impossible to score. Swartz would never forget that match, in which despite Kobe's impressive 40 points, they lost by a staggering 15 points. The unfortunate Gay Stewart had suffered greatly after that match due to an offhand remark. Swartz felt a twinge of panic. As a young and versatile player, he was clearly at a loss when faced with his own defense. This is too difficult. It must be said that Ridley High's defensive strategy was indeed astute. They first employed man-to-man coverage to restrict Kobe's perimeter shooting, and then utilized the zone defense to leverage Larson's height against Kobe's drives. Previously, Raul Mirian had lacked shooters to create space for Kobe, often relying on sheer luck regarding his shooting percentage. Excellent strategy, came the voice of Su Feng, a slight smile gracing his lips as he quickly signaled to Swartz and Lossman. A zone defense. This provides an opportunity for Su Feng. The difference between high school and collegiate or NBA basketball lies in the fact that a group of young players are unlikely to fully grasp such advanced tactics. While Su Feng was still learning to navigate the court, it did not mean he could not comprehend the zone defense. Ridley High's wings lacked speed. As long as Su Feng could make a few well-timed runs, utilizing Kobe's gravity, open shots would naturally present themselves. Swartz felt an exhilarating sense of confidence. Could it be that I am a rare talent in passing? Upon seeing Su Feng in an open position, Swartz decisively opted to pass. Su Feng, ungrudgingly, accepted the opportunity. Swish. Although the sound was painful to Su Feng, he reassured himself that he could practice with Kobe after the game. The score was now 2-11. In the gym, many students began chanting Su's name. Hearing the cheers, Su Feng felt something was amiss. Meanwhile, on Raul Mirian's bench, Greg felt that his previous deference towards Su Feng had been more than justified. Su Feng's presence had, in a sense, granted Kobe unprecedented space. Coupled with Su Feng's defensive prowess, unbeknownst to Greg, he had inadvertently executed a remarkably advanced strategy. For American high school basketball at this moment, Su Feng embodied the quintessential 3D player that future NBA teams would covet. A player who could contribute offensively without monopolizing the ball, and still defend effectively. Once you have a 3D player, you realize their true value. On Ridley High's side, Fernandez was at a loss for how to proceed. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. On the court, under the formidable pressure from Kobe and Su Feng, even the most basic perimeter passing became a challenge for Ridley High. Just as Goodman was about to lob the ball to Larson in the paint, Kobe suddenly burst forth. He was simply too high. With a spectacular leap, Kobe intercepted the pass and launched a fast break. Su Feng raced down the court, completing the second dunk of his basketball career. I need to find a way to enhance my vertical leap, otherwise, this dunk just isn't satisfying enough. Su Feng mused. With the score at 2-13, Raul Mirian had already established a double-digit lead before the first quarter was even halfway through. As the score gap widened to over 10 points, the players of Ridley High felt the weight of pressure intensifying. I refuse to believe that if we neutralize Kobe, we cannot turn this around. Fernandez clenched his fists, convinced that while Su Feng was formidable, he did not possess Kobe's terrifying prowess. In truth, Fernandez's assessment was accurate. However, sometimes, a 3D player can be just as lethal. Swish, 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 clang, swish, clang. All right, Su, you and Kobe should take a break now. It's time for the bench players to find their rhythm. With 6 minutes and 27 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, Greg substituted Su Feng and Kobe. At that moment, the score on the court stood at 46-72. Raul Merlin led by a staggering 26 points. The reigning state champions were being utterly overwhelmed. More importantly, Su Feng had thoroughly astonished the scouts and reporters present today. He had scored an impressive 39 points before being substituted in the fourth quarter, shooting 16 out of 23, including 6 out of 9 from three-point range and 1 out of 1 from the free throw line. Su Feng's efficiency left everyone in awe. Yet, despite delivering a flawless performance, Su Feng appeared particularly sorrowful upon returning to the bench. Even his teammates, who initially intended to congratulate him, hesitated, fearing to disturb this somber mood. Meanwhile, Kobe was lost in thought, wearing a pensive expression. The players of Raul Merlin felt as if they could no longer endure this situation. Oh heavens! They had anticipated a savior, yet instead, they received an astute observer. Two legends. We are leading the defending champions by 26 points. Although it is merely a friendly match, shouldn't we be a little jubilant? Are you both demons? Damn it. In truth, Su Feng's sorrow was misunderstood. The reason for his melancholy was, with such precision, how would he manage in the future? Although high school games only yield 300 points for a single miss, it is still 300 points. If I maintain this accuracy throughout the season, how will I cope? Su Feng pondered sadly. Kobe, too, was misinterpreted. His gloom stemmed from the fact that although they were winning comfortably, he had only managed a mere 14 points before being substituted. His shooting accuracy was a dismal 5 out of 16, with the remaining points from free throws. The zone defense is truly vexing. Furthermore, my driving skills seem to be lacking. During my one-on-one with Su, he often thwarted my attempts to penetrate. My techniques have been thoroughly analyzed by my opponents. I must devise a strategy, or else when I enter the NBA, will I merely be a spectator against such defenses? Kobe mused with concern. On the bench, Swartz, who had recorded 14 assists that night, was initially elated, but upon noticing the deep contemplation of his two esteemed teammates, he suppressed his excitement and sat quietly to the side, just as the players on Raul Merlin's bench were suffering in silence. Fortunately, Kobe broke the stillness first. He rose and sat beside Su Feng, and upon seeing Su's troubled expression, he felt a sense of relief. Truly, my chosen man. Su must also feel that winning this match is nothing to boast about. With such a calm ally like Su, we are destined to claim the state championship this year. Kobe thought joyfully. Su, this weekend, I will take you to a wonderful place. Kobe said, patting Su Feng on the shoulder. Su Feng replied, Huh, where exactly are we going? Surely, you don't intend to take me along for some escapade? Chapter 22, The Emergence of Divine Skills. After triumphing over Ridley High School with a score of 55-84, Su Feng swiftly ascended to celebrity status in Pennsylvania. His popularity soared like a mosaic, but alas, such a phenomenon was non-existent. The 1990s lacked the social networks of the future. Thus, to achieve fame through a mere friendly match was as improbable as anticipating where Kobe would take him for fun this weekend. Why do I feel like I'm filming a variety show titled Where is Kobe Going? The thought of Kobe's serious demeanor in the fourth quarter made Su Feng wish he could take a metaphorical axe to him. Notably, while Su Feng's fame grew only modestly, he left a profound impression on Ridley High School's coach, Fernandez, on the day of the friendly match. Furthermore, it was his first time receiving interviews from reporters who were eager to gather information about him for future high school league coverage. It is worth mentioning that Duke scout Wesley congratulated Su Feng immediately after the game. However, the North Carolina scout, whom Su Feng had yet to meet, seemed disinterested in fostering any goodwill. As expected from North Carolina, even their scouts maintained such an aloof demeanor. While it is challenging for a friendly match to gain media attention, the scenario would change with the commencement of official games. As long as one maintained their performance, their name would soon echo throughout Pennsylvania. Kobe encouraged Su Feng, patting him on the shoulder. Su Feng nodded, thinking, by the way, Kobe, could you tell me where we're headed this weekend? Upon hearing the question, Kobe adopted a senior's air and replied, "You'll find out when the time comes." Suppressing the impulse to take action against Kobe, Su Feng managed to endure until the weekend arrived. On the 24th, Saturday, in sunny New York, the Big Apple, it must be said that Kobe was indeed affluent. Once again, he purchased Su Feng's plane ticket. Unlike many of Su Feng's friends from impoverished backgrounds who had grown up without fathers, Kobe was a chosen child. He came from a wealthy family with both parents alive. Though Joe Bryant had a lackluster NBA career, he played a crucial role in Kobe's basketball journey. Additionally, Kobe's grandfather was a basketball enthusiast, and during his childhood in Italy, Kobe often received NBA tapes sent by him. Upon returning to the United States, Kobe quickly secured a full scholarship due to his exceptional talent, making friends like him a welcome addition in Su Feng's life. I've recently discovered that my breakthrough skills are insufficient. Relying solely on crossover, changes of direction, and speed, I can barely get past you, Kobe said earnestly after they disembarked. Su Feng was taken aback, feeling as if Kobe was implying he lacked skill. What do you mean? Su, I mean no offense. You see, I also aim for the NBA. Although I consider you a defensive expert, surely there are those in the NBA with superior defensive skills? Noticing Su Feng's silence, Kobe worried that he might have offended him and hurried to reassure him. In truth, Kobe was overthinking it. Su Feng was simply contemplating whether there was anything in New York that could enhance his dribbling skills. Momentarily, even Su Feng, who was well acquainted with Kobe's career, could not think of any connection between Kobe and New York. Are you planning to take me to Rucker Park to play street ball and find inspiration? Su Feng inquired curiously. No. But if you wish to go, I can take you there, Kobe chuckled. With a strong sense of curiosity, Su Feng followed Kobe to the Brooklyn area. As one of the most bustling cities in America, many newcomers to New York would be awestruck by its grandeur. However, upon visiting the slums of New York, one would undoubtedly exclaim in dismay at its desolation. Su Feng felt that without Kobe as a guide, he might have been in grave danger. Following Kobe into the slums, he encountered intimidating muscular figures and women clad in revealing attire, their makeup heavy. Don't look around. Stay close to me, Kobe instructed, glancing back at Su Feng. Nodding in agreement, Su Feng soon found himself walking to an old-looking auto repair shop. As they approached this unremarkable establishment, a young black man wearing a white t-shirt and light blue jeans, clutching a wrench and sporting a mohawk, approached them. Su Feng instinctively clenched his fists, but Kobe reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, saying, "We've arrived." "Long time no see, Kobe," the young man exclaimed enthusiastically, greeting Kobe with a chest bump. "Good to see you, Tyron," Kobe smiled in return. "And who is this?" the young man inquired, eyeing Su Feng. "My buddy," Kobe replied. "Let us go? The boss has been waiting for you," Tyron said, turning to lead the way without further inquiries. Fortunately, Su Feng was naturally calm, so he remained composed even in such a setting. "How have you been lately?" Kobe asked as they followed Tyron. "Not bad. Just a few newcomers at the park have been wanting to challenge us," Tyron replied with a grin. "Kobe, did Tom and his crew give you any trouble?" "Not anymore. Ever since we defeated that tall guy they brought last time, they've backed off. After all, with the boss's reputation in New York, even gang members must weigh the consequences." "All right, we're here." As Tyron opened a rolling shutter, a half-court basketball court came into view for Su Feng and Kobe. Boom, boom, boom. On the court, Su Feng spotted a stout black guard practicing his dribbling. Tyron Evans, although you can simply call me by my nickname, Alimo," he said, extending a hand in formal introduction. As he introduced himself, a long-buried memory resurfaced in Su Feng's mind. Tyron Evans. Wasn't he the renowned streetball player known as Alimo? Su Feng recognized Tyron due to his immense fame in the streetball community, but regrettably, he recalled that this skilled player would succumb to a tragic fate due to a stroke in 2013. Returning to the present, if this was indeed the illustrious Alimo, Su Feng could surmise the identity of the stout figure on the court. Just as Su Feng prepared to introduce himself, Kobe interrupted. "Su Feng, defensive expert, my teammate." Upon hearing Kobe's introduction, even Tyron could not help but cast a second glance at Su Feng. After all, being referred to as a defensive expert by Kobe was no small feat. However, Su Feng was not fond of that title. In Su Feng's perspective, this title resembled a warrior player being criticized for merely stacking armor. "When I heard that you were coming to New York to explore breakthrough techniques with me, I initially thought Vince Carter had flown to Pennsylvania and given you a sound thrashing." On the court, a stocky, shorter individual approached Su Feng and his companions, prepared to practice dribbling. Well, if Vince Carter did indeed fly to Pennsylvania, it could only mean one thing. His perpetually sleepy cousin had received another beating from me. Kobe laughed at the stocky figure. Long time no see, buddy. The individual flashed a wide grin, colliding chests with Kobe. Long time no see, Kobe repeated. Hello, Iwell. Just as Su Feng was about to reintroduce himself, he was interrupted once more. Do I possess a skill that guarantees my self-introduction will be interrupted? Su Feng thought, bemused. I know you. Kobe mentioned you on the phone, saying you are his Scottie Pippen. The stocky individual looked up at Su Feng. Su Feng thought to himself, you've got it all wrong. He is my Pippen, all right? Pippen, you say? Go to hell with your Pippen. The disdain for Pippen was temporarily set aside as Kobe, patting the stocky individual on the shoulder, introduced him to Su Feng. This is GTMD Pippen. Did you think only you could interject? Sam Willis, the finest point guard in all of New York. Su Feng smiled at the stocky individual. Kobe, Tyrann, Sam God. In the many accounts of Kobe that Su Feng had read in his previous life, he distinctly remembered an intriguing explanation. During his junior and senior years, Kobe had undergone intensive training with Sam God to refine his dribbling skills. If one were to name the four most renowned figures in the streetball scene of 1990s New York, they would undoubtedly be Sam God, Rafer Alston, Stephon Marbury, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Among these four, the favorite of New York fans was none other than the stocky young man named Sam God. Unlike many streetball players, who merely showcased flashy tricks, Sam God, coming from an academic background, was dedicated to applying intricate streetball techniques in real games. Unlike Alston, who ultimately compromised his style for professional basketball, Sam God successfully integrated streetball into his professional career. Though his NBA journey was not particularly illustrious, his name would be etched in the memory of every basketball enthusiast. Notably, Sam God was originally named God Sam God, a name that resonated with the English word God due to frequent teasing from classmates during his school years. His mother eventually changed his name to Sam Willis. You know Willis? Kobe looked at Su Feng, astonished. I read about him in a magazine. Su Feng attempted to feign ignorance. Haha, I never imagined I'd become so famous. Kobe, you'd better step up your game. One must admit, Sam God was rather easy to persuade. By the way. You've come at the perfect time. I've just developed a new breakthrough technique. Come on, defend me, and I'll demonstrate. Sam God pulled Kobe along with one hand, while cradling the basketball with the other. Kobe nodded, seemingly intrigued by Sam God's newly developed technique. A new breakthrough technique? Observing the two stepping onto the court, Su Feng was utterly taken aback. For in his recollections of Kobe and Sam God, there was yet another fascinating explanation. On the court, as Kobe assumed his defensive stance, Sam God commenced his performance. One must say Sam God was truly a rare talent in dribbling. Unlike those who were merely adept at spinning in place, his dribbling skills seamlessly integrated into practical application. His dribbling was so close to the ground that if one did not lower their center of gravity, it would be nearly impossible to defend. Thud, thud, thud. On the court, Sam God began his advance into Kobe's defensive zone. First, he stepped forward with his right leg, while simultaneously pushing the ball forward with his right hand. The subtlety of this movement and his mastery of dribbling required meticulous attention to appreciate its essence. Kobe fell for it. Just as he mistakenly believed Sam God had lost control of the ball, Sam God suddenly flicked the ball in another direction. This was none other than Sam God. Indeed, at this moment, Sam God was demonstrating the future-renowned dribbling breakthrough technique, Sham God, to Kobe. It was in that explanation that Su Feng recalled Kobe learning this move during their intensive training sessions together. At first glance, this maneuver appeared uncomplicated, yet in practice, it was infinitely versatile and brimming with possibilities. On the court, Kobe's eyes sparkled as he observed Sam God effortlessly breaking past him. Again, Kobe exclaimed. Sam God smiled, ready to continue. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythm was nearly identical once more. However, this time, Kobe refrained from lunging forward. Yet thud. Sam God suddenly pulled the ball back, executing a step-back jump shot to conclude the play. Swish. This is my new trick. What do you think? Not only can it break through defenses, but it can also create space with a step back, and even allows for swift directional changes in tight spaces. Ultimately, as long as your speed is sufficient and your agility is sharp, this move can lead to endless follow-ups. Sam God smiled at Kobe. Kobe nodded. Su, come over and experience this. Su Feng nodded, aware that Kobe wished to see if he could defend against this move. Pay attention, I'm about to start Sam God. Spotting Su Feng before him, suddenly propelled the basketball. Thud, thud, thud. As he stepped right, his body leaned forward. In truth, Sam God could go either left or right, depending on the dribbler's preference. Su Feng understood that Sam God's true change of direction occurred at the moment he pulled the ball back with his left hand thus. Su Feng took a small step to the left in anticipation. However, just as Su Feng shifted left, Sam God unexpectedly executed a crossover, yanking the ball in the opposite direction. This was Sam God's change of direction. Whether in 2K or reality, this maneuver could complement many breakthrough techniques, producing a plethora of exhilarating plays. Su Feng's ankle was nearly compromised, yet fortunately, he maintained his balance. Kobe, your friend here is quite the defender. I almost stumbled, Sam God remarked, astonished at nearly causing Su Feng to falter. While an outsider might perceive this as mockery, in reality, Sam God had indeed come close to making an error. This maneuver. Kobe gazed at Sam God as though he were admiring a striking display in a shop window. Rest assured, the purpose of developing this move is to disseminate it widely. I've even devised a name for it, to be named after myself, Sam God. Ha ha ha, just think. If players start using this move, the commentators will be endlessly reciting my name. Alas, perhaps I'm merely dreaming. This move might not be as effective as I hope. Sam God said with a smirk. No? This move is bound to be effective. Moreover, Su Feng was certain that in the future, Sam God's name would undoubtedly be mentioned by basketball commentators across various national television stations, alongside those of the most prominent retired players. Allow me to elucidate the essence of this technique, Sam God remarked, patting Su Feng and Kobe on their shoulders. Just then, Su Feng abruptly halted, rooted to the spot. This was because, moments ago, a voice reverberated in his mind, proclaiming, "Congratulations, host. Dribbling potential, 5. Ball control potential, 5. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the original skill, Sam God, original." Chapter 23, Worrying for Nothing. Su Feng, winky face. Original skills? Sam God, original version. On the court, while Sam God was conducting a live demonstration, Su Feng, multitasking, opened a system interface visible only to him. Original skill, Sam God, original version, an offensive skill, created by Sam God himself. Upon equipping, it enhances the probability of penetrating the defender's center of gravity by 15, the chance of faking out the defender by 8, boosts speed by 10 during breakthroughs, and generates a 100 chance of astounding the onlookers. Note, the host must achieve a ball control level of 86, dribbling level of 86, speed level of 75, and agility level of 80 to trigger the equipment effect. Note 2. All attributes must reach at least the NBA starting elite level. Reminder, the host's current values do not meet the requirements and cannot activate the skill effect. Su Feng decided to calm his emotions. Steady, steady. How can one be calm in such a situation? Kobe, truly deserving of being his personal cheat code. Ah, truly a legendary shooting guard of the era. Su Feng never anticipated such an opportunity while following Kobe. Well, this skill. For now, I can only admire it, not utilize it. In fact, skills like Sam God's dribbling techniques are not overly complex. Under Sam God's tutelage, Su Feng quickly grasped the essence of the move. After all, in his previous life, this technique became widely adopted by many dribbling enthusiasts. Nonetheless, it remains the case that professionalism differs from amateurism. For instance, the way Su Feng executes Sam God's technique. As Kobe would describe it, Su, I believe you are more suited to play without the ball. Indeed, while Su Feng can employ this technique, his execution is evidently on a different tier compared to Sam God or Kobe. The speed of connecting combos and the effectiveness of breakthroughs manifest, as if in slow motion, through Su Feng's efforts. Thus, one might wonder where the confidence of some fans stems from, claiming their idols excel in basketball. Cooking well might be a more reasonable assertion. This system is quite scientific. The skills it provides offer effects that enhance performance. After all, many basketball techniques can be learned by enthusiasts through videos. However, this enhancement is unique. Moreover, the attributes it enhances are quite reasonable. A certain level of feel for the game and speed is indeed necessary for Sam God's prowess to be fully realized, Su Feng mused. Notably, after successfully acquiring Sam God's skill, Su Feng could confirm that by completing certain specific conditions set by the system, he could obtain some superlative skills he had yet to acquire. However, unlike the turnaround fadeaway he learned from Kobe. Su Feng noted that this skill was classified as an original skill. This suggests that while Kobe's turnaround fadeaway is an improvement upon existing techniques, Sam Gold's skill is entirely his own creation. Additionally, I trained for an entire summer with Kobe to acquire his fadeaway, indicating that the acquisition methods for original and hidden skills must be distinct, Su Feng analyzed. Furthermore, Su Feng observed that the system had specifically noted the term original version concerning the skill he acquired. Growing increasingly familiar with the system, he understood it would not include extraneous details without purpose. Thus, this designation must carry significant meaning. I see. While techniques like Sam Gold's are indeed crafted by him, there will be many future players who utilize Sam Gold's skills. Hence, if my conjecture is correct, this skill will likely have versions associated with various players. This is why the system makes this distinction. Moreover, it is certain that other versions do not possess the same high-level enhancement as the original. Su Feng soon realized how fortunate he was to be in New York. He felt like an incredibly lucky boy. Senior Bai is indeed watching over me. Involuntarily, Su Feng silently expressed gratitude to Senior Bai. It was a pity that the human-shaped Lucky Charm, Yang Chaoyue, had yet to be born. Otherwise, Su Feng would undoubtedly include her in his reverence. However, returning to the current state of the system at version 6.0, Su Feng could not view the values for speed, dribbling, or agility. He could only see his ball control attribute. It seems I must continue upgrading the system, Su Feng contemplated. Moreover, aside from acquiring this skill, my dribbling and ball control potentials have both increased by 5 points. Currently, while I cannot see my dribbling potential, my ball control potential has risen to 55. Previously, Su Feng had been concerned about the low potential of certain attributes, fearing he would be relegated to a mere clumsy player after upgrading the system. After all, talent dictates everything on the basketball court. Su Feng's rapid improvement in defense and shooting was due to both his diligent practice and the high potential within the system. However, today, Su Feng felt he had opened a door to a new world. So, the question arises, opportunities like today are rare and cannot be sought after. How can I create such opportunities in the future? Su Feng fell into contemplation once more. Meanwhile, on the court, the perceptive Kobe, under Sam Gold's guidance, increasingly felt that this technique perfectly suited his playing style. After discussing with Su Feng, the two decided to extend their stay in New York for a few more days. As for school matters, I'll just tell them you both woke up at 4 every morning to train, caught a cold, and fell ill. Kobe Bryant activated the face fruit once more. For these days, they would focus on special training in New York as the next friendly match was not until October. Once immersed in basketball training, it would be impossible to halt, Kobe remarked to Su Feng. Su Feng nodded, accepting Kobe's goodwill. After all, practicing with a dribbling master like Sam Gold would hone his defensive skills against such breakthrough experts. Alas, why must it always be about defense? Su Feng, who only wished to showcase his prowess, felt as though Kobe had lured him down a path of no return. Of course, Su Feng also wished to see whether he could continue to break through the fixed ball control potential defined in version 6.0. Time flew by, and unbeknownst to Su Feng and Kobe, they had spent half a month in Brooklyn. Through their casual conversations, Su Feng learned that Sam Gold was currently with the Lesam Music Academy. His aspiration was also to enter the NBA, and like Kobe and Su Feng, he was a star of the school basketball team. To train alongside Kobe and Su Feng, Sam Gold had taken a half-month leave under the pretense of having caught a cold. Su Feng recalled that Sam Gold would later attend college in Manhattan and enter the draft in 1997. However, Sam Gold's basketball journey would not be smooth. Despite his listed height of 183 centimeters, Su Feng estimated that in reality, he stood no taller than 178 centimeters, even accounting for shoes. No matter how skilled Sam Gold's dribbling techniques were, once in the NBA, he would encounter players who were not only taller, but also faster. In the vast expanse of NBA history, how many prodigious talents like Iverson can we truly count? Sam Gold's most illustrious moments unfolded within the CBA, yes, the Chinese Basketball Association. From 2001 to 2004, Sam Gold graced the Zhejiang Wanma, and the fans were fortunate to witness his masterful dribbling skills. In the CBA, he was endearingly dubbed the city hero by the locals, a predecessor to the renowned Beijing political commissar, Stefan Marbury. Subsequently, Sam Gold traversed through both the NBA and CBA, even serving as an assistant coach in the CBA post-retirement. While his on-court achievements might not rival the breakthrough technique he pioneered, the very moment he unveiled this technique, his name was destined to be etched into the annals of basketball history. Notably, among the streetball kings of 1990s New York, two later dominated in the CBA, and one played alongside Yao Ming. What a remarkable twist of fate. It was astonishing, truly the finest fried rice I have ever tasted. At Tyrant's place, Sam Gold felt his appetite conquered by Su Feng as they dined together with Kobe and Tyron. Observing Sam Gold's naive expression, Su Feng chuckled. What you used to eat hardly qualifies as fried rice. Have you ever heard of egg fried rice, Yangzhou fried rice, Gualu fried rice, green pepper shredded meat fried rice, or fish-flavored shredded pork fried rice? The tofu I made earlier, mapo tofu, was exceptional, Tyron praised. Meanwhile, Kobe scrutinized Su Feng, pondering how to entice him to cook dinner at his home. After all, subsisting on sandwiches and sweet tofu pudding could no longer satisfy Kobe's palate. Are all Chinese people such culinary wizards? Sam Gold inquired with curiosity. Indeed. Let me tell you about China's 8 major cuisines. Su Feng began to enlighten him. Enraptured, Sam Gold declared, if I ever have the chance, I must visit China to savor its culinary delights. Upon hearing Sam Gold's lofty aspirations, Su Feng could only shake his head. Perhaps this was Sam Gold's fate, destined to venture to China. Yet, it was disheartening to ponder why. After so many years in China, no guard had emerged with dribbling skills. Wasn't the idea of learning through exposure supposed to yield results? Time spent in joy is always fleeting. On October 9th, after wrapping up a 15-day training regimen, Su Feng and Kobe returned to Philadelphia. This trip to New York had proven to be immensely fruitful for Su Feng. He had met Sam Gold and Tyron Evans through Kobe's introduction and acquired Sam Gold's extraordinary technique. Although Su Feng currently could not wield this technique, it was akin to owning an unrenovated apartment. It was still a valuable asset. Furthermore, Su Feng's ball handling and dribbling attributes had each increased by 5 points. While he could not yet see his dribbling attribute, this 15-day experience would become a cherished treasure for both Su Feng and Kobe. During this training period, Su Feng's ball handling attribute had risen to 45. Now, I have gained experience in dealing with such breakthrough artists. I believe my defense in Pennsylvania is now sufficient to counter all opponents, Su Feng mused, growing increasingly confident in his defensive skills. With Sam Gold's addition, I am convinced that my offense is now capable of dismantling any adversary, Kobe thought, bolstered in his offensive prowess. Unbeknownst to them, Su Feng and Kobe exchanged knowing glances. I should practice with Kobe when I return, Su Feng contemplated. Oh, by the way, do you think Michael will return to play? Kobe suddenly asked on the flight back to Philadelphia. Absolutely, he will return. Not just to come back. When he does, the whole of North America will erupt. Su Feng was acutely aware that the day of the legendary return was drawing near. As the 94-95 NBA season loomed on the horizon, a season that would be repeatedly referenced in the future was destined to become a classic. For Su Feng and Kobe, upon their return to Philadelphia, they were about to embark on their final exhibition match before the new season commenced, facing Chester High School. Wait a moment. Chester? Su Feng suddenly recalled something. If his memory served him right, during their senior year, Kobe's team, Lower Merion, had lost to Chester High School. Never mind, why worry about that? Chapter 24. I cannot keep up with myself. The return of Su Feng and Kobe, who have mastered new skills, has driven their teammates to the brink of madness these past few days. In their quest to test the prowess of Sam Gold, Su Feng and Kobe have concocted various excuses to challenge their teammates after training sessions. Although lacking any special skill enhancements, Su Feng is eager to augment his offensive repertoire, while Kobe seeks to elevate his breakthrough techniques. Of course, their motivation to spar with their teammates stems from the fact that their one-on-one defenses are so formidable that the true impact of their skills cannot be demonstrated. After all, Kobe has yet to become the Iron Shadow, and Su Feng's dribbling and breakthrough capabilities are still limited. Hence, let us take a moment to mourn for the players of Raoul Marion, for they are about to endure the relentless glare of death, double the agony. On the 14th, Raoul Marion faced Chester High School, marking their final friendly match before the commencement of the Pennsylvania High School Basketball League. Once again, it was held at Raoul Marion's South Home Court, as Su Feng watched Tina Lucas lead a group of muscular cheerleaders in their opening dance. He couldn't help but think that even the bench on his team appeared strikingly handsome. Could this be the fundamental reason behind Kobe's obsession with basketball in high school? Su Feng pondered, a chill running down his spine. After the cheerleaders concluded their performance, Su Feng took note of the Chester High players during warm-ups. After all, they had once thwarted Kobe's basketball dreams in a previous life, and he deemed it wise to pay them some attention. I heard from Drew Donald that all the main players on this team are seniors. This means they are at the pinnacle of their high school basketball careers, Su Feng mused. Unlike his previous encounter with Ridley High, the increasing number of friendly matches among Pennsylvania's high schools has led to an abundance of intelligence regarding various strong teams. So just how weak is Nephalia? It seems the external perception is that they are not even worth gathering intelligence on. Su Feng recalled how Ridley suffered a significant defeat due to their ignorance of his abilities. However, such a scenario was clearly not going to unfold today, as Su Feng observed Chester's players glancing in his direction during warm-ups. Su Feng was astute enough to realize that their attention was not due to his good looks. Rather, he surmised that his striking appearance must have captivated them to such an extent that they could not help but stare. Achoo! After sneezing, Su Feng inexplicably felt as though someone behind him was suggesting he should chew on some cephalexin or peanuts. As the warm-ups concluded, the starting lineups for both teams took to the court. Raul Marion's starters today included Lossman, Stewart, Su Feng, Kobe, and Swartz. Su, that's Chester's ace, Kobe remarked, pointing at Chester's number 10 before the game commenced. Another ace. Do they really see me as just a utility player? Su Feng thought in jest. Though he longed to retort, "You're my Pippin," he dutifully nodded, urging Kobe to continue. "His name is DeMarcus. He excels in ball handling. When we faced him last year, his shooting was somewhat off," Kobe informed him, patting Su Feng on the shoulder. "A drive specialist?" Su Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, as it presented a perfect opportunity to assess his training results. "By the way, he tends to get overly aggressive, and once that happens, he plays rather selfishly," Kobe added thoughtfully. For some reason, Su Feng felt as though Kobe was inadvertently describing himself. However, given the ironclad friendship between them in this life, he resisted the urge to scoff and simply nodded in agreement. "It's up to you, defense expert," Kobe grinned. "Why do I feel as though you're saying, 'It's up to you, my Pippin'?" Su Feng mused internally. As the players jumped for the opening tip-off, the game officially began. This time, Kobe was unable to outjump his opponent. It wasn't he that his vertical leap was inferior. Rather, the toss of the referee favored taller players. Chester High swiftly initiated their offense, and Su Feng soon grasped why Kobe had lost to this team in his senior year. First, all of Chester's players were seniors, thus endowing them with greater overall strength. Second, their average height surpassed that of Raul Marion. Lastly, they exhibited remarkable discipline, alternating their gameplay with precision. How could a team so disciplined execute a superb series of passes and cuts right from the start, only to rapidly retreat and establish defensive positions afterward? This was high school basketball, not college or the NBA. Even Ridley High, with its 6 consecutive championships, paled in comparison to Chester's performance, in Su Feng's view. Thus, Su Feng's attention turned to DeMarcus. If Kobe's assessment held true, then DeMarcus might be the key to overcoming Chester. After Chester scored first, Raul Marion sought to counterattack. Unfortunately, Kobe found that Chester's rapid transition defense left him no opportunity to drive to the basket. Just as he hesitated with the ball, both Chester's small forward and power forward lunged at him. "Are they double-teaming me?" Though Kobe yearned to take them on 1-on-2, he was not yet the formidable player he would become, so he quickly passed the ball to Swartz. Swartz, feeling like the Pennsylvania magician, promptly passed it to Su Feng. Yet, the moment Su Feng received the ball, both Chester's shooting guard and point guard charged at him simultaneously. Indeed, Chester's strategy was straightforward. Whether it was Kobe or Su Feng with the ball, they would be met with immediate double-teaming. As for the other players on Raul Marion, it wasn't he that Coach Connie underestimated them. Rather, he believed that aside from Kobe and Su Feng, could anyone else truly be considered a player? In his eyes, Raul Marion was merely a team featuring Kobe and Su Feng, augmented by 3 Siberian Huskies. Utterly inconsequential. Regrettably, if Su Feng could hear Conti's thoughts, he would undoubtedly respond. "You make a compelling point. I am at a loss for words." In Su Feng's previous life, Kobe's long wait until his senior year to win a championship stemmed from Raul Marion being essentially his one-man team. With Kobe's abilities nearing those of the NBA by his senior year, he was capable of wreaking havoc in high school basketball. In truth, should any extreme Kobe detractor attempt to question his leadership abilities, fervent Kobe supporters could easily counter with his high school experiences. Although this reasoning may be somewhat self-deceptive, it remains a point of pride among his fans, does it not? On the court, as Su Feng found himself ensnared in the double team, he suddenly felt a twinge in his lower back. I've been practicing my spins too long. It's time to switch up my training regimen, he contemplated. Ahem. Let us return to the matter at hand. Infinite encirclement. A slight ache in the head. Yet, do not panic. For this was well within Su Feng's expectations. After all, he was a person who had, in a previous life, coached all 30 NBA teams solely through the keyboard. Su Feng quickly devised a countermeasure. On the court, he directly passed the ball to Schwartz. Last season, Schwartz boasted an impressive average three-point shooting percentage of 39.1, proving to be a reliable spot-up shooter. At this moment, Chester found himself torn between keeping an eye on Kobe and Su Feng, making it exceedingly difficult to cover everyone. Go for it, Schwartz. It's time to show them that you are not just a sidekick, but a formidable player in your own right. However, while Su Feng successfully delivered the pass, Schwartz, who was wholly absorbed in assisting, and perhaps a bit apprehensive of being criticized by Kobe and Su Feng, momentarily entered a state of existential contemplation upon receiving the ball. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Su Feng. Well, this reluctance of Schwartz to take the shot was, in fact, also anticipated by Su Feng. The instant he passed the ball, Su Feng commenced his own movement. Sensing a lifeline, Schwartz quickly offloaded the responsibility back to Su Feng and cleverly sidestepped to the side. As for Su Feng, the moment he received the ball, he noticed that, aside from DeMarcus who was defending him, Chester's point guard was also advancing towards him. I must shake off the defense swiftly and complete the shot. Once the encirclement forms, it will be a deadlock. Fortunately, high school basketball allows ample time for offense, even with Raul Marion taking considerable time. There remained 12 seconds for this attack. Inspiration surged in Su Feng's mind almost instantaneously. Thud, thud, thud. As Su Feng flicked the basketball to his right side, his body tilted 15 degrees to the right. DeMarcus, believing Su Feng intended to force his way past, hastily slid to the left. He made a mistake. As DeMarcus slid in front of Su Feng, he realized that the basketball, which had been under Su Feng's control, had slipped away. What an opportunity! DeMarcus seized the moment. If all went as expected, it would have been a spectacular steal. Thud. Yet, regrettably, just as DeMarcus reached for the steal, Su Feng's left hand pulled the basketball to the left. This was akin to the legendary Sam Gold. Although Su Feng had yet to harness the full potential of Sam Gold's skills, the practice he had undertaken was not in vain. DeMarcus had never encountered such offensive technique. Even if Su Feng's execution of the Sam Gold maneuver was not flawless, it proved to be remarkably effective. However, while Su Feng dazzled the audience by evading DeMarcus, Chester's point guard was already shifting towards Su Feng's path. The Sam Gold was merely a prelude. Su Feng swiftly drew the ball back, taking a step back just shy of the three-point line, and with arms extended, he released the shot. This rapid release in motion bore a striking resemblance to a future elementary school prodigy. Swish. 2-3. The Raul Marion Gymnasium was left in awe. What was that maneuver? What ball handling skill was on display? Did anyone catch that? How did Su Feng manage to evade two defenders and secure an open shot? The scouts and journalists in attendance were even more astonished than the fans. For even the most seasoned among them had never witnessed the dribbling technique Su Feng had just employed. It would take years before this move became commonplace. My word, that shot was brimming with creativity, exclaimed Wesley, a scout from Duke University. Did you capture it? Did you? Asked Markson of the Philadelphia Evening News as he lowered his camera, glancing at his colleague Mills. I got it. You should have too, replied Mills from the Philadelphia Chronicle. I got it. Alas, if you hadn't, that would have been an exclusive photo. Markson lamented. Bah, you old rascal. You stole my spot during the last 76ers game interview. And do you think I don't know? Even if you missed it, you would still seek a video copy from Raul Marion's assistant, Mills scoffed. The banter between Mills and Markson was momentarily set aside, as Su Feng found himself lost in thought during the transition defense. Although the shot was executed beautifully and achieved the desired effect, could even such a challenging shooting maneuver not deter me? My shooting accuracy is simply too impeccable. This existence may become unmanageable, Su Feng mused to himself. Meanwhile, Kobe, who had come over to celebrate with Su Feng, paused upon seeing Su Feng's expression. Truly, this is Su Feng. Yes, while that shot was splendid, upon reflection, it was merely a three-pointer. Su Feng must be contemplating how to further break through the defenses. It must be so. For some inexplicable reason, in that moment, Su Feng appeared even more magnificent, towering like a beacon in Kobe's eyes. There lies the paradox yet again. To earn the right to miss shots, Su Feng must intensify his shooting practice beyond what others do, never less. And to gain the infinite right to miss, Su Feng must prove himself worthy to take those shots. Therefore, Su Feng felt it was time to incorporate the challenging skill of a drifting shot upon receiving the ball into his arsenal. And what of the fading three-pointer? Alas, it's not that I lack diligence. It's just, I cannot keep pace with my own progress. Chapter 25. The most lethal strategy is the invisible one. At the Raoul Marion basketball arena, if we were to translate the sentiments of the spectators into Chinese, it might well be, "Is that you, Showa?" It is essential to note that even in the 1990s, and certainly in the future, the audacious maneuver executed by Su Feng could cause many a knee brace to shatter. Moreover, Su Feng had just employed a move never before witnessed, the Sam Gold. Regardless of its aesthetic appeal, the score on the court merely reflected a slim lead of 1 point for Raoul Marion. As the focus shifted to Chester's offense, DeMarcus, the star player of Chester High School, cast a resentful glance at Su Feng, who was tasked with guarding him. To DeMarcus, being outmaneuvered by Su Feng was a source of great humiliation. The cheers echoing within the arena felt more piercing than the jeers. Even Su Feng's tranquil expression seemed to mock him in DeMarcus's eyes. Resolutely, DeMarcus admonished himself to maintain composure and not repeat the mistakes of the previous year. After casting a glance at the unflappable Su Feng, he realized he had almost fallen into a trap. It must be so. That cunning Chinese. Surely, Kobe has informed him about last year's events, prompting him to provoke me incessantly since the game commenced. First, he enrages me with an extravagant dribble, and then defensively. He will surely. On the court, in an effort to contain DeMarcus, Su Feng unleashed his signature move, the death grip. Notably, under HC rules, the efficacy of the death grip had been significantly amplified. As expected, after successfully scoring, he immediately seeks to provoke me on the defensive end. Next, he will undoubtedly resort to verbal taunts. DeMarcus mused, feeling an unexpected clarity wash over him. Many previously perplexing questions were suddenly elucidated. "Hey, your name is Su, right? I have discerned your intentions, but I will not be fooled." "What?" Su Feng responded, bewildered, as he attempted to comprehend the situation. Had this boy perhaps taken leave of his senses? He had not even initiated his strategy. Although Su Feng recognized DeMarcus as the linchpin of Chester High, he also understood the wisdom of knowing both oneself and one's adversary. Even though he had never previously heard of DeMarcus, he wondered if he might possess extraordinary skills akin to Sam Gold. After all, during his match against Ridley High, Su Feng had meticulously observed Williamson before making his move. Therefore, prudence dictated that he refrain from launching the let DeMarcus get hot plan immediately. Su Feng intended to assess DeMarcus's offensive capabilities first. However, to Su Feng's astonishment, DeMarcus suddenly appeared to see through him, uttering a perplexing retort. Following that, DeMarcus's actions became even more inexplicable. It was clear from the movements of Chester High's players that they had cleared space for DeMarcus to conclude the offensive play. While the passing game is certainly advantageous, expecting a high school team to execute such plays consistently is akin to asking for the impossible. The strategy of entrusting the basketball to the most talented player on the team was a common practice in the majority of American high schools during the 1990s. Yet, just as Chester's players were prepared for the next phase of their offense, DeMarcus inexplicably returned the ball past him. His teammates were left utterly bewildered. "Oh, I can see that you are eagerly anticipating my offensive move, but fret not, for I shall not be deceived. I am aware that you are likely signaling to your teammates to prepare for a double team," DeMarcus declared with cunning. "Truth be told, I have never encountered a defender as scheming as you. But it matters not, for I am not the same as before." Su Feng, in stark contrast, was left utterly confounded. "What? Scheming? And a double team? How is it that I am unaware of these supposed strategies?" On the sidelines, as DeMarcus returned the ball to his teammate, Coach Conti nearly choked on his frustration. He thought to himself, if DeMarcus fails to make it to the NBA, it will surely be due to a lack of intelligence. In Conti's view, if DeMarcus had even a modicum more intelligence, his future would at least allow him to trail behind Kobe and enjoy the view. Sigh, what a weary endeavor. Returning to the matter at hand, the sudden and perplexing antics of DeMarcus nearly caused his teammates to strain themselves in confusion. With the originally planned strategy abandoned, Chester's players found themselves in utter disarray. Meanwhile, DeMarcus, fully aware of the situation, exhibited an air of mastery as if the game was entirely under his control. At that moment, had they not been engaged in the match, Chester High's players might well have rushed to DeMarcus and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind?" It is well known that once the rhythm of an offense is disrupted, it often leads to a turnover. During this particular offensive play, Chester's small forward became the scapegoat. Kobe, displaying the speed he had honed over 16 years of singlehood, successfully intercepted the ball and swiftly initiated a fast break. With a resounding crash, he executed a thunderous dunk that electrified the arena. Observing Kobe's hang time and gliding distance, Su Feng was filled with envy. No. Such leaping ability is essential, for style is a lifelong pursuit, he mused. On the court, the score shifted to 2-5 in favor of Raul Marian. Notably, during Raul Marian's fast break, Coach Connie urgently shouted at DeMarcus, "What are you doing? We had a plan for your one-on-one. Why aren't you executing it?" Calmly addressing his flustered coach, DeMarcus replied, "Coach, you have been misled. This is their scheme. They intend to set a trap to entice me into a one-on-one." Connie was left dumbfounded. "Wait, scheme?" Seeing the perplexed expression on his coach's face, DeMarcus seized the moment while Kobe and Su Feng celebrated their chest bump, saying, "Indeed, Coach, have you forgotten how we lost last year? We investigated Su beforehand, and he is a defensive specialist." For reasons unknown, Connie found himself momentarily persuaded by DeMarcus's reasoning. However, something felt off. Before he could fully grasp the situation, the Philadelphia duo, known for their ironclad defense, made their move. With the rhythm of the previous possession disrupted, Chester High's players, still bewildered by their star players' actions, had completely lost their composure. As Su Feng and Kobe simultaneously advanced, it was as if two phantoms had descended upon them, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. In a moment of panic, Chester High's point guard passed the ball directly to Su Feng. At that moment, Su Feng felt a surge of enthusiasm and exchanged a knowing glance with Kobe. The chemistry between Su Feng and Kobe is beyond words. As Su Feng feigned a layup, he struck the ball against the backboard, allowing Kobe to swiftly follow up with a magnificent windmill dunk. The spectators at the Raul Marian basketball arena were once again left in awe. Chapter 26. Isn't a triple-double delightful? You might find it hard to believe, but the moment Su Feng assisted Kobe with that ball marked the first assist of his basketball career in this lifetime. At the Raul Marian basketball arena, the crowd erupted in excitement. The 1990s were a stark contrast to the future. The joy of the people at this time was simple, unpretentious, and somewhat monotonous. On the court, Kobe, elated after his dunk, continuously praised Su Feng's recent pass while retreating on defense. Meanwhile, the other players from Raul Marian silently shed tears of bitterness upon witnessing this. Indeed, even among mere tools, there exists a disparity. Where is the promised freedom, equality, and love? Reality be damned. On the court, Chester High School promptly called a timeout after Kobe's dunk. As the head coach of Chester High, Connie had come to understand that the Raul Marian side had made no strategic adjustments. They were merely playing their usual game. Yet, on his side, they had completely disorganized themselves. Wasn't this akin to handing over the game? Thus, during the timeout, after chastising his team's core player, DeMarcus, Conti reiterated the tactical plan. Alas, the weariness. One day, these players would surely drive him to his grave. "Coach, I've figured it out." On the bench, just as Conti prepared to sip from his thermos to calm his nerves, DeMarcus suddenly spoke up with excitement. "Ugh." Conti nearly choked on the hot water. What have you figured out? Please, for the love of everything, can you not understand anything?" DeMarcus wore an expression of sudden enlightenment. This was their scheme. They must have anticipated his ability to see through their ruse, hence their deliberate inaction. How cunning. He had indeed underestimated them. "Thank you, Coach. From now on, I shall no longer be bewildered." DeMarcus clenched his fists, elevating Su Feng's standing in his mind. Watching DeMarcus's exuberance, Conti could only touch his forehead in resignation. Oh well, as long as he plays normally, what else matters? As the timeout ended and the game resumed, the score stood at 2-7, with Raul Marian leading by 5 points. Chester initiated their offense, but due to Raul Marian's intensified defensive pressure, their passing and cutting plays failed to materialize. In a crucial moment, DeMarcus stepped up, demanding the ball. To be fair, although his intellect may not be particularly sharp, his physical prowess was undeniably remarkable. Especially his first step, it was akin to a catapult. Fortunately, If not for Su Feng's timely lateral movement, DeMarcus would have easily slipped past. Thankfully, Su Feng had endured numerous beatings from Kobe and, coupled with his prior experiences in New York, had accumulated knowledge to counter speed-based players. Otherwise, this play could have proven disastrous for him. On the other side of the court, upon seeing Su Feng successfully keep pace with DeMarcus, Kobe wore a gratifying smile. After all, he had witnessed Su Feng's growth firsthand. Reflecting on their initial encounters, when he could dominate Su Feng effortlessly. Wait, Kobe furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Though Su has never bested me in one-on-one, it appears that it has become increasingly challenging for me to win against him lately. Kobe realized that. From this perspective, he had been stagnating. Of course, the magnanimous Kobe was not concerned about being outplayed in a one-on-one by Su Feng. Absolutely not. He would never allow this insufferable brat to outsmart him. If that were to happen, who knows how he would mock him. Kobe clenched his fists, resolved that after this game, no, immediately after this match, he would engage in additional shooting practice. Little did he know, however, that he had completely misunderstood Su Feng. The latter did not believe he could defeat Kobe in a one-on-one, even if the latter were to perform poorly, at most. He would merely have a few jibes to share about Kobe. Returning to the game, DeMarcus could not break through Su Feng's defense and was forced to take a contested shot from the perimeter. Unlike certain players who would resort to extreme measures, Su Feng preferred a more humane approach. He did not wish to corner his opponents. Under the HC rules influence, he favored wearing down his opponent's stamina, compelling them to take forced shots. This strategy not only conserved his energy on defense, but also often led to imprecise shooting under sustained pressure. This relentless, aggressive defense required no finesse, only a steadfast attitude to latch onto the player being defended. Future players like Beverly exemplified this defensive style. While the stars they guarded could still score, their shooting percentages were typically low. To Su Feng, limiting an opponent's shooting percentage constituted a successful defense. Moreover, such defense could undermine an offensive player's confidence. After all, if they continued to miss, they would hesitate to keep shooting. After all, not everyone is Kobe. Clang. Unsurprisingly, DeMarcus's forced shot ricocheted off the rim, and the tool player Rassman secured the rebound, passing it to Swartz. Yet, Chester proved to be a well-trained team. This time, they denied Raul Mirian the opportunity for a fast break. In their half-court, Raul Mirian established their formation. Swartz passed the ball to Kobe, who, as a representative figure of resilience, faced the double team without a hint of fear. After all, without courage, how could one exemplify iron will in the future? Kobe first created space with his speed, and as he prepared to dribble left, he suddenly shifted his weight, pulling the ball back with his left hand. Pivoting to the right, an adaptation reminiscent of Sam Gold's left-handed style, Kobe successfully maneuvered past the double team from Chester High. Leaping into the air, he executed an exaggerated pull-up to evade the inside defenders. In that moment, Kobe appeared as graceful as a dragon in flight. What is the essence of a pull-up? It leaves one in awe. The fans of Raul Mirian were entranced. Your pull-up lacks liquor, yet I find myself intoxicated. The reporters were left speechless. Mills and Markson exchanging glances, having witnessed yet another unprecedented breakthrough technique. Duke University's scout, Wesley, felt fortunate to have fostered a good rapport with both Kobe and Su Feng, for they were both prodigious talents. If Wesley's sentiments were to be translated into Chinese, it would express, securing either Kobe or Su Feng would grant dominion over the world. If one could attain both, wouldn't that be a guaranteed triumph? On the court, having witnessed Kobe's performance, Su Feng could only lament the comparative prowess of others. Especially Kobe's final pull-up, the hang time, the roll, the touch, exquisite. As the play transitioned back to defense, Su Feng made it a point to walk beside Kobe, giving him a thumbs up. However, what Su Feng intended as a gesture to enhance their camaraderie unexpectedly turned into a reprimand. What are you doing? Retreating on defense? Are you waiting for others to counterattack? Kobe cast a glance at Su Feng and spoke, leaving Su Feng perplexed. Had he inadvertently offended Kobe? It seemed unlikely. Well, one could not help but admire Kobe. His thought process was truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. In truth, Su Feng had misjudged Kobe's demeanor, for at that moment, Kobe was secretly reveling in delight. The reason he did not extend a warm countenance towards Su Feng was that the mere thought of this little impudent fellow irked him. Such is the nature of a Virgo. Not only do they exhibit obsessive tendencies, but they also harbor grudges. It was evident that Kobe, positioned at the cusp of Virgo and Leo, possessed the admirable traits of both zodiac signs. After an epic battle, Chester High School succumbed to Raul Marion with a final score of 64-79. Although Raul Marion revealed the inadequacies of other players in keeping up with the cadence set by Kobe and Su Feng, their raw talent ultimately led them to victory. It appeared that unless Su Feng and Kobe both faltered, the likelihood of Raul Marion clinching the Pennsylvania High School Basketball League championship this year stood at an impressive 95%. However, that percentage still seemed a tad low. Encouragement was needed for capable players like Swartz to take decisive shots when presented with open opportunities. Stewart's mid-range shots were decent, while Lossman was somewhat rough around the edges. Yet, if they could effectively utilize their teammates, their chances of victory might improve marginally. Alas, 99% rounded down offered little comfort, thus vigilance remained imperative in their pursuit. After the match, Su Feng contemplated earnestly. In this game, he had attempted 26 shots, successfully landing 11, including 3 out of 9 from beyond the arc, totaling 25 points, alongside 3 rebounds and 1 assist. Kobe, on the other hand, shot 12 out of 28, with 1 of 7 from three-point range and 3 out of 6 at the free throw line, amassing 28 points, 11 rebounds, 6 assists, and 3 steals. From the number of attempts, it was apparent that Kobe and Su Feng accounted for nearly 80% of Raul Marion's shots. Su Feng perceived that such a distribution could significantly impact the initiative of their teammates. Moreover, should Su Feng and Kobe not maintain their accuracy as they had in this game, the probability of Raul Marion faltering would considerably increase. Thus, Su Feng felt it was time to advocate for Kobe's potential. Averaging a triple-double, wasn't that enticing? Despite the current high school league's returns being far less than what he could garner from his role as Kobe's supporting player, Su Feng believed that if he could secure a state championship in his senior year, it would be an honor worth pursuing. After all, with the synergy between himself and Kobe, they were akin to an indomitable steel chariot. Should even such a formidable force falter, Su Feng would have no words left to say. Of course, prior to his advocacy for Kobe, Su Feng could not have anticipated that this time he was destined for fame. After the game, he found himself cornered by reporters Mills and Markson, who had effectively trapped him. Chapter 27. The gaze of the big boss. Su, could you enlighten us on the dribbling technique you and Kobe employed on the court today? Mills inquired, curiosity evident as he extended a recording device towards Su Feng. Upon observing the 2 middle-aged Caucasian men with cameras slung around their necks, Su Feng initially feared he had encountered the fabled oddball. However, after Mills posed his question, realization dawned upon him. Am I being interviewed? It certainly seems so. Consequently, Su Feng instinctively straightened his back and responded, are you referring to the move where I first go right, then shift to the left? Mills and his companion, Markson, nodded in affirmation. This technique was something Kobe and I learned from a friend in New York, and we affectionately call it Sam Gold, Su Feng explained. Sam Gold? That sounds like a person's name, Mills probed further. Indeed, it is. The individual who developed this move is named Sam Goldwell, and he is the captain of the basketball team at the Lessa Conservatory, Su Feng clarified. By the way, Su, the new season is approaching. What are your school's goals this year? Markson, eager to pose a question, seized the moment while Mills busily jotted down notes. Our objective this year is to strive for the state championship. As you know, we have a remarkably talented player in Kobe, who is akin to the Michael Jordan of high school basketball. Su Feng had intended to boast about himself, but upon catching a glimpse of Kobe passing by, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. What about your personal aspirations? Markson casually inquired. As for me, Su Feng scratched his head before responding. I aspire to play in the NBA. Upon hearing Su Feng's answer, Markson was momentarily taken aback before quickly glancing at Mills, who was still engrossed in his notes. Thank goodness. It's fortunate that this fool didn't catch that. What a scoop. Markson was astonished that a mere casual question had led to such a significant revelation. While he found the Sam Gold technique newsworthy, he had thoroughly researched Su Feng's background beforehand. After all, as a professional basketball journalist, Markson believed that if the first 3 questions posed to an athlete were, what is your name? Can you introduce yourself? What do you consider your strengths? Then it would be better not to ask at all, as those inquiries were far too amateurish. If everything had to be explained by the interviewee, then what was the role of the journalist? Although he might not be as quick-witted as Mills, Markson possessed a keen sense for news and realized that perhaps a truly explosive story was unfolding before him. This Chinese exchange student, he wishes to play in the NBA. And in Markson's perspective, it was not an unattainable dream. After witnessing Su Feng's performance in 2 consecutive games, even Markson felt optimistic about Su Feng's future. Despite the myriad challenges Su Feng would face on his path to the NBA, what if he truly succeeded? As a photographer for the sports section of the Philadelphia Evening News, Markson was acutely aware of the personality of his editor, Johnson. Johnson was an unabashed gambler who would stake everything on even a one chance. The editor would undoubtedly agree to publish this news. Although it was likely that this news would be mocked by peers in the short term, if Su Feng did indeed make it to the NBA, then we would be the first media outlet to break this story. Despite being 47 years old, Markson's journalistic aspirations remained his lifelong pursuit. He understood that if this story became a reality, the Philadelphia Evening News would be the pioneer, the exclusive source, with a report that others could not replicate. "Su, may I take your photograph?" Markson asked with a smile. For reasons unknown, Su Feng found the journalist's grin somewhat unsettling. However, he dismissed the thought, recognizing that both Markson and Mills had introduced themselves during the interview. Su Feng had read both newspapers after his arrival and deemed them to be reputable outlets. Surely they wouldn't act inappropriately, would they? Click. Thus, Markson captured a photograph of Su Feng seated on the bench, cradling a basketball. Meanwhile, Mills, after finishing with Su Feng, posed the same question to Kobe, clearly intrigued by the Sam Gold technique. "Ah, my precious first interview. Life is filled with many firsts." Su Feng had anticipated that reporters would only pay attention to him once the official games began, yet to his surprise, they approached him even before the season commenced. "Don't overthink it. They are not here for a feature on you. Trust me, they are merely interested in Sam Gold," observing Su Feng's self-indulgence. Kobe felt it necessary to rein him in, ensuring he remained grounded. Indeed, Su Feng nodded, acknowledging Kobe's wisdom. It was evident that Kobe truly was an essential companion in the pursuit of basketball. A vital partner. Not only could he train alongside you, but he also provided psychological guidance, preventing you from becoming overly inflated in ego and losing sight of reality. Su Feng silently commended Kobe in his heart. 5 days had passed since the match between Raul Mirian and Chester High School. In New York, on 5th Avenue, at the Olympic Tower, NBA headquarters. "David, I suggest you review our financial reports. Projections indicate." "David, if the ratings continue to decline, we may not be able to." "David, all right, let us leave it at that." After uttering a curse under his breath, NBA Commissioner David Stern rubbed his temples, gazing meaningfully out the window. Sigh. Another challenging year ahead. If one were to encapsulate Stern's feelings in a single phrase, it would be, "I am struggling." It is essential to understand that the NBA, caught in the crossfire of North America's 3 major sports leagues, faced more than just difficulty. The players exhibited unsportsmanlike conduct on the court, spewing foul language. And many American parents had publicly declared their intent to boycott the NBA to prevent their children from emulating such behavior. Stern was acutely aware that in the American landscape, basketball was losing its battle against football and even baseball. The NBA required fresh audiences, a vast overseas market. Thus, in 1992, following the decision to allow professional players to compete in the Olympics, Stern immediately called upon the stars to represent their country. It can be said that in Barcelona, the Dream Team showcased the allure of the NBA to the world for the first time. However, following that moment, Stern felt he had received the wrong script. The anticipated trajectory of the NBA, under his leadership, was supposed to be a modest and uneventful journey. But that was not the case. Not at all. The 1990s were a far cry from the future. Aside from a few players, most European basketball athletes were disinterested in joining the NBA. The most notable among them was the European king, the White Wizard, Bodiroga. For Bodiroga, there was ample opportunity to earn a substantial income playing in Europe. Why must he necessarily pursue the NBA? As one of the prominent figures in European basketball, even Bodiroga shares this sentiment, underscoring the limited allure of the NBA for European players. Thus, Stern faced formidable challenges. Nevertheless, undeterred as an energetic president, even if the European market remained elusive, Stern would not concede defeat. He had discovered a new frontier for the NBA's overseas market, China. In exploring the history of basketball in China, Stern found that it was almost as long-standing as that of North America. Notably, during the 1936 Berlin Olympics, the then old China had even sent a basketball team. This revelation led Stern to recognize that China possessed a basketball foundation far superior to that of Europe. while the heart of global football lies in Europe. The NBA's influence there would be limited. China, however, was a different story. In 1986, despite widespread opposition, Stern, convinced that China would evolve into the largest basketball market outside the United States, mailed several boxes of NBA videotapes to the major Chinese television network. Although China was then in a state of reconstruction, Stern firmly believed in its imminent rise and the necessity for the NBA to enter the market at the earliest opportunity. In 1989, to further promote the NBA in China, Stern once again defied the odds. Armed with NBA videotapes, he traveled alone to China, outside the still antiquated television station. He waited for 2 hours due to a lack of prior appointment before finally meeting the sports director. Ultimately, Stern's sincerity won over the network. If one were to modernize this experience, it might unfold something like this. Stern, our NBA is quite spectacular, featuring Jordan, Dream, and Shaq. TV station, however, our programming is already scheduled. Stern, that's all right. You can air it as an advertisement. TV station, advertisements? If you're discussing that, I'm all ears. By the way, how much are you willing to pay? Stern's efforts to open the Chinese market were arduous, yet they affirmed his foresight. Throughout the course of his endeavors, Stern's judgments were largely correct, save for a few miscalculations regarding certain decisions made by the emperor. While he lacked the gift of prophecy, he possessed an abundance of earnestness. In the nascent stages of collaboration with the Chinese television network, Stern famously stated, "Let's not discuss money. Talking about money complicates relationships." Thus, during the 1993-94 season, the NBA officially invited the network to broadcast the NBA All-Star Weekend. From that point onward, the network would air the NBA All-Star Game annually until a future figure emerged who deemed it all inconsequential. Though a framework for collaboration with China had taken shape, a bridge between the two remained absent. Stern, though unfamiliar with Chinese web novels, understood that for the NBA to genuinely penetrate the Chinese market, it needed Chinese players. His deep appreciation for Chinese culture led him to this realization, which he termed relatability. Much like a certain author who often featured handsome protagonists to enhance reader engagement, the same principle applied here. In a previous life, aside from the well-known Wang Zhizhi, Bader, and Yao Ming, various NBA teams had also extended invitations to Hu Weidong. Dubbed the Chinese Jordan, the major Chinese television network believed in reciprocating with the NBA. Thus, after the establishment of the CBA, it sent a highlight reel of the CBA to the NBA. Following the broadcast of this footage, American audiences became intrigued by the slender, tall Chinese guard, captivated by his flamboyant playing style and ability to soar and dunk. However, I digress. Back to the matter at hand. Who can fathom the sorrows that weigh upon my heart? As Stern sipped his bitter coffee, engulfed in melancholy, a sudden knock interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he called. Stern composed himself, for as president, he was expected to maintain an air of authority, not succumb to despondency. "David, I have a newspaper here you might want to see," a high-ranking individual in a gray suit, resembling an Asian, said, presenting a newspaper to Stern. "Mark, I fear I lack the inclination to read the newspaper at this moment," Stern replied, gazing at Mark. No, I believe you should take a look," Mark insisted, placing the newspaper before Stern. Upon reading the headline, Stern was momentarily taken aback. China's first NBA player? His eyes seemed to blur. Yet he was indeed wearing glasses. The Philadelphia Evening News? Is it not discussing a player from the Chinese men's national basketball team? Su Feng, Pennsylvania, La Salle College High School. Observing Stern's bewilderment, Mark chuckled. This article features a Chinese exchange student from La Salle College High School. The report highlighted the student's achievements, playing style, and recent statistics from friendly matches. Frowning at Mark's explanation, Stern inquired, "Friendly matches? What about his statistics from his freshman and sophomore years? Why are they absent?" "David, this Chinese player named Su had never participated in high school league games before," Mark clarified. "Never participated, and they dare to." Stern began to protest that a player who had never officially played could be the subject of such a report. The peculiarity lay in the fact that, according to my investigation, the Philadelphia Evening News was a reputable publication. However, after releasing this article, the entire industry mocked them, as it was widely believed that regardless of this Chinese prodigy's prowess, coverage should have awaited his completion of a full season. Moreover, the article's author, Markson, concluded with a paragraph affirmatively stating, "I believe 9 times" to validate the exchange student's abilities. Consequently, the industry deemed the report unrealistic and merely a publicity stunt. Actually, it's not only these so-called industry insiders who share this sentiment, Stern realized after reading the entire article and hearing Mark's explanation. So, Mark, today is not April Fool's Day, Stern sighed, looking at Mark with a mix of disbelief and fatigue. No, David, if that were all, I wouldn't find it surprising, as such publicity stunts are quite common. While speaking, Mark retrieved another newspaper. Pennsylvania High School Basketball League sees the emergence of prodigy Sam Gold. This was another article that had gained significant traction in recent days, and moreover, ESPN had aired the accompanying footage yesterday afternoon. While speaking, Mark produced a tape. Soon, in Stern's office, he watched a recording that displayed an extraordinary scene. A yellow-skinned guard executed a dribbling maneuver that Stern had never before witnessed, deftly evading his opponent to complete a three-point shot. Following this, a black guard employed the identical technique to score. I recall that number 33. His name is Kobe, right? His father, Joe, is a former NBA player, Stern remarked to Mark. Indeed, David. But do you know who the first player in that video was? Mark inquired. Stern shook his head, only to widen his eyes in realization. It's Su, the Chinese prodigy mentioned in Markson's article. Although I cannot ascertain if he is capable of playing in the NBA. After all, this video offers scant information. I believe, David, this could be an opportunity, Mark stated, observing Stern intently. Stern comprehended Mark's implication. The NBA had persistently lacked a bridge to the Chinese market. And now, what if this gifted high school student named Su Feng could serve as that very bridge? To Stern, it mattered little if he ultimately did not make it to the NBA. Finding a way to grant him a trial or securing a spot on a summer league team could indeed be a viable strategy. Stern felt a surge of optimism. Meanwhile, Su Feng, tirelessly honing his one-on-one skills with Kobe in Philadelphia, could scarcely imagine that a prominent figure had already inscribed his name in the annals of opportunity. Chapter 28. The earliest traceable Su Mi, an article titled China's First NBA Player, pinned by Maxon of the Philadelphia Evening News, fell upon the tranquil surface of the basketball world like a pebble, sending ripples across the calm waters. Yet, in such a vast expanse, tranquility soon prevailed once more. The speed of dissemination via traditional print and television pales in comparison to the forthcoming social media networks, which elucidates why it took a full 5 days for NBA executive Mark to take notice of the article. After all, the Philadelphia Evening News is merely a local newspaper. Had it not been for the article's sardonic undertones that resonated within the industry, Stern might never have realized that an intriguing Chinese high school student existed in Philadelphia. Even when ESPN aired the game between La Salle College High School and Chester High School, showcasing clips of Su Feng and Kobe employing the Sam Gold technique, the focal point remained primarily on the groundbreaking skill itself. In Su Feng's previous life, it would take another 2 years for Sam Gold to rise to prominence. Yet even then, Gold himself did not achieve fame. The reason is simple. Sam Gold failed to make a name for himself in the NBA. This lack of recognition is precisely why many in the industry deemed Maxon's article unprofessional. If one were to speak of prodigious high school basketball talents in the United States, countless individuals could indeed be summoned, and rarely would they be the same. Unless one is a prodigy like Kobe, Carter, or McGrady, who frequently graced mainstream basketball publications during their high school years, the basketball community might not even know who you are. A player who has yet to participate in an official high school basketball game is hardly worthy of acclaim in the eyes of their peers. Consequently, after Maxon's article was published, waves of ridicule washed over him from the industry. Yet, it was precisely this scorn that caught the attention of NBA executive Mark, allowing him to take note of Su Feng. Thus, it was destiny. Mark and Stern, positioned differently, perceived matters through a distinct lens compared to their contemporaries. To them, whether Su Feng could indeed compete in the NBA remained uncertain, but what of it? In the future, they could offer Su Feng alternative opportunities. The NBA requires a bridge. Whether it be a grand suspension bridge or an elegant stone arch is of little consequence, at least for the time being. Naturally, Stern believed that essential evaluations were still necessary. He and Mark privately discussed sending someone to Philadelphia to further investigate this young Chinese student named Su Feng. Should he indeed possess talent, Stern felt it imperative to trumpet the discovery far and wide. After all, with the communication speed of the 1990s, who knows how long it would take for news to reach across the vast ocean to China? If this news fails to reach China, how shall the NBA construct its bridge to the Chinese market? Moreover, if they do not herald his capabilities loudly enough, What if Su Feng truly did make it to the NBA, but was overlooked due to skepticism about Asian players? For Stern, as the president, it was essential to devise both an A plan and a C plan simultaneously. Nevertheless, his spirits had lifted considerably over the past few days. Gazing at the young Chinese lad cradling a basketball in the newspaper, Stern mused how he bore a striking resemblance to someone he had lost touch with long ago. Oh, what a charming visage. If only he could perform well, he could become another idol. Meanwhile, in Philadelphia, as a journalist with integrity and a conscience, Maxson felt a pang of regret. His remorse, however, was not directed toward the article itself, but rather his failure to consider Su Feng's feelings while writing it. After all, he was just a child. How could he have been so foolish? Such a prediction, lacking substantial evidence, would undoubtedly invite ridicule from the industry. While he had braced himself for the backlash, he worried about how Su Feng would cope with the external pressure and potential emotional turmoil. Thus, Maxson resolved to visit La Salle College High School to personally apologize to Su Feng. At that very moment, in the gymnasium, the ever-anxious Schwartz was nervously feeding Kobe the ball. Swish. Another picturesque fadeaway. Su, 40 push-ups. Kobe smiled at Su Feng after making the shot. Good grief. How could it be that Kobe bested him not just in one-on-one, but even in 3-on-3? It wasn't that Su Feng underestimated Kobe. Rather, he believed that with his own vision and team awareness, there was no way he could continuously lose to him in 3-on-3. Fortunately, his teammates Schwartz and Rassman did not hear Su Feng's inner thoughts. Otherwise, they would surely have knelt before him, humbly pleading, "Bro, please. Just put the pass button back in." In truth, Su Feng did not wish to withhold the ball. It was simply that his passing skills, vision, and potential at present were all quite limited. Thus, he believed it more prudent to rely on his shooting prowess to determine the outcome of the game. After completing 40 push-ups, Su Feng, feeling indignant, challenged Kobe, "No way, let's do it again." Defeat was merely a stepping stone to success, after all. Yet, he had not yet accumulated enough bricks for the day. Ever since setting his sights on the NBA, Su Feng had imposed strict discipline upon himself. Oh, the notion of a cheat code. To Su Feng, it simply meant that his physical condition was not yet up to par. Otherwise, he could have played against Kobe indefinitely without the need for sustenance. "Let's take a break." Kobe suddenly waved his hand at Su Feng. Surprised, Su Feng thought, "Oh, did Kobe just step out to recharge his emotional intelligence today?" As soon as Kobe finished speaking, the other players swiftly vacated the gym, which they had mockingly dubbed the Moria Mine. In that moment, the La Salle College players experienced, for the first time, the profound affection emanating from their leader. "Su, you haven't been keeping up with the news, have you?" Kobe inquired, concern etched across his face as he regarded Su Feng. "I read the newspaper." "Why?" Su Feng retorted. "Well, I mean, Su, you shouldn't take the media's opinions too seriously. Didn't they often compare me to Vince back in the day?" Kobe sought to reassure Su Feng. "Huh." Su Feng sent Kobe a puzzled expression. "Oh, I see." Su Feng quickly grasped the situation. Following Maxson's article, the Philadelphia media had not shied away from mocking Su Feng's aspirations of playing in the NBA. Even some professional basketball publications had weighed in on the matter, expressing skepticism about Maxson's professionalism and questioning Su Feng's abilities. However, to be fair, after reviewing the media's commentary, Su Feng found their criticisms rather valid. He was not foolish. He understood that Maxson's article was merely an attempt at grand prediction, hoping to bask in the glory of foresight once he succeeded. Such reports were familiar to Su Feng from his previous life. As for some media questioning his abilities or claiming he was the long-lost son of Maxson, to be frank, Su Feng's first reaction after reading those reports was, "Is this it? The media in the 90s was so lacking in creativity, they can't even craft a proper insult?" As someone who had engaged in countless battles with various trolls on major forums, earning numerous badges for his rebuttals, Su Feng felt that these reports could hardly affect him. Moreover, even negative coverage, in Su Feng's perspective, might not be entirely detrimental, as it signified that someone had begun to pay attention to him. If a hater is dissected, isn't that person also a fan in a way? Su Feng genuinely wished to guide these media representatives on how to criticize him effectively. Otherwise, their lack of originality would cause the fervor to fade quickly. In reality, the wave of excitement generated by Maxson did not last long. However, unlike Su Feng, Kobe perceived these reports as rather malicious, which led him to worry about Su Feng's well-being. After all, the contemporary populace's resilience to public scrutiny and their outlook on the future were incomparable to those of the 90s. For instance, in the realm of Dota 2, which Su Feng had particularly enjoyed in his previous life. It was well known that newbie had triumphed at TI4, making Chun Jihao a celebrated figure. Yet, in retrospect, Chun Jihao himself mentioned that he was fortunate the media environment was not as harsh back then. Otherwise, the moment he was hooked at TI3 might have led to his early retirement. In Su Feng's past life, as social networks evolved, not only did information spread more rapidly, but the cost of trolling diminished, leading to an array of trolling techniques. Take LeBron James, for instance. Had he been subjected to the same disparaging reports that targeted him, would a typical individual have withstood such pressure? Although the adage to wear the crown, one must bear its weight, holds some truth. The ability to endure pressure in future generations is far superior to that of the 90s. Nonetheless, despite Su Feng's view that Kobe's consolation was unnecessary, the fact that his best friend offered him solace filled Su Feng with warmth. True human emotions and genuine friendships exist. This is the essence of ironclad camaraderie. Just as Su Feng was about to reassure Kobe that he was fine, suddenly, "Excuse me, is Su here?" Maxon stood outside the gym, calling out loudly. "Was it his article that led to the doubts cast upon you?" Kobe clenched his fists, seemingly ready to confront Maxon at any moment. Su Feng remained remarkably composed, for he believed that Maxon's article had, in fact, been beneficial to him. It's still the same sentiment. Those criticisms. Su Feng genuinely wished to instruct them on how to effectively challenge him. Otherwise, when he eventually made it to the NBA, what joy would there be in that? "Su, I apologize. I came specifically to express my regret, as my article has tarnished your reputation," Maxon said earnestly as he approached Su Feng and Kobe. Just as Kobe was about to react, Su Feng held him back. "Apologizing? Why do you feel the need to apologize?" Su Feng inquired curiously. "My apologies. I failed to consider that you were merely a high school student before publishing my report. If you require psychological counseling, I shall cover the expenses," Maxon offered with sincerity. Su Feng was taken aback to discover that Maxon was such a conscientious journalist, quite different from those he recalled. "Are you referring to those reports?" "To be honest, I'm fine. I believe you are aware of my background. Moreover, I'm not someone who can be easily defeated by setbacks." Su Feng was not a saint, but he was also a person of conscience. He felt there was no need to burden others with guilt. No, I certainly understand your experiences in Nephalia. However, Su, all of this is due to my shortcomings. You may not yet be willing to accept my apology, but that is all right. Su, I have requested the editor-in-chief's approval. In the upcoming season, I will establish a column in the newspaper dedicated to covering Raoul Marien's games, Maxon stated earnestly. A column on Raoul Marien? Su Feng understood that Maxon implied that since those within the industry had disregarded him today, he would document Su Feng's story through a series of articles, ensuring that when Su Feng eventually reached the NBA, they would not be able to keep up with him. This is indeed a fortuitous development. Su Feng recognized that this type of coverage was precisely what he needed, for without it, how could he aspire to the NBA? Did they truly believe that the NBA operated solely on passion, whether playing in high school basketball leagues or eventually competing in the NCAA? Su Feng viewed it all as groundwork for his NBA aspirations. However, such groundwork would require media support, especially in the 90s, where social networks were non-existent. Take Kobe, for instance. His renown was built upon the foundation of numerous articles penned by so-called experts. As Su Feng gazed into Maxon's earnest eyes, even his previously unappealing visage seemed more refined at that moment. "However, by doing this, I am concerned it may further incite skepticism from industry authorities regarding you." While Su Feng contemplated, Kobe expressed his apprehension. "I understand. I am merely an ordinary photojournalist. My statements and judgments may indeed continue to attract ridicule from industry insiders. However, you need not worry. I have sent Su's resume to my brother, who is quite interested in him. By the way, I forgot to introduce him. My brother's name is Jackson, and he is an NBA scout," Maxon informed Su Feng and Kobe. "An NBA scout? Wait, I think I need to clarify this situation." Su Feng felt something was amiss. This script seems off. I can't shake the feeling that this life is too easy. Surely, I am strikingly handsome from every angle, Su Feng thought as he regained his confidence after previously doubting himself before the system's roulette. Chapter 29. Hope that the opponent will be stronger. Time flies, and November has arrived. Ever since Maxon decided to launch a column in the Philadelphia Evening News to cover the new season of the Pennsylvania High School Basketball League, he has practically become a traveling reporter for La Salle College High School. Every few days, Maxon makes a trip to La Salle, armed with his camera. In addition to capturing images of the players during their regular training sessions, he also intends to gather material about the relationship between Kobe and Su Feng. In Su Feng's previous life, many biographies of NBA stars were penned by reporters like Maxon. During Kobe's senior year, numerous journalists flocked to La Salle, as Kobe had already gained significant fame and was expected to enter the NBA as a star player. However, it is quite rare for a relatively unknown player like Su Feng to have a reporter dedicated to chronicling his journey. There are many reporters like Maxon abroad, and they do not exclusively interview athletes. Some even go undercover in various industries to expose insider information. In Su Feng's previous life, many award-winning international news reports were the result of such long-term investigative journalism. As an individual with journalistic aspirations, Maxon believes that writing a story about an American high school prodigy making it to the NBA is not particularly novel. However, the narrative of a Chinese international student breaking into the NBA intrigues him. Both Greg Dona and the school administration are very supportive of Maxon's efforts, as they see it as free publicity for their institution. For a moment, one might wonder about the nature of the relationship between Su Feng and Maxon, especially given their stark contrast in skin tone. On the 15th, the eve of the Pennsylvania High School Basketball League's opening night, Su Feng returned to his apartment after a training session with Kobe. He decided to take a relaxing bath. While soaking, he accessed the system interface. Under Su Feng's nearly obsessive standards, he felt he was not far from becoming an exceptional basketball player. Host, Su Feng. Nationality, China. Age, 16. Height, 190 centimeters. Weight, 76 kilograms. Current ability score, NBA second-round draft level close-range shooting, 44-64, mid-range shooting, 75-79, three-point shooting, 77-80. Passing, 20-45, vision, 25-50, ball handling, 49-55. Lateral movement, 78-88. One-on-one defense, 77-91, stealing, 46-81. Jumping, 54-71, strength, 36-45, defensive rebounds, 24-30. Current equipped shooting technique, A-grade Stephen Curry college shooting package. Current equipped special skill, Kobe's turnaround fadeaway, golden epic. Current level, college elite. Unassigned special skills, Sam God, original. Current equipped badges, none. In terms of ability score changes, Su Feng's skills are visibly improving. However, after enhancing some attributes through regular training, Su Feng noticed that as his ability scores increased, the rate of growth slowed. For instance, he used to gain several points in shooting ability daily, but recently, his mid-range and three-point shooting have barely improved. Furthermore, due to Su Feng's relentless pursuit of challenges, he has successfully upgraded the hidden skill of Kobe's fadeaway to the college elite level. The greatest transformation brought by the college elite fadeaway is that Su Feng's turnaround speed has increased and its stability has improved. Thus, the same frustrating paradox persists. The system has eliminated any possibility of cheating. Even if one defends exceptionally well, can they predict that he will encounter a player of Kobe's caliber? After reviewing his abilities, Su Feng contemplated his next objective, unlocking the 7-0 system. Although he had accumulated a considerable amount of practice points for a lottery draw, he deemed it unnecessary. After several friendly matches, he felt confident that his current abilities were more than sufficient for the high school league. While he was eager to understand the functionality of badges, relying on luck seemed unreliable and could potentially impede his system upgrade progress. Upgrading the system and unlocking more abilities is the key to his continued improvement. With a plan in mind, Su Feng quickly fell asleep. After all, even Iron Man needs to adhere to a disciplined schedule. The following day marked the opening day of the Pennsylvania High School Basketball League. Su Feng and Kobe had previously agreed that on game days, their early morning training sessions at 4 o'clock would be canceled. However, while the training was indeed canceled, Kobe insisted on enjoying a sandwich. "You just transferred. It wouldn't be good if you got lost and were late. I'll come by your house on game days," Kobe suggested after practice yesterday. Su Feng chose not to expose Kobe's flimsy excuse, as having a friend accompany him to school was advantageous. Despite Su Feng's actual age being considerably greater than Kobe's, male friendships sometimes transcend age. It is noteworthy that although the format of the American High School Basketball League differs significantly from the NCAA, there are notable similarities. Generally, in Pennsylvania, the competitions held in November and December are referred to as district preliminaries. The regional competitions take place in January and February, while March is reserved for the state championship. Given the number of high schools in Pennsylvania, a single high school team might compete in hundreds of games throughout the year. Consequently, the event organizers typically categorize high schools into districts, with each district comprising around 30 to 40 schools. These schools engage in round-robin competitions, and the top 4 from each district advance to the regional competitions. Once the regional stage begins, the top 8 teams in the state are determined through round-robin play, leading to a single-elimination championship showdown. This is why Su Feng had initially wanted to introduce Kobe to the underground culture of basketball, because, under such a system, even the most formidable teams face a chance of defeat. However, Su Feng felt it was too early to introduce this concept to Kobe. He planned to gradually instill the ethos and philosophy of the underground culture after the league commenced. On another note, La Salle's luck this year was not particularly favorable, as they were placed in a district with a 6-time championship team like Ridley High School. Yet, Kobe, Su Feng, and the La Salle players did not perceive their district placement as unfavorable, having previously triumphed over Ridley in friendly matches. The La Salle players had lost their reverence for the reigning champions. Conversely, at Ridley, head coach Fernandez, upon seeing the district assignments, felt compelled to take drastic measures against Greg Dona. Since the devastating defeat to La Salle in the last friendly match, Fernandez had been in a state of despair. In the opening match, La Salle's first opponent was Shipley, a school with an impressive average SAT score of 1,300. In the United States, such schools are typically regarded as underdogs in the realm of basketball. However, it seems that Shipley has potentially tarnished the very essence of what being an underdog entails. I can't shake the feeling that the game has concluded even before it truly began. As this marked the first official game of my high school basketball career, I had anticipated a spectacular performance. Yet, after glancing at the scoreboard, I felt somewhat disheartened. Under normal circumstances, they performed decently this year, you know? Last year, we defeated them by a staggering 70 points, Kobe remarked, patting my shoulder. I felt utterly defeated. I had thought that Nephalia was already weak, but to my astonishment, there existed teams even less formidable. The score read 26-87. Had it not been for the Shipley substitutes holding back, their points might not have even surpassed 20 today. The disparity in American high school basketball is indeed vast. Consequently, both Kobe and I were substituted by Coach Greg after the first half. Throughout the match, I played only 2 quarters, achieving 20 points with 8 out of 11 field goals, including 4 out of 5 three-pointers, without any free throws. Kobe, on the other hand, was flawless, making all 10 shots, including 3 out of 3 from beyond the arc and 4 out of 4 from the free throw line, totaling 27 points, along with 7 rebounds, 5 assists, 4 steals, and 4 blocks. Against an opponent like Shipley, I found it nearly impossible to miss a shot. Fortunately, our next adversary, Morven Prep, is rumored to possess considerable strength and the potential to advance from the division. On the 19th, at the Morven Prep basketball arena, after 3 quarters had passed, the students present began to question whether they were witnessing an NBA game. Kobe dazzled the audience with his dunks, completing 5 throughout the match, while I showcased my 3-point shooting, sinking 7 shots from beyond the arc, including 3 exceptionally long-range attempts, a rarity in this era. Throughout the game, I not only exhibited my shooting range, but also astounded the Morven Prep students with my drifting catch-and-shoot and fadeaway 3-pointers. I felt a sense of despair because my shooting touch today was simply extraordinary. I had intended to increase the difficulty of my shots to cultivate my iron value after establishing a significant lead, but alas, my precision did not permit such indulgence. And to be fair, wasn't Morven Prep supposed to be a powerhouse in basketball? Just look at the score. Why has it escalated to 70-44 by merely the 3rd quarter? Indeed, the strategy of increasing shot difficulty to gain iron value while securing the win is sound. After all, even the smallest grasshopper is still meat. Today, it was merely my exceptional accuracy combined with the weakness of my opponent. After the match concluded, I reviewed my statistics and consoled myself with thoughts of my performance. Ultimately, Raul Marion triumphed with a score of 86-57. I finished the game with 21 attempts, making 12, including 7 out of 14 from 3-point range, without any free throws, achieving a game high of 31 points, along with 5 rebounds and no assists. As for Kobe, he shot 11 out of 23, with a dismal 0 for 6 from 3-point range and 5 out of 8 from the free throw line, garnering 27 points, 15 rebounds, 7 assists, 5 steals, and 4 blocks. Although Kobe struggled from the perimeter, his 5 dunks were nothing short of spectacular. Moreover, I couldn't shake the feeling that Kobe was intentionally padding my rebound stats, as he retrieved several of his own missed three-point attempts. I sincerely hope that our next opponent proves to be a more formidable challenge. After the game, I silently cheered for our upcoming rival. Chapter 30, a start of 0 to 8, half a step into the Beast King realm on the 21st at the Ridley High School Gymnasium. The Raul Merian team faced their third opponent in the district playoffs, the reigning champions, Ridley High School, who had dominated Pennsylvania for the past 6 years. Although Raul Merian had triumphed over Ridley in a friendly match, Ridley's long-standing reputation as a formidable force in Pennsylvania loomed large, especially since this was an away game for Raul Merian. Consequently, many Philadelphia media outlets favored Ridley to redeem themselves. Perhaps this was the will of the number 7. In a twist of fate, Ridley had also failed to defend their title in that very year in Su Feng's previous life. Nevertheless, the anticipation for this match was palpable, given that the opponent was the reigning champion. Each morning began with a rallying cry for the adversary. As the starting players of both teams took to the court, Kobe, the fearless Iron Man of Philadelphia, approached the center circle to jump for the ball on behalf of Raul Merian. Today, Raul Merian's starting lineup consisted of Rassman, Stewart, Su Feng, Kobe, and Swartz. Ridley's only change from their previous encounter was the replacement of their starting shooting guard. Their starting 5 for today were Larson, Tinsley, Williamson, Kenny, and Goodman. During warm-ups, Su Feng noticed a young African-American player named Kenny. Although he stood under 180 centimeters, his impressive wingspan and agility were evident, though his skills seemed rudimentary. In the jump ball, Kobe was unable to overcome the taller Larson, and Ridley took possession, with Goodman orchestrating their first offensive play. In their last match, Su Feng had effectively contained Williamson, hence he continued to guard him today. It was clear that Ridley's coach, Fernandez, had learned from their previous defeat, shifting the team's primary focus to the German point guard, Goodman. On the perimeter, Goodman executed a pick-and-roll with Larson, who rolled to the basket, drawing Kobe's help defense. Goodman attempted a shot over Swartz, but the ball ricocheted off the rim. Su Feng swiftly grabbed the rebound and passed it to Kobe. As Raul Merian transitioned to offense, Su Feng noticed Kenny charging toward him. On the sidelines, Coach Fernandez displayed a smirk, clearly pleased with his strategy to counter Su Feng, whose long-range shooting had previously dismantled Ridley's perimeter defense. Although Kenny was not tall, his wingspan exceeded 195 centimeters, and his quickness made him a worthy adversary. Observing Kenny's intense focus and tenacious defense, Su Feng felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Fernandez in gratitude. However, he composed himself and moved to the low post, signaling for the ball. Kobe, assessing the height difference between Su Feng and Kenny, decisively lobbed the ball to Su Feng. Indeed, Kenny proved to be an exceptional defender. While Su Feng had not heard of him in his previous life, it seemed that his height had hindered his development. As Su Feng prepared for a fadeaway shot, Kenny subtly nudged him, a move difficult for the referee to deem a foul and one that would not harm Su Feng, but would destabilize his shooting form. With a clang, Su Feng's shot clanged off the iron. Following this, Kobe soared from the middle, executing a powerful putback dunk over Larson. Fantastic! The score was now 2-0, and Su Feng deemed it a perfect outcome, having contributed to the play both through his shot attempt and the subsequent rebound assist for Kobe. Kobe's dunk drew gasps from the crowd. As a powerhouse basketball school, Ridley's students were well-versed in the game, yet a player like Kobe was a rare sight. Turning back to Ridley's offense, Goodman maneuvered past Swartz for a layup, leveling the score at 2-2. Swartz, feeling relieved that Kobe had not given him a death glare, began to fulfill his role effectively. In the frontcourt, Su Feng again positioned himself low, as Swartz eagerly fed him the ball. With the success of the previous play fresh in his mind, Kenny intensified his defense, using his elbows to jostle Su Feng. This high-pressure defense nearly brought Su Feng to tears of excitement and exhilaration, for this was the essence of basketball. A game devoid of physicality could hardly be called basketball. To demonstrate his strength, Su Feng attempted a fadeaway, but with Kenny's interference, it clanged off the rim once more. Yet again, it was Kobe. With a graceful leap, he tapped the ball off Larson's head, then, with a fluid turn reminiscent of a waltz, maneuvered past the defense in the paint, ultimately scoring with a delicate flick of his fingertips, bringing the score to 4-2. Although the statistics did not credit Su Feng on this play, Kobe acknowledged him with a nod, which Su Feng understood as a commendation. Alas, the statistical metrics of this era were shockingly superficial, neglecting to record crucial contributions like assists and rebounds. Kenny has a long wingspan. Do not force the issue, Kobe reminded Su Feng, sensing a potential misunderstanding. Su Feng nodded, realizing that one should not exhaust all resources in one go. Aware of his role as a team player, Su Feng remained committed to his responsibilities. However, fortune seemed to be smiling upon him, as the rim appeared benevolent and sincere. Yet, to his dismay, his next 4 attempts failed to find the mark, even including an open shot. It was well known that the system did not acknowledge intentional misses, thus Su Feng remained focused, fully intent on making his shots without any hint of deliberate failure. However, I remain unconvinced. Go hoop. On the court, as the second quarter commenced, Raul Mirian launched an offensive. Su Feng, receiving a pass from Kobe, instinctively made a motion to jump and prepare for a bank shot beneath the rim. Clang. Su Feng lamented, 7 consecutive misses. Observing the system's relentless reminders of his failed attempts, a profound sense of anguish washed over him. Yet he felt an overwhelming urge to burst into laughter. No, I must control my expression, Su Feng thought with distress. On the sidelines, despite Ridley High trailing in points, their coach, Fernandez, was elated because Kenny had successfully contained Su Feng. Ah, you little rascal, you annihilated us last game, didn't you? Just wait until tonight. I'll have someone smother you. Unbeknownst to Fernandez, Su Feng had already categorized him as an ally in his little notebook. What a good guy. Su, don't stress too much, stay relaxed, and don't lose heart. We are still well ahead. I will pass you the ball more to help you regain your rhythm. On the court, concerned about Su Feng's confidence being shaken by his 7 missed shots, Kobe hurriedly reassured him as they retreated on defense. Unlike Su Feng, Kobe's performance that night could only be described as outstanding. He had already amassed 16 points and 11 rebounds by halftime. In truth, had Kobe been underperforming, Su Feng would not have been so obstinate. After all, winning remained Su Feng's top priority. However, gazing into Kobe's encouraging eyes, Su Feng felt a sense of duty not to disappoint his friend's goodwill. Rest assured, Kobe, I am a shooter, and I possess the awareness of a shooter. Even if I miss my first 7 shots, I will continue to shoot, Su Feng assured Kobe, thumping his chest. Kobe nodded, revealing a smile of satisfaction. On the court, Ridley High made a turnover, and Raul Mirian initiated a fast break. Kobe promptly passed the ball to Su Feng, believing it was his duty as a good friend to help Su Feng regain his form. Yet, clang. Under Kenny's interference, Su Feng, upon receiving the pass, felt once again the unyielding love from the rim, starting with 0 for 8. Unbeknownst to him, Su Feng had inadvertently achieved the daunting half-step Beast King milestone. Alas, if only he could master the Beast King realm in this match. Although the statistics would appear dismal, in high school games, 1 or 2 poor performances were inconsequential, and Su Feng had ample time to rectify his stats. Notably, during a defensive retreat, Kobe proactively gave Su Feng a thumbs up. That's it, shoot decisively, and I will continue to pass you the ball. Su Feng gratefully nodded, I will not give up. Chapter 31. This child is exceptionally talented. Clang, clang. As the second quarter drew to a close, Su Feng, encouraged by Kobe, continued to push forward, only to miss 2 more shots in succession. Su, the reason you haven't scored on your last 10 attempts is merely due to your off day. Do not let this dishearten you, Kobe consoled him during halftime, concerned about Su Feng's fragile mindset. Su Feng, suppressing his inner joy, forced a frustrated expression and replied, thank you. Observing Su Feng's self-recrimination due to his poor shooting, Kobe felt a pang of discomfort. He recognized that the defensive specialist, Kenny, was originally intended to counter him. But Su Feng's dazzling performance in the previous friendly match had resulted in Kenny being assigned to him instead. As Kobe pondered ways to help Su Feng regain his confidence, a sudden thought crossed Su Feng's mind. Hidden task, the system's compassion, due to your incessant misses. Each subsequent shot you fail to make in this game will yield an increased penalty of 10,000 points. Su Feng exclaimed, what? If you're going to tell me this, I certainly won't be able to rest. He had never anticipated that he would trigger a hidden task today. 10,000 penalty points? Although it appeared that the system was mocking him, Su Feng perceived this mockery as a challenge. Is this because I've missed 10 shots in a row? That even the system cannot bear to watch? He thought, feeling unjustly accused. It's not intentional. Poor shooting is simply part of the game, not merely a failure. He attempted to justify himself, contemplating how to continue his performance in the third quarter under a legitimate pretext. To his surprise, fortune smiled upon him. It truly came in pairs. I am indeed the chosen one, Su Feng mused, glancing at Kobe with gratitude. Do not feel pressured. Ridley is no match for us. Just play as you did in the previous 2 games, Kobe resolved, determined to help Su Feng regain his confidence, even if it meant scoring no points himself. For Kobe, Su Feng had transcended the bounds of mere friendship. He regarded him as a confidant. As the saying goes, while friends are easy to find, true confidants are rare. Even if it were merely to preserve their camaraderie, Kobe felt compelled to support Su Feng. During the halftime break, as they returned to the locker room, Kobe proactively suggested to Coach Greg that he assist Su Feng in rediscovering his shooting touch. After a moment of contemplation, Greg nodded in agreement with Kobe's proposition. It was merely a high school league game. They would encounter many more in the future. This presented an excellent opportunity to strengthen their friendship. And as an exemplary high school basketball coach, Greg believed it was essential to guide them positively. In the third quarter of the match, with the freedom to miss shots, Su Feng felt an unusual vigor coursing through him. Come on, you're going to be our main offensive point from now on. When the opportunity arises, don't hesitate. Trust your instincts. If you feel it's the right moment, take the shot decisively, Kobe encouraged him. Su Feng nodded, visibly moved. Notably, to suppress his laughter, he had been pinching his thigh. Thus, when Kobe noticed the tears welling in Su Feng's eyes, he mistakenly assumed it was due to his heartfelt words, when in reality, Su Feng was simply inflicting pain upon himself. The game progressed, and although Su Feng was struggling to score, the combination of him and Kobe on the court made it difficult for Ridley High to penetrate their defense. During Ridley's offensive play, Goodman's shot was deflected off course by Su Feng's interference. Kobe swiftly grabbed the rebound, and the scoreboard read 36-24, with Laurel Marion leading by 12 points. On the court, Kobe diligently orchestrated the team's offensive strategy, while his teammates continuously moved and set screens to distract the defense from Su Feng. It must be said that the player named Kenny was indeed tenacious. Despite Su Feng gaining a half-step lead, Kenny managed to keep pace until the last moment. However, in Kobe's eyes, this distance presented an excellent opportunity. Without further contemplation, he passed the ball to Su Feng. This pass exuded the essence of Kobe's future participation in the skills challenge. Su Feng's motion to catch the ball was not smooth, as he had to adjust his angle and posture to evade Kenny's long reach. He nearly released his shot while drifting, and there was a slight lean back. To Su Feng, this awkward shooting form felt as if it had 1,000 missed opportunities embedded within it. As Su Feng prepared to alert his teammates to crash the offensive boards. Bang swoosh. A banked three-pointer. Su Feng broke his scoring drought. Well done, Kobe exclaimed excitedly, patting Su Feng on the back, while the other players from Laurel Marion, under Kobe's intense gaze, approached to encourage Su Feng. However, to Su Feng, it felt less like encouragement and more like a curse. Come on, you'll definitely hit 10 in a row next, Swartz said to him. Can there be a more malicious jinx than that? 10 in a row? Shaw, impossible. With my current shooting woes, that would never happen. On the court, Ridley High committed a turnover, and after stealing the ball, Kobe passed it to Su Feng once more. This time, Su Feng's shot carried a hint of the future Warriors style. To lower his shooting percentage, he opted for a fast break three-pointer. His balance and hand positioning were misaligned, and given his poor shooting performance that day, he assumed the ball would merely ricochet off the backboard for Kobe. But something felt off. How could this shot feel so smooth? Swish. Su Feng. This is utterly absurd. Such an unreasonable shot, and it went in? This defies logic. In Ridley High's gym, had it not been for the sentiments of the players on the court, the spectators might have been inclined to cheer for Laurel Marion. Because in the 1990s, a fast break three-pointer like that was simply astonishing. After Su Feng scored, even Kobe found it hard to believe. Incredible. Such confidence. A shot like that requires absolute belief to succeed. Su is just too strong, Kobe thought, observing Su Feng's somewhat gloomy expression. Normally, one would feel pride after scoring such a shot, but Su Feng maintained his composure. Kobe realized that perhaps Su Feng wasn't so arrogant after all. He possessed many admirable qualities worthy of emulation. In Kobe's view, the phrase humble in victory, steadfast in defeat perfectly described someone like Su Feng. On the Ridley High bench, Fernandez was seething, tempted to smash the tactics board. Frankly, Su Feng's consecutive three-pointers were simply outrageous. Fernandez increasingly contemplated hiring someone to eliminate Greg, believing that Greg was merely coasting on luck, lacking strategy and players. Well, at least there were two exceptional talents. After muttering a foul-mouthed American curse, Fernandez grumpily returned to the bench. As the game continued, Su Feng's performance astonished everyone present. Indeed, just as Schwartz had wished, after 10 missed shots, he scored 10 consecutive points. Each successive basket was more exaggerated than the last. What about a fadeaway? Su Feng's leanback was almost horizontal. What about a drifting shot? His catch and shoot while drifting would make even NBA players hesitant to attempt such a shot. What about a pull-up jumper? Just look at Su Feng's shot over Kenny's long arms. The extension, the height, it radiated sheer dominance. As the third quarter concluded, teammate Stewart offered Su Feng a cup of water. In Stewart's eyes, during future 3-on-3 practices, even if Su Feng chose not to pass, he would harbor no complaints whatsoever. Thank you. Despite the curse from Stewart, Su Feng managed a strained smile. Well done, Su. As a scorer, this is the spirit you must embody. Seeing Su Feng regain his confidence and touch, Kobe felt a swell of pride for him. Thank you. Su Feng took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. Su, you're amazing. I can't believe I unwittingly achieved another double-double. If you maintain this precision every game, I believe I'll be selected for this season's Pennsylvania High School League All-Star team. Schwartz excitedly told Su Feng. Su Feng suppressed the anguish of missing out on 100,000 potential points and smiled at Schwartz. Kobe is right. Su truly is different, never reveling in his accomplishments. We should learn from him. Indeed, if I could adopt Su's mindset, what could I not achieve in the future? Su is truly our pride. In the fourth quarter, due to Su Feng's remarkable performance in the third, Ral Mirian once again ushered the game into garbage time. The prematurely substituted Su Feng sat on the bench, drained and vacant-eyed. How on earth did I manage to make those shots? Is this world devoid of reason? Reality is even more twisted than fiction. Su Feng's mentality had completely shattered. 100,000 missed opportunities just vanished. He felt dizzy. At that moment of despair, in the stands of Ridley High School's basketball arena, my brother was right. This Su is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime basketball prodigy. Such perseverance and unwavering willpower in the face of adversity, reminiscent of Allen Iverson from Georgetown University. Scout Jackson diligently recorded everything about Su Feng in his notebook. Previously, he had noted Su Feng's characteristics as court eagle and the sleeper. Do not be surprised. Scouts in the 90s had a penchant for such dramatic labels. Court eagle generally refers to players with exceptional defensive skills, while the sleeper indicates a player who has been underestimated. Additionally, when assessing Su Feng's character traits, Jackson employed high-scoring terms such as never giving up, a fighter, and a player for the big stage. It's worth noting that when NBA teams evaluate potential players, they consider not only technical and physical talent, but also character, which holds significant weight in their assessments. For instance, in his previous life, the formidable Zhou Qibin was once regarded as a lottery pick by NBA scouts, consistently ranking high on draft websites. However, after the 2016 Rio Olympics and that year's CBA League, NBA scouts deemed Zhou's passion for basketball insufficient, leading to a dramatic drop in his draft position. Many similar stories exist, with numerous players not selected due to poor character, while others experienced a surge in their draft positions due to high character evaluations. In summary, the character assessment Jackson bestowed upon Su Feng tonight was as high as it could get. After all, Su Feng is still just a child. Indeed, I am starting to believe that Su will make it to the NBA. Players with such character are destined for greatness. This time, the industry insiders have misjudged him. Jackson was incredibly excited because, without the recommendation of his brother, Markson, he would never have flown from Miami to Philadelphia to observe Su Feng. Jackson felt he had struck gold. On the other side of the stands, Mark's confidant, Speed, was also taking notes. It's quite peculiar. Although Su Feng did not dunk or break through in this game, why do I feel such a thrill watching him? I even have the urge to kneel before him. Speed may not be a professional scout, but he sensed that Su Feng's situation was not quite as described by his industry peers. If one were to examine Su Feng's performance in the third quarter alone, Speed felt that Su's talent surpassed many of the so-called American prodigies touted by the media. I must promptly relay Su's situation to Mark. This is a player worth our investment. As Speed continued to document the reality he observed, he pondered. Chapter 32. A resounding victory in Pennsylvania. After aiding the Raoul Marion team to a resounding 90-69 victory over Ridley High School, Su Feng returned home feeling an unprecedented fatigue. Even after consuming 2 bottles of nutritional supplements, he found himself utterly devoid of energy. "My heart is weary," Su Feng lamented, sprawled on the sofa in a languid position. No, absolutely not. A man must not succumb to discouragement at the slightest setback. It's merely a matter of 100,000 iron values. After all, at worst, I can have Kobe accompany me for 2 extra hours of training every day next week. Though he had failed to acquire locust meat through System's mercy this time, Su Feng discovered that the system indeed harbored hidden tasks. But how can I trigger these tasks? He pondered, with a sense of intrigue regarding the system's concealed missions. In November, Raoul Marion triumphed in the subsequent 3 Pennsylvania high school basketball league matches. The synergy between Su Feng and Kobe grew increasingly harmonious, to the extent that, in the words of their teammates, it seems like 3 Huskies could win with them. Throughout these 3 matches, Su Feng averaged 24 points and 5 rebounds, while Kobe excelled with 32 points, 14 rebounds, 7 assists, 4 steals, and 4 blocks. Kobe's versatility was beyond Su Feng's current capabilities. However, journalist Markson from the Philadelphia Evening News extolled Su Feng's talents in his dedicated column on Raoul Marion. In addition to outlining Su Feng's average statistics, Markson cited his brother Jackson, a scout for the NBA's Miami Heat, who provided a professional evaluation of Su Feng. While many industry peers in Pennsylvania remained skeptical of Su Feng's abilities, it became an undeniable fact that scouts and reporters visiting Raoul Marion were increasingly drawn to Su Feng, alongside their focus on Kobe. Unlike these basketball experts, Su Feng had begun to gain a modest reputation in Philadelphia. During Raoul Marion's games, not only students attended to cheer, but many parents also supported their children's school. The citizens of Philadelphia who witnessed Raoul Marion's matches were left with a profound impression of Su Feng. Despite his playing style not being as acrobatic as Kobe's, his shooting form was exceptionally graceful, often resulting in remarkable shots. Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, spectators felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before him while watching him play. Coupled with Su Feng's textbook-like valor during a previous incident in Nephalia, it was impossible for him to remain inconspicuous in Philadelphia. Nevertheless, Su Feng remained humble and unassuming. After all, which NBA player isn't a local hero during their high school and college years? As November drew to a close, in addition to the high school league, on Thanksgiving Day, the 24th, Su Feng received an invitation from Kobe's father, Joe, to celebrate the holiday at their home. Since Kobe had met Su Feng, Joe felt that his son had become noticeably more cheerful. His greatest regret now was that he had not been more robust in his youth, as he believed that if he had been, Kobe might have had a brother, thus enhancing his generosity of spirit. Before Kobe's birth, Joe and his wife, Pamela, had 2 daughters, making Kobe the final highlight of Joe's career. During this Thanksgiving celebration, Su Feng also met Kobe's 2 sisters, Sarah and Shea. Initially, both sisters found it astonishing that Kobe had found a friend with whom he could connect. To them, Kobe had only ever had basketball as a companion. However, after conversing with Su Feng, they felt that their brother had indeed made a wonderful friend. Su Feng was quite the conversationalist, and his wit and humor endeared him to Sarah and Shea, causing their fondness for him to soar. Yet, Su Feng noticed that throughout their chat, Kobe's eyes never strayed from him. "Ah, I see," Su Feng understood. Kobe is issuing a warning. In truth, Su Feng believed Kobe's concerns were unwarranted, as he preferred the blonde, fierce girl over his sister. At this time, the Bryant family enjoyed a relatively harmonious relationship. As a friend of Kobe's, Su Feng planned to counsel Kobe when he inevitably encountered Vanessa in the future, not to suggest a breakup, but rather to encourage more communication with his family. After all, who hasn't experienced a rebellious phase? "Su, you should come to my house for Christmas Eve and Christmas. There's a vacant bedroom upstairs," Kobe suggested after the Thanksgiving feast. "That way, we can watch the Christmas showdown together," he added. After contemplating for a moment, Su Feng agreed to Kobe's request, recalling that the 94-95 season was indeed filled with legendary moments. To adapt to the changing times following his rebirth, Su Feng had developed a habit of reading newspapers daily. As of now, the new NBA season bore no alterations from Su Feng's memories. The reigning champions, the Houston Rockets, faced considerable challenges, with Hakeem Olajuwon's most reliable companion being Kenny Smith, who was nearing retirement and transitioning to commentary. At this point, The Rockets had not yet traded for Clyde Drexler, and coach Rudy Tomjanovich was holding back his strategy, although the Rockets appeared to be struggling. Once coach Tomjanovich's strategy was fully realized, the famed motivational phrase of the 90s would soon ring true, propelling the Rockets toward success. Currently, the most popular and successful team was the Orlando Magic. Following Michael Jordan's retirement, Anthony Hardaway quickly rose to prominence as his successor. In the 93-94 rookie season, Hardaway averaged remarkable statistics, becoming an idol for many future NBA guards and forwards. However, having shared an experience in Orlando with Kobe, Su Feng was not particularly impressed by Hardaway. In fact, in Su Feng's past life, Hardaway was indeed a player who had been severely overestimated. Many argued that had it not been for injuries, Hardaway would have achieved greatness. Yet even if he had remained healthy, his accomplishments would never have compared to those of the future greats. Throughout Hardaway's career, his best seasons coincided with his partnership with Shaquille O'Neal. In the 94-95 and 95-96 seasons, Hardaway's shooting percentage exceeded 50, averaging 20 points with high efficiency and an appealing style of play. However, during the 96-97 season, after Shaq's departure, Hardaway's performance declined significantly. That season, he played 59 games for the Magic, seeing his shooting percentage plummet to 44.7. After parting ways with O'Neal, Hardaway managed only one season with a shooting percentage over 45, with most of his other seasons hovering around 40. While injuries undoubtedly impacted Hardaway's career, the high efficiency during his prime was directly linked to his partnership with O'Neal. To illustrate, in the 94-95 and 95-96 seasons, O'Neal was not yet the future Big Aristotle. Calling him Big Strong would be more fitting. When O'Neal and Hardaway executed pick and rolls, which opponent would prioritize defending whom? With O'Neal's formidable ability to draw double teams, it was clear that Hardaway's strengths were amplified in O'Neal's presence, allowing him to exploit his exceptional ball handling skills to drive to the basket or execute mid-range shots with poise. Once O'Neal departed, Hardaway's performance deteriorated significantly. Without O'Neal to draw defensive attention, Hardaway's style became increasingly cumbersome under the HC rules, making injuries almost inevitable. In a past life, during the peak of the four prominent shooting guards, there were always one or two fans eager to showcase their basketball knowledge by declaring their preference for Hardaway over Carter or McGrady. Well, in my view, the choice of who to admire is a personal freedom. However, I merely wish to convey to these self-proclaimed basketball aficionados that whether you favor the elite shooting guards, centers, or power forwards, with determination, resources, and creativity, one can always obtain an idol's autograph. But Hardaway? Unless the national football team manages to qualify for the World Cup again. Oh wait, even then, you might not secure Hardaway's signature. This could very well be the most lamentable chapter in the national team's history. In truth, Hardaway's demeanor had transcended mere pride. It had become arrogance, revealing a calculating nature. The future departure of the Shark was predicated on the Magic's management believing that O'Neal's salary should not surpass Hardaway's, lest it provoke Hardaway's ire. But who informed the management that Hardaway would be displeased if O'Neal's salary exceeded his? If, in the future, the discord between O'Neal and the organization arises from personality clashes, then the contention between the heavyweights is simply a narrative of an unsuspecting heavyweight being outmaneuvered by a shrewd lightweight. The outcome, as history reveals, was that following O'Neal's exit, Hardaway's career dwindled year after year. Conversely, despite facing early setbacks with the Lakers, O'Neal solidified his historical legacy with 3 consecutive championships at the turn of the century. Of course, although Kobe's heart was shattered during his tenure in Orlando, he still supported the Magic due to the necessity of a photo op with O'Neal for an autograph. Could it be that Kobe is a jinx? If my memory serves me right, wasn't Kobe recently rooting for the Knicks in the finals? Should we allow Kobe to jinx himself? Time flies, and suddenly it is December. Su Feng and Kobe joyfully engage in practice. Not just practice, but rather a relentless pursuit of excellence. Su Feng finds it increasingly futile to even wish the opponents well, for they are simply too weak. In a past life, during his senior year, Kobe nearly led his team to a state championship. How much more formidable would they be with Su Feng's involvement? Under Su Feng's influence, Kobe's offensive efficiency soared. Moreover, Kobe willingly provided Su Feng with opportunities. Let me reiterate. It is not merely because Kobe is enamored with Su Feng's culinary skills that he assists him on the court. In summary, after Kobe led Real Marion to a record-setting 15-game winning streak, Su Feng began to question the essence of life itself. Local media in Philadelphia even dubbed this high school team the Little Bulls. Over the course of 15 high school games, Su Feng averaged 23 points, 5 for rebounds, and 0 for assists, while Kobe averaged 29, 8 points, 11 for rebounds, 7, 0 assists, 3, 8 steals, and 3, 4 blocks. Su Feng's shooting percentage stood at 48, 5, with a three-point percentage of 44, 5 and a perfect free throw percentage of 100. Kobe, on the other hand, had a shooting percentage of 51, 5, a three-point percentage of 31, and a free throw percentage of 79. At this rate, Su Feng might soon join the illustrious 180 club. Indeed, as the Philadelphia media proclaimed, the Twin Stars of Philadelphia had swept across the entire state of Pennsylvania. To prevent Su Feng from becoming overly confident, Kobe had recently intensified their one-on-one battles. Huh, Su, you're truly something else. If you don't start scoring, I might just shave your head. Come on, don't get discouraged. If you push a little harder, you might surpass me. Though, every time Su Feng witnessed Kobe's smug expression after defeating him, it irked him. Nevertheless, with the incessant reminders of his missed shots echoing in his mind, Su Feng decided to let Kobe indulge in his momentary triumph. Indeed, Kobe was his ultimate advantage. Chapter 33, Steel Chariots. On December 20th, Raul Marion welcomed the final divisional match before the winter break. Unlike the lengthy summer holidays, American high school students typically enjoy a winter recess beginning with Christmas, lasting between 3 to 5 weeks. Raul Marion, for instance, is granted 5 weeks. According to the schedule, Raul Marion has 9 remaining divisional matches, with the final 8 to be played in February after this encounter on the 20th. Subsequently, the top 4 teams from each division will advance to the regional tournament, ultimately determining the 8 squads that will compete in the state championship. With a remarkable start of 15 consecutive victories, Raul Marion has astonished the entire state of Pennsylvania, and many experts have already begun to regard them as the frontrunners for the championship. As the temperature in Philadelphia continued to drop, both Su Feng and Kobe had abandoned their early morning training regimen that commenced at 4 o'clock. After all, even the robust physiques of Su Feng and Kobe could not withstand the biting winter air of Philadelphia. Alas, it seems that the selection for Pennsylvania's best point guard this season holds no suspense whatsoever. Observing his statistics, the increasingly inflated Swartz lamented before the game commenced. In truth, it was not only Swartz who had recently swelled in ego within the Raul Marion team. Notably, players like Stewart and Rassman had also switched partners multiple times in recent weeks. Such is human nature. Expansion is innate. Have we not witnessed Yao Ming transform into a 400-pound figure post-retirement, or AC Milan uncorking champagne after leading the Champions League final by 3 goals at halftime? In fact, human inflation is not always detrimental. Without confidence, what distinguishes a person from a flounder? Of course, excessive inflation can lead to predictable outcomes. On the 20th, Raul Marion faced off against Erie Catholic High School. In Su Feng's memory, this team was the very opponent that Kobe had triumphed over in the senior finals. Thus, Su Feng resolutely abandoned any notions of underestimating the competition. However, the basketball hoop at Raul Marion's gymnasium proved to be quite treacherous. Bang! Regardless of whether it was Kobe or Su Feng, both found themselves ensnared in an unusual predicament where even wide-open shots eluded their grasp. To make matters worse, Raul Marion's Huskies were also creating chaos during this match. As the saying goes, when iron is struck, the family must be in harmony. The entire team's struggles culminated in a grand and ceremonious concert for their peers prior to the winter break. Throughout the first 3 quarters, the championship favorites, Raul Marion, were consistently pressured by Erie Catholic High School, regaining some semblance of rhythm. Su Feng sank a crucial 3-pointer with just 1 minute and 17 seconds left in the 4th quarter, leveling the score at 45. However, Erie Catholic's core guard, Michael Carter, swiftly countered with an exceptionally difficult long-range 3-pointer, 48-45. As Raul Marion initiated their offensive play, Kobe, leveraging his height, executed a strong move under the basket to score. At this juncture, Raul Marion trailed by a single point. If they could successfully defend against Erie Catholic's final possession, a chance to reclaim the lead still lingered. In their defensive efforts, Su Feng and Kobe tirelessly maneuvered back and forth, while the remaining 3 Huskies, under Su Feng's keen insight and Kobe's intense gaze, exerted themselves with remarkable diligence. As Michael Carter's final shot attempt hit the rim and bounced out, Rassman secured the rebound, and promptly passed the ball to Schwartz. With 16 seconds remaining, there was ample time for a successful offensive play. Considering the need for players to exhibit their creativity, Coach Greg chose not to call a timeout. In a desperate final defense, Erie Catholic focused all their attention, save for center Nelson, on Su Feng and Kobe. At that moment, Schwartz, feeling like the most dazzling star in Pennsylvania, was suddenly infused with the spirits of Nick Young and J.R. Smith. Upon crossing half-court and reaching the three-point arc, he realized that his opponents were neglecting to guard him. Was this not a splendid opportunity to make a name for himself? Even as a role player, Schwartz harbored aspirations. With the thought of his girlfriend Lena watching from the sidelines, coupled with his impressive 42 three-point shooting rate this season, Schwartz felt that fate was presenting him with a chance to prove his worth. Without hesitation, Schwartz took his shot. Both Su Feng, who was repositioning, and Kobe, poised to receive the ball, were taken aback. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim, and Nelson swiftly grabbed the rebound, passing it to Michael Carter, who chose not to attack, but instead brought the ball up the court to run down the clock. The fourth quarter resets. Raul Marian's formidable steel chariot, after a remarkable 15-game winning streak, has indeed toppled Schwartz. The divine Enel's astonishment upon discovering that Luffy is an insulator meme. JPG 48-47. The players from Erie Catholic High School, who achieved this unexpected victory over Raul Marian, felt as if they had just received a gift from Santa Claus. Oh heavens! We truly defeated this little bull. The entire Raul Marian team was momentarily petrified. Schwartz instantly felt as if he had met his demise. Thus, it is said that when one becomes overly inflated, the inevitable conclusion is self-explosion. After the match, Coach Greg first consoled everyone, and then, once the audience had departed, he briefly outlined the training schedule for the upcoming winter break. In Greg's perspective, a record of 15 wins and 1 loss was already the pinnacle of his coaching career in high school. It is essential to understand that high school differs from the NBA. Given that the players are all young, victories and defeats are rather commonplace. After all, competitions among minors are inherently fraught with uncertainties. Furthermore, Su Feng played with a level of seriousness today that surpassed all previous games combined. Although his offensive performance was lacking, he excelled defensively. However, such a collective failure in scoring was exceedingly rare, especially considering that Raul Marian still had a chance to clinch the game at the end. Unfortunately, Schwartz became overly eager. Thus, Su Feng had already foreseen the unfortunate fate awaiting that hapless lad. As expected, from the moment the game concluded until they reached the locker room, Kobe's gaze never strayed from Schwartz. If fate could grant Schwartz another chance, he would assuredly pass the ball to Su Feng or Kobe. At this moment, Schwartz felt an overwhelming desire to disappear. Meanwhile, the other supporting players dared not inflate their egos any further. One by one, they scurried away, fearful that they would be the next target of Kobe's ire. All right, Kobe, spare Robbie the torment. With no other choice, Su Feng understood that if he did not intervene on behalf of Kobe, Schwartz might indeed develop a lasting aversion to basketball. Although Su Feng acknowledged that Schwartz deserved a reprimand, he perceived this unexpected mishap as not entirely detrimental. After all, even in defeat, it would not affect Raul Marian's subsequent ranking. Rather than losing the most critical match, it was preferable to stumble before facing the pivotal contest. Thus, Su Feng was relieved from the mental strain of finding ways to prevent his teammates from becoming arrogant. However, immediately after Su Feng spoke to Kobe, the intense glare of hatred shifted to him. The coaching staff and supporting players of Raul Marian were left in shock. For one must understand that attempting to counsel Kobe at such a moment is akin to courting disaster. Robbie, you should head back now, reflect during the winter break, and remember to submit a written self-assessment upon your return. Su Feng addressed Schwartz, ignoring Kobe. Upon hearing this, Schwartz felt as if he must have saved the world in a past life. Otherwise, how could the divine intervene and send Su Feng, this angel, to rescue him? Suppressing his gratitude for Su Feng, the supporting players and coaches of Raul Marian hastily made their exit. Su Feng, truly a righteous hero. If one were to translate the thoughts of this group into Chinese, it would roughly convey, in ancient times, Jing Ku attempted to assassinate the Qin emperor. Today, Su Feng advises against angering Kobe. The wind howls, and the waters of the Yi River are cold. Valiant warrior, may your path be smooth. Hey, could you please stop glaring at me? Su Feng said, bemused, as he noticed Kobe's unwavering stare. Yet, it seemed Kobe chose to ignore Su Feng's words. standing tall with his piercing gaze fixed upon him. At that moment, if Kobe were to stick out his tongue, Su Feng would feel as though he might be attacked by this mamba snake at any second. The glare of death was indeed aptly named. Had it not been for Su Feng's ironclad heart, his mental defenses would have surely crumbled. By the way, if I visit your home on Christmas Eve, how about I showcase my culinary skills? Su Feng knew that he must shift Kobe's mindset from that of a Virgo to a Leo. Otherwise, with Kobe's Virgoan perfectionism, Su Feng felt he might endure a 58-hour glare. At that moment, it seemed as though two small figures appeared before Kobe, one angelic and one devilish. The little devil incessantly poked Kobe with a fork, urging him to glare him to death. Meanwhile, the little angel flapped its wings, encouraging him to ask what delicious food he will prepare. After an internal battle, Kobe swiftly transitioned to a Leo mindset. Su, why did you let Robbie leave like that? Su Feng chuckled, because I believe that losing a game at this juncture is not a bad thing. Kobe. Su Feng shrugged, think about it. Haven't they've been boasting about their winning streak lately? Each of them believes they could make it to the NBA. Kobe nodded, seizing the opportunity. Su Feng patted Kobe on the shoulder. That's it, Kobe. Do you not know my fervent desire to win? I, too, am frustrated that Robbie failed to pass the ball at the last moment. However, have you considered why we found ourselves in such a tight match with the opponent? It is because we are not strong enough yet. We are players with aspirations of reaching the NBA. We must adopt a broader perspective and view this match as a lesson for ourselves. In life, one must never be arrogant. Always remember the importance of humility. How many games have been lost due to underestimating the opponent? Yet if we do not personally experience these setbacks, how can we comprehend the bitterness and hardship within? Therefore, we must strive harder. Once we grow stronger, we will no longer need to worry about scenarios like today's. As Su Feng spoke, Kobe nodded repeatedly. Indeed, within Kobe's heart, Su Feng's desire to win was no less than his own. At times, even Kobe admired Su Feng's tenacity. I understand, but I still feel uneasy, Kobe frowned. In China, there is a saying, if you encounter something unpleasant, treat yourself to a good meal. If one meal does not suffice, then have two. Seeing Kobe persuaded by his words, Su Feng swiftly changed the topic. This time, Kobe's eyes lit up suddenly. Right. What other delicious dishes can you make? A subtle smile graced Su Feng's lips. You will find out soon enough. Unbeknownst to them, Su Feng had swiftly helped Kobe adjust his mindset, and neither of them remained idle afterward. Due to the game's defeat, Kobe was still quite displeased. Thus, Su Feng cleverly used this as an excuse to engage Kobe in a fresh round of one-on-one competition. Meanwhile, in Chicago, BJ Armstrong concluded his day of training and, as per their usual arrangement, picked up the phone. BJ, I'm back from San Francisco. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from the other end of the line. I know, Michael. I saw the news. It mentioned that during your visit to San Francisco, you crossed paths with Latrell Sprewell. Armstrong chuckled. Indeed, at that moment, on the phone with Armstrong was none other than his former teammate, the old rascal Michael Jordan. Haha. By the way, BJ, do you know Anthony Hardaway? Michael Jordan inquired with curiosity. You know, he is the star of the Magic team, and his is quite sharp. I've faced him a few times, and he is difficult to guard, Armstrong replied. So, who do you think is harder to defend against, him or me? Jordan pressed on. All right, Michael, no one in the world is more challenging to defend than you, and he is merely a second-year rookie, Armstrong stated. By the way, BJ, what are your thoughts on Jason Kidd? Jordan asked after a brief pause. Faced with Jordan's numerous questions, Armstrong responded, somewhat amused. Jason is an exceptional point guard, tall, quick, and strong. On the phone, it seemed Jordan was contemplating Armstrong's response. After a silence of over 2 minutes, he said, BJ, how has your team's condition been lately? Brother, I think your question needs to be more specific. If it's about the whole team, I can only tell you it's similar to what I mentioned last time, Armstrong replied. What about the young players? How has Phil been treating them? Jordan pondered before asking. The young guys are still adjusting, you know? We've created too many miracles in the past, and that pressure has made it a bit overwhelming for them, Armstrong replied. All right, let's leave it at that for today. I'll call you another day, Jordan said. Sure, Armstrong replied. After hanging up, he suddenly fell into deep thought. Recently, his communication with Jordan had increased significantly. As the player most closely connected to Jordan after his retirement, Armstrong was favored by the Bulls owner because he never inquired about Jordan's baseball endeavors. Additionally, after Jordan's retirement, Phil Jackson would often ask Armstrong about Jordan's situation to stay informed. Sometimes, Armstrong found it quite perplexing, as he wondered why these two prominent figures couldn't have a private chat face-to-face. The next day, before the Bulls practice commenced, Phil Jackson pulled Armstrong aside. "So, what did Michael ask you about yesterday?" At that moment, Phil Jackson appeared as gentle as the Colonel from KFC. He inquired about the young players like Anthony and Jason. Armstrong replied honestly. In truth, Armstrong never discussed personal matters unrelated to basketball with Jordan, which is precisely why Jordan felt comfortable chatting with him. After listening to Armstrong's response, Phil Jackson pondered for a couple of seconds. What was his tone like on the phone? He asked. Armstrong responded, "It felt like he was becoming younger, just as we did when we first won our championship." Phil Jackson smiled and patted Armstrong's shoulder. "BJ, you have a strong premonition, don't you?" Phil suddenly looked serious at Armstrong. Armstrong nodded. "Yes, boss. He wants to come back." After saying this, Phil Jackson leisurely walked to the side. Yes, he wants to return. Despite the Bulls' mediocre performance in the new season, Armstrong felt that this season would not be ordinary. Chapter 34. Encyclopedia of the Four Great Guards on December 23rd. After concluding the final round of specialized training with Kobe before the Christmas holiday, Su Feng was reluctantly compelled to embark on a 2-day respite. Even Kobe, it seems, must indulge in the festivities of Christmas. Notably, due to Kobe's extravagant praise of Su Feng's culinary skills, even Kobe's father, Joe Bryant, was filled with anticipation for the Christmas Eve dinner. After all, this was the aftermath of a culinary disaster that ensued after indulging in Kobe beef. To be fair, had it not been for the basketball genes inherited from his father, Kobe might have occasionally questioned his own parentage. On the 24th, although Su Feng had intended to sleep in, he was abruptly awakened by Kobe early in the morning. Upon awakening, Su Feng was taken aback by the time. 4:40 a.m.? What on earth? Gazing at Kobe, who was shivering in the frigid air, Su Feng was astonished. Given that the outdoor temperature in Philadelphia had plummeted to nearly -7 degrees Celsius, wasn't it agreed that they would refrain from outdoor practice during this time, and that the 4 a.m. training session was canceled? As he opened the door to let in the sniffling Kobe, Su Feng inquired, "Why are you here so early?" "I've developed the habit of waking up at 4, Kobe explained. For some inexplicable reason, as he delivered this explanation, Su Feng couldn't shake the feeling that there was drool trickling from the corner of Kobe's mouth. Su Feng surmised that it was likely because he had promised to spend Christmas Eve at Kobe's home and prepare a grand meal, leaving Kobe's stomach restless. During the days when the 4 a.m. training sessions were canceled, Kobe made a habit of coming to Su Feng's apartment each morning to wait for him before they headed to school together. "Just wait a moment," Su Feng yawned. Although he had been disturbed from his slumber by Kobe, he realized he was not particularly sleepy. While waiting for Su Feng to prepare breakfast, a shivering Kobe, wrapped in a blanket, incessantly urged him to hurry. Su Feng found himself both amused and exasperated by Kobe's antics. Truth be told, he felt that if future fans of Kobe were to learn of this episode, it might tarnish his imposing image. "Can you really make pizza?" An hour later, upon seeing the plate filled with food that Su Feng had prepared, Kobe asked in astonishment, "Is making pizza really that difficult?" Su Feng retorted, "You might not believe it, but I was forced into this." The truth was, among his previous romantic partners, the one who excelled in the kitchen could only manage fried eggs, scrambled tomatoes, and chives with eggs. There was no choice. Su Feng had to fend for himself. He couldn't always subsist on unhealthy takeout. "Delicious," Kobe exclaimed as he savored the pizza Su Feng had crafted, feeling an instant sense of satisfaction. Observing Kobe devour the food with gusto, Su Feng smiled inwardly, thinking, "Not only is it tasty, but it's nutritious too." He had infused the pizza with nutritional supplements, rendering it far superior to any standard health meal. Su Feng never anticipated that he would be whisked away to Kobe's home on Christmas Eve morning. Though he was indifferent to the holiday, he soon succumbed to the festive spirit that enveloped Philadelphia. "I am indeed a diligent and conscientious player," Su Feng silently mused. Upon entering the Bryant household, Su Feng noticed Kobe's mother, Pamela, adorning a Christmas tree. With the assistance of Su Feng and Kobe, the tree was swiftly decorated. "How do you typically celebrate Christmas in China?" Kobe inquired with curiosity. Su Feng pondered briefly, grateful for his self-control. Otherwise, he might have blurted out that Christmas was primarily about revelry. "Usually, young people go out to have fun. Perhaps a few friends hitting the dance clubs," he replied, reminiscing about the entertainment of the 1990s. Upon hearing Su Feng's response, Kobe nodded thoughtfully. Notably, After several visits to the Bryant residence, Kobe's parents had become quite familiar with Su Feng, particularly Pamela, having been assured by Kobe of Su Feng's culinary prowess, simply provided a brief overview of the kitchen before retreating to watch television. Su Feng thought to himself, "Why do I feel like I've become a mere tool?" Nevertheless, it was time to showcase his true culinary talents. To be fair, among the four great guards, Kobe and Carter had far more favorable childhoods and youth compared to the others. In Su Feng's previous life, when Kobe entered the draft in '96, a media outlet suggested that he had bypassed college for financial gain. This infuriated Joe Bryant, who confronted the media on television, stating, "You can say whatever you like, but you cannot claim that I am poor." Such blatant displays of wealth were indeed striking. While Joe Bryant's professional career was fraught with challenges, he was nonetheless a responsible father compared to many African Americans. After all, he had ventured to Italy to earn a living for his family. As Su Feng prepared lunch, Kobe stood by, utterly captivated, especially when he witnessed Su Feng expertly slicing potatoes into perfectly uniform strands. "Why do I remember my potatoes being cut into large chunks?" Kobe mused, reflecting on life. By noon, Su Feng had successfully won over the Bryant family with a delightful fusion feast. After all, a certain great figure once declared that the blending of cultures could yield both literary and athletic excellence. Su Feng's menu featured both Italian staples such as pasta and pizza, alongside Chinese dishes like sweet and sour pork and Westlake vinegar fish. While the dishes were not overly complex, they had undoubtedly passed the scrutiny of Su Feng's former romantic partners. After lunch, Joe Bryant curiously inquired, "Su, I imagine your rent is quite steep?" Su Feng nodded in affirmation. It wasn't cheap, considering he was from a wealthy family. "You know, we have plenty of empty rooms at home. Students should prioritize frugality," Joe remarked meaningfully. Su Feng thought to himself, "I see what you're doing. You're trying to recruit me as a tool." Without hesitation, Su Feng declined Joe Bryant's offer, citing his need for personal space. It wasn't that he was unwilling to live with Kobe. Rather, having been overwhelmed by his previous romantic partners, he longed for solitude in this lifetime. Joe, receiving Su Feng's refusal, said nothing further. However, during dinner, after Su Feng once again showcased his culinary skills, Joe discreetly asked Kobe, "How about inviting Su to stay with us?" Kobe recognized this as a jest from his father, yet for a fleeting moment, he found the notion strangely appealing. After dinner, Pamela enlisted the help of Kobe's two sisters for cleanup, while Joe resumed sipping cola in front of Su Feng and Kobe. Su Feng, Kobe. For some reason, both felt an urge to throttle Joe. As the Christmas showdown loomed the next day, Joe engaged Su Feng and Kobe in discussions about the NBA during dinner. Su Feng sought advice from Joe on how to gain weight, to which Joe recommended a gradual approach, advising against haste. In truth, many players who bypass college to enter the NBA are often referred to as beanpoles. American trainers believe that unscientific training can adversely affect a child's development. Thus, they exercise utmost caution when it comes to the issue of weight gain in young athletes. Typically, trainers and nutritionists devise a scientifically sound weight gain plan tailored to an individual's skeletal structure, body fat percentage, and other factors. Since the basketball emperor Wilt Chamberlain introduced advanced training methodologies into the league, the current NBA, while not yet comparable to its future potential, certainly stands as a paragon of excellence in training and medical care. In the 1990s, aside from the Trailblazers, Jordan advised Su Feng to eat more, having assessed Su Feng's frame, which he deemed even more perfect than Kobe's. Moreover, Jordan noted Su Feng's enviable large hands, reminding him of their significance. When Jordan remarked on Su Feng's large hands, he noticed Kobe silently lowering his head. To maintain his friendship with Kobe, Su Feng had always refrained from mentioning the size of his hands. "Have you measured your wingspan?" Jordan inquired, observing Su Feng's physique, which was proportionate yet lacking in mass. Su Feng shook his head. He had yet to measure it, although he suspected it was commendable. During a one-on-one match with Kobe, he realized that when fully extended, his wingspan might even surpass Kobe's by a slight margin. 214 centimeters? Quite impressive. After measuring Su Feng's wingspan, Jordan mused that perhaps two NBA players would emerge from his household. "By the way, Su, how tall are you now?" When measuring Su Feng's wingspan, Jordan noticed he seemed taller than when he first visited. Height can be peculiar. In his previous life, Su Feng had experienced moving from the front row to the back after a semester. 191 centimeters, Su Feng replied. "The system updates his height data weekly, so he was aware of his current stature. If you manage to grow over 2 meters, your wingspan and those large hands will be an unparalleled talent, Jordan praised. After their chat, Kobe pulled Su Feng aside, extending his smaller hand. Su Feng chuckled, knowing that Kobe's diminutive hands would limit him in the future, becoming a source of frustration. Despite Kobe's remarkable talents in jumping, strength, and speed, his small hands seemed a deliberate oversight by fate. That is a gift, Kobe, Su Feng asserted, extending his own larger hand. Without comparison, one cannot gauge harm. Previously, Su Feng had avoided this topic to spare Kobe's feelings. Yet today he felt a mischievous urge to tease him. Kobe fell silent. In Su Feng's previous life, the stark contrast in hand sizes between him and Kobe had been evident when they faced off. This disparity resembled the difference in hand sizes between an average young man and his girlfriend. Of course, this was when compared to Jordan, against an average person. Kobe's hands were not particularly small. However, after comparing hand sizes with Kobe, Su Feng could confirm that his shooting, especially his fadeaway, was likely due to his hand size, which he estimated to be similar to Jordan's. Thus, one might wonder, was Kobe inviting this comparison? The following day was Christmas. Jordan prepared gifts for his 4 children, and Su Feng received a pair of basketball shoes, not the most expensive, yet indicative of Jordan's growing acceptance of him as family. Additionally, to further enhance Kobe and Su Feng's skills during the winter break, Jordan arranged for them to access a gym and an indoor basketball court, ensuring the coaches were informed to prevent overexertion. It must be said that this was quite a privilege. As a connoisseur of basketball lore, Su Feng vividly recalled that at this time, Allen Iverson was struggling, having encountered Georgetown's Coach Thompson. Meanwhile, Kobe was thriving. Winter in Philadelphia? No problem, they could practice indoors. Lacking training equipment? No issue, the gym was filled with familiar faces. This was the difference between individuals. Indeed, they were not all the same. Returning to the matter at hand, on Christmas, aside from continuing his role as a kitchen aide, Su Feng, along with Jordan and Kobe, watched the Christmas Day game. Just as he remembered, the signs of Jordan's return were becoming increasingly evident, and the Bulls were gradually regaining their footing. In the Christmas game, the Bulls delivered a stellar performance, with Pippen scoring a remarkable 36 points and grabbing 16 rebounds, leading the team to a narrow victory over the Knicks, while simultaneously thwarting Ewing's exuberance atop the Empire State Building. It is noteworthy that with this victory, Pippen achieved a personal milestone of 7 consecutive wins in Christmas games. While the notion of luck may be debated, some might argue it is omnipresent. After the 2-day Christmas holiday, Su Feng and Kobe quickly immersed themselves in rigorous training. Notably, during their specialized training sessions, Su Feng sought Kobe's guidance on improving his vertical leap. With his jumping potential still untapped and strength requiring weight gain for further enhancement, Su Feng aimed to elevate his jumping ability during this winter break. After all, dunking clumsily was simply too unrefined. Kobe, generous in spirit, shared his training methods with Su Feng. Thus, a joyful, warm, and fulfilling winter break unfolded. Chapter 35. I'm back, haha. Su, you are truly weak. Once again, I have triumphed. In the indoor basketball arena of the Winton Basketball Training Camp in Philadelphia, Kobe laughed heartily, hands on his hips, as he looked at Su Feng, who had once more lost in their one-on-one duel. Ever since Su Feng had jabbed Kobe in the heart with his large hand during their last encounter, he found that throughout the winter break, whenever Kobe seized an opportunity, he would relentlessly mock him. Indeed, Kobe was meticulous in his taunting. Come on, Su, let us continue to settle the score. Without pausing for breath after mocking Su Feng, the remarkably agile Kobe demanded the commencement of another round. Su Feng was at a loss for words. This was not a contest to determine a victor. It was merely a continuous series of defeats for him. That day, Su Feng silently vowed to prepare a multitude of classic retorts for when he could finally best Kobe and teach him how to embody Iron Man. As a fervent admirer of Kobe, Su Feng was equally meticulous in his own way. Time moved on to January 23, 1995. After completing his winter training, Su Feng experienced yet another evolution. His vertical leap had increased to an impressive 61 inches. Although he was still uncertain whether the system included dunking as a skill, he could now easily execute dunks with a 1-foot takeoff. Perhaps due to his past life's frustration with dunking, Su Feng seized every opportunity to perform one. No longer shall I worry about becoming merely a mediocre dunker, he thought excitedly. However, he soon realized that under Kobe's defense, completing a dunk was an unattainable feat. Su Feng sighed in defeat. Additionally, after the winter break, Kobe's turnaround jumper had reached an NBA second-round draft pick level. Thanks to the countless times Su Feng had practiced against him, this skill was passively upgraded alongside Su Feng's failures. He couldn't simply neglect skill improvement for the sake of accumulating failure points. Thus, Su Feng discovered that since acquiring this system, he found himself either feigning frustration or genuinely feeling it. What a conundrum. Wait, has the system updated my height data? I am now 191, 5 centimeters tall. I wonder how tall I will ultimately grow. My weight has also increased by 0.5 kilograms. How can I possibly gain weight a bit more? It is worth noting that during the winter break, Joe Bryant frequently drank soda in front of Su Feng and Kobe. Eventually, one day, unable to resist, Kobe bought 2 bottles of ice-cold soda. Why drink ice-cold soda in the winter? Because if it's not cold, can it still be considered soda? Just this once. This will be the last soda I ever drink. Kobe's self-discipline was remarkable in Su Feng's eyes, but no matter how disciplined one is, being mocked daily is unbearable. In a crucial moment, Su Feng devised a new tactic. By secretly adding a bit of nutritional supplement to the soda, Su Feng discovered that while the supplement's effect was somewhat diminished, it still worked. Suddenly, he felt as if he had opened a new door of possibilities. Thus, after tricking Kobe into looking back by claiming there was a UFO behind him, Su Feng stealthily added a bit of the nutritional supplement to Kobe's soda. After all, Kobe had provided him with numerous opportunities in this life, and Su Feng was not one to be ungrateful. Why do I feel even stronger after drinking the soda? Kobe wondered. Could it be that his father had deceived him about athletes avoiding soda? Perhaps just a little won't hurt, Su Feng suggested, shifting the topic. Yes. From now on, we'll just have a little, Kobe agreed. Though English numbers may not sound as amusing as their Chinese counterparts, in that moment, Su Feng automatically transformed Kobe's a little into a great deal. Yet, the craving for indulgence can lead one astray. For Su Feng, even after discovering how to properly enjoy ice-cold soda, his focus remained on the game of basketball, which was far too exhilarating. At the Raoul Merian School Gymnasium, dear coaches and teammates, during our match against Erie Catholic High School on December 20th last year, I let my emotions get the better of me, which ultimately led to our defeat. For this, I am deeply remorseful. Coach Greg has always cared for us like a father. Kobe is the finest teammate I have ever encountered, and Su has guided us like an older brother. David Guy, you are my closest comrades. Yet, I have let you down. I believe that regardless of the stakes, we should treat every game as if it were our last. However, I have disappointed you. Moving forward, I will take this lesson to heart, reflect deeply on my actions, and remember this humiliation. I shall invigorate myself and commit wholeheartedly to performing well in every upcoming game. I hope that my teammates and coaches can forgive me and grant me another chance. I will repay your kindness with my sincerity. After reading his heartfelt apology letter, Rob Schwartz cautiously glanced at Kobe. Kobe was pleased with Schwartz's attitude. Coupled with the specially made beef burger and soda that Su Feng had prepared that morning, Kobe decided to overlook Schwartz's past mistakes and forgive him. After hearing Schwartz's reflection, even Su Feng was astonished. To be frank, this guy has a bright future ahead. Su, thank you for everything last year. After receiving Kobe's forgiveness, Schwartz hurried to Su Feng's side to express his gratitude. No need, no need. But Rob, did you write that apology letter yourself? Su Feng curiously inquired. Schwartz sheepishly scratched his head. My girlfriend has a very good Chinese friend who helped me write this letter. Apparently, it was inspired by a sport from her home country. Wow, it sounded so familiar. Oh, wait, Su, isn't your friend from the same country as her? Schwartz suddenly realized. Su Feng patted Schwartz on the shoulder. Let's not dwell on that. It might be a touchy subject. However, it seemed there was no harm done. After all, in this life, he could witness the miracle of 2001 once more. That truly was a miracle. The Pennsylvania High School Basketball League's regional competition will resume on February 16th. During these days of training, Coach Greg's worldview had been thoroughly reshaped by the combined efforts of Su Feng and Kobe. Throughout the winter break, in addition to improving his vertical leap, Su Feng sought Kobe's guidance on blocking and stealing techniques. Previously, Su Feng's defense relied primarily on his attitude and the experience gained from being bested by Kobe numerous times. However, Su Feng realized that in terms of height and wingspan, he was comparable to Kobe. While he may not match Kobe in vertical leap and strength, his hands were indeed larger. Why could Kobe average 4 blocks and 4 steals per game, while Su Feng could only manage negligible statistics? Keep in mind, this was merely high school basketball. Most of the time, the opponents Su Feng faced were rather weak. Even those who were slightly stronger were merely mediocre. Although Su Feng knew he had solid defensive skills, he understood that statistics were crucial for his future aspirations of entering the NBA. If memory served him correctly, Allen Iverson had once been named the best defensive player in the Big East during his college years, relying on his lightning-fast reflexes. However, in truth, throughout Allen Iverson's illustrious career, his defensive prowess predominantly relied on unwavering determination and an indomitable spirit. Numerous players who faced Iverson managed to deliver commendable performances, largely due to the physical limitations that constrained his defensive capabilities. In Su Feng's previous life, the elite 3D players of the future were all endowed with astonishing athleticism. Many may dismiss Klay Thompson as ordinary, yet the truth reveals that his running distance consistently ranked first in the league across several seasons. Additionally, Klay possesses remarkable strength, having successfully contended with opponents in the paint during games. Such innate talent cannot merely be deemed unremarkable, can it? Did they perhaps possess an unfair advantage? Observing the astonishing progress of Su Feng and Kobe, Greg could not help but express his awe. Indeed, Su Feng appeared to have some sort of extraordinary enhancement. However, when it came to Kobe, Su Feng occasionally pondered whether Kobe possessed a similar advantage to his own. In this lifetime, after becoming friends with Kobe, Su Feng truly grasped the essence of a prodigious talent and the terrifying speed of his progress. Su Feng recognized Kobe's remarkable capacity for learning, anticipating that once he entered the league, his skills would see significant improvement year after year. Among the four prominent shooting guards, if one were to assess versatility, perhaps only Tracy McGrady, equipped with unyielding resolve, could rival Kobe, especially when Kobe activated his passing abilities. I digress. As time swiftly passed, February arrived. Due to American high school spring break in March, the schedule for high school league matches in February was tightly packed. Notably, during the traditional Chinese New Year, Kobe thoughtfully gifted Su Feng a tape he had treasured for many years. Don't misunderstand. It was a tape of Michael Jordan's games. Su Feng found it amusing, as it seemed Kobe regarded the new year as akin to Christmas. Yet, celebrating the new year alone in a foreign land prompted Su Feng to reminisce about his past life. Consequently, upon receiving Kobe's gift, Su Feng earnestly patted Kobe's head. Rest assured, in this lifetime, that illusion shall never manifest. Su Feng planned to humorously lecture Kobe about the perils of helicopters once he entered the NBA. Well, in reality, helicopters are quite safe as a mode of transportation. However, that is inconsequential. As an adept keyboard warrior, one cannot fabricate tales out of thin air. Su Feng believed that under his fervent scrutiny, Kobe would surely distance himself from that dreaded contraption. On a serious note, during the new year, Su Feng made a special call to his parents to assure them of his safety. Previously, when transferring schools, he had already reached out. Although Su Feng had yet to fully convince himself to acknowledge them as his parents, he could sense their genuine concern through the phone. Interestingly, upon learning that Su Feng had transferred due to basketball, his father, Su Weigua, expressed a hint of joy, believing that playing basketball was beneficial for one's health. Su Feng found his father's reaction both amusing and exasperating. To prevent them from being taken aback by any sudden news of him joining the NBA, Su Feng felt it necessary to gradually update them on his situation. Thus, in February, as the regional league reignited, the discreet Raul Marian, under the leadership of two fiercely competitive young ironworkers, concluded the year with an impressive record of 23 wins and 1 loss, marking the best regional performance in the school's history. In the subsequent district league, Raul Marian achieved an astounding 8 consecutive victories. Since their defeat to the Catholic High School of Erie last year, Raul Marian had amassed a remarkable total of 16 consecutive wins, once again setting a school record. With an unstoppable momentum propelling them into the final championship battle, Raul Marian had subtly become the most beloved team among local Philadelphia fans. Well, don't ask. The answer is undoubtedly the traditional disappointment of the 76ers. It is common knowledge that Philadelphia fans, upon spotting Sean Bradley, cannot resist expressing their frustrations. The final championship battle is set to commence on March 20th, with Raul Marian's first opponent being Chester High School, the very team that shattered Kobe's championship dreams during Su Feng's senior year in his previous life, and the one known for its eccentric player, DeMarcus. 8 teams will engage in a single elimination format, meaning the quest for the Pennsylvania championship hinges on these final 3 matches. However, upon noticing the date of the competition, Su Feng fell into a contemplative silence. Being well-versed in history, he understood that the fervor surrounding Raoul Marion this year would be rather limited. Now, let us rewind time slightly. Chicago. On February 4th, Michael Jordan formally met Phil Jackson. The Zen master knew that Jordan had resolved to return. After exchanging pleasantries, Phil directly addressed the matter. "Michael, I believe you can come back at the end of the season." Without hesitation, Jordan nodded in agreement, stating he could commence playing from the playoffs. Phil shook his head, insisting, "No, you need games to regain your rhythm. How about 25 games? Jordan spread his hands, replying, "That's too many. Let us make it 20. Phil smiled, resembling the kindly visage of Colonel Sanders, and agreed. "Very well, 20 it is." However, just as Jordan and Phil confirmed his return on March 4th, the Bulls triumphed over the 76ers on the road. Yet, during the flight back to Chicago, the plane carrying the Bulls players and coaching staff encountered an unexpected crisis. Due to cabin depressurization, the aircraft plummeted from an altitude of 10,000 feet to just over 3,000 feet. Within the cabin, plates flew about, oxygen masks fell from above, and chaos ensued. Many Bulls players later recalled their immediate reaction: "We are going to die." Fortunately, perhaps the divine deemed it necessary for this group to accompany Jordan in creating another dynasty. As the plane ultimately landed safely, to soothe the players' nerves, Phil immediately arranged for the team to rest for a day upon landing. It was on the 5th, during this day of rest, that Jordan once again visited the Berto Center to meet Phil. To assess his condition, Jordan expressed a desire to train with the team. Phil nodded in agreement. Around 6 in the morning, while B.J. Armstrong was sleeping at home, he received a call from Jordan. Still reeling from the cabin depressurization incident, Armstrong rushed to the Berto Center. There, he encountered a scene that filled him with exhilaration. Michael Jordan was shooting, rebounding, shooting again, and rebounding once more. The memories of the Bulls' first dynasty echoed in Armstrong's mind. It felt as though Michael Jordan had never left. "BJ, let us have a one-on-one," Jordan suddenly suggested. Armstrong nodded, eager to see if Jordan could still play at his former level. He soon received his answer, as the casually dressed Jordan effortlessly bested him in their matchup. Thus, Armstrong spent the entire day training alongside Jordan. Additionally, apart from confirming Jordan's condition, Armstrong also noticed an indescribable love for basketball radiating from Jordan during their one-on-one sessions. Armstrong recognized that the passionate Jordan had truly returned. On the 6th, when Bulls media relations assistant Tom Smithberg pushed open the training facility's door, he was taken aback. On the court, Bulls players were intensely engaged in practice, their shouts echoing louder than ever before. Then, Smithberg spotted a casually dressed African-American player effortlessly executing a dunk. As he approached, he was stunned to realize that the player was none other than Michael Jordan. Later, in Steve Kerr's recollections, he mentioned how everyone was astounded upon hearing of Jordan's return, but in the next heartbeat, a singular thought surged through the minds of all Bulls players. They were once again formidable contenders for the championship. Although the details of Jordan's comeback were kept under wraps, news of his participation in training with the Bulls spread like wildfire. Speculations about Jordan's return proliferated, even catching the attention of Kobe, who was typically engrossed in his one-on-one duels with Su Feng, yet was increasingly exhilarated. Su Feng sensed that a seismic event was imminent, one that could rival the assassination of the great leader, Mealy. On March 19, 1995, in America, as Michael Jordan opened the window to breathe in the fresh air, he gradually extended his arms, as if proclaiming to the world, "Prepare to tremble, mortals." His agent, Falk, was frantically revising the press release regarding Jordan's return, having just engaged in discussions with Stern about promotional matters following Jordan's comeback. It is worth noting that Stern had recently felt invigorated. The two young fellows in Philadelphia were performing admirably, and the construction of the Cross-Sea Bridge seemed promising. With Jordan's imminent return, Stern was confident that the NBA would soon lead a life that was simple yet monotonous under his guidance. "Michael, please review the draft." After a night of tireless work, Falk felt his prose could only be described as soaring. This 10,000-word press release was not only poignant, but undoubtedly capable of shaking hearts. "I'm truly a genius," Falk thought with satisfaction as he observed Jordan, who was already captivated by his own writing. "Delete it all," Jordan stated after a long silence, tossing the press release aside. "Falk, what do you mean? Delete it? Is it that my writing is inadequate? Or is my story not emotional enough? Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to rise in the middle of the night and consult the dictionary? Use this sentence, Jordan said, pulling out a pen and inscribing a phrase on a piece of paper. Falk leaned in to look and gasped in disbelief. The paper read, "I'm back. Chapter 36, a conversation that changed destiny. I'm back." Having lived 2 lives, Su Feng was acutely aware of the profound impact Michael Jordan's return would create. However, due to his prior knowledge of this narrative, he initially believed his emotions would remain untroubled. Yet, it soon became evident to Su Feng that he was still too young to fully comprehend the magnitude of the moment. Only by being present could one truly grasp the seismic shock that accompanied Jordan's announcement of his comeback in March 1995. All television stations across the nation, regardless of their programming, halted their broadcasts at that instant. Such extraordinary media treatment was typically reserved for events like the assassination of a national leader or the Gulf War. When Michael Jordan's image graced the screen, viewers were first struck by disbelief, followed by nostalgia, and ultimately an uncontrollable surge of excitement. In the Bryant household, as Su Feng, Kobe, and his father Joe watched the news, Su Feng observed the shifting expressions on the faces of the father and son. Kobe trembled uncontrollably, while Joe slowly set down his can of soda, revealing a noticeable dent on the aluminum. At that moment, it felt as if flames of passion were about to erupt from Kobe's chest. Joe, seated on the sofa, incessantly shook his leg, his breath growing increasingly rapid. "I'm back. Michael Jordan, has returned." North America erupted in a frenzy. All endorsements and stock associated with Jordan skyrocketed in value. Simultaneously, the odds for the Chicago Bulls championship victory were dramatically revised from 40-1 to 5-1 by the 7 major bookmakers in North America. Every remaining ticket for the Bulls games, whether home or away, sold out in an instant. NBC swiftly adjusted its broadcasting plans for Jordan's first game back against the Pacers, expanding coverage from half the country to nationwide. The next day's newspapers prominently featured Michael Jordan's photo alongside his iconic proclamation, "I'm back." Television networks and newspapers scrambled to deploy every basketball journalist they could muster, all with one singular task: to fly to Chicago and deliver first-hand accounts of Jordan's return. What a staggering display of media influence. What extraordinary energy. What immense popularity. It is well known that this was an era devoid of social media. Yet, the chain reaction sparked by Jordan's return was remarkably rare, even in the future. Some argue that Michael Jordan only ascended to legendary status after his second three-peat. However, in truth, when he announced his return in March 1995, he had already claimed his divine throne. The NBA was shaken to its core. The 4 major sports leagues in North America trembled. If David Stern had once cradled the deity that is Michael Jordan, now the venerable commissioner found it hard to believe his own eyes. Even though the NBA had received advance notice of Jordan's comeback, and Stern had prepared numerous contingency plans, in the face of Jordan, all of it paled in comparison. The entire nation had gone mad. The pressure on all NBA superstars escalated dramatically, particularly for the reigning champions, the Houston Rockets. At the moment of Jordan's announcement, inquiries poured in for interviews with Hakeem Olajuwon and Clyde Drexler. Yet, Su Feng knew that Drexler was still in the midst of planning his next big move. Thus, the Rockets chose to remain silent. Countless fans of Jordan could hardly contain their excitement. Look, no matter how lively your previous games were, now let us witness the grand finale together. For the United States, grappling with an unemployment crisis, the announcement of Jordan's return prompted the national leader, an influential figure, to exclaim during an interview, "Jordan's return will create 10 million jobs in America." At that moment, the mayor of Chicago yearned to embrace Jordan, knowing full well that the city's economy had been revitalized. In summary, Su Feng, lacking in cultural refinement, could only exclaim in awe. As Su Feng attempted to regain his composure amidst the shock of Jordan's return, Kobe suddenly declared, "I've made my decision." Su Feng turned to Kobe, sending him a puzzled expression. "What have you decided?" "I will bypass college and bring my talent directly to the NBA," Kobe stated earnestly, without a hint of jest. Su Feng thought to himself, well, it was something he had already anticipated. However, having become friends with Kobe in this life, Su Feng felt compelled to dispel the rumors surrounding Kobe's choice to skip college for the NBA. In his previous life, there were numerous speculations about Kobe's decision, with the prevailing narrative in many biographies being, "I must compete against him on the court before he retires." Kobe excitedly conveyed to Su Feng that him referred to Michael Jordan. Although the NBA permitted players to enter directly from high school during this period, Su Feng, well-versed in history, understood that even then, players bypassing college were considered anomalies. Moses Malone, who graduated high school in 1974, chose to forego college to support his family. Similarly, Shawn Kemp, having sacrificed his academic integrity for basketball prowess, decided that if he couldn't even pass college entrance exams, he might as well pursue a career in the NBA. Indeed, prior to 1995, high school players were exceedingly rare in the NBA, akin to pandas. Thus, those daring enough to skip college to join the NBA were either exceptionally gifted or had compelling reasons to do so. Su Feng was acutely aware that in 1995, Kevin Garnett would emerge, followed by Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal in 1996, and Tracy McGrady in 1997, along with many others who would leave college midway to enter the draft. It is crucial to note that this was not a vision of the future. This was the 1990s, a time when players typically spent 3 to 4 years in college before joining the NBA. Even Vince Carter completed 3 years of college, and Tim Duncan took his time before leisurely entering the league post-graduation. When assessing the quality of drafts, aside from the well-known 1996 class, the drafts of 1997 and 1998 were equally impressive. So, what drove these remarkably talented basketball prodigies to rush into the NBA? In 1995, the NBA had implemented new regulations, preventing rookies from demanding exorbitant contracts like before. In truth, many critics and experts from Su Feng's previous life arrived at a similar conclusion when reflecting on the past. The people of the 1990s were particularly headstrong. The differing societal values of the era led to numerous misunderstandings. Following Jordan's announcement, for these young talents, it felt as though an invisible surge of inspiration had been bestowed upon them. "Oh my, Jordan is back. Let us go, brothers, let us seize the moment." Indeed, for many newcomers to the NBA who joined after Jordan's return, there exists a prevailing belief. The competition is truly against Jordan. If one does not exhibit tenacity, they are merely wasting their youth. While not every individual harbors such a mindset, it is undeniable that during this period, numerous young talents entered the NBA with this fervent aspiration to face off against Jordan before his retirement. In a past life, many speculated that Kobe's eagerness to join the NBA was fueled by a desire to confront Hardaway, seeking revenge for Hardaway's refusal to grant him an autograph or photograph. However, in reality, Kobe was unaware that Hardaway would soon face a season-ending injury. For the youthful Kobe, Hardaway was also in his prime, presenting ample opportunities for competition. It is worth noting that upon entering the NBA, Kobe's most exhilarating moment was indeed competing against Jordan. This sentiment was echoed by the 1996 draft's first overall pick, Allen Iverson. These young aspirants seemed almost enchanted, eager to challenge Jordan, who welcomed them all. Jordan's second comeback had transformed him into a symbol, a legendary icon. Chicago had evolved into a new basketball sanctuary, and before these youthful pilgrims, Jordan refrained from proclaiming that the future belonged to them. For the old master, there was immense satisfaction in leaving a lasting impression on these newcomers. "Come forth, children, strive a little harder, and you shall soon surpass me." If one were to witness the NBA of the 1990s, they would understand the cunning nature of Jordan. He resembled a mischievous elder, reveling in one-on-one matchups with rookies. Deeply engrossed in the experience, the newcomers, too, relished the opportunity to face Jordan. After all, if they could match his scoring, they could boast to their friends. "I went toe-to-toe with Jordan." Among the most battered newcomers was the renowned NBA supporting actor, Stackhouse. It is no surprise that wherever there was a scandal, he was often involved. If it was deemed a disgrace for Kobe to be defeated by him in a one-on-one prior to entering the league, then Stackhouse's audacious remarks towards Jordan were akin to public execution. During the 1995-96 season, Stackhouse, averaging 19.2 points per game, felt invincible and declared to the media, "I fear not Jordan, I can contain him. He is no longer the Jordan of old." Upon hearing this, Jordan obliterated Stackhouse's confidence during a game against the 76ers, scoring 48 points while limiting Stackhouse to a mere 12. To avoid further humiliation, Stackhouse later remarked, "My elder brother's temper is truly fiery. I hope he can temper it in the future." Moreover, there are numerous instances of Jordan mentoring newcomers, such as Peyton. Yet, there were exceptions, notably Jordan's fondness for Kobe. In the face of his imitator, Jordan felt that his previous guidance was worthwhile, even in his absence. The sight of Kobe would evoke memories of him. My disciple Kobe is capable of contending with the entire league. Ahem, straying off topic. In the Bryant household, upon hearing Kobe's iconic declaration, I theatrically responded, "Are you serious?" Kobe nodded, affirming his seriousness. "I intend to skip college. I must face Michael." I feigned shock, inhaling sharply, and then promptly gave Kobe a thumbs up. "Go for it, Kobe. I believe in you." As I contemplated how to further embellish my performance, Kobe suddenly turned to me and inquired, "By the way, Su, have you thought about your future? Do you wish to attend college? Which university are you considering?" I was momentarily taken aback, then I became petrified. For in that fleeting moment when Kobe posed the question, my mind echoed with a proclamation. "System, it is time to chart your NBA journey. Please select one of the following tasks to complete." Task 1. The wise path. You decide to pursue higher education before joining the NBA, believing this will enhance your chances of entering the league and allow you to refine your skills. Difficulty, moderate. Task requirements. Enroll in a university and compete for at least one season in the NCAA before entering the NBA. Task completion reward, a golden epic gift package. If your system has been upgraded to version 7.0, it will randomly upgrade upon task completion, with the best outcome being peak at debut and the least favorable being mediocre. Peak at debut, system description. Due to your skill refinement in college, all your abilities reach their zenith. Under this system, your potential will be reallocated according to your position, and upon debut, you will be a superstar. Mediocre, system description. Because you honed your skills in college, you missed the opportunity to enter the NBA early, destined to be an ordinary player. Under this system version, your potential will automatically elevate to that of a bench player in the NBA. Task 2. The genius path. A genius must carve their own way, leaving others with no path to follow. Thus, you decide to bypass college and showcase your talent directly in the NBA. Difficulty, nightmare. Task requirements. Immediately declare for the draft after high school graduation and successfully get selected. Task completion reward. If your system has been upgraded to version 7.0, it will automatically upgrade to Heavenly Prodigy. Additionally, you will receive a golden legendary gift package and a lifetime injury exemption. Chapter 37. Su Feng's Enlightenment on Life. Observing Su Feng, who appeared momentarily speechless due to his own inquiries, Kobe chose to refrain from interrupting him. After all, in Kobe's perspective, such a question indeed warranted some contemplation. Regrettably, Su Feng's mind was in a fog at that moment. Otherwise, had he been aware of Kobe's thoughts, he would have undoubtedly exclaimed, "This is hardly a matter for deep reflection. Look to the skies. Remain calm. Stay rational. Do not act impulsively." As a blacksmith equipped with an iron will and increasingly refined skills, the usually steady Su Feng resolved to conduct a rational analysis first. Initially, examining the two tasks presented by the system, the only distinction appeared to be whether or not to bypass college. One task bore the difficulty of ordinary, while the other was deemed nightmarish. Task 1 was titled, "Steady Approach is the Wise Choice." Indeed, from every conceivable angle, and based on my prior plans, attending college to further enhance my reputation and hone my skills is the most prudent path to the NBA. After reviewing the package rewards for Steady Approach is the Wise Choice and the additional 58 systems included upon completion of this task, Su Feng swiftly calculated in his mind. From the literal interpretation of the system, it suggested that Su Feng's current system would reach its ultimate version, 7.0, after an upgrade. Thus, Su Feng's present system version stood at 6.0, equivalent to that of a second-round draft pick in the NBA. The subsequent version, 7.0, if all went according to the system's previous upgrade patterns, should correspond to a first-round draft pick. Therefore, regardless of which task he chose, upon entering the NBA, his system would undergo a significant upgrade. Among the 58 system versions within Steady Approach is the Wise Choice. The most illustrious was Peak from the start. Should I acquire this system, my capabilities in the NBA would commence at the level of a superstar. In the language of 2K, it would mean starting with a rating of 90. However, should fortune fail me and I draw mediocre, it would equate to my potential being locked. Moreover, as indicated by the system's notes, these 58 systems possess fixed potential, with no chance for enhancement through serendipity. It is essential to recognize that Su Feng's rapid progress is closely tied to the opportunities Kobe has provided him. Nevertheless, apart from mediocre, I must admit that these templates are quite impressive. To be frank, if Su Feng had previously been perceived as a weakling, these 58 systems, barring mediocre, would essentially guarantee his ascent to basketball stardom. Furthermore, even if mediocre were to be the outcome, despair need not ensue, for enhancements such as shooting techniques, special skills, and badges could easily compensate for any deficits in my potential score. Upon contemplating this, for reasons unknown, Su Feng felt an overwhelming desire to gaze into a mirror. Truth be told, being such a dashing figure, with 58 systems representing a mere 1 in 58 chance, he believed it improbable that misfortune would befall him. Right? The rewards from this golden epic package were enticing. Su Feng sensed an imminent drool. Remain low-key. Stay composed. I am a basketball player devoid of emotions. Task 2. Path of Genius. Upon graduating high school, entering the draft does not mandate a first-round selection. This implies that as long as one is chosen, even if they are the last pick, the task is considered complete. In contrast to steady approach is the wise choice. Completing the Path of Genius task does not entail such elaborate rewards. It directly locks in a heavenly prodigy. Most crucially, the system offers no explanation whatsoever regarding heavenly prodigy. However, despite the uncertainty surrounding whether this system is a boon or a bane, the allure of the golden legendary package is undeniably tempting. Additionally, there is the lifetime injury waiver. As the name suggests, this waiver means that if Su Feng successfully completes the Path of Genius task, his future would be akin to that of a true Iron Man. In fact, this waiver could allow Su Feng to boldly declare to Stern, "Boss, let us keep the HC rules as they are." What an absurdity! With this waiver, why would Su Feng fear the HC rules? After all, isn't it merely a matter of slightly lower shooting percentages? Which great scorer hasn't endured their share of missed shots? Moreover, when discussing scoring, can it truly be reduced to merely missing shots? No. According to the system's previous rationale, why is there such a disparity in rewards between Task 1 and Task 2? Oh, now I comprehend. It is due to Kobe. Indeed, upon closer inspection, although the system upgrade for Task 2, Path of Genius, seems fraught with uncertainty, the lifetime injury waiver makes it an opportunity Su Feng simply cannot refuse. For this is the ultimate dream of every athlete. Consider the possibilities had Ronaldo not succumbed to injuries. How extraordinary his future might have been. Reflecting on the prospects of Rose, Roy, and others had they remained healthy, what futures would they have had? Yet, why does it always circle back to figures from the Ronaldo lineage? Well, Su Feng is fully aware that one's English name is not the focal point here, but truthfully, the injury waiver is simply too compelling to dismiss. For Su Feng had previously harbored concerns about entering the NBA in this era, even with the system at his disposal. What if injury struck? Would it jeopardize his career? It is important to note that even with the system and an understanding of the developmental trends in basketball during this period, who can guarantee that injuries can be entirely avoided? Thus, Su Feng initially perceived the rewards of Task 1 and Task 2 as starkly imbalanced due to this waiver. However, it quickly dawned on Su Feng. Let us not forget why Task 1 is categorized as ordinary while Task 2 is deemed nightmarish. The reasoning is straightforward. Had Su Feng not encountered Kobe, what would his current situation be? He would likely still be toiling away in the Nephalia reserve team, accumulating missed shots point by point. Thus, in truth, the system's issuance of these tasks implies that it does not genuinely desire Su Feng to select Task 2. Even the system believes that the previous iteration of Su Feng could not possibly complete this task. Yet, could the system have foreseen that Su Feng would cross paths with Kobe? In essence, Kobe is the true, unparalleled advantage in Su Feng's life. Thanks to Kobe, Task 2, Path of Genius, has shifted from a nightmarish challenge to one of formidable difficulty. Therefore, this elucidates why the rewards for Task 2 are so exceedingly generous. For if Su Feng opts for this task, he would participate in the 1996 draft, a year renowned for its exceptional talent. How terrifyingly illustrious. Should I choose this task, I must convince Kobe to take the plunge with me. Thankfully, I am currently in my 3rd year of high school, affording me the opportunity to bolster my statistics in a potential 4th year. However, even with that, should I decide to enter the draft, I must set my sights on the 2nd round. Choosing to declare as a high school player is inherently a gamble. While being an Asian player offers certain advantages, it also presents its own set of challenges. However, as long as I can demonstrate a certain level of talent, produce impressive statistics, coupled with Stern's current eagerness for the Chinese market, I still have a significant chance of being selected in the 2nd round. This is what one might call seeking stability amidst chaos. Perfect. Su Feng felt his reasoning was impeccable. Thus, I have come to understand why the reward for Task 1. Steadiness is a wise choice, has been set this way. Initially, when Su Feng saw the number 58, he thought the system was flawed. But soon his mind shifted. Considering that when Su Feng participates in the draft, there will only be 29 teams in the NBA, the total number of draft picks, first and second rounds combined, will be 58. 58 systems correspond precisely to these 58 draft picks. If I play for a year in college, I would be entering the 1997 draft. And the first overall pick that year was Tim Duncan. I realize now that debuting at the pinnacle corresponds to Duncan. Hence, the randomness makes sense. Just like the draft. Even the first overall pick can be a bust, while second-round picks can yield prodigies. Thus, upon completing the steadiness is a wise choice task. The system's random selection during the upgrade resembles a draft event. Is there a way to increase the probability of drawing certain systems? After all, if this is a system draft, it should also have methods to enhance draft positioning, right? The answer is yes. For within the mundane system, there is an explanation. The probability of the host drawing mundane increases with the length of time spent in college. Furthermore, debuting at the pinnacle offers an explanation that if Su Feng can secure the NCAA championship and earn the most outstanding player award in the Final Four during his freshman year, his chances of debuting at the pinnacle will increase by 30. Additionally, the Sleeping Magician system contains similar insights, and the Clutch Leader system, and Basketball Flyer. It is widely acknowledged that many freshmen choose not to continue their studies because NBA teams perceive them as lacking potential if they spend too long in college. The future differs from the present. Presently, NBA teams favor immediate impact. After all, prior to 1995, first-round picks could sign lucrative contracts directly. Thus, many players were willing to complete their college education, honing their skills before joining the NBA, ensuring they could secure a reliable contract from the onset of their careers. In the future, NBA teams will prefer to cultivate their own talent, explaining why many juniors and seniors are not viewed favorably during the draft. In essence, rules gradually alter perceptions, forming new paradigms. Drawing from the 58 systems is akin to a test for Su Feng. If he can successfully complete the desired system tasks in college, the probability of drawing that system upon joining the NBA will significantly increase. However, this is not absolute. Just as there are fallen prodigies in the NBA, until the final verdict is rendered, no one can guarantee a smooth career in the league. Even a powerhouse like LeBron James could not have anticipated he would end up with not 1, not 2, and certainly not 3, but 6 runner-up titles. Thus, Su Feng sees this task as a lesson in life, emphasizing that nothing is ever guaranteed. Of course, Task 2, the Path of Genius, is similarly a test. Because upon graduating high school, the draft he would enter would be the 1996 draft, a nightmarish scenario. If he were to avoid encountering Kobe, could Su Feng even dare to imagine his chances? The natural talent system, devoid of any explanations, sounds appealing. But can Su Feng guarantee that it won't lead him astray? Frankly, every one of these NBA-caliber prodigies has been favored by the heavens. Su Feng differs from Duncan, Kobe, McGrady, Carter, and Iverson. Those individuals possessed extraordinary gifts from the very beginning. They are the chosen ones. Certainly, their success is also attributed to relentless effort. Yet, let us not forget that Su Feng's journey begins as an underdog. Even the most lackluster system among the 58, mundane, surpasses Su Feng's current 6.0 version system. Moreover, shooting techniques, special skills, and badges can still be acquired through luck and opportunity. One wonders who designed this system. It is truly ingenious. I feel as though I have gained sudden insights into life, Su Feng mused. Having read numerous novels in his previous life, he noted that in many cultivation stories, some protagonists are steady and cautious. Yet, the question arises, in reality, especially in the realm of basketball, can one become a player of Michael Jordan's caliber by being overly cautious and reserved? Jordan was inherently a gambler, but if we analyze everything from two perspectives, can we not argue that it is precisely Jordan's love for competition that elevated him to the status of a basketball deity? Kobe was inherently obsessive. However, without that intense drive, would he still be the Kobe we know? J.R. Smith is known for his erratic decisions. Yet if he were to become more rational, well, perhaps that's a deviation from the point. I see now. Nevertheless, I prefer to grasp my fate in my own hands. Task 1. Seek stability amidst chaos. Task 2. Seek chaos amidst stability. After taking a deep breath, Su Feng temporarily closed the system interface. At that moment, he noticed Kobe's gaze fixed upon him. After gathering his thoughts, Su Feng slowly began, "Kobe, I have decided." Chapter 38. When the clouds rise, let chaos reign. Kobe, I have made my decision. I too shall forego college and bring my innate talent directly into the NBA. Su Feng stated earnestly, with a rational and serious demeanor as he gazed at Kobe. Are you serious? Kobe exclaimed, astonished. Of course I am serious, for I wish to challenge Michael before he retires, Su Feng asserted, using Boss Chiao as a shield. Kobe inhaled sharply, realizing that Su Feng was not jesting. You are not ready yet, Kobe observed, fully aware. Su Feng understood that Kobe's words were not meant to belittle him. Rather, they stemmed from a place of genuine concern for their friendship. I know, but I will strive diligently, Su Feng nodded resolutely. Merely exerting effort may not suffice. Kobe recognized that although Su Feng was already quite formidable, if he were to give his all in a one-on-one match. Thus, I require your assistance. Su Feng suddenly smiled slightly, addressing Kobe. My assistance? Kobe furrowed his brow. Su Feng patted Kobe's shoulder and earnestly explained, You are certain this will work? After a considerable pause, Kobe looked at Su Feng with skepticism. This is the best plan I could devise, and rest assured, Kobe, if by senior year my progress stagnates, I shall obediently attend college, Su Feng reassured him. Kobe nodded, recognizing that even if he were to declare for the draft, that was still a matter for the following year. Therefore, we must work even harder, shall we not? Su Feng proposed. Indeed, we must strive even more. Despite his lingering worries about Su Feng, Kobe found himself thinking that if Su Feng could join him in the draft, it might not be such a bad thing after all. After conversing with Kobe, Su Feng felt the need to calm his thoughts. One could say that the path of the genius was an endeavor fraught with challenges. However, this task thrilled Su Feng, as it was not merely about resisting the allure of a lifetime injury waiver. It is important to note that the system Su Feng acquired for honing his skills was not solely reliant on competition for enhancement. Take Su Feng's current situation. His one-on-one practice with Kobe was the primary source of his skill development. The pertinent question arose, would the method of acquiring skill points change once he entered the NBA? Su Feng believed that while the points gained from games would certainly surpass those from training, diligence could compensate for shortcomings. Furthermore, the current NBA was not the future superteam league. In the present NBA, most teams boasted their own star players. For Su Feng, entering the NBA as a high school graduate was not only immensely challenging, but he would also likely have to start from the bench. Yet, was this not an excellent opportunity for self-improvement? After all, could the training and competition in the NCAA offer skill points comparable to those provided by NBA-level training? The NBA was rife with opportunities. During this period, American colleges had only a handful of elite programs, and one could only choose to align oneself with one. However, the NBA was different. There, one would encounter a multitude of legends, each possessing unique skills, badges, and shooting techniques. Moreover, as a fervent admirer of Kobe, having perused at least 100 tomes dedicated to him, Su Feng had indeed considered bringing Kobe's prowess into college. Yet, he could confidently assert that this was altogether impossible. Kobe's SAT scores were exemplary. His decision to skip college was not due to academic failure. Furthermore, financial concerns were irrelevant for Kobe, as his father, a responsible former NBA player, had earned substantial wealth while playing overseas. Thus, NCAA scholarships held no allure for him. Even if a college coach were willing to risk clandestine dealings with Kobe, it would be futile, for Kobe had no financial need. As Kobe himself had articulated, at this juncture, his mind was solely occupied with thoughts of Jordan and the NBA. He could hardly wait a minute longer. Do not be surprised. When the lion-hearted mentality dominated, Kobe acted impulsively. If Su Feng could persuade Kobe on this matter, then Kobe would no longer be the same Kobe. Therefore, despite the several enticing systems presented in Task 1, Su Feng, after careful consideration, resolved to take control of his own destiny. Thus, even if the heavenly genius system proved to be inadequate, as long as Su Feng remained diligent and true to his roots, coupled with the lifelong injury waiver, he would undoubtedly make a name for himself in the NBA. Of course, this was contingent upon being selected. Very well, the injury waiver was indeed enticing. If he wished to play in the NBA, he would certainly need to enhance his strength and leaping ability. In summary, he must elevate his honing system to level 7.0 after this summer. to see what additional skills he could unlock. Additionally, he needed to amass impressive statistics. As Su Feng delved deeper into his ambitions, he clenched his fists resolutely. If he were to enter as a second-round pick in '96, his chances would be quite favorable. While the treatment of second-round picks might be less glamorous, teams in this era were still quite patient with high school players. If Su Feng's memory served him correctly, Lewis, who entered the NBA straight from high school, spent his initial 2 years as a mere water boy, despite being a second-round pick. Yet, the Supersonics exhibited remarkable patience with him, providing him with abundant opportunities to hone his skills, facilitating his rapid development. In the future, Lewis would secure contracts worth over $100 million. Exemplifying the archetype of an NBA success story, Su Feng decided to take Lewis as his reference point as he entered the draft just 2 years later. Since he had resolved to forego college, beginning as a water boy seemed reasonable to Su Feng. In truth, this was of little consequence. For in the NBA, being a water boy was inconsequential as long as he dedicated himself to rigorous training. Naturally, it would be even better if he had an external advantage akin to Kobe's presence on the team. Previously, while analyzing tasks 1 and 2, Su Feng had indeed realized that his honing system was. Is this what they mean when they say they would rather manage the water cooler in the NBA than win a championship in the NCAA? Su Feng chuckled. Having made the decision to pursue task 2, Su Feng was naturally anxious. After all, the system had given him until March 31, 1996, to finalize his choices. Prior to that date, Su Feng would certainly prepare to tackle the path of the genius task, for if the situation turned unfavorable, he was not foolish enough to be obstinate. After all, if he were not selected, then the injury waiver would only be an ephemeral dream. He wondered if there were any alternative methods to obtain this injury waiver, perhaps through a lottery or some such chance. Just as Su Feng's mind wandered, the system unexpectedly responded for the very first time in history. Lifelong injury waiver cannot be obtained through any other means. What a revelation. It seemed the system was not entirely inept. However, despite Su Feng's various attempts at playful banter thereafter, the system remained unresponsive, even when he inquired about the previous topic in his mind. Very well, it was imperative to draft numerous contingency plans. For leaving things to chance was not in Su Feng's nature. After watching the news of Jordan's comeback at Kobe's home, Su Feng felt it was necessary to call Su Weiguo upon returning to his rented apartment. Pursuing a career in the NBA was no trivial matter. Although Su Feng had yet to fully accept his parents, he increasingly recognized them as the kind of parents who genuinely worried for their wayward child. Many times, in youth, one might perceive a lack of parental presence as a sign of insufficient love. In truth, parents often strive to earn more for their children's future, ensuring a safety net should they fail in their endeavors. Most Chinese parents simply lack the means to express their love appropriately. As Su Feng mentally prepared to discuss his future aspirations with Su Weiguo, the latter unexpectedly inquired, "By the way, son, aren't you playing basketball? Are you familiar with the NBA?" Su Feng thought to himself, "Do you merely know? In my past life, I was a keyboard warrior for all NBA teams." However, he restrained his urge to retort and replied, "Well, I recently watched some NBA footage on the sports channel. It was quite fascinating. By the way, do you think I could play in the NBA? Didn't you mention I won the basketball championship in elementary school?" Su Feng sighed internally. "I even won a big red flower in kindergarten. How can that compare?" Yet, he soon realized this could be an opportune moment. The domestic understanding of the NBA was limited, and Su Weiguo appeared rather gullible. "College? That's no issue. With your grades, how could you even hope to get into college? I remember when you barely scraped a 59 in first grade. I had to plead with your teacher to bump it up to 60 to avoid discouraging you. If you had better grades, do you really think your mother and I would hesitate to send you abroad?" Su Weiguo chuckled. Su Feng was taken aback. "You really are a piece of work. A first grader scoring 59? Honestly, isn't it easy to score 100 in elementary school? Even in middle school? Apart from language and English, where essays can be tricky, I rarely scored below full marks. In high school, I once lamented over scoring 145 due to a single wrong answer in math." However, amidst the jests, Su Feng discovered an unexpected utility in his persona as an underachiever. "By the way, son, is the income in the NBA substantial?" Su Weiguo asked with curiosity. "I've heard it can be several $1,000,000 a year," Su Feng replied. "So, that's tens of millions in RMB? Well, that sounds decent. You could bring glory to the nation," Su Weiguo remarked. Su Feng was incredulous. "Is this really how you perceive it?" A few $1 million, and that's just decent? He longed to ask Su Weigua if he was an alumnus of Peking University. Keep it up, son. If you truly make it to the NBA, your mother and I will fly to America to cheer you on. Su Weigua laughed. Su Feng was bewildered, realizing that he was not the one deceiving Su Weigua. In fact, Su Weigua was turning the tables on him. For a fleeting moment, Su Feng felt as though he were already an NBA player. It was astonishing how effortlessly he had managed to engage with his parents' family. Unbeknownst to him, Su Feng felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. In his past life, despite being handsome and accomplished, he had gradually lost hope due to a lack of familial bonds. Otherwise, with just his looks, he could have thrived. Who would have imagined that before his rebirth? He was an orphan at the orphanage, but after, he found himself blessed with healthy, wealthy parents. Su Feng had long believed in mysterious forces beyond scientific exploration. It was this belief that solidified his resolve to pursue basketball in this life. Even when he lost hope in life, basketball remained his unwavering passion. If there truly exists a mysterious power, thank you. Thank you for bestowing upon me the talent to play in the NBA. Thank you for allowing me to pursue my greatest passion. Thank you for leading me to Kobe. I, Su Feng, vow to make a monumental impact in the NBA this time around. For reasons unknown, Su Feng felt an invigorating surge of strength at that moment. Although the path of a genius is fraught with challenges, every great journey begins with a single step. Tomorrow marks the state championship. I must seize the championship and prepare for my senior year. Su Feng clenched his fists, silently swearing an oath. Additional content follows, and I will share with you. This will self-destruct. I assure you, dear readers. It is not that I do not wish to update frequently during the new book period, but let us be honest. Over the past 17 days, I have penned over 140,000 words. Aside from that one author who managed 200,000 words in 20 days, is my update pace truly insufficient? Are the lengths of 4,000 to 5,000 words per chapter no longer satisfying? That said, the reality is that during the new book period, the website editors require time for exposure. And as I have previously mentioned, I owe my readers for my last book. Therefore, I am mentally prepared for a 400,000 word public version of this new book. I sincerely hope that once it is published, those who have commented on the brevity of my chapters do not abandon it when they encounter a lengthy narrative. Now, on to serious matters. The manuscript has reached 166 chapters, which means our stockpile has actually decreased since the book's launch. Unfortunately, each chapter is crafted meticulously, which involves careful consideration. For instance, I revised the first 3 chapters a total of 14 times before I was satisfied with the outcome. Thus, quality remains paramount. The amount of effort invested directly correlates with the returns. At present, having written 166 chapters, I believe this book surpasses the quality of my previous works, as I was still rather inexperienced during my earlier endeavors. Furthermore, the concept for this book was established last year, and I began outlining it while hospitalized in November. After experiencing some vivid hallucinations, I adjusted parts of the outline. Hence, from the outset, I never intended to write about the NCA. All my plot lines were designed to bypass college. Why? Because, from the beginning, I envisioned starting with a young Mamba. Given that timeline, if the protagonist were to attend college, he would have to wait until 1997 to enter the NBA, which coincides with the end of the legendary player's career, resulting in an oversaturated narrative. Therefore, what I aim to present to you is a story that transcends conventional tropes. Upon careful examination, especially concerning those who speculated in Chapter 17 about Kobe taking the protagonist to a nightclub, one might be surprised to discover that I ultimately introduced Shaquille O'Neal and Sam Gold. Furthermore, the concept of a lifetime injury exemption, as I previously mentioned in this book, is not aligned with the narrative style of senselessly prolonging the plot through emotional turmoil inflicted by injuries. To put it plainly, could you truly expect me to craft serious literature in my unique style? That would be akin to undermining my own abilities. Thus, while maintaining a reasonable foundation, I aspire to bring joy, and I wish to convey that we shall not adhere to cliché tropes. I will also endeavor to avoid employing the same patterns and references I have previously utilized in other works, with the exception of the 58 reference. Consequently, from the outset of outlining the narrative, it was clear that Su Feng would bypass college, for such a storyline would undoubtedly elude your predictions in the early chapters. Additionally, skipping college serves another purpose. The abundance of stories surrounding Kobe is overwhelming. Even if I were to write about the NCAA or a high school league that you are unfamiliar with, my persona as a human encyclopedia of Kobe would still captivate your interest. In this segment, I am not chronicling a high school league. Rather, I am depicting the childhood growth of the protagonist alongside young Kobe. The greatest lesson I gleaned from completing this segment is that the objective is not merely to write about the NBA, but to craft an engaging story that seamlessly integrates the matches. As for the current game I am writing, it may take some time before you see it, but I feel it is one of my finest compositions. Thus, if I were to analyze for you, you would understand that Kobe's narrative could easily extend into millions of words. If I were to include the NCAA, not only would the protagonist miss the opportunity to face off against the legendary old rogue, but it would also unnecessarily prolong the narrative to an excess of 500,000 words. Am I truly such a heartless author? Moreover, if I intended to write only a few chapters on the NCAA before skipping ahead, what would be the point? There would be no narrative purpose in merely dragging out a few chapters. Since I have resolved to bypass college, I assure you that I will clarify this segment of the story later on. Some readers suggest that depicting college basketball would be more logical. However, the effectiveness of a narrative depends on the author's execution. Wouldn't you agree? How could you judge the reasonableness of the upcoming plot without engaging with it? This is akin to many who delve into side stories, skipping the preceding NCAA chapters, only to discover that Lin E is the first overall pick, deeming it unreasonable. You might ask, is this not a valid point? Certainly, the prominent figures you mentioned will undoubtedly appear in the future. There is no rush. I intend to write for 20 seasons. Therefore, from the very beginning, I envisioned this segment of Su Feng's story. I have restrained myself, observing the likes and comments with great interest, yearning to partake in your discussions. However, I cannot, so I silently record the chapters that resonate well, intending to incorporate the best feedback in the future. In conclusion, I hope you grasp my intentions more clearly now. Additionally, there is an astute reader in the comments who is close to uncovering the truth, though still quite far off. I encourage you to explore that. Ultimately, it is my aspiration to present you with an enjoyable and intriguing story. And now I kindly request your support through recommendations. I have already advanced additional content. Please consider bookmarking. Do not miss out as you pass by. Your generous contributions would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 39. Charge, Charge, Charge. The Iron Warriors are in action. On March 21st, the state championship quarterfinals between Laurel Marion High School and Chester High School took place at the Capitol Sports Arena in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. By the 20th, Ridley High School had already advanced to the semifinals, having outpaced Laurel Marion. This meant that if Laurel Marion were to secure their advancement, they would face the reigning champions, the six-time title holders Ridley High School, in yet another decisive matchup. The grandeur of the title may sound imposing, yet for the Laurel Marion players, who had triumphed over Ridley on 2 occasions, humility was paramount. As David Rassman, the center for Laurel Marion, expressed, "We are merely humble and emotionless tools." During the pre-game warm-up, Su Feng noticed that aside from discussing the impending match, the teammates' most fervent topic was none other than Michael Jordan. Truly, he remains the most captivating figure of the 1990s. Despite the absence of social media, Jordan is still Jordan. However, from the conversations among his teammates, Su Feng overheard a multitude of doubts regarding whether Jordan could reclaim his former glory. After all, the old maestro was now 32 years of age. Most significantly, Jordan's return debut had been dismal. In a game against his old rivals, the Pacers, it seemed as if Jordan had been possessed by the spirits of the 4 great shooting guards of the future. Throughout the match, he shot a mere 7 out of 28 attempts, missing 21 shots while scoring only 19 points, resulting in a loss for the Bulls against the Pacers. Fortunately, the media climate of the 1990s was not as harsh, as the absence of social media rendered criticism costly. Thus, for Jordan, who had been away from basketball for 21 months, the majority of the media and Bulls fans remained relatively forgiving. Su Feng understood that many tales would emerge from Jordan's return. For instance, in the upcoming playoff series between the Bulls and the Magic guard Nick Anderson had mockingly remarked that the Michael wearing number 45 was not as formidable as the one in number 23, likening the latter to a space shuttle that could soar effortlessly while the former required a running start. In Su Feng's previous life, many would dismiss the cliché of face-slapping moments in online novels, stating such occurrences were implausible. However, reality often exceeds fiction. Su Feng vividly recalled that after his initial defeat upon returning, Jordan would spend the summer rigorously training, and then the narrative would take a turn. As opponents made their boasts and stoked rivalries, Jordan and the Bulls would embark on a face-slapping journey, a storyline even novels would dare not venture to write. Indeed, many experts later analyzed that while the latter three-peat Bulls, along with Jordan, were less formidable than the earlier team, they still achieved the remarkable feat of a 72-10 record. In essence, belief can sometimes create miracles, empowering individuals to achieve the extraordinary. Returning to the present, the tools of Laurel Marion, under the guidance of their two captains, were ready for action. Interestingly, Su Feng, who had anticipated the spotlight to be solely on Jordan, found himself mistaken once more. Laurel Marion not only retained their own popularity, but also managed to ride the wave of Jordan's resurgence. For the people of Pennsylvania enamored with Jordan, witnessing him in person had never been simple. Aside from logistical challenges, acquiring tickets for Bulls games was nearly impossible. Thus, the inhabitants of Pennsylvania were relegated to envisioning Jordan's prowess through newspapers and magazines. However, Laurel Marion's presence unveiled an unexpected opportunity for locals. They no longer had to travel far to witness a Bulls-like spectacle. With Kobe, Su Feng, and Laurel Marion, the Philadelphia Twins were affectionately dubbed the Little Bulls. As Laurel Marion arrived in Harrisburg, a city whose popularity had waned, it was revitalized. Harrisburg could arguably be considered one of the least fortunate capital cities, overshadowed by Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Yet, due to Laurel Marion's presence, the city buzzed with life. Though a mere high school league game, one must never underestimate the fervor of American sports enthusiasts. During March Madness, even a 100,000-seat football stadium could be filled to capacity. How much more so for the Capitol Sports Arena, which held merely 13,400. As the opening ceremony commenced, the crowd erupted with chants of Su, 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 Su. Su Feng felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Of course, they were the strongest duo in Pennsylvania, no, in the entire nation. Kobe patted Su Feng on the shoulder, laughing. He said, moreover, during the introduction of both teams, Su Feng personally experienced the eccentricities of American DJs. Their fame echoed from the Delaware River to the Schuylkill River, and their talent shone brighter than the peaks of the Appalachian Mountains. They were like General Washington, galloping across Pennsylvania, the twin stars from Philadelphia, Laurel Marion's king and prince. Kobe Bryant. Su Feng. Su Feng thought to himself, indeed, Blizzard's future eccentricity has a lineage. It must be acknowledged that Americans possess a certain flair for the dramatic. After the DJ concluded his flamboyant introduction, even Su Feng felt compelled to rush to the sound booth and toss some magnesium powder into the air. Just as Su Feng prepared to do so, he seemed to hear a voice. Brother Feng, let it go. Let others have their moment. This is our first battle for the state championship. Everyone focus. On the court, as they prepared for the jump ball, Kobe surveyed his teammates with a fierce glare while delivering a motivational speech. At center court, Kobe faced off against Chester High School's center, Chris. With exuberance and vitality, Kobe seized the jump ball, denying Chris any opportunity. After all, Kobe had not forgotten their previous encounter in a friendly match where he had lost the jump ball to Chris. With possession secured for Laurel Marion, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Such is the power of popularity. Chester had already lost the battle of the fans to Laurel Marion. As the game commenced, Su Feng found himself matched up against the ultimate overthinker, DeMarcus. Following the coach's tactical instructions, Su Feng maneuvered through the court, utilizing picks from Rassman and Stewart to create space. Since the previous apology, with Kobe's guidance, the reformed Tool Swartz swiftly passed the ball to Su Feng. However, the well-trained Chester team truly lives up to the reputation of having once been the team that defeated Kobe in his senior year of high school. Immediately, two players from Chester High School rushed to defend against Su Feng. On the court, after exchanging a knowing glance with Kobe, Su Feng, confronted by the impending double team, naturally executed a powerful leg drive, suspended in the air, and flicked his wrist. The great air of the Iron Shadow showed no fear. Swish, beep, the ball went in, and the whistle blew. Due to Chester High's aggressive perimeter defense, Su Feng, with his astonishing performance, managed to pull off a brilliant four-point play right from the start. On the Laurel Marion bench, Greg clenched his fist in frustration. Beside him, Drew shot a disdainful glance at his father. Dad, didn't you just curse with an F word when Su Feng took that shot? Well, in truth, Greg had come to tacitly accept Su Feng's style of play. After all, stars have their privileges. Moreover, as Su Feng took the shot, Kobe was already positioning himself for the rebound, and with his extraordinary leaping ability. As long as Su Feng didn't miss too badly, the rebound was undoubtedly Kobe's. This was the first step in Su Feng's plan to enhance his statistics by persuading Kobe to become his rebounding assistant. Su Feng's reasoning was simple. Kobe, look, your offensive talent has already astonished everyone. But to make it in the NBA, you need to be more well-rounded, right? You're already averaging over 10 rebounds per game. So why not elevate that number to over 15? You are fully capable of doing so, and this way, once you secure the rebound, you can initiate your own offense, significantly increasing your scoring efficiency. Of course, this also allows me to shoot more boldly, enhancing my scoring efficiency. Kobe bought into Su Feng's persuasion. After all, he was genuinely concerned about Su Feng's future prospects. To Kobe, since he was the one who taught Su Feng basketball skills, he felt obligated to assist him, and thus, a bond of ironclad friendship was forged. On the court, Su Feng stepped up to the free throw line and made the shot. 4-0. It's worth mentioning that, in addition to the spectators from Pennsylvania, there were also reporters from tabloids, major newspapers, small radio stations, large broadcasting networks, photographers, writers, radio journalists, television reporters, scouts from North Carolina, Duke, NCAA, and NBA, totaling 128 individuals. In the stands of the Capitol Sports Complex, Mark's trusted aide, Speed, was diligently recording the progress of the game. For some reason, Speed had recently heard Mark say that Stern would burst into laughter whenever he read Speed's reports on Raul Marion. But I thought my wording was quite precise. Speed pondered, perplexed. Oh well, why dwell on it? Those are matters for the higher-ups. As he organized his thoughts, Speed noted in his little notebook, Su's games always bring a sense of surprise. His shooting seems to be imbued with magic, and one always hopes the basketball will find its way into his hands, eager to see if he can continue to score. Speed was not a professional scout, so his commentary leaned more towards that of a fan. On the court, it was now Chester's turn to attack. DeMarcus, using a teammate's screen, made a swift cut, but just as he was about to finish the play with his signature layup, suddenly, wham! Su Feng, who had been waiting, delivered a magnificent rejection that could only be described as a Kentucky Fried Chicken Deluxe basketball dream family meal. During the winter break, with Kobe's assistance, Su Feng discovered that blocking and stealing also involved many techniques and nuances. With long arms, large hands, and long fingers, he realized he need not press too closely because he could leverage his advantages to deliver devastating blows to his opponents at the opportune moment. For some reason, when Kobe was teaching him how to block, Su Feng noted that Kobe's speech was delivered with a certain intensity, as though he were gritting his teeth. On the court, after completing the block, Kobe swiftly grabbed the second rebound. Just look at that reaction. It's as if Pippin's spirit possessed him. Thankfully, Kobe couldn't hear Su Feng's thoughts. Otherwise, yet another endless one-on-one showdown would ensue. Clang. Grabbing the second rebound, Kobe charged forward, and just as Su Feng caught up, Kobe, who had initially planned to execute a spinning dunk, suddenly halted. He gently tapped the basketball against the backboard, considering Su Feng's leaping ability. Without hesitation, Su Feng leaped, caught the ball, and executed a one-handed slam dunk. Although Su Feng's current vertical leap cannot be compared to that of Kobe or Carter, this dunk was certainly not a mere lucky shot. Absolutely not. It should not be considered a lucky shot, right? Presently, Su Feng's vertical leap rating stood at 61, which is exceptional among the general populace, but evidently still falls short compared to the NBA's aerial superstars. Vertical leap ratings do not equate to jump height. More on that later. 6-0. At the start, Su Feng scored 6 consecutive points for Raul Marion. Onward to the NBA. After landing, Su Feng and Kobe exchanged fist bumps. Su Feng nodded, pressing forward towards the NBA. One cannot help but notice that Kobe is beginning to exhibit the traits of the future Master Turtle. The game continued, and Chester High School committed another turnover. This time, during defense, Su Feng decisively adopted an Iverson-style approach, with Kobe backing him up and Su Feng's lateral speed far exceeding that of typical high school players. He had no fear of losing his position. Moreover, if one wishes to boost their steal stats, how could they not look to Iverson for inspiration? Naturally, after securing the steal, Su Feng did not forget to pass the ball to Kobe. Once Kobe returned the favor, Su Feng soared once more for a gliding dunk. In Su Feng's eyes, as long as he was airborne, it counted as gliding. As for how far he glided, that was of little importance. And most importantly, it was a dunk. 8-0. Su Feng's consecutive 8 points forced a timeout from Chester High School. Chapter 40. Looking up at the sky, the rim shakes. As the timeout concluded, the match resumed. Chester High School initiated their offensive, with Coach Conti orchestrating a high-position play. After a series of handovers between DeMarcus and Chris, the latter launched a shot that paid homage to the future king of the Wolves. Although the world of basketball had yet to witness his prowess, anticipation for his legend was palpable. Following a precise jump shot, Chris pounded his chest and let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. The source of his exhilaration was clear. Chester had finally broken the deadlock. The score stood at 8-2. Next, it was Raul Marian's turn to attack. And this time, the versatile Swartz didn't even need to dribble. After Su Feng had introduced Kobe to the intricacies of the game, dribbling had become a triviality, one that Kobe would undertake himself. On the court, Su Feng slid from the left corner to the right, receiving a screen from his teammate Rasman, creating a slight opening. The Chester wing player, unable to recover in time, could only hope that DeMarcus would manage to navigate around the screen. True to his reputation as Chester's ace, DeMarcus exerted himself to slide in front of Su Feng. Alas, in the eyes of Kobe and Su Feng, a timely pass was all that was needed to unleash a shot. As a skilled facilitator, Kobe swiftly transferred the ball into Su Feng's hands. While Su Feng felt slightly disheartened for not accumulating any missed shots points, he rationalized that in pursuit of an NBA career, losing a few points was inconsequential. The score escalated to 11-2, with Su Feng netting 11 consecutive points. This was merely the second phase of Su Feng's strategy to accrue statistics. He aimed to persuade Kobe to become his passing conduit through his impeccable skills. The dialogue to convince Kobe was straightforward. Kobe, while your scoring and rebounding are commendable, your assist numbers are woefully inadequate. You are inherently a talented facilitator, and averaging 6 assists does not align with your passing capabilities. In my view, if you were in the NBA, your court vision and passing would rival that of John Stockton. Su Feng continued. Admittedly, some of our teammates appear somewhat unreliable. However, I am entirely dependable. If you pass to me more often, I assure you that your assist statistics will improve. Kobe, once again, succumbed to Su Feng's persuasive charm. Unable to resist the allure of his delectable offerings. As Kobe regarded Su Feng as his closest friend, he felt compelled to assist him. Thus, this became the essence of sandwich diplomacy. On the court, Chester High School, following their coach's directives, settled into a methodical offensive rhythm. Chris received the ball at a high position once more, engaging in a partnership with DeMarcus. However, unlike before, this time Chris feigned an attack. Upon receiving the ball, DeMarcus utilized his explosive start to penetrate the paint, preparing for a thunderous dunk worthy of a high school star. However, the ball was abruptly swatted away. This incident bore no relation to Su Feng, as it was Kobe who had made the defensive play. They are indeed targeting me, DeMarcus thought, exhilarated rather than disheartened. This signified his importance on the court. After the ball sailed out of bounds, DeMarcus exchanged a meaningful glance with Kobe, stating, "My friend, there's no need to fear me." To which Kobe replied, "I recognize my strength. Thank you for your acknowledgement. I shall strive even harder from here on." At this moment, Su Feng, who had overheard DeMarcus, could hardly contain his amusement. Is it a coincidence that all basketball players named DeMarcus are exceptionally talented? He mused. Without thinking, Su Feng inquired, "You wouldn't have a brother named DeMarcus Cousins, would you?" DeMarcus was taken aback, for DeMarcus Cousins was indeed the name of his distant cousin, born 4 years later. Due to the close relationship between their families, they had been given identical names. The significance was clear. No matter how far apart they might grow, they would always share a name as brothers. Yet, how could Su Feng possibly know his cousin's name? DeMarcus was astonished. He suddenly felt that Raul Marian's team was indeed formidable. Had they delved into his family background to strategize against him? Regrettably, the dialogue between Su Feng and DeMarcus did not continue. If it had, Su Feng would never have imagined that his casual remark had touched upon a profound truth. On the court, Chester High School retained possession. After exhausting the shot clock, DeMarcus's jump shot veered off course. Kobe quickly advanced the ball after securing the rebound. In a different time, Kobe would have taken matters into his own hands, executing a solo play. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, despite not scoring today, he felt remarkably at ease. Consequently, upon reaching the front court, he slowed down. Seizing the opportunity created by Kobe's presence, Su Feng cut towards the basket and received the pass, effortlessly scoring 2 points. The score now read 13-2. Raul Marian's offensive efficiency was undeniably impressive today. Spectators at the Capitol Sports Arena, momentarily lost in a daze, felt as though they were witnessing an NBA game. This was not merely an illusion. The live experience indeed surpassed watching broadcasts. Su Feng had previously attended a CBA game in his past life, which had ignited a fervor within him. Thus, it was no surprise that the audience in Pennsylvania was astonished by Raul Marian's explosive start. Feeling targeted, DeMarcus entered a state of heightened focus. After receiving the ball, he executed a left-foot jab step, attempting to deceive Su Feng with his gaze. Could he have anticipated my move? For a fleeting moment, DeMarcus perceived Su Feng not merely as a defensive specialist, but as the second coming of Scottie Pippen. He was simply too formidable, having scrutinized his game to such an extent. Such a player cannot fail, DeMarcus thought with admiration, casting a glance at Su Feng. You are the most formidable defender I have ever encountered. Su Feng responded with confusion. I concede defeat. However, DeMarcus asserted, my team shall not lose. Abruptly, DeMarcus passed the ball to a teammate and began to execute his usual training movements, slipping along the baseline. Su Feng was momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Weren't you planning to go one-on-one? Why the sudden change? He found himself at a loss, as did the Chester High School players, who were equally perplexed. DeMarcus's unexpected maneuver had once again disrupted their original strategy. Kobe astutely seized the opportunity to intercept the ball. However, Raul Marian's counterattack faltered, as Chester's players, accustomed to DeMarcus's sporadic lapses, swiftly recovered on defense. And once again, it was Su Feng. He had returned. However, unlike before, Su Feng did not intend to mount an offensive this time. Upon receiving a pass from Kobe, he unexpectedly returned the ball to him. Immediately thereafter, Su Feng swiftly slid into position, successfully blocking Chester High's defensive player in front of Kobe. Frankly, the players from Chester High were utterly bewildered by this tactical maneuver. And soon, their confusion deepened, as Kobe took a shot. Swish. Although it was his first attempt of the day, Kobe felt his shooting touch was exquisite. The score stood at 16-2. Indeed, this was precisely the third step of Su Feng's data-gathering strategy. Appropriately, he needed to accumulate some assists. However, Su Feng's passing vision was regrettably limited. Even if he wished to pass, he struggled to seize the opportunity. Moreover, even when he did manage to find an opening, his passes were prone to error. After all, in his previous life, while playing street ball, he had to adopt a strategy of sacrificing teammates to avoid being sidelined himself. Otherwise, he would be left standing idly, watching others play. How disheartening and disengaging that would be. Therefore, to accumulate some assist statistics and avoid being labeled as a non-passer by scouts, Su Feng had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Besides, Coach Greg was notoriously lacking in substance, so Su Feng needn't worry about scouts questioning this approach. Phew. Accumulating assists was exceedingly challenging. Alas, he mused that he should not have been so quick to dismiss his prior experiences. Su, why do I feel that the playing method you described is more reliable than what Coach Greg has arranged? Kobe suddenly turned to Su Feng during a defensive retreat. Su Feng. Well, if one aims to accumulate data, this style of play is indeed quite dependable. Because, regarding the third step of the data-gathering strategy, under the threat of Su Feng's keen eye, when Kobe took a shot, teammates would eagerly rush for the offensive rebounds. Thus, if they secured a rebound and passed it out, Su Feng would have an excellent opportunity. Conversely, if they failed to secure the rebound, it was of little consequence. Standing at the three-point line, Su Feng could quickly retreat to defense, and with his defensive prowess, he could easily hold out until Kobe returned to defense. In essence, this was a strategy devised based on Su Feng and Kobe's dominance in the Pennsylvania High School League, ensuring that Raul Marian could operate smoothly while also considering statistical performance. The only unfortunate aspect was that the supporting players' statistics would suffer. However, it was vital to understand that Su Feng and Kobe's teammates had no particular pursuit of statistics. And moreover, this style allowed everyone to participate, which was immensely enjoyable. Ahem, of course, the prerequisite was to secure the state championship to truly relish the experience. In the Capitol Sports Arena, amidst the astonishment of the spectators in Pennsylvania, the match continued. Looking up at the sky, the hoop trembled. To reiterate, can a scorer's missed shots truly be deemed as misses? Su Feng never anticipated that after starting with an extraordinary performance, he would subsequently miss shots. Throughout the game, Su Feng made 13 of 32 attempts, including 4 of 14 from beyond the arc and hitting 1 of 1 from the free throw line. Although he amassed a game-high 31 points, aiding Raul Marian in a 79-55 triumph over Chester, he initially believed he could reach 50 points that evening. Additionally, Su Feng secured 5 rebounds, recorded 3 assists, denied 3 scoring attempts, and tenaciously intercepted 2 balls. With Su Feng's assistance, Kobe's statistics astonished the people of Pennsylvania. 4. Following Wilt Chamberlain, the mythical beast's statistics reappeared in the Pennsylvania High School Basketball League. Kobe went 9 for 9, including 2 for 2 from three-point range and 4 for 4 from the free throw line, achieving a perfect shooting percentage with 24 points. Furthermore, with Su Feng's assists, he garnered 23 rebounds and, while fervently assisting Su Feng, accumulated 10 assists, along with 5 blocks and 5 steals. This data was characterized by 2 words: comprehensive. Post-game, Kobe was elated, feeling that this style of play was rather enjoyable. If Su Feng recalled correctly, Kobe would break Chamberlain's scoring record in his senior year. However, he was uncertain whether triple-doubles were recorded in Pennsylvania high school basketball. Su Feng felt that if Kobe continued to cooperate like this, he might very well achieve a triple-double record that would remain unchallenged for a long time. After all, in Su Feng's previous life, Kobe was merely 3 or 4 assists shy of averaging a triple-double in his senior year. With Su Feng's assistance in filling that gap, it was conceivable that Kobe could indeed achieve an average triple-double in his final year. What if Kobe's draft position rose as a result? Would the logo man leap out from the logo to confront him? Su Feng chuckled awkwardly. All right. Su Feng quickly realized he was overthinking. In his previous life, Kobe was selected at the 13th pick primarily due to being a high school student. Moreover, he was an outside player. Choosing a high schooler was akin to a lottery. In the NBA, few teams dared to gamble on outside high school prospects. As for that future individual, he too benefited from the presence of numerous illustrious predecessors backing him. In essence, during this era, certain perceptions were not easily altered. Su Feng might have the opportunity to be selected in the second round by accumulating statistics. But for Kobe to elevate his draft position based on high school data in the lottery, that was exceedingly difficult. Only time could change the rules, shift perceptions, and take away one genius after another. Next up were the semifinals. Following the quarterfinals, Su Feng had already begun planning how to accumulate data in the next game. The strategy was indeed endlessly enjoyable. Chapter 41. It's time. The skies are clearing. On the 23rd, at the Harrisburg Capitol Sports Arena, the players of Ridley High School found themselves yearning for a melancholic tune as they gazed upon the sea of Raul Marian fans. After their debut experience in the underworld of competition, Kobe, brimming with enthusiasm, playfully nudged Su Feng's shoulder and asked, "Su, how should we approach this match?" Su Feng chuckled, replying, "Just like the last game." Kobe nodded, urging him to score a few more points this time, subtly hinting at Su Feng's previous lackluster performance. As the teams warmed up, it was noteworthy that Kenny, a small but tenacious player who had previously managed to stifle Su Feng's scoring, was also in the starting lineup for Ridley High. The game commenced amidst the cheers of the crowd, with Kobe triumphing in the jump ball against the towering Larson. With Larson's gravity-bound legs, it seemed he was destined to merely serve as a backdrop in this contest. As Raul Marian launched their offense, Su Feng quickly discerned that Ridley had assigned Kenny to guard Kobe. Despite Kenny's offensive shortcomings, his defensive prowess was undeniable. However, Coach Fernandez had not anticipated the evolution of Kobe's game since the quarterfinals, where he had delivered a triple-double, a feat that, in the grand scheme of a season, might not be entirely representative. With trepidation, Fernandez decided Kenny would contend with Kobe, believing Su Feng's unorthodox shooting style could be countered by any defender. On the court, after a brief exchange of glances with Kobe, Su Feng feigned a move along the baseline before suddenly shifting to the high post. The imposing David Lossman had already established his position, effectively blocking Ridley's small forward, Williamson. In that moment, Williamson had no choice but to retreat. Alas, Su Feng's open three-point attempt veered off course. Yet, Kobe, ever vigilant, soared to secure the offensive rebound. Initially intent on attempting a second-chance score, Kobe realized that perhaps Su Feng's statistical ambitions could use a fresh update. Swiftly, he tossed the ball out to the perimeter, caught off guard by Kobe's determined gaze. Su Feng understood he was being signaled to take the shot. What could he say? Such was Kobe's unwavering resolve. With a powerful push, Su Feng launched another shot. Clang. Frustration washed over Su Feng. Was there a curse upon him? Could he not score without a double team? Did his shots require a fadeaway to find success? He pondered the paradox of agony intertwined with joy. As Su Feng prepared to retreat on defense after missing 2 open threes, he was startled by the sight of Kobe soaring through the air like a jet. Kobe Bryant was indeed the brightest star in the night sky of the Capitol Sports Arena. With deft finesse, he altered the ball's trajectory mid-flight, only to leap again upon landing. What epitomized raw talent! This was it. Just as spectators anticipated Kobe's drive to the basket, he once more flung the ball to the outside. Years later, when ESPN aired the sequence of Kobe's consecutive passes to Su Feng, countless viewers would surely shed tears in front of their screens. Kobe had passed to Su Feng yet again. Reading Kobe's intense expression, Su Feng comprehended that the captain was commanding him to fire. Without hesitation, Su Feng drew forth his metaphorical cannon and swiftly executed his third three-point attempt of the match. Swish! At last, the ball found its mark. After the basket, Su Feng exchanged a long gaze with Kobe, who eventually gave him a thumbs up, to which Su Feng reciprocated. Meanwhile, the other 4 players from Ridley High turned in unison to their center, Larson, whose complaints about rebounding responsibilities fell on deaf ears. To them, Larson was akin to a future Karim Benzema, a figure of bemusement. Fortunately, Larson, a well-mannered French exchange student, chose to overlook his teammates' frustrations, embodying the adage of responding to hostility with a smile. The game continued, and if one were to liken Raul Marion to the Bulls, Su Feng would undoubtedly point to their defense, as the combination of Su Jordan and Kobe Pippen proved impenetrable. Thus, the most unassuming boss in Pennsylvania's history, Ridley High, quietly entered the fray and exited without a trace of applause. Let us congratulate Raul Marion. They have successfully advanced to the finals. As the 4th quarter reached its conclusion, the booming announcement from the DJ reverberated through the Capitol Sports Arena, plunging the venue into a jubilant celebration. With a score of 70-47, La Salle College High School successfully advanced to the state finals of the Pennsylvania High School Basketball League. Their next opponent will be Erie Catholic High School, a team that had previously triumphed over them in the district playoffs. Throughout the match, Su Feng recorded 24 points with 10 field goals from 25 attempts, including 2 three-pointers from 7 tries, along with 6 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 blocks, and 4 steals. Kobe, on the other hand, achieved 20 points from 8 of 14 attempts, failing to score from beyond the arc, but securing 21 rebounds, 9 assists, 4 blocks, and 3 steals. It was rumored that after the game, someone endured a steadfast glare from Kobe for an entire hour and 21 minutes, only relenting when the individual acknowledged their mistake and promised to make amends with a plethora of sandwiches upon returning to Philadelphia. The desire to accumulate statistics can indeed lead to disarray. After the game, Su Feng reflected earnestly on his performance. As a shooter, he believed it essential to maintain a calm demeanor. Despite his rigorous training regimen, the scarcity of competitive play had inevitably affected his consistency. Fortunately, in this era governed by HC rules, public scrutiny of shooting percentages had diminished. In Su Feng's previous life, during this period, Allen Iverson's numerous misses in college went largely unnoticed as long as he consistently scored 20 points per game, who would concern themselves with his shooting percentage. Meanwhile, as La Salle College High School celebrated their advancement to the Pennsylvania High School Basketball Finals, in New York, at the Olympic Tower on Fifth Avenue, David Stern was savoring the intriguing insights shared by Speed regarding Su Feng. Among the most captivating details was Speed's observation that Su Feng's performances always brought surprises. As if his shots were imbued with enchantment, one always hoped the ball would find its way into his hands to witness whether he could score yet again. For reasons unknown, after perusing the report on Su Feng, Stern felt a remarkable alleviation of discomfort in his back and legs. Furthermore, as he examined photographs of Su Feng taken by Speed, he found himself increasingly captivated, almost as if he were gazing upon his own reflection. David, should we find a way to inform the Chinese media? Mark, standing beside Stern, inquired curiously. Not yet, Stern replied with a knowing tone. Mark, well-versed in Stern's promotional strategies, understood that a grand revelation was imminent. Who in the league could orchestrate such excitement better than Stern? Just as the public continues to question Jordan, Stern remained the sole believer among the league's hierarchy that the true Michael Jordan would indeed return. Gazing out at the overcast skies of New York from the office window, Stern slowly remarked, "It is time, the clouds shall part." Chapter 42. the first divine weapon struck by Su Feng having advanced to the state finals. Su Feng and Kobe found their greatest joy over the past few days in listening to broadcasts of Michael Jordan's games. Michael has arrived. Buckle up, folks. Oh, Michael's shot missed. The Bulls are executing their signature triangle offense, and the ball finds its way to Michael on the wing. What choice will he make this time? Wow. A crossover. What is this? Hey, Horace Grant. Although you were Michael's former teammate, can you still hold your ground? Oh, Michael's step-back jumper missed. Michael. This is his sweet spot, the classic Michael fadeaway. Oh, that fadeaway. Also missed. Listening to the commentary on the radio, Su Feng never expected the English commentary to be so entertaining. Oh, the old rogue. You have your day too? Of course, well-versed in history. Su Feng understood that this struggle of misses was not only a dark chapter in Jordan's return, but also the prologue to his resurgence. In truth, Jordan was not only physically unfit, but also struggling to regain his competitive form. On the 24th, during the Bulls match against the Magic, Jordan's successor, Anthony Hardaway, garnered significant attention by scoring just 1 point more than Jordan throughout the game. Meanwhile, those who had once held high hopes for the Chicago Bulls could hardly conceal their disappointment. But, do you know? Even in this lackluster state, Jordan is on the verge of a breakout. Can you believe it? If Su Feng recalls correctly, in just a few days, Ewing would leap from the rooftop of the Empire State Building to assist Jordan. As a backdrop for the superstars of the 90s, Michael Jordan would unleash a staggering 55 points against the Knicks on the 28th. Of course, Ewing cannot bear the entire blame, for the one guarding Jordan this time is John Starks, Jordan's old friend and one of the key contributors to the Mosaics championship last year. You tell me, the Knicks are absurd. In Su Feng's perspective, the Knicks should truly consider renaming themselves to robbing the poor to enrich the rich Knicks. In Su Feng's past life, championship opportunities in the 90s rained down upon the Knicks. However, the Knicks always managed to open their umbrellas just in time, rejecting every single chance. Besides being a professional backdrop, in a few years, the proud New Yorkers would pay the price for their arrogance, as they would be unable to attract superstars for nearly 2 decades. And then, there would be no more. In the future, the Knicks would become the prime target for ridicule in every major television network's preseason previews. On the 26th, at the Harrisburg Capitol Sports Arena, the state finals of the Pennsylvania High School Basketball League for the 94-95 season were underway. The supporters of La Salle College High School had transformed the entire arena into a sea of white. Although it was a neutral venue, the players from Erie Catholic High School felt the world's palpable malice toward them tonight. As the star of Erie Catholic High School, Michael Carter expressed his indignation to his teammates. Since everyone has chosen to support them, let us prove through our actions that we are no less than they are. Okay, no problem. Don't worry. Michael Carter, what happened to your confidence? We have defeated them in the sectional league. Why the lack of self-assurance? In truth, Michael Carter misunderstood his teammates. This was not a lack of confidence. It was simply humility. The aura of La Salle College was so imposing that even Su Feng felt as if he were playing in the NBA. There was no helping it. The 76ers' performance had been so disappointing this year. In the eyes of Philadelphians, watching the struggling 76ers was less appealing than witnessing La Salle College in Harrisburg. On the court, Kobe received a thunderous cheer as he warmed up and showcased his dunking prowess. Su Feng recalled that when Kobe entered the draft in '96, many Philadelphia fans hoped the team could somehow secure him. Being a native of Philadelphia, the locals regarded Kobe as the son of Philadelphia. Su, you hear that? Your fame is nearly catching up to mine, Kobe chuckled, patting Su Feng on the shoulder during warm-ups. Su Feng certainly heard the fans calling his name. Although the cheers he received paled in comparison to those for the son of Philadelphia, his cross-border charm had garnered him a fair share of admirers. However, Su Feng felt it necessary to teach these foreigners the correct pronunciation. Otherwise, being called lose every day was far too ominous. That said, since it was the state finals, the atmosphere was markedly different from previous games. Take tonight's team introductions, for instance. Each starter received a personal introduction from the DJ. Yet, as the DJ announced the season averages of the starters, 3 role players from La Salle College bowed their heads, while Su Feng and Kobe stood tall and spirited. Rassman, Stewart, and Swartz were not complaining. They simply felt they had let Su Feng and Kobe down. In Su Feng and Kobe's eyes, their endearing teammates must have thought that way. On the court, as both teams prepared for the tip-off, the atmosphere was electric. Unlike before, The number of NBA and NCAA scouts present today exceeded threefold. For scouts, discovering potential talent often leads to prolonged observation for evaluation. Of course, there have been numerous instances in history where scouts misjudge talent. Nevertheless, more often than not, their reports serve as a judgment of one's future. At center court, it was Kobe who took on the tip-off duties. Erie Catholic High School's center, Nelson, possessed decent athleticism, but compared to Kobe's extraordinary leaping ability, Nelson could only look on in awe. With a loud cheer, La Salle College initiated their offense. Amidst the thunderous applause, Robbie, a seasoned shot blocker, swiftly passed the ball to Kobe after crossing half-court. Kobe nodded in satisfaction, then began to observe Su Feng's movements. If one were to express Kobe's state with a lyric, it would be, "My eyes are only on you, not on him." Erie Catholic High School had clearly studied Su Feng's style of play. Their small forward, Gray, closely shadowed Su Feng, ensuring he could not escape his watchful gaze. Yet, as a heartless shooting machine, would Su Feng be intimidated by mere shadowing? Moreover, would Kobe refrain from passing the ball to Su Feng simply because someone was following him? Never underestimate the trust shared between these two. On the court, as Su Feng reached the left 45-degree angle, Kobe's pass found its way into his hands. Kobe nodded at Su Feng. Su Feng responded with a knowing glance, then leaped, suspended in the air, and flicked his wrist. Su Feng. To speak frankly, I did not intentionally aim to miss. After all, the system does not recognize deliberate errors. Is it truly my fate to be unworthy of receiving Kobe's passes? It is essential to note that during this state championship battle, I had successfully persuaded Kobe with the intention of racking up impressive statistics. Yet, to my utter dismay, what I ended up accumulating was a plethora of disappointing misses akin to the texture of grasshoppers. On the court, I had no time to ponder further, as Ral Mary N's attempt to seize the offensive rebound had failed, prompting me to swiftly retreat on defense. Just then, a notification chimed. The system determined that the number of long-range misses during valid gameplay had met the requirements. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the Heat Haze badge. Heat Haze badge. Current level. On the court, I found myself too preoccupied to examine the sudden appearance of this Heat Haze badge. In the blink of an eye, as Kobe swiftly intercepted the ball from Michael Carter, the core guard of the Erie Catholic High School, I realized he had already passed the ball to me. Without hesitation, I seized the opportunity to score first for Ral Mary N, 2-0. At this juncture, I finally had the chance to investigate this newly acquired badge. What on earth? Don't assume I haven't played 2K before. Isn't it customary to earn badges by making successful shots? Why does the narrative take a bizarre turn in my case? Little did I dream that, indeed, missing shots could yield extraordinary rewards. So, in that light, my previous 2 games of misses seem quite justifiable. Ahem. Let us return to the matter at hand. Upon examining the rather juvenile Heat Haze badge, I couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Heat Haze badge, current level, bronze. Badge activation condition. System detects that the host's shooting touch is icy. Badge effect. Within 6 minutes, increases the host's shooting accuracy in designated zones by 10. Passive effect. Enhances the host's resistance to interference during long-range shots by 5. Note. Aside from the initial acquisition of this badge, the host may only remove it before the start of each game or daily training, and it requires 24 hours to re-equip thereafter. What does icy touch even mean? As I pondered this perplexity, a moment arrived when Kobe approached me for a chest bump. Ding! The system has detected the host's icy touch. Based on an extensive analysis of my shooting performance over the last 20 games, my designated shooting zones are right side 45-degree angle, 3-point, mid-range, left side 45-degree angle, 3-point, and left corner. Heat Haze badge activated. Chapter 43, Show. Time. Though Su Feng, adorned with the Yang Yan badge, yearned to bellow, "I am the Flame Emperor, Xiao Yan." He prudently relinquished this whimsical notion to evade the potential abduction by a cadre of equestrian dozong experts. At the Harrisburg Capitol Sports Arena, the attack commenced from Erie Catholic High School. Michael Carter executed a high pick-and-roll with a teammate, launching a successful shot from the perimeter, 2-3. Previously, during the divisional league, Michael Carter's three-point prowess had posed considerable challenges for Raul Mirian. Thus, after a brief exchange of glances with Kobe, Su Feng resolved to take on the defensive mantle against Michael Carter, for retreating in battle was never his style. Confrontation was his true passion. On the court, It was now Raul Mirian's turn to attack. Kobe, embodying the essence of Coach Sprint, composed and collected, deftly passed the ball to Su Feng, who had slipped from the baseline to the wing. With a powerful leap, a moment of suspension, and a flick of his wrist, the true man unleashed a shot that disregarded any defensive efforts. Swish. 5-3. The Erie Catholic High School small forward, directly pierced by Su Feng's shot, stood momentarily bewildered. To be fair, Su Feng's style of play, regardless of the era, could only be encapsulated in 5 words: utterly outrageous. Meanwhile, as Su Feng retreated on defense, he turned to Kobe and said, "Kobe, it's your turn to take charge of the offense." Kobe paused, pondering why he should shift from his gratifying role of assisting, uncertain if scouts would draw comparisons to Magic Johnson when asked to be the primary scorer. Observing Kobe's perplexed expression, Su Feng smiled and explained, "If I am the sole scorer, your brilliant passes will be of little consequence. However, should you find your rhythm, the opponents will shift their defensive focus to you, allowing me the luxury of open shots." If it were not for the excessive targeting he faced, Su Feng would have preferred to conserve the shooting efficiency boost granted by the Yangyan badge. He mused that after this match, it would be prudent to revise his data-gathering strategy. Indeed, one cannot simply step onto the court and expect success. Reflecting on the past 6 months of high school league play, Su Feng felt he had garnered significant insights. After all, the theories on a keyboard remain mere theories. Only through practice can one attain mastery. On the court, it was evident that Kobe was once again swayed by Su Feng's reasoning. Kobe was not one to dismiss logic, provided one could persuade him effectively. Su Feng's method was straightforward: present facts and reason. If that failed, a sandwich might do the trick. If even that wasn't enough, a serving of sweet tofu pudding would seal the deal. As Erie Catholic High School initiated their offense, Su Feng switched positions with Swartz to guard Michael Carter. One must concede that Michael Carter's name carried a certain gravitas, filling the void left by the half-god, Carter. Upon realizing that the defender was now Su Feng, Michael Carter heightened his alertness, for Su Feng's reputation as a formidable defender had spread throughout Pennsylvania. Especially after the quarterfinals, Chester High School star, DeMarcus, had declared in an interview, "I would call him Pennsylvania's strongest defender." Though Kobe furrowed his brow upon hearing this, he quickly dismissed his initial annoyance, recognizing that Su Feng would soon join him in the collegiate draft, allowing them the opportunity to face off in the NBA. Thus, it was likely that even Su Feng was unaware of the trepidation that gripped Michael Carter as he stood before him. Despite having boasted extensively prior to the match, the figure before him was none other than the illustrious Raul Mirian's little Pippin. Fortunately, Su Feng remained blissfully ignorant of Michael Carter's inner thoughts. Otherwise, Su Feng would have exclaimed, "I am destined to be the leading man. You are merely Pippin, and your entire lineage is Pippin." Indeed, Su Feng's aspiration to enter the NBA was merely the first step of his life as plan, with becoming a basketball star as the second. However, if one aims to be a basketball star without the ambition to lead, they might as well be a hapless fish, seething at their own inadequacy from behind a keyboard. Moreover, as a devoted Kobe fan, one ought to aspire for greatness. Yet, the pragmatic Su Feng understood that even if he made it to the NBA, he would likely spend a few years as a water cooler attendant, biding his time for the right opportunity to ascend. After all, in this day and age, any rookie who does not aspire to seize power is not a worthy rookie. Returning to the matter at hand, on the court, Michael Carter appeared noticeably flustered as he dribbled. Seizing the moment, Su Feng made his move, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an overwhelming urge to show Kobe his elongated fingers and large palms. Ever since Joe Bryant had freed Su Feng from the shackles of his previous restraint against Kobe, he found himself compelled to showcase his prowess. With a swift motion, Su Feng executed a steal, leaving Michael Carter powerless to resist. The pressure Su Feng exerted during defense was nearly maddening for Carter. Was this truly Pennsylvania's strongest defender? Watching Su Feng's retreating silhouette, Michael Carter instinctively gasped. On the court, Su Feng embarked on a solo fast break, culminating in a spectacular 360-degree dunk. But these were merely the flights of fancy in Su Feng's mind. Although his leap was average and the dunk nothing extraordinary, the sight of Kobe trailing behind him, clearly irked, was unmistakable. "Why didn't you pass me the ball first?" In that moment, Su Feng had an epiphany. He realized that his dunk had lacked a certain essence, perhaps the feeling of being in the spotlight. With a nod, he acknowledged that after becoming familiar with Kobe, He would not bear any grudges over such trivial matters. Well, at most, it would be remembered for a lifetime. 7-3. Erie Catholic continued their offensive maneuvers, with Michael Carter still in disarray. After all, Su Feng was the man who learned life lessons daily under Kobe's tutelage. Reflecting on the times Kobe had dunked over him, Su Feng felt immense relief that those moments had not been recorded. He would never confess to such embarrassing history, and he had already resolved that when he ultimately triumphed over Kobe, he would secretly record the victory. Then, he could confidently proclaim to the world that during high school, he had continuously bested Kobe. Though he often felt such thoughts were rather unseemly, an inexplicable pang of sorrow lingered. Casting a glance at Kobe, Su Feng silently vowed, "Rest assured, you will never have the chance to board that damned helicopter." Just as Su Feng was lost in his reverie about how to defeat Kobe on the court, Michael Carter, fearing Su Feng's formidable defense, hastily passed the ball to a teammate. The result? Michael Carter's teammate, too, hesitated, for the man defending him was none other than Kobe. Consequently, Michael Carter's teammate was swatted, enduring the merciless and cold-hearted rejection akin to an ex-girlfriend's dismissal. This time, Su Feng refrained from stealing the spotlight from Kobe. In what seemed to be an act of retribution for not receiving the ball earlier, Kobe, during a fast break, did not even glance at Su Feng. A resounding thud echoed as he executed a genuine 180-degree dunk. Kobe's slam ignited the entire arena. Roars of admiration erupted from the fans of Raul Marion, celebrating the sheer talent on display. This, they proclaimed, was the essence of a dunk. As he retreated on defense, Kobe flashed a smile and exchanged a few words with Su Feng, who merely shook his head in resignation. There was no way around it. This was Kobe, a man forever shrouded in mystery. As Shaquille O'Neal once remarked, he never expected Kobe to pass him the ball, for it was often more prudent to chase after offensive rebounds instead. On the court, the offense of the Erie Catholic High School faced yet another obstacle. Michael Carter's layup was thwarted by Su Feng's formidable block. With wingspan that spoke volumes and hands that commanded respect, Stewart, one of Raul Marion's rising stars, hurriedly passed the ball to Su Feng as he sprinted by. This time, after advancing past half-court, Su Feng first passed the ball to Kobe, signaling him with a knowing glance. Yet, to Su Feng's surprise, Kobe feigned ignorance. He dribbled with his left hand, leaning his body to the left to deceive the retreating defenders of Erie Catholic High School before making a swift pivot and breaking through with his right hand. This was Sam Gold. The entire Capitol Sports Arena was left in awe of Kobe's brilliance. Just as spectators pondered the exquisite manner in which Kobe would conclude this play, he pretended to go for a layup, but instead, with a flourish, passed the ball behind his back without even looking. A playful tease, perhaps, from the perimeter. Su Feng was utterly astonished when Kobe ultimately passed the ball back to him. This shot, he realized, was one that could not afford to miss. Taking a deep breath, Su Feng launched a steady three-pointer. Swish. Kobe. Su. What an extraordinary pass. Ladies and gentlemen, someone tell me, am I witnessing nothing less than the Los Angeles Lakers showtime? The arena's DJ was in a frenzy, and the fans were in a state of exhilaration. In March of 1995, every Pennsylvania fan present at the Harrisburg Capitol Sports Arena felt a profound sense of anticipation. They envisioned a future where they could witness Kobe and Su Feng face off in the NBA. What would a one-on-one duel between them look like then? Clap, clap, clap. Boom. Following Su Feng's three-pointer, he and Kobe shared a quintessential high-five. Amid their celebration, tears of joy streamed down the faces of Raul Marion's players nearby. Indeed, in that moment, there was no doubt, they felt incredibly fortunate to be playing alongside these two extraordinary athletes. Chapter 44. Aiming for Pennsylvania, New Aspirations. As the most renowned basketball enthusiast in all of Pennsylvania, Maxson has recently been in high spirits. This is particularly true following Raul Marion's triumphant advance to the state finals. With the circulation of the Philadelphia Evening News soaring, Maxson's prior predictions regarding Su Feng's future have transformed from mere fanciful musings into astute foresight. Even before the commencement of the finals, he received notification from the newspaper that he had been promoted to chief reporter. Life, at times, unfolds in the most extraordinary ways. If Maxson's sentiments could be translated into Chinese, they would likely convey, if being an admirer brings all that one desires, then why not embrace it? During the quarterfinals and semifinals, we believe that Su's impressive tallies of 31 and 24 points, respectively, were commendable. However, In the finals, he astonished us once more. While observing the championship match from the stands, Maxon diligently jotted down notes in his notebook. Su remained indefatigable on the court. Even after missing a shot, he resolutely attempted again. This unwavering determination is an essential quality for a top shooter, and in my view, he has undoubtedly become the finest marksman in all of Pennsylvania. As a conscientious journalist, Maxon's reporting is characterized by its commitment to authenticity and reason. Alas, such accolades hardly suffice to encapsulate Su's remarkable talent. I wonder if people tire of my praise for Su. Yet, with his precise shooting and exceptional defense, I find myself at a loss for criticism, thought the ever-scrupulous Maxon lamented. If Su Feng's performances in the quarterfinals and semifinals could be scrutinized, then his display in the finals can only be described as flawless. On the court, Su, continuously benefiting from Kobe's assists, appeared to have forgotten about the Sunshine Badge. Indeed, Su was almost overwhelmed by the abundance of support. No, that is not right. For Su, the joy of shooting is such that even if he attempted 50 or 60 shots each game, he would not feel queasy. Yet, as he watched Kobe tirelessly feed him passes, Su began to wonder if he had somehow been possessed or replaced by someone else. Behind-the-back passes, bounce passes, penetrating assists. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, on that night of March 26, 1995, Su truly received a plethora of brilliant passes from Kobe. The feeling was akin to witnessing the sun rise in Los Angeles at 4 in the morning. Su, you hesitated when you shot. You should not have. Su, did you see? Their defense is bewildered. If you move more actively, I will pass to you. Were it not for the occasional fierce glare from Kobe, Su would hardly have believed that the player in the Raul Marion jersey, number 33, was indeed Kobe. Regrettably, although Su is a veritable encyclopedia of Kobe knowledge, how could he genuinely understand Kobe? At this moment, Kobe was utterly absorbed in the joy brought about by his rising assist statistics. Primarily, the arduous process of accumulating assists in the previous 2 games had left him with a desire to fully capitalize on this opportunity. Indeed, only Su comprehended him. Assists brought him joy. Unbeknownst to him, he had already surpassed double-digit assists, and his heart brimmed with delight. On the court, Raul Marion was on the offensive. One of the three-point specialists, Schwartz, perhaps feeling overly confident in his performance that night, maneuvered to secure an excellent open shot from the wing. However, after receiving a disapproving glare from Kobe, Schwartz reluctantly retreated to the sidelines. In that moment, Kobe, with a smile, passed the ball to Su, who was closely guarded by the Erie's Catholic high school defense. Swish. Su once again pierced the defense of Erie's small forward with a shot. The sensation of playing team basketball was exquisite. Feeling that his organizational skills could rival those of Stockton, Kobe mentally applauded Su while contemplating. Erie Catholic High School had completely crumbled. They could not contain Kobe's breakthroughs tonight, nor could they fathom his thought processes. Based on previous games, one would expect Kobe to take the shot upon penetrating the paint. Yet, unexpectedly, he passed. One must ask, does that not infuriate you? If Kobe had merely continued passing, it would have been one thing, but he was also sinking shots from seemingly impossible opportunities. How could one defend against that? Most crucially, that Chinese kid across the court was simply phenomenal. Su Feng was on fire, truly ablaze. At the conclusion of the 4th quarter, with a score of 80-57, the players from Erie Catholic High School could only implore Kobe and Su, "Give me the ball. I want to go home." The entire Capital Sports Arena had transformed into a sea of jubilation. Raul Marion had successfully claimed the Pennsylvania High School League Championship for the 1994-95 season. Notably, this marked their first state championship in 52 years. Throughout the game, Su Feng had an impressive shooting performance of 19 out of 30, including 6 out of 9 from three-point range and 2 out of 3 from the free throw line, amassing a game-high 46 points, along with 4 rebounds, 1 assist, 3 blocks, and 3 steals. Kobe, on the other hand, shot 8 out of 13, including 1 out of 2 from beyond the arc and 3 out of 6 from the charity stripe, totaling 20 points, 14 rebounds, 18 assists, 4 blocks, and 3 steals. Additionally, Kobe was awarded the MVP of the 1994-95 Pennsylvania High School Basketball League season, as well as the Finals MVP, with season averages of 30, 5 points, 11, 8 rebounds, 7, 2 assists, 4 steals, and 3, 7 blocks. Meanwhile, Su, with his finals performance of 46 points, averaged 24, 8 points, 5 rebounds, 1 2 assists, 8 steals, and 7 blocks, earning a spot on the all-first team alongside Kobe, and was named the best defensive player of the season. At the moment the game concluded, Kobe embraced Su tightly, exclaiming, "Ha ha, Su, we are champions, we did it." It may sound unbelievable, but Su Feng's professional career was nearly over before it began. Kobe, seemingly intent on playfully retaliating against Su, squeezed him with such force during the embrace that he nearly left Su breathless. Cough, 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 Kobe. I understand, we are champions. After Kobe released him, Su, finally able to breathe fresh air, spoke through tears. As the embrace concluded, Kobe, noticing Su's tear-streaked face, patted him vigorously on the back, saying, "Don't be too emotional. We have to defend our title next year." Su. Indeed, never provoke a Virgo. They are truly formidable. At the Capitol Sports Arena. Prior to the commencement of the awards ceremony, Su, Kobe, and their teammates, under Greg's guidance, expressed their gratitude to the fans in attendance this evening. Su thoroughly experienced the warmth of the fans, nearly returning from the stands stripped down to his bare essentials, particularly from those seemingly demure female classmates. A group of young women from Philadelphia, fervently supporting Ral Merlin, seemed almost eager to strip Su Feng of his dignity. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Su Feng's steadfast companion, Schwartz, stepped forward with an expression that conveyed a firm "let go of that boy. If you have the guts, come at me." Observing Su Feng's disheveled state, Kobe, standing nearby, could barely suppress a laugh, almost snorting like a pig. After a brief moment, with a hand over his mouth to stifle his chuckles, Kobe turned to Su Feng and inquired, "Are you all right?" Su Feng nodded. Upon reflection, he realized there was little to be concerned about. After all, it was merely a group of young girls playfully touching him. Had it been a gaggle of men, he would undoubtedly have felt a lasting psychological impact. Ah, the burdens of good looks, Su Feng mused as he straightened his attire. At the scene, following an interaction with the fans, the awards ceremony commenced. A youthful Kobe, clad in a white Ral Merlin jersey and donning a hat symbolizing the state championship, raised the championship trophy amidst raucous cheers. Shortly thereafter, he accepted the FMVP trophy from the hands of the Harrisburg deputy mayor. During his acceptance speech, Kobe choked up several times. Nearby, Su Feng was also moved, recognizing the emotional weight of the moment. This was a young Kobe, clearly losing his usual composure on the court. In that instant, he truly resembled a 16-year-old boy. Kobe began by expressing gratitude to his parents, then to his teammates and coaches, but notably, he omitted any mention of Su Feng. Instead, he stated, "Tonight, I wish to extend special thanks to one person, my teammate, Su. We met last summer while he was playing on my turf. After witnessing his lackluster skills, I intended to tell him, 'Hey, buddy, this is my territory.' To my surprise, he turned to me and said, 'Hey, if you want to claim this territory, you must first beat me one-on-one.' I was infuriated at the time, but later, upon learning of his dreams, I realized we were kindred spirits. Over the past year, aside from eating and sleeping, we have practiced together daily. In my heart, he is not only my teammate, but also my best ally and dearest friend. Thank you, my brother Su." Had Kobe not referred to him as the best ally, Su Feng might have succumbed to tears. Nevertheless, this heartfelt sentiment from Kobe resonated deeply. It remained uncertain how certain individuals in the future would react upon hearing it. In stark contrast to Kobe's emotional speech, Su Feng's moment at the podium was far more succinct. His statement, "I hope to defend our title next year," succinctly concluded his championship remarks. Indeed, this was quintessential Su. As the awards ceremony at the Capitol Sports Arena stretched on for a full 2 hours and 37 minutes, Su Feng recalled that in his previous life, during Kobe's senior year, Schwartz had reminisced about how Ral Merlin's popularity was akin to that of the Beatles wherever they went. In this life, with Su Feng's presence, Ral Merlin had undoubtedly garnered even greater adoration. The enthusiasm of the Pennsylvanians, Su Feng surmised, would likely endure for some time to come. Having successfully secured the high school league championship, Su Feng now held a commendable place in his burgeoning career. He had achieved recognition as a first-team All-Star and the best defensive player in the Pennsylvania High School League, along with the championship title. Su Feng understood that his current accomplishments might be insufficient if he aspired to bypass college en route to the NBA. However, he remained unfazed, as he had ample time ahead to refine his skills. As he pondered the joyous summer spent honing his craft, Su Feng couldn't help but glance at Kobe with renewed admiration. In that moment, Kobe, clutching the trophy and hiding in a corner, shot a wary glance at Su Feng for several seconds. Su Feng found amusement in Kobe's expression, reminiscent of a photograph from his previous life wherein Kobe, after a Lakers championship, was seen weeping in a bathroom while clutching a trophy. Now, his objective was to upgrade to the 7-0 system and maximize his potential. Su Feng was curious about the abilities he might unveil within the 7-0 system, such as dribbling skills yet unseen, as well as critical attributes like speed, agility, and dunking. In essence, the road ahead was long and arduous, yet it beckoned him to venture forth. To steadily and methodically improve was indeed his style. Yet, with Kobe by his side, Su Feng silently lamented the challenges ahead. Chapter 45. The Ultimate Motivational Boost, the Arrival of the 7-0 System. 2 days have elapsed since Raul Marian's triumph in the Pennsylvania High School Basketball Championship. Upon the team's return to Philadelphia, the players were met with adoration from the entire school community. Particularly, Su Feng and Kobe had become the heroes in the eyes of numerous female classmates. In their imaginations, Su Feng and Kobe appeared as follows. Look, that man riding the clouds, possessing an unparalleled charm that transcends borders, is none other than the renowned Su Feng of Pennsylvania. And behold, the one on the white steed, strikingly handsome among his peers, with a basketball prowess that is simply unmatched, is the illustrious Kobe Bryant. Could these be the twin stars of Philadelphia? I am utterly enchanted. Alway, come out and perish for a moment. I am nearly bewitched by their allure. In summary, Su Feng felt he needed to be cautious about his safety lately, otherwise he might find himself in perilous situations. Well, Su Feng's sexual orientation is, of course, perfectly normal. However, he had seen a myriad of things in his previous life, not to mention the countless local delicacies downloaded from the Foot Basin chicken family. The number of ex-girlfriends he had could easily form an independent regiment. Moreover, every night, Su Feng was not like Yun Long, who could simply change his gear. Thus, in this life, after dedicating himself wholeheartedly to basketball, Su Feng realized he had transcended worldly desires. Basketball is my girlfriend. Basketball is my true love. The court holds treasures aplenty. The court is adorned with beauty. Su, can you hurry up? NBC is airing Michael's highlights tonight, and we also have to train. Time is running short. After a day of classes as a heroic figure, Kobe turned to Su Feng as he prepared to head to the court for practice. Su Feng nodded, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and followed suit. My external aid. Oh no. Kobe, I'm coming. While Su Feng was joyfully engaging with Kobe, in New York, Madison Square Garden, as the focal point of nationwide broadcasts, the match between the Knicks and the Bulls was never devoid of intrigue. With a slick-back hairstyle, Knicks coach Pat Riley, often likened to Al Pacino on the court, playfully asked Jordan before the game, Michael, do you think you can still score 50 points? At that moment, Jordan, busy tying his shoelaces, glanced up at Riley. Even the suave Riley couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Did I just tempt fate with a capital? Thus, the game commenced. Dressed in the number 45 jersey, Michael Jordan swiftly captivated the basketball cathedral with his extraordinary skills, facing his longtime rival John Starks. Even though he had yet to regain his full form, Jordan, in his own way, proclaimed to the world, "You are still the master." In the first quarter of the game, after Michael Jordan's consecutive successful shots, commentator Marv Albert exclaimed, "He is truly relentless. He aims for 50 points, perhaps even 60, tonight." Albert's prophecy swiftly materialized. Jordan achieved an impressive 20 points out of the Bulls' total of 31 in the first quarter, shooting 9 out of 11. By halftime, he had already amassed 35 points. Earl Monroe, the legendary Knicks star sitting courtside, reflected during a television interview at halftime, "It feels as if he never left." In the second half, Jordan scored an additional 20 points. Throughout the game, the seasoned player shot 21 out of 37, including 3 out of 4 from three-point range and 10 out of 11 from the free throw line, achieving a remarkable 55 points in his first game back. Although Patrick Ewing also scored an impressive 36 points for the Knicks, it ultimately turned into a feudal rage atop the Empire State Building. The Bulls triumphed over the Knicks 113-111, leaving those who had previously doubted Jordan to fall silent that night. Meanwhile, watching the game with Kobe, Su Feng felt a profound astonishment that lingered within him. Su Feng was not one to dismiss the past in favor of the present, but truth be told, each era produces its own legends, and in the constraints of the HC rules, only this man could make scoring seem effortless like drinking water. Jordan was not without flaws, as he had missed 9,000 shots over his career. He had many lackluster games, and his penchant for gambling, along with his reputation as a notorious trash talker, was well known. In his second comeback, he had shattered the aspirations of many young players. Yet, if one were to reflect on that era, one must acknowledge Jordan's greatness. Of course, even such an extraordinary figure could not have anticipated that in Philadelphia, a Mamba and an Iron Man had set their sights on him. "I can't wait to enter the NBA," Kobe exclaimed with excitement. Su Feng wholeheartedly agreed. Knowing that Jordan would retire after the Bulls' second dynasty and that his future return would not match his current prowess. As a fervent basketball enthusiast, Su Feng yearned to compete against Jordan personally. After all, it was against Jordan that we played. Following Jordan's divine presence at Madison Square Garden, the 1994-95 NBA season reached its zenith. During this period, aside from dutifully attending school, Su Feng and Kobe's daily ritual involved rising at 4 in the morning to watch the Philadelphia Suns. On April 4th, coinciding with his 17th birthday, Su Feng received a birthday gift from Kobe, a pair of highly collectible Air Jordan 1 sneakers. "What do you think? Do you like them?" Kobe asked. Knowing that he had spent a considerable amount of his allowance to purchase them, Su Feng nodded, feeling unexpectedly touched. "As long as you like them, I can torment you without any psychological burden," Kobe added. Su Feng replied, "All right, return my damn feelings." Additionally, aside from receiving Kobe's birthday gift, Su Feng also celebrated his birthday with Kobe's family, blowing out candles on a birthday cake. Joe Bryant found Su Feng quite likable, especially given the young man's culinary prowess in preparing steak. In fact, whenever Joe called Kobe's name during his childhood, it reminded him of a particularly exquisite steak he had shared with his wife. Kobe, truly delicious. Time flew by, and soon it was mid-April. The NBA playoffs for the 1994-95 season commenced. In the Eastern Conference, the Chicago Bulls faced little trouble in the first round. Despite dropping one game to the Hornets, they ultimately advanced to the Eastern Conference semifinals with a 3-1 victory. Their next opponents would be the Orlando Magic, featuring Shaquille O'Neal and Penny Hardaway. In the Western Conference, the Houston Rockets found themselves battling the Utah Jazz in a grueling 5-game series. During the 1990s, the first-round playoff format was a best-of-5 series. Trailing 1-2 against the Jazz, the reigning champion Rockets began their legendary playoff journey. The veteran duo of Hakeem Olajuwon and Clyde Drexler, who had joined the team in the latter half of the season, combined for an astonishing 145 points in the final 2 games, leading the Rockets to a comeback victory over the Jazz and into the Western Conference semifinals. However, following this miraculous turnaround, many believe the Rockets stood little chance of advancing further due to their exhausting first round. Surprisingly, the only ones who believed in the Rockets' potential were their coach Rudy Tomjanovich and a few seasoned veterans. As Tom's strategy began to take shape, the Bulls faced an unexpected exit in the semifinals. The young Magic triumphed in 6 games, although Michael Jordan averaged 30 points per game in this series. The significant disparity in inside strength and Jordan's incomplete return to peak performance dictated the series outcome. In Game 1, Jordan committed 8 turnovers and was even stripped of the ball by Magic guard Nick Anderson in the game's critical moments. Following the game, Anderson infamously remarked that the number 45 Jordan was inferior to the number 23 Jordan. Infuriated, Jordan reverted to wearing number 23 in the second game, a decision that led to penalties for the Bulls since the NBA forbids teams from changing jerseys without league approval during the season, especially considering that the number 23 jersey had been retired. However, even donning his iconic number, Jordan could not reclaim his former glory. The Chicago Bulls fell to the Magic 2-4, and a flood of mockery and ridicule regarding Jordan's decline flooded the media. Public opinion often wields a fickle sword. When one is basking in glory, even their failures are seen as triumphs. Conversely, during times of struggle, even a stellar performance can invite derision. After the old rogue and his Bulls were eliminated, a breathtaking comeback was unfolding in the West. In the Western Conference semifinals, as anticipated, the beleaguered Houston Rockets found themselves on the brink of elimination against the Phoenix Suns. In Game 4, after the Suns defeated the Rockets 114-110, it was unclear if Charles Barkley celebrated with champagne, but it seemed that even the Houston media believed the Rockets' fate was sealed. The Phoenix media even taunted Rockets coach Rudy Tomjanovich, asking, When will the Rockets ever be #1 in Tianjin? At that moment, Tomjanovich, having regained his composure, responded calmly. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. In Philadelphia, although Su Feng anticipated this outcome, hearing Tom's famous words ignited a spark within him. The final ounce of fuel for the Rockets' ascent was now in place. Never underestimate the power of motivational quotes, especially in the nostalgically intense atmosphere of the 1990s. Unlike the future motivational guru Rivers, Tomjanovich's words carry a chilling potency that can only be described as terrifying. This is the explosion following a season of repression. From being criticized early in the season for reveling in their recent championship victory, to being mocked as the reigning champions after Jordan's return, Tomjanovich remained unperturbed, like a sage in control of his destiny. Even after acquiring Drexler, the Rockets exhibited no signs of ascension. In the first round of the Western playoffs, although they triumphed over the Jazz, who boasted Malone and Stockton, their waning strength soon became apparent as they were decisively defeated in the semifinals by the Suns, led by Barkley and Johnson. Yet, all of this was part of Tomjanovich's grand design. Recognizing the fatigue of his veteran-laden team, he understood that they could not compete for regular season standings like the younger squads. Thus, patience and humility became the themes of the Rockets' entire season. After Drexler's arrival, Tomjanovich knew that the team required time to gel, and so he chose to remain low-key until they were truly cornered. Now, it was time to invigorate these seasoned players. Tomjanovich's words ignited a fierce determination within the Rockets. They surged forward, unstoppable, and executed a classic comeback. The Houston Rockets subsequently clinched 3 consecutive victories against the Suns, rallying together to reach the Western Conference Finals. There, Dream faced his old adversary, the formidable Robinson, one of the 4 great centers. Notably, during this playoff run, Dream commenced his quest to establish the rankings among the elite centers. Last year's finals saw the Rockets victorious and the Knicks defeated, with Dream laughing in triumph while Ewing wept atop the Empire State Building. In this year's finals, Dream, averaging an astounding 35, 3 points, 12, 5 rebounds, 5, 0 assists, and 4, 2 blocks, utterly eclipsed Robinson, who managed only 23, 8 points, 11, 3 rebounds, 2, 7 assists, and 2 blocks. The Rockets prevailed, and the Spurs fell. Now, Dream had eliminated 2 of the 4 great centers. He was heading to the finals, where his opponent would be the youngest of the 4, Shaquille O'Neal of the Orlando Magic. Indeed, looking back at the 1995 finals, one might observe that the Magic had their chances to overcome the Rockets. They lost 2 games by a margin of less than 4 points, and in the other 2 games, they had opportunities to close the gap even in the final quarter. However, fate was sealed the moment Tomjanovich declared that one should never underestimate the heart of a champion. The inexperienced young Magic could not match the resolve of the veteran Rockets. As time passed, and the NBA playoffs grew ever more intense, Su Feng and Kobe rapidly improved over the past couple of months. By the way, Su, you're supporting the Magic in this finals, right? Despite having been hurt by Hardaway, Kobe felt a warm nostalgia for the lovable, albeit portly, figure of Shaq, leading him to back the Magic. Su Feng discerned that Kobe was quite the jinx. Last year he supported the Knicks, and now he was backing the Magic. If Su Feng recalled correctly, Kobe would even extend his jinxing to the Dream Team and Barcelona in the future. It was well known that due to his upbringing in Italy, Kobe was different from other Americans. Besides basketball, soccer ranked as his second favorite sport. In his previous life, Kobe had mentioned that if he were not playing basketball, he would choose soccer, with his favorite team being AC Milan, which would later receive endorsements from Super Depailler and Liverpool in the 21st century. Furthermore, Kobe would become good friends with Ronaldinho. One day, Ronaldinho recklessly invited Kobe to Camp Nou to watch a match. As fate would have it, the previous year's European champions, Barcelona, inexplicably ended their reign. Of course, this was partly due to Ronaldinho's turbulent personal life. However, the key was that the game Kobe attended happened to be the match in which Barcelona lost their title. In the 2006-07 season, with Real Madrid and Barcelona tied on points, but Real holding the advantage in their head-to-head record, Barcelona needed Real to lose while they won their final game. Initially, everything unfolded according to the hopes of Barcelona fans, as Real conceded a goal while Barcelona scored at home. However, after the camera zoomed in on Kobe in the VIP box, the tide turned dramatically. Real suddenly surged, with Reyes and Beckham breaking the deadlock, leading to a 3-1 comeback victory. Consequently, No matter how many goals Barcelona scored, it would not matter. Kobe, do you realize your jinx is potent? In truth, Su Feng had never been a believer in the supernatural. However, after meeting Huang Sudong and Zidane through the keyboard, he began to feel that some phenomena indeed defied scientific explanation. No, I support the Rockets, Su Feng replied to Kobe. Why? Don't you like Shaq? Kobe retorted. Su Feng initially thought to answer that who wouldn't he want to ride Shaq's coattails? But then he responded, I prefer Coach Rudy's saying, never underestimate the heart of a champion. Well, it seems we shall have a friendly rivalry in predictions, Kobe remarked. In predictions? That's no boast. As long as I bet against Kobe, I'm assured success. With only a few days remaining until the finals, Kobe urged Su Feng not to slack off. Su Feng nodded in agreement. Slacking was not an option. It was an impossibility in his life. The sound of training was both sweet and invigorating, and Su Feng relished the grind. Bam! Su Feng never anticipated that he would ultimately underestimate his own dedication to training and the boost provided by Kobe's influence. After all, while Su Feng was improving, so was Kobe. Facing the challenge from the one-on-one prince, Su Feng found himself both overwhelmed and elated by the progress. So, you might not believe it, but before summer vacation began, Su Feng's training regimen had officially upgraded to version 7.0, the last version before entering the NBA. Host, Su Feng. Nationality, China. Age, 17. Height, 192. 5 centimeters, 198 centimeters. Weight, 79. 5 kilograms. Current ability values, NBA first-round draft level close-range shooting, 45-68. Mid-range shooting, 74-80. Three-point shooting, 76-80. Fadeaway shooting, 70-75. Shooting off dribble, 60-70. Passing, 24-48. Vision, 23-51. Ball handling, 51-57. Dribbling, 50-58. Lateral movement, 79-89. One-on-one defense, 78-92. Stealing, 57-82. Blocking, 40-65. Jumping, 64-75. Strength, 37-46. Defensive rebounding, 30-40. Speed, 74-75. The host is currently equipped with the shooting motion, A-grade Stephen Curry collegiate shooting package. The host has also equipped the skill, Kobe's fadeaway, golden epic, and is currently at the level of an NBA second-round draft pick. The host skill library has not equipped the skill, Sam Gold, original version. The host is currently adorned with the badge, Mirage. It must be said that the presence of Kobe is indeed formidable. Following this upgrade, Su Feng astonishingly managed to fully enhance his potential with the remaining iron value. However, glancing at his defensive and dribbling attributes, Su Feng felt a tinge of melancholy. A defensive prodigy, yet a dribbling misfortune? It seems he must seek opportunities in the future, Su Feng mused. Furthermore, in the System 7.0, Su Feng discovered an expanded array of ability values at his disposal. This revelation instilled in him the belief that should he accomplish the task of Path of Genius, he would likely uncover even more intricate details within the Heavenly Talent system. After all, the Iron Value system, in terms of ability value settings, appeared exceedingly reasonable to Su Feng. Following this upgrade, when he clicked to inspect his strength attribute, he encountered several intriguing explanations. These explanations suggested that Su Feng's strength potential is intricately linked to real-world factors such as weight, muscle mass, and fat percentage. Moreover, should Su Feng's weight become excessive in the future, aspiring towards a tank-like physique, attributes like speed would proportionately diminish alongside the increase in strength and weight. The ability values are interconnected. This implies that, aside from relying on the upgrade system to enhance his potential, Su Feng could devise methods to transcend his limits, provided that the system has not established a firewall against him. For instance, within the confines of the 7.0 version of the system, the host is unable to further elevate potential, including through triggering tasks, until the main storyline task of entering the NBA is completed and the system is upgraded, allowing access to the next stage of potential values. This system indeed does not permit any audacious maneuvers such as honing one's skills for 4 years in college to attain a maxed-out character before entering the NBA. So, does this system not also possess an aspect akin to Kobe? Reflecting on Kobe's eager anticipation to enter the NBA, Su Feng pondered. Chapter 46, My Sidekick Has Run Away. After thoroughly examining the 7.0 version of the forging system, Su Feng has tentatively outlined his developmental trajectory for the next phase. Firstly, based on the hints from, it appears that Su Feng's height will eventually reach 198 centimeters. Consequently, upon entering the NBA, the most suitable position for him would be that of a swingman. Therefore, it is imperative for Su Feng to begin his preparations for the NBA in advance. In the 1990s, due to the existence of the hand-check rule and the notorious playing style of certain players, perimeter players were predominantly of a lighter build. Most perimeter players stood between 190 centimeters and 2 meters tall and weighed between 85 to 100 kilograms. It is well known that the hand-check rule allowed defenders to place their hands on the waist of their opponents, and referees at that time often regarded using elbows to nudge an opponent's waist as a legitimate defensive maneuver. Thus, without exceptional speed, playing in this era could prove to be quite disadvantageous. For instance, after the hand-check rule was abolished, LeBron James, affectionately dubbed the King, has been steadily increasing his weight each year, ultimately reaching around 115 kilograms. The reason for this is clear. Once the hand-check rule was lifted, larger and stronger perimeter players became increasingly coveted, when opponents could no longer use their elbows to impede your movement. Possessing significant strength would allow one to easily bulldoze past defenders and penetrate the paint. In Su Feng's previous life, James Harden epitomized this mini-tank type of player. It should be noted that during his initial years in the league, LeBron relied heavily on his first step for acceleration, albeit with a physique slightly sturdier than that of an average perimeter player, particularly in the 2005-06 season, when the hand-check rule was strictly enforced. LeBron's statistics skyrocketed to an average of 31 for points per game. However, setting aside the fact that Su Feng's physique is entirely different from LeBron's, one must consider the current version of the game where the hand-check rule is still in effect. If Su Feng were to gain weight too rapidly, his speed would inevitably decline. In this era, where using elbows to counterbalance strength is permissible, such a strategy would be tantamount to self-sabotage for Su Feng, unless, of course, he were to adopt a playing style akin to Charles Barkley's. However, mastering a style reminiscent of the round mound of rebound would take Su Feng several years, and his physique and frame bear a striking resemblance to that of Michael Jordan. To Su Feng, abandoning his strengths in favor of an unfamiliar playing style seems rather foolish. Under the hand-check rule, the speed of perimeter players is primarily utilized for defensive purposes and for swiftly penetrating the opponent's defenses on offense. Allen Iverson serves as a prime example. Despite his inefficiencies under the hand-check rule, he still managed to drive effectively. Thus, if we adhere to the widely recognized golden ratio, height minus weight equating to 100, Su Feng's ideal future weight should hover around 98 kilograms. However, it is essential to note that not all weight is created equal. Jordan's prowess stemmed from the fact that his 98 kilograms were comprised entirely of lean muscle. While general weight gain may be straightforward, the pursuit of muscle growth often entails grueling training regimens. Interestingly, Kobe Bryant, at his peak, weighed around 96 kilograms, while Usain Bolt, the Jamaican sprinting phenomenon, stood at 195 centimeters and weighed 94 kilograms in his prime. Su Feng understood that achieving the perfect physique necessitated the guidance of an expert in that domain. Not long after this thought crossed his mind, a name swiftly emerged in his consciousness. Additionally, apart from increasing his weight and core strength, Su Feng needed to transform his latent potential into tangible skills during the summer break. Ultimately, he must diligently accumulate forging points. For if the system known as Heavenly Genius required exorbitant forging points to upgrade potential, Su Feng would find himself prepared. In June, following the conclusion of his high school career, Su Feng watched this year's NBA Finals at Kobe's residence. In a manner strikingly reminiscent of his memories, the Houston Rockets swept the Orlando Magic 4-0, successfully defending their title. In Game 1 of the Finals, the soon-to-retire commentator Kenny Smith emerged as the X-factor for the Rockets, scoring 23 points on 7 of 11 shooting from beyond the arc. In Game 2, the extraterrestrial talent of Castle shone through, as he scored 31 points, hitting 8 of 12 shots, including 4 of 6 from three-point range and 11 of 12 from the free throw line. Game 3 witnessed the emergence of the not-yet veteran Horry, who contributed 20 points, becoming the standout performer alongside Olajuwon and Drexler. It was evident that the Magic were on the brink of collapse. In Game 4, veteran Mario Elie arrived, delivering a decisive blow with 22 points on 9 of 11 shooting, a player whose career average stood at merely 8. 5 points. In every match, a crucial player from the Rockets consistently stepped up. Frankly, Su Feng mused, even a television drama would hesitate to portray such a script, as it was simply too passionate and melodramatic. Certainly, the Rockets' triumph could not be attributed solely to their supporting cast, but also to the remarkable performance of the Dream, who averaged 32, 8 points, 11, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks throughout the series. His ability to utilize experience to outmaneuver Hardaway was pivotal. The impression left by the Dream during this playoff run was one of stability interwoven with brilliance, or vice versa, a delicate balance that sealed his victory among the 4 great centers of the era. Meanwhile, despite Shaquille O'Neal's impressive averages of 28 points, 12, 5 rebounds, 6, 3 assists, and 2, 5 blocks, he found himself floundering like a beached whale. In truth, young Shaq did not perform poorly against the Dream. Yet Olajuwon's wealth of experience proved insurmountable. Throughout the games, Olajuwon adeptly maneuvered to draw Shaq away from the low post, thus creating ample opportunities for his teammates. Once Shaq vacated the low post, the Magic's interior defense was rendered ineffective. This formidable leadership ability, situational awareness, and the capacity to exploit his strengths while targeting the weaknesses of his opponents were the key factors that allowed Olajuwon to emerge victorious in this competition among the great centers. Alas, Kobe, who had predicted the Magic's championship, was far from pleased. The mere thought of the Shark, who had signed his memorabilia and posed for pictures with him, being swept away left Kobe feeling a tinge of sorrow. Fortunately, Su Feng remained oblivious to Kobe's sentiments. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have posed the question, "Brother, why didn't you consider this when you quarreled with Shaq in the future?" Of course, such an inquiry was best left unasked, as Su Feng was counting on something else. "By the way, Su, I've received an invitation to the Adidas ABCD camp," Kobe remarked to Su Feng after the conclusion of Game 4 of the finals. "Huh, the Adidas ABCD camp? Oh right, how could I forget such a significant event?" As a walking encyclopedia of Kobe Bryant, Su Feng recalled that Kobe indeed attended the Adidas ABCD camp in 1995. Notably, Kobe wore jersey number 134 during that camp, which later influenced his choice of the number 8 jersey in the NBA after the number 33 jersey with the Lakers had been retired. Moreover, Kobe's participation in the Adidas camp would lead him to meet Lamar Odom, who would accompany him on many adventures, including wild nights filled with revelry. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Regardless of what the future holds, Su Feng is acutely aware of the significant reputation that Odom currently enjoys within the realm of American high school basketball. However, if one were to learn about his past, one could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Odom, for he truly embodies the archetype of the most unfortunate high school basketball prodigy in history. In 1995, Odom, who had already begun to garner some recognition, served as a mere backdrop to Kobe at the Adidas training camp. The following year, after Kobe entered the NBA and the other collegiate luminaries had embarked on their own paths, Odom ascended to the title of the nation's top high school player. Yet, his triumph was short-lived. At the 1996 Adidas ABCD camp, he was decisively outperformed by a drowsy contender, who subsequently rose to prominence and was selected 9th overall by the Raptors in the 1997 draft. Later, during his college years, Odom faced scrutiny regarding his intellect, leading to allegations of cheating that ultimately resulted in his expulsion from the university that had initially accepted him. In summary, Odom's life has been nothing short of a tragic narrative. "I had planned to take you to play alongside that individual this summer. He extended an invitation to me last year, but you were simply too underwhelming," Kobe remarked, casting a glance at Su Feng. Su Feng nodded, instinctively filtering out the latter part of Kobe's comment. "Nevertheless, your progress has been remarkable, and I would be delighted to introduce you to him if the opportunity arises." Kobe Bryant smiled. Despite Kobe's tendency to keep things enigmatic, as a devoted admirer of the game, Su Feng had already surmised the identity of the individual in question, given that in his previous life, he and Kobe shared an undeniable kinship. Moreover, both were among Adidas's premier representatives. That said, Su Feng harbored a strong desire to attend the Adidas ABCD camp himself, as it would afford him the chance to showcase his talents before a myriad of scouts. However, the camp imposed strict age restrictions, accepting only participants aged 13 to 16. Thus, he found himself ineligible. Wait, hold on. Su Feng suddenly realized something amiss as he gazed at Kobe. "So, this summer, you need to train diligently. Don't let me outpace you. Kobe turned back to Su Feng with a smile. What? Does this imply that my advantage has fled? Su Feng stood frozen in disbelief. Hey, Su. There's a kid named Lamar at this training camp. People say he rivals Carter. I'm eager to see just how formidable he truly is, Kobe added, giving Su Feng a playful nudge. For the next 5 minutes, Kobe continued to reference Odom as though he were intimately familiar with him, leaving Su Feng in a state of bemusement. Odom, Su Feng thought, recognizing that Kobe was intentionally pricking at his pride. As a Virgo, he had a penchant for holding grudges. Was it really necessary to keep reminding him of the time he had showcased his larger hands? Though initially taken aback by the prospect of losing Kobe as a support during the summer, Su Feng quickly regained his composure. In the vast expanse of America, where could he not find an advantage? Wait, if I recall correctly, this year, Duncan, Iverson, and Carter are all set to represent the United States at the World University Games. Su Feng exclaimed, feeling a sense of urgency. Oh no, is fate conspiring against me? He lamented, realizing that his aspirations could not hinge on seeking out NBA players, for at present, he was merely a child in their eyes. Instead, he would need to identify players who had yet to step into collegiate basketball. Kevin Garnett. That was unrealistic. The Timberwolves were preparing for the draft. As for others he wasn't familiar with, Su Feng was uncertain of their whereabouts and the potential contributions they could offer him. After all, the value Kobe provided was augmented by the presence of 4 other elite shooting guards. It dawns on me, Su Feng mused, akin to a monk discovering enlightenment. The 4 great shooting guards, West, East, North Carolina. You go find your Odom, and when summer concludes, I shall deal with you. Despite having lived 2 lives, Su Feng acknowledged that every boy harbors an aspect of immaturity. He resolved to purchase a plane ticket the following day, as he sought to find new sources of support and, at the same time, a reliable trainer. Chapter 47. Su Feng's New Advantage. In Auburndale, Florida, there exists a well-known saying, once in a blue moon. It signifies rarity. In this sun-drenched state, temperatures rarely dip below freezing. Various interpretations of this phrase abound, yet they convey a similar essence. To put it simply, winters in Florida are virtually non-existent. Throughout the year, the residents bask in weather that leaves those in London filled with envy. Pumpkinhead, I always feel that Coach Ty was intentionally targeting you last time, remarked a slender young African-American man, gazing at his companion sprawled on the ground amidst a grove of citrus trees. His companion, endowed with enviable long legs and large hands, was leisurely peeling an orange while soaking up the sun. As he gradually sat up, one might notice a slight hunch in his back, for he preferred to remain in this comfortable position rather than straighten up, opening one's eyes. How exhausting that would be. To him, such a languid, carefree existence epitomized the essence of summer vacation. Another bite of the orange. Blissful. Pumpkinhead, don't you fear eating Aunt Jasmine's oranges like that? The young man expressed with a hint of concern. No worries. Aunt Jasmine is a good person. Look, if she truly didn't want us here, why would she always tether those ferocious huskies whenever we come? Replied Pumpkinhead, his tone neither hurried nor slow. That seemed to make sense. Although the young man felt something was amiss, he was somehow persuaded by Pumpkinhead and couldn't resist taking a bite of the orange thrown his way. So sweet, he exclaimed with a smile. Summer vacation is truly delightful. As the two enjoyed this tranquil afternoon of citrus indulgence, suddenly a voice interrupted. Boss, something's wrong. Something's wrong. A short, stout African-American boy burst into the grove, clutching a basketball, panting heavily as he gazed at the reclining Pumpkinhead. At that moment, Pumpkinhead, who had been lazy-eyed, inadvertently opened his eyes. Slow down, Coleman. What happened? Growing up in a disadvantaged neighborhood, Pumpkinhead had witnessed traumatic events in his childhood, including the murder of his cousin and her boyfriend on the streets. Thus, beneath his languid demeanor lay many painful memories he preferred to forget. So, when the usually carefree Coleman rushed into the citrus grove, Pumpkinhead felt a twinge of anxiety. If he could, he would wish to lose no one. Having been raised in Auburndale, Pumpkinhead's father existed only in his memories. However, 2 women named Melania's and Robert showered him with double the maternal love. Nicknamed Pumpkinhead by neighbors due to his mischievous nature, he was the reigning king of the children in Auburndale. Yet, all the beautiful memories faded away amidst the echoes of gunfire, transforming into pools of blood. His childhood was a bittersweet tapestry of joy and sorrow. Damn it, Coleman gasped, interspersing his words with classic American expletives. Unable to contain himself, Pumpkinhead stood up, revealing a height of 6 feet 6 inches, appearing even taller when he straightened his back. Though his physique was somewhat slender, it was fitting for his age. "Speak, what has happened?" Pumpkinhead narrowed his eyes, glaring at Coleman. "There's a yellow guy who has taken over our court. He said unless one of us can beat him one-on-one. Otherwise, he won't return our basketball court." Coleman panted. "Does he follow the rules?" Pumpkinhead retorted. "He does. He is so strict about the rules that we can't deal with him. Plus, he brought 3 bodyguards, the muscular kind," Coleman explained. Pumpkinhead nodded. The rules he referred to pertained to the unspoken regulations of street basketball in America. Due to the values of freedom, peace, and democracy that the community upheld, there existed an unwritten understanding that matters on the court should be resolved by skill alone to mitigate life-threatening situations. "Brought bodyguards? Interesting." Pumpkinhead dusted himself off. "Let us go meet him." At a local street basketball court in Auburndale, a dozen malnourished-looking African-American youths were casting their gazes toward the center of the court, where a figure indulging in an ice cream cone had audaciously claimed their basketball territory. That figure was none other than Su Feng. Indeed, Florida was a splendid place. The sun shone brightly, and to Su Feng, even waking up at 4 in the morning to practice basketball posed no concern about biting winds. Alas, if given a choice, Su Feng would prefer not to act like a rogue. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that his advantage had vanished. Kobe had gone to the Adidas ABCD training camp. The most vexing part was that on the very first day at the training camp, Kobe had the audacity to call and taunt Su Feng. "Su, you wouldn't believe how incredible Lamar is. Trust me, you're nowhere near his level." Ugh, that jerk. Thus, in a bid to prevent Kobe from further pricking his heart, Su Feng embarked on a journey to Florida in search of a new advantage. Recalling his memories, Su Feng knew that his new advantage was still attending Auburndale High School, slated to move to North Carolina only after his senior year. Due to Coach Willis's deep-seated suspicions, Su Feng's new advantage had faced skepticism throughout his freshman and sophomore years. Even after achieving an impressive average of 20-10 during his junior year, Willis continued to nitpick at his performance. Furthermore, his new advantage had neglected his studies in favor of basketball, resulting in several colleges that had initially shown interest being dissuaded. Eventually, it was through the recommendation of a mentor named Smith that he transferred to Montclair Christian School in North Carolina, where he soared to become the #1 high school player in the nation. Now, before seeking a new advantage, Su Feng needed to accomplish something significant, finding a professional trainer to enhance his skills and prepare for the NBA. The first name that came to his mind was Mike Manzius, the future royal consultant to the emperor. However, locating someone in the 1990s was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, at this time, Manzius was still relatively unknown. Yet, Su Feng's handsome appearance proved fortuitous. When he enlisted Kobe Bryant to assist him in contacting trainers, among the recommendations was none other than Mike Manzius. Oh, such is the power of fate. It is said that Manzius, in the eyes of Su Feng, truly deserves to be the future royal court advisor. Upon meeting Su Feng, Manzius immediately discerned the astonishing talent that lay within him. "Your physique is simply exquisite. Are you 17? When do you plan to enter the NBA?" he inquired. Behold, this is professionalism. Manzius epitomizes professionalism. He neither dictated to Su Feng nor engaged in empty rhetoric. After observing Su Feng for a few minutes and examining his physique, alongside analyzing Su Feng's performance in the Pennsylvania High School Basketball League last season, Manzius confidently asserted that Su Feng was destined for the NBA. "Goodness, if I told you I wanted to skip college, would you believe me?" Su Feng jested. "Of course I would. Why wouldn't I? Your Achilles tendons are sufficiently long. With proper training, you will undoubtedly leap high in the future. Furthermore, your frame is impressive: broad shoulders, large hands, long fingers, and excellent wingspan. I can assure you that neglecting to pursue basketball would be a grave disservice to your talent," Manzius replied. "But no Chinese player has ever made it to the NBA." Su Feng began, but was swiftly interrupted by Manzius, who grew increasingly fascinated by Su Feng's physicality. "I am aware that some in the NBA cling to the fallacy of racial theories. However, I place my faith in scientific training and proper nutrition. I have researched and read extensively. It appears that the Chinese predominantly consume pork. Thus, if you wish to enlist my services as your trainer, I hope you will focus on beef and chicken in your diet. In my estimation, your talent is on par with any American player of your age. This is an excellent opportunity for me, as I have never trained a Chinese basketball player before. Should you achieve success, it will greatly enhance my future career as a trainer." Listening to Mantheus, Su Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder the future royal possesses such formidable physical attributes. Just look at this trainer. His ambition and ideals are truly remarkable. In Su Feng's previous life, James was akin to a human tank in the NBA, impervious to damage. Still averaging 25 points per game well into his 30s. Trusting in Mantheus's expertise, Su Feng sought his counsel. "If I pursue the NBA, what weight do you think I should aim for?" After pondering for a few moments, Mantheus replied, "If you can grow to around 2 meters, I recommend increasing your weight to approximately 100 kilograms. If you plan to skip college, then aim for around 90 kilograms in your rookie season, gradually adding 3 kilograms each subsequent year. Rapid weight gain could be detrimental to your body. You must adapt slowly to the new weight, and having assessed your physique, I believe you can achieve a build akin to Michael Jordan." Su Feng nodded in agreement. Mantheus's advice aligned with his own expectations. Rapid weight gain could indeed affect agility, flexibility, and even coordination. In his previous life, the royal's inability to adopt a more graceful playing style stemmed from excessive weight gain, resulting in overly bulky shoulders. Mantheus proved to be a remarkable talent, and during their conversation, Su Feng recognized that he was charting a completely different path for himself. A trainer who understood individualized instruction, Su Feng resolved to hire him as his private trainer once he entered the league. "This summer, I recommend you aim to gain 5 kilograms of muscle over 3 months, 5 kilograms each month. The process will be arduous, so prepare yourself mentally," Mantheus advised. "If I continue strength training, will it affect my shooting?" Su Feng queried. "Yes, it certainly will, as I have devised a scientifically rigorous training regimen for those 3 months. Your core strength will significantly improve, and all aspects of your game will elevate. Consequently, your shooting power will differ greatly from what it is now," Mantheus chuckled. "But how can I ensure my shooting accuracy while training for strength?" Su Feng asked. "Don't misunderstand me. As you know, my shooting and defense are my strong suits, and I don't want to lose my signature skills. That is indeed a concern. If you skip college, time is of the essence. How about this? I will connect you with a friend of mine, but as for finances..." Mantheus glanced at Su Feng nervously, sincerely wanting to help him but aware of the financial implications. However, he hesitated, considering that Su Feng was merely a high school student. "No problem. I will cover any costs," Su Feng assured. "Additionally, this summer, I plan to rent a training facility in Orlando. Do you know anyone?" "Money?" Now that we mentioned finances, Su Feng felt a sense of calm. Having established his plan, he understood that he would require a substantial sum. Thus, he dialed the number of Su Weigua, who possessed wealth in the tens of millions. Su Feng had resolved that once he entered the NBA, he would invest in stocks and, once prosperous, would repay his parents without delay. "Oh, you truly believe you can make it to the NBA? Don't deceive me. Remember how you tricked me into buying you toys when you were younger?" Su Weigua's paternal instincts kicked in over the phone. Su Feng, caught off guard, found himself both amused and exasperated, yet grateful for his father's belief in him. "All right, I will have Uncle Su transfer some funds to you. If you encounter any difficulties, just call him," Su Weigua said. Although Su Feng's memories of Uncle Su were scarce, upon witnessing an unexpected influx of $1 million into his account the following day, he gained a newfound understanding of his family's affluence. "If I fail to enter the NBA, I can simply return home to inherit a fortune, can't I? After all, this is $1 million from the 1990s. Due to the fragmented nature of his memories, Su Feng realized that he would only uncover the full extent of his family's background upon returning to China. "Cousin Su, did you receive the money?" Following the transfer of $1 million from Uncle Su, Su Feng soon received a call from him. "Yes, I did. My worldview has been profoundly shaken," Su Feng replied. "That's good to hear. I heard from Weigua that you plan to pursue the NBA, the same NBA that Jordan played in?" Uncle Su inquired curiously. Yes," Su Feng responded. "Don't try to mislead me. I'm not your father. I have conducted business in the United States for years and have attended a few Chicago Bulls games myself. If you need pocket money, feel free to ask for any amount. However, if I discover you're using it for nefarious purposes, mark my words, I will break your legs." Uncle Su warned over the phone. "Look up. Did you hear that? They said if you need pocket money, you can have as much as you want." Su Feng gasped. After a moment of composure, he added, "Uncle, how about a little extra? Get lost. Had I known, I would have disregarded your aunt's suggestion and sent you to Philadelphia." I heard you even transferred schools. Just wait, you little rascal. I must inform you that while I have no issues with other matters, if you dare to touch those few things, I shall truly send you to swim naked in the Pacific Ocean, Uncle Su threatened once more. Uncle, I genuinely just want to play basketball. Su Feng felt akin to Benzema, bearing a burden that was both pleasing and vexing. You can fool your father with that. This time, I am transferring you money merely to convey that our families lack nothing. Even if you wish to squander your resources, as long as you steer clear of those few items, enjoy yourself as you please. I have seen you play during middle school. Your wrist dribbling and six-step layup. If you ever make it to the NBA, I shall run naked on Wall Street. Uncle Su jested. Ahem. Fortunately, Su Feng was a good person, and to prevent his treasury from continuing to make extravagant claims, he hastily shifted the topic. However, upon hanging up, Su Feng genuinely felt that his existence resembled that of a son of a dimension. He always sensed that whatever he wished for in his heart could be realized. He mused. Thus, under the introduction of Mancius, Bruce Fraser and Alan Stan subsequently joined Su Feng's summer training ensemble. Fraser, the future personal coach of Nash, who transformed the old monk into an MVP, was undoubtedly exceptional in Su Feng's eyes. As for Alan Stan, Su Feng was also acquainted with him. He was a trainer of notable repute in the forthcoming NBA. However, when these two learned that Su Feng intended to rent a training facility in Orlando for his summer training, they curiously inquired with Mancius. His father isn't Bill Gates, is he? In truth, Mancius was equally astonished upon hearing that Su Feng planned to undergo training in Orlando, especially since Su Feng also mentioned that if he ever made it to the NBA, he would support Mancius. How outrageous. Are high school students now this wealthy? The evils of capitalism. Initially, Fraser was not particularly keen on training a high school student, but unfortunately, Su Feng's offer was too generous to refuse. For Su Feng, however, these funds were to be utilized judiciously, as they were not his own. Yet, he recognized that this training opportunity was invaluable for networking with these renowned NBA trainers. To become an exemplary basketball player, sheer diligence is insufficient. One must possess an outstanding team to ensure continual progress. And of course, one must also possess a system akin to Wilt Chamberlain, like Su Feng himself. Consequently, after assembling his training team, Su Feng ventured to Florida, choosing Orlando due to its proximity to Auburndale. Mancius swiftly secured a fully equipped training facility for Su Feng. Enamored by the grand prospects painted by Su Feng, Mancius negotiated a fair price. Truly, he is a loyal subject of the future emperor. Such devoted ministers, in Su Feng's view, must be retained. When do we commence training? Mancius eagerly anticipated witnessing what transformations could be wrought upon Su Feng's physique. Not so fast. You must first accompany me to Auburndale, Su Feng replied with a smile. The three trainers were taken aback. Thus, Su Feng became a nightmare in the hearts of the basketball youth in Auburndale. It must be said that his new advantage was quite well known in Auburndale. Moreover, as the town itself had a modest population of merely 10,000, Su Feng quickly learned of his new advantage's favored streetball court. Regrettably, he did not encounter his new advantage. Therefore, in a bid to draw out his new advantage, Su Feng had no choice but to challenge the group of youngsters on the court, saying, "Come, let us engage in a one-on-one. If you lose, you shall no longer be permitted to play here." Su Feng recalled that his new advantage was the king of the children in Auburndale, held in high esteem among his peers. Thus, he thought, let the villainy commence. After all, he could always buy some candy later to comfort these youngsters whose basketball dreams he shattered. "Boss, you have finally arrived. It's that scoundrel. Boo-hoo. He just dunked over me. Boss, you cannot fathom. He shattered my basketball dreams." Just as Su Feng was being encircled by a group of African-American youths, suddenly, they parted to create a path. While enjoying an ice pop, Su Feng turned to his trainers and bodyguards, smiling, "The person we seek has arrived." Mancius glanced in the direction Su Feng indicated. There stood a tall, slender African-American boy, his eyes appearing as though he had just awoken. He clutched a basketball, and though his pace was leisurely, his strides were notably long. "He has come. My new advantage." But no, he is none other than Tracy McGrady, affectionately known as Houston's Little Tracy. Chapter 48. Come with me. Just as many Chinese individuals experience a form of prosopagnosia when encountering foreigners, it is equally true that a majority of foreigners experience similar difficulties in recognizing Chinese faces. Of course, exceptions exist. Much like how most Chinese can easily recall the leading actresses in American action films, let us return to the matter at hand. In the summer of 1995, when McGrady first laid eyes on Su Feng, believe it or not, he truly gazed at him for quite a while. Su Feng possessed an undeniable beauty that transcended borders. To McGrady, Su Feng bore a striking resemblance to a Chinese-American celebrity named John John. However, Su Feng emanated a unique aura and charm of his own. His eyes sparkled like the stars and moon, elusive and enchanting. He was impeccably dressed and slightly slender. Yet every inch of his physique seemed sculpted to perfection. Could this individual be a star? This was the lasting impression Su Feng left on McGrady. On the court, after McGrady's arrival, the group of young African-American boys, who had previously been bested by Su Feng, erupted in cheers. After studying Su Feng for a moment, McGrady leisurely remarked, "I've never seen you before." Su Feng nodded and replied with a smile, "I'm from Pennsylvania." "Pennsylvania? Philadelphia?" McGrady suddenly inquired, as if recalling something. Although thinking was somewhat exhausting for him, a vague memory of Kobe Bryant flickered in his mind. McGrady had met Kobe during a high school basketball invitational. In Su Feng's past life, after McGrady entered the NBA, he could be described as Kobe's closest confidant. During their leisure time, the two enjoyed watching soap operas and visiting amusement parks together. Notably, in the various autobiographies and biographies Su Feng had read about Kobe, the latter had never hesitated to express admiration for McGrady, a testament to their genuine friendship. Moreover, McGrady had crafted numerous legends in the NBA. Yet he also carried many regrets. The infamous 13 points in 35 seconds had left Tim Duncan with a plethora of expressions. During a 22-game winning streak, McGrady seemed to have returned to his peak days with the Magic, seemingly invincible. However, watching Yao Ming during the first round of the playoffs made him realize he could never return to his former self. Su Feng recognized McGrady due to the latter's scoring title with the Magic, and he understood McGrady better because he had been Yao Ming's teammate, forming the legendary duo of Yao and McGrady. Yet, Su Feng truly comprehended McGrady through Kobe. "Pennsylvania? Philadelphia?" McGrady suddenly asked again. Su Feng chuckled, intrigued. "Do you know me?" McGrady slowly shook his head. "I don't know you, but I know Kobe." He then added, "Why did you come to Auburndale?" Su Feng shrugged, revealing a candid demeanor. "Because I've already dominated in Philadelphia, and there's no thrill in one-on-one battles with Kobe anymore. He said there's someone in Florida he can't defeat. So I wanted to find this person. After seeing you, I believe I've found him. Tracy, nice to meet you. My name is Su Feng." Upon hearing Tracy, McGrady's brow twitched involuntarily. It must be said that while Su Feng was indeed handsome, the question remained, why was he speaking? Is that so? But I heard from Kobe that he has a new teammate at Ralamiran named Su, who is Chinese. Kobe mentioned that this new teammate is constantly bested by him. And amusingly, this individual never admits defeat after losing one-on-one. Kobe even claimed that despite being the most incorrigible liar in the world, no one could match his level of trickery. Furthermore, Kobe said that this person's dream is to enter the NBA. To help him achieve this dream, Kobe even disregarded his friend's invitations. I assume we're discussing the same person? While McGrady spoke in a calm tone, Su Feng felt as though each of his words was a sharpened blade. Wait, didn't we agree not to strike at the heart? Su Feng felt frustrated, as he never expected Kobe would mention him to McGrady over the phone. Even more aggravating was the fact that he was nothing like Kobe had described. "You came to Auburndale to find me for a one-on-one?" McGrady asked, looking at Su Feng. "Yes, indeed, because you are my new tool." Although Su Feng thought this, he certainly wouldn't say it aloud. Instead, he nodded and tossed a basketball to McGrady. "Shall we play?" At that moment, the African-American boys on the sidelines cheered for McGrady, and as he surveyed the court, a fierce determination ignited in his seemingly sleepy eyes. What Su Feng did not realize was that during their phone conversation, Kobe had also mentioned that Su Feng's defensive skills far surpassed McGrady's. Thus, it was all Kobe's doing. Benzema refused to take the blame. McGrady was eager to see what sort of extraordinary individual could earn such high praise from Kobe. On the court, McGrady began the attack. To be fair, McGrady's talent was indeed impressive. In Su Feng's previous life, when McGrady first entered the NBA, he stood approximately 2 meters tall. Some claimed he was 198 centimeters, others said 201 centimeters, and still others suggested 203 centimeters. After all, the official heights in the NBA were a matter of perception, not to be taken too seriously. Concerned about being assigned to play in the post once he entered the NBA, McGrady had intentionally reported a shorter height. However, as he continued to develop, many speculated that his actual height had reached 205 centimeters, or even taller. Additionally, McGrady's wingspan was around 220 centimeters, and he could sprint 40 yards in under 4 seconds, with a vertical leap that reached an astonishing 44.2 inches. In the NBA, he utilized an unguardable first step, followed by a series of explosive moves. In the 2002-03 and 2003-04 seasons, under the last version of the HC rules, McGrady averaged 32.1 points and 28 points, respectively, claiming the scoring title for 2 consecutive seasons. Many believed McGrady to be the most talented shooting guard of the 4 greats, owing to his extraordinary abilities. While Allen Iverson was renowned for his unparalleled speed, he lacked McGrady's height. Vince Carter was dubbed UFO, yet his ball-handling talent and speed paled in comparison to his cousin. Kobe, known as the Little Blacksmith, envied McGrady's larger hands, which allowed for greater finesse. It could be said that among the 4 great shooting guards, while McGrady possessed some qualities that the others did not, the reverse was also true. Unfortunately, McGrady suffered from congenital scoliosis, though it did not affect his daily life. The high-intensity NBA games took their toll, and in an era before the prevalence of wellness practices and GoGT, durability became a persistent issue for him. Nevertheless, as one of the 4 great shooting guards, McGrady, like the others, was shaped by his upbringing, and he possessed a uniquely distinct personality. Clang. In the first round of Su Feng versus McGrady, McGrady emerged victorious. Despite Su Feng lowering his center of gravity to the utmost, McGrady's first step was simply too swift. After being deceived by McGrady's initial crossover, Su Feng failed to keep pace with McGrady's devilish agility. Consequently, McGrady leaped high, delivering a spectacular one-handed slam dunk into the hoop. On the sidelines, apart from the group of young black boys applauding and cheering for McGrady, the 3 trainers previously hired by Su Feng were left utterly astonished. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement while experts discern the subtleties. Fraser exclaimed, "My God, has genius become so undervalued?" Alan Stan was equally taken aback, wondering if this child was even human. Mancius shook his head. He had already deemed Su Feng a prodigy when devising plans based on Su Feng's physical attributes. Yet, what truly constitutes talent? In the future, many would argue that the 4 great shooting guards and the 4 great power forwards were merely products elevated by Stern to replace Jordan and the 4 great centers. However, these individuals failed to realize that in order to be elevated, one must possess genuine skill. In Su Feng's perspective, what made McGrady most extraordinary was not his vertical leap or his speed, but rather his exceptional ability to dribble while bending low. Many would criticize McGrady in the future, claiming he was merely inflated by hype, but regardless of that, it is worth noting that McGrady's career average was a mere 2 turnovers. He was tall yet possessed a remarkably wide dribbling range. The future Durant would be McGrady's little fan. In fact, the future Warrior had already emerged in the 90s, albeit a bit prematurely. To put it plainly, talent is not something that can be fabricated. It is, quite simply, visible to the naked eye. Is that all you can do? After scoring a dunk, McGrady tossed the ball to Su Feng, mocking him. Su Feng did not respond. Upon receiving McGrady's pass, he immediately launched a shot from beyond the arc. McGrady. Swish. I won. I made a 3-pointer, 3-2. It's over. Su Feng flashed a victory sign at McGrady, chuckling. McGrady was left dumbfounded. Is this how you keep score in a one-on-one? And we've only played 1 round. Moreover, This is rather shameless, isn't it? Fortunately, Kobe was currently at the Adidas ABCD camp. Otherwise, he would have certainly told McGrady, You think Su Feng is shameless just because you've only met him here? On the court, Su Feng had already begun to celebrate as if he were the victor. At this moment, even McGrady could not contain himself, insisting, No, this doesn't count. We agreed on rules, let's start over. Seeing McGrady take the bait, Su Feng smiled. If they were to play, the rules would be dictated by him. Rest assured, he would not propose any unreasonable stipulations. After pondering for a moment, McGrady nodded. Come with me to Orlando. There, I can play with you every day until we determine a winner, Su Feng proposed. Orlando? What on earth? McGrady was taken aback. I can treat you to steak every day, Su Feng added enticingly. Steak? Although my family is not well off, I, the illustrious Tracy McGrady, would not be so easily swayed by a mere steak. McGrady thought to himself that even if he were starving, he would never accompany Su Feng to Orlando. After all, despite Su Feng being a friend of Kobe's, they were hardly acquainted, and moreover, They had not even spent 20 minutes together. Now, don't tell anyone else. But if you beat me just once in Orlando, I'll give you $100, Su Feng quietly supplemented. Are you serious? McGrady looked at Su Feng skeptically. Of course, I am. You can ask Kobe. When have I ever made a false statement? Observing McGrady's intrigued expression, Su Feng quickly clarified, actually, I wish to improve my basketball skills. Kobe is attending the Adidas ABCD camp this summer, and I hope to impress him upon his return. He has mentioned you several times, and I believe your skills are on par with his. Besides, these three are all professional trainers, and I've rented a training facility in Orlando. Don't you want to give that oblivious coach of yours a surprise when the new semester begins? McGrady was genuinely astonished. What? You rented a training facility in Orlando and hired 3 trainers? Dude, do you have a mind at home? In truth, McGrady might not believe it, but Su Feng himself was unsure whether he had a mind. Furthermore, even if he did, so what? Su Feng's lifelong dream was to enter the NBA, become a basketball star, and perhaps win the heart of a wealthy heiress. If you think Su Feng is merely a slacker for this ambition, he would argue that dreams are priceless. Moreover, to be frank, with the elements of reincarnation and a system, Su Feng was skeptical that there were no mystical forces at play in this world. After all, pursuing basketball aligned perfectly with his aspirations, and he had no reason to provoke these mysterious powers. Opportunities to earn money would abound in the future. I need to consult with my mom and grandma. McGrady hesitated for a moment before speaking. No problem. I'll go with you, Su Feng replied with a smile. Do you know why Su Feng brought the 3 trainers to Auburndale? It was precisely to have them on hand in such critical moments. Su Feng understood that if McGrady's mother and grandmother disapproved, dragging McGrady along would be futile. However, with these 3 professionals, with these 3 trainers present, the situation was entirely different. They were genuinely certified trainers, after all. On the way home with McGrady, leveraging his connection with Kobe and his understanding of McGrady, Su Feng quickly struck up a conversation. Notably, he intentionally mentioned Carter in front of McGrady. Upon hearing Carter's name, McGrady's brow twitched involuntarily. In Su Feng's previous life, many versions claimed that McGrady and Carter only discovered they were cousins after arriving at the Raptors. Yet, numerous accounts also suggested that they had known each other long before. Today, Su Ming Detective Conan Feng solved the case. In truth, if you delve into the story of McGrady and Carter, you will uncover many inconsistencies in the narrative that they only recognized each other upon reaching the Raptors. Yes, communication was not advanced in the 90s. However, it is crucial to note that both Carter and McGrady grew up in Florida. Furthermore, they had met at a family gathering when they were 4 years old. Fine, it is reasonable for a 4-year-old to forget events. But the issue arises in 1995, when Carter was already a household name across the nation, and after entering college, he attended North Carolina. Meanwhile, McGrady transferred to Mount Zion Christian School during his senior year, which was also located in North Carolina. So even if McGrady and Carter truly did not know each other, how could McGrady's friends, teammates, and family members have been oblivious to the news? Moreover, in 1997, after McGrady declared for the draft, even if Carter did not remember McGrady, how could Carter's friends, teammates, and family not recognize him? Now, another question arises. If their classmates, teammates, especially family members, were unaware that they were cousins, how did they come to know each other? DNA testing? The truth is singular. Carter knew he had a cousin named Tracy, and McGrady was aware of a cousin named Vince. If you are familiar with the personalities of McGrady and Carter, you will understand the true nature of this story. It is widely known that the 4 great shooting guards each possess their unique character traits. For instance, due to his impoverished upbringing and having to eat dirt as a child, Iverson developed a rebellious and indomitable spirit. Simultaneously, having endured a difficult childhood, AI's spending habits in the NBA were nothing short of extravagant. For instance, due to his affluent upbringing, Carter was often criticized for lacking the fierce competitive spirit characteristic of players like Kobe, as well as the rebelliousness of Allen Iverson. More often than not, he resembled a dutiful child. Furthermore, his sheltered upbringing led many to perceive Carter's emotional intelligence as somewhat lacking. In stark contrast, McGrady's formative years were entirely different. Raised by his mother and grandmother, who lavished him with love and care, McGrady's childhood was filled with warmth. Whether through fresh fish from the lake or clandestine adventures to hotels and amusement parks. However, he was also profoundly affected by the harsh realities of poverty he witnessed in the slums at a young age. Thus, escaping Auburndale became McGrady's greatest aspiration. He yearned for wealth and a life free from deprivation and crime. Under such circumstances, McGrady encountered a highly skeptical high school coach, Willis, who never trusted him. Despite the evident talent McGrady possessed, this lack of faith was not uncommon in the egalitarian and democratic environment of his upbringing. As McGrady navigated this complex world, his cousin Vince Carter loomed overhead like a sword of Damocles. Having participated in the McDonald's All-American game alongside Garnett, Carter had already become the epitome of the ideal child in the eyes of many American parents. Although abandoned by his biological father, Carter found in his stepfather a love that surpassed that of his birth father. Under the nurturing guidance of his stepfather and mother, Carter excelled academically and demonstrated remarkable prowess as a saxophonist, even achieving his first dunk at the age of 12. In high school, he encountered the gifted Brinkhoff, who treated him like a star, allowing him to surf freely. From that moment, the people of Florida sensed something extraordinary had arrived, akin to a UFO from another world. Indeed, Carter's life before entering the NBA was nothing short of perfection, and this unspoken brilliance cast a significant shadow over McGrady. It was not that McGrady did not wish to acknowledge Carter. Rather, his mother instilled in him the values of independence and resilience. Regardless of their hardships, she and his grandmother endeavored to create the most nurturing environment possible. Consequently, McGrady was well aware of his cousin Vince Carter's exceptional achievements, which often made him feel inadequate. He was reluctant to leverage their familial connection, driven by a desire to prove himself on his own merits. Up until his senior year, McGrady grappled with self-doubt. It was only after meeting the discerning Smith that he realized his own potential. After an impressive performance at the Adidas ABCD camp, many speculated that McGrady skipped college due to poor academic performance. However, beyond academic concerns, he was eager to enter the NBA to demonstrate that he was not inferior to his illustrious cousin. Yet, fate had other plans, as the Raptors brought Carter into the fold the following year. Upon McGrady's entry into the NBA in 1997, Carter recognized the opportunity, exclaiming, "ISNT that my charming little cousin?" He made it to the NBA. Those familiar with Carter's autobiography would understand the camaraderie they shared while playing for the Raptors, a bond so close it seemed they might as well have shared a bed. However, a closer examination reveals that it was mostly Carter who sought out McGrady, contrasting sharply with McGrady's relationship with Kobe. After all, McGrady had worked hard to validate his talent, but now, Carter, the quintessential other people's child, was back in the picture. Moreover, Carter's extraordinary talent felt insurmountable to McGrady, particularly highlighted during the 2000 slam dunk contest, where McGrady, feeling unprepared, participated only at Carter's urging. Convinced he could not triumph over him, Carter, known for his emotional naivety, likely intended only to share the limelight with McGrady, unaware that his actions inadvertently intensified his cousin's insecurities. At that moment, McGrady failed to recognize that the barriers he faced were not imposed by Carter, but stemmed from within himself. Consequently, when the Magic extended an olive branch, McGrady seized the opportunity without hesitation, even though the team already boasted the renowned Hill and was on the verge of signing Duncan. Initially, he was mentally prepared to be a secondary player. Thus, leaving the Raptors was not solely about avoiding a subordinate role. Rather, the Magic offered a more lucrative contract, allowing him to escape Carter's formidable shadow. It was only as he neared retirement that McGrady began to reconcile with himself. No one is perfect, and this internal struggle is the root of McGrady's complex and envious nature. "Tracy, has no one ever told you how extraordinary your talent is?" Manches suddenly remarked as they made their way to McGrady's home. McGrady shook his head, taking the opportunity to critique Willis. "My God, you must leave that wretched high school immediately. It will only hinder you." Manches exclaimed passionately, believing that Willis was squandering McGrady's potential. At that moment, Su Feng noticed a flicker of confidence in McGrady's half-awake eyes. "Why not join Raul Merriam? Let us form the strongest trio in high school." Su Feng jested. McGrady shook his head, noting the distance from home. "Let me contact the school for you. Several of my friends work there. Trust me, your talent will surely shine across America in the next 2 years," Manches predicted. One must admit, the discerning eye of a royal courtier is indeed remarkable. Quality is assured when produced by the royal family. PS2. I recommend a book titled This Dragon Ball is Poisonous, authored by Sweet Coconut. Chapter 49. The first to spend money to endure beatings. Upon arriving at the home of the McGrady family, Su Feng encountered the two most significant women in McGrady's life, his mother, Melania's, and his grandmother, Robert. To be precise, this was Robert's house. As after McGrady's biological father abandoned his wife and child, Melania sought refuge with Robert, bringing young McGrady along. Consequently, McGrady has always referred to his grandmother as Mama. My apologies for not preparing any refreshments, as I was unaware of your visit, Melania's remarked, glancing at Su Feng and his companions. In the presence of his mother, McGrady exhibited remarkable decorum, seated on a low wooden stool with his legs crossed, a position that could only be described as uncomfortable for a man with his long limbs. Nevertheless, McGrady bore it without complaint, a contented smile gracing his face. After engaging in light conversation and introducing themselves, Su Feng turned to McGrady's mother and grandmother, stating plainly, "I wish to clarify the purpose of our visit. This summer, I hope that Tracy can join me for specialized training in Orlando, accompanied by these 3 professional basketball trainers." Training in Orlando? Melania's and Robert exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, ladies, Tracy possesses unparalleled talent. Frankly speaking, he should not continue at Auburndale High School. Here is my business card. I am a professional basketball conditioning coach, having worked with many esteemed high school coaches and provided services to numerous prestigious basketball programs. I firmly believe that with superior guidance, Tracy has the potential to reach the NBA. As Su Feng's chief advisor, Mancius wasted no time in presenting his various credentials and business cards to Melania's and Robert. Su Feng regarded his loyal subject with satisfaction, his inner thoughts echoing with pride. Truly, he is my worthy advisor. After listening to Mancius, Melania's and Robert exchanged glances. They had encountered many deceivers before, but a con artist of this caliber seemed implausible. Or perhaps he was not a con artist at all. Su is a friend of Kobe, and he is also a basketball player. McGrady, feeling a bit fatigued, chimed in to reassure his mothers. "We wholeheartedly support Tracy's pursuit of basketball, but Melania's hesitated before asking, can he truly make it to the NBA? Mancius smiled, responding, "Dear lady, you may not yet realize the immense potential your son possesses. Trust me, he will undoubtedly reach the NBA." Su Feng yearned to convey to Melania's that her son was destined not only for the NBA, but also for the Hall of Fame. Thus, with Mancius's persuasion, Melania's and Robert consented to allow McGrady to accompany Su Feng to Orlando, given that it was not far from Auburndale. "Are you leaving now?" As Su Feng and his companions prepared to depart with McGrady, Melania's felt a pang of reluctance. In a land celebrated for its freedom, democracy, and reverence for peace, there was no shortage of extraordinary single mothers. Before their departure, Melania's discreetly pulled McGrady aside and handed him a crumpled wad of cash. Witnessing this scene, Su Feng sighed helplessly. Having been an orphan in his past life, he found such moments difficult to bear. If one were to categorize the 4 prominent shooting guards by wealth, Kobe and Carter would undoubtedly rank as fortunate. In contrast, McGrady was luckier than Iverson, who once recounted in an interview that his relentless drive to play stemmed from the promise of a celebratory feast after winning games, feast that amounted to little more than 2 beef burgers and a few hot dogs. Returning to the matter at hand, with Mancius's assistance in persuading McGrady's mother and grandmother, Su Feng's new venture was finally set in motion. As they journeyed back to Orlando, Su Feng felt an overwhelming sense of joy regarding his newfound ally. "Just wait, Kobe. Await my transformation and witness how I shall prevail." Upon reaching Orlando, Su Feng took McGrady to the Bubba Gump Shrimp Company restaurant, the same establishment Kobe had introduced him to previously. McGrady was no stranger to Orlando, as his decision to pursue basketball was influenced by his admiration for the slender player of the Orlando Magic. Indeed, McGrady's idol was none other than Anthony Hardaway. Unlike Kobe's distant pursuit of a superstar that ended in rejection, McGrady's admiration was more accessible, though still hampered by financial constraints. Su Feng recognized that McGrady was akin to a copying ninja, having emulated many of Hardaway's dribbling techniques. Consequently, this innate dribbling talent, easily honed through observation and practice, was invaluable to Su Feng. During their meal, Su Feng noticed McGrady taking the time to organize the crumpled cash his mother had given him. "Tracy, trust me. If you can best me a few times this summer, your mother and grandmother will enjoy a better life," Su Feng mused, feeling somewhat absurd about paying to be beaten. "Are you serious? You really meant it when you said if I win in one-on-one, you'll give me $100? McGrady asked, his eyes wide with anticipation. At that moment, Su Feng sensed that McGrady was fully awake, and to prevent any catastrophic consequences, he quickly nodded in affirmation. "So when do we begin?" McGrady asked eagerly. "Tomorrow, At 4 in the morning, Su Feng replied. 4 in the morning? Sounds good. McGrady felt invigorated, though he couldn't help but wonder if he would regret his hasty agreement. Su Feng was aware that McGrady's endurance was limited due to congenital scoliosis, preventing him from training for extended periods. Therefore, during their specialized training in Orlando, Su Feng planned to extract a manageable amount of effort from McGrady each day. Additionally, prior to arriving in Orlando, Su Feng had acquired a 6-month supply of nutritional supplements. However, as he prepared to discreetly add some supplements to McGrady's meal, Su Feng received a system notification. Due to the current affinity level between the host and McGrady, shared nutritional supplements cannot be utilized. What? Su Feng was taken aback. If memory served, he had never encountered such a limitation with Kobe. Indeed, even the system recognizes my unwavering devotion to Kobe, Su Feng mused introspectively. Having confirmed his allegiance, Su Feng realized that since he could not share supplements with McGrady for the time being, he needed to adopt a more scientific approach to nurturing his new talent. Just as he had previously nurtured Kobe, he now had to apply the same methodology to McGrady. The following day, at 4 in the morning, as McGrady sleepily arrived at the training facility, Su Feng was already engaged in shooting drills. Do you and Kobe practice one-on-one every day? McGrady inquired curiously. Indeed. Su Feng nodded. We train like this every day, except on game days. Well then, if I win, I won't take that $100, McGrady declared. Although McGrady found himself in a financial predicament, he believed that since Kobe and Su Feng were friends, he had no justification for winning money from a friend through such unfair means. Upon arriving in Orlando, McGrady was astonished by the training facility rented by Su Feng. With the addition of 3 professional trainers, McGrady felt that even an average NBA player would struggle to engage in such intensive training during the off-season. In truth, McGrady was overestimating the situation. Many NBA stars earned only $2 to $3 million, and after taxes, their take-home pay was quite modest. The average skill level of players during this period paled in comparison to that of the future, which was also related to training standards, as even role players in the future had their own training teams. Su Feng understood that discussing money with McGrady would be disrespectful. Thus, he nodded and, after McGrady completed his warm-up, tossed him the basketball, ready to commence their shooting drills. Drawing from their previous one-on-one encounter, Su Feng recognized that it was best to allow McGrady to shoot rather than drive. While McGrady's shooting was still somewhat shaky, his speed was undeniably impressive. Technically speaking, at this moment, McGrady lagged behind both Su Feng and Kobe, as he was a year younger than them. This was evident from the system's assessment of their one-on-one matchups, where Su Feng received a shooting failure value of 1,000 when facing McGrady, identical to the value he received when first meeting Kobe. However, it should be noted that in their most recent encounter, the system determined that Su Feng could now garner a shooting failure value of 1,500 against Kobe. On the offensive front, McGrady's most significant threat remained his ability to drive. However, after Su Feng adopted a more defensive stance, drawing on his experiences of being challenged by Kobe, he found himself holding his own against McGrady. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that McGrady had built his NBA career on defensive prowess and among the top shooting guards. Both he and Kobe were renowned for their defensive capabilities. In a previous life, the astute coach Van Gundy had even employed McGrady to defend against Nowitzki in a clash with the Mavericks, yielding surprisingly effective results. With his height and wingspan, McGrady's lateral speed was impressive, especially for someone of his stature. Su Feng, with his limited offensive repertoire, struggled to gain the upper hand against McGrady, who consistently leveraged his height and reach to suppress Su Feng's shooting attempts. As the clock struck 9 a.m. and Manzias and others entered the training facility, they were greeted by a visibly frustrated McGrady and a gleeful Su Feng. McGrady felt a tinge of regret. If given a second chance, he would have expressed his desire to win that 100. In their one-on-one duel, they had combined for an astonishing 58 missed shots before a victor emerged. This was merely one round. McGrady's victory came at a great cost, while Su Feng reveled in the experience. Looking skyward, Su Feng reflected that although the shooting failure value he received from McGrady did not rival that of Kobe, there was a silver lining. McGrady would not go easy on him like Kobe did, who, being a close friend, was wary of undermining Su Feng's confidence. Contrarily, McGrady was unwilling to lose to Su Feng. It was evident that in terms of handling trash talk, McGrady was still no match for the well-trained Kobe. Thus, a few jabs from Su Feng would set McGrady off. Let us pause today's one-on-one here and continue tomorrow at 4 a.m. Su Feng suggested with a smile. McGrady, taken aback, asked, "Are we really doing this again tomorrow?" He pondered whether he should just sneak back to Auburndale. "If you're feeling fatigued, you can rest. I, however, must proceed with my conditioning training. After all, I am the one preparing to enter the NBA next year," Su Feng declared. McGrady felt a surge of indignation. He couldn't tolerate such condescension. "Wait a minute. You're planning to enter the NBA next year? Aren't you going to college?" McGrady inquired curiously. "Indeed. Neither Kobe nor I plan to attend college. We intend to enter the draft next year," Su Feng replied. McGrady nodded, feeling somewhat reassured, as it appeared that Su Feng and Kobe, like himself, perhaps struggled academically. "Michael will be 33 next year. We want to compete against him before he retires." Su Feng lamented. "Oh, how unfortunate," he continued. "Kobe could easily score over 1,000 on the SAT, and I could effortlessly reach 1,200 with my eyes closed." McGrady decided then and there to return to Auburndale immediately. How could one be so cruel? Alas, McGrady was still youthful, unaware that Su Feng had been plotting his revenge since their last encounter. Observing his companion, Su Feng recognized that if their conversation continued, McGrady would soon succumb to sleep. Thus, he placed a reassuring hand on McGrady's shoulder. "You truly need to rest. Listen, Tracy, I genuinely believe that during this summer training, we can both achieve significant progress." McGrady felt a sense of frustration that no amount of coaxing from Su Feng could alleviate. Meanwhile, as Su Feng and McGrady engaged in their training elsewhere. Chapter 50. Magnetic Defense. As Su Feng and McGrady indulged in their playful banter, the NBA draft took place in Toronto on the afternoon of June 28, 1995. This event was pivotal for the future, marking the inaugural participation of two new NBA teams, the Toronto Raptors and the Vancouver Grizzlies. The Golden State Warriors selected Joe Smith from the University of Maryland as the first overall pick. Smith, showcasing a comprehensive skill set, lived up to the expectations of a #1 draft choice during his rookie season. However, a turning point in Smith's career emerged as his rookie contract neared its conclusion. Discontent with the Warriors' performance, he, under the persuasion of renowned agent Feigen, opted to explore free agency after the season, rejecting a lucrative 4-year, $36 million offer from the Warriors. To avert a complete loss, the Warriors, faced with the failure to secure an early contract extension, reluctantly traded Smith to the Philadelphia 76ers. Upon arriving in Philadelphia, Smith realized that even as a first overall pick, he had to submit to Larry Brown's authority. Following a league lockout, when the free agency market reopened in February of the following year, Smith found himself bewildered. His agent Feigen devised a cunning plan, securing a 2-year, $175 million deal with the Timberwolves at a price below market value, while secretly negotiating a substantial 7-year, $86 million contract. This infamous dual contract led to the Timberwolves, once a legitimate franchise, being transformed into a laughingstock, as they had previously finalized a staggering 6-year, $126 million deal with Kevin Garnett before the lockout. Consequently, when the league uncovered Smith's contract, Commissioner Stern was incensed, stripping the Timberwolves of their first-round picks for the next 5 seasons and imposing hefty fines. Simultaneously, Smith was mandated to become a free agent. The agreements reached during the lockout had further refined the NBA's salary cap regulations, resulting in the dual contract and Garnett's exorbitant deal severely limiting the Timberwolves' operational capacity without draft picks. Once a celebrated first overall pick, Smith was relegated to the status of a mere NBA player. After retirement, he faced bankruptcy, ultimately seeking assistance on television. Post-Smith's selection, Antonio McDyess was chosen second overall by the Clippers, and the Philadelphia 76ers selected Jerry Stackhouse third overall. Stackhouse had an unfortunate knack for facing humiliation, often calling out legends like Jordan, only to be bested in return. His confidence led to unfortunate outcomes, including being traded for vying for shooting privileges with Allen Iverson. Ahead of the 2000 dunk contest, he audaciously claimed he was equal to his peer Carter, but his aspirations fell flat. As the first 3 picks were announced, the 4th pick saw Rasheed Wallace selected by the Washington Bullets, followed by the Minnesota Timberwolves choosing the prodigious high school talent Kevin Garnett at 5th. Notably, upon Garnett's selection, Celtics VP Jennings remarked, "Kevin is the best high school player since Moses Malone, but had he gone to college, he would have achieved greater success in the NBA." Garnett found this logic perplexing, questioning why he would pursue the NBA if he could have attended college. The renowned players continued to emerge from this draft, with the Raptors selecting the diminutive yet talented Stoudemire at 7th and the Nuggets picking Brent Barry at 15th. Michael Finley was taken by the Suns at 21st, while others like Bob Sura and Donnie Marshall were chosen by teams that appreciated their potential. Returning to Orlando, after conducting physical assessments for Su Feng and McGrady, the trainers were utterly astonished by their results. Although Su Feng's potential had been capped at 7.0 by the system, it was important to remember he was merely 17. McGrady's data prompted Mancius to exclaim that the sky was the limit for him. During McGrady's assessment, Mancius noticed that McGrady's spine differed from the average person. He advised McGrady to avoid rapid weight gain and reduce the frequency of explosive drives to prevent injury. In Su Feng's previous life, McGrady had thrived on jump shots, averaging close to 40 minutes per game with minimal injuries. However, after moving to the Rockets, his weight increased due to changes in training regulations. Mancius's advice to control weight was sound, but Su Feng believed that merely managing weight and drives was insufficient to prevent significant injuries. In reality, the optimal approach for McGrady would be to adopt a sustainable style of basketball, showcasing his talents within a limited time frame to prolong his career. However, during the 1990s, the expectation for star players was to log approximately 40 minutes, as anything less was deemed cowardly. After a day of training, Su Feng specifically sought out Frazier. Through one-on-one sessions with McGrady, he recognized the difficulty in defending against a player who was both taller and faster. Acknowledging that McGrady had yet to master his jump shot, Su Feng understood that if he could not contend with a high school McGrady, he would struggle to compete in the NBA. Recognizing the challenge of developing his dribbling skills in a short time frame, Su Feng resolved to enhance his defensive capabilities. Frazier, having previously coached Nash, possessed valuable insights into both shooting and defensive strategies. While Su Feng believed coaching Nash's defense might not be particularly useful, he trusted Frazier's expertise. "Are you struggling to defend against Tracy right now?" Frazier inquired with curiosity. Indeed, previously when facing Kobe, their offensive maneuvers were so numerous that I found it exceedingly challenging to discern their intentions, Su Feng replied. "Why not try to take the initiative?" Frazier suggested to Su Feng. "Take the initiative?" Su Feng inquired. Yes. Under Frazier's guidance, Su Feng swiftly grasped the essence of taking the offensive. If before he had merely scratched the surface of the death grip and rabid dog defense, what Frazier imparted next was akin to an elite course. For instance, Frazier instructed Su Feng on how to judiciously apply the HC rule when defending against players adept at penetrating, as well as how to effectively utilize both hands. Furthermore, Frazier elucidated how to maintain a safe defensive distance. By integrating his prior defensive experiences with Frazier's insights, Su Feng quickly developed a novel defensive approach. He termed this method magnetic defense, which could also be referred to as backup defense. To illustrate, consider the scenario where your goddess regards you as a backup. She rarely acknowledges you, yet whenever she perceives your indifference, she approaches you, prompting you to inquire about her well-being. This elusive relationship thrives within a range of 30 to 50 centimeters, as Frazier delineated a defensive radius for Su Feng based on his wingspan and lateral movement speed. Within this boundary, if McGrady attempted a drive, Su Feng would retreat, yet should McGrady opt to shoot, Su Feng could close the gap and utilize his wingspan to disrupt the shot. Defense need not be excessively aggressive or confrontational, for it is unrealistic to execute a perfect defense every time. In my view, as long as one can compel the opponent to expend energy, even if merely physically, that defense is deemed successful, Frazier advised Su Feng. In the ensuing days, as Su Feng engaged in one-on-one encounters with McGrady, he began to implement this new defensive strategy. Remarkably, it proved effective, culminating in Su Feng's inaugural victory in his one-on-one career. After a series of defeats, he triumphed. The score was 21-18, and witnessing McGrady, utterly fatigued, sprawled on the ground, Su Feng lamented the absence of a camera to capture this moment. "Look, I defeated McGrady. I defeated McGrady." Although vanquishing someone merely a year his junior might not seem particularly commendable, Su Feng nonetheless gained invaluable experience on the defensive end, did he not? Just as Su Feng reveled in his triumph, a sudden thought flickered in his mind. Chapter 51, Clearly Arranged. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the Pillar Badge. Pillar Badge, current level, Bronze. Badge effect. Passive increases the host's defensive speed during defense and reduces the stamina consumption rate while defending, thereby lowering the chances of the host being thrown off balance by the opponent's dribbling. Badge effect. active, as solid as a rock. Activation condition. When the system detects a stronger opponent, the host must slam the ground 3 times to activate, limited to once per match. Activation effect. Increases the morale of teammates by 15 for that match. System. You have successfully triumphed in a one-on-one match against McGrady, but he remains unconvinced. Therefore, you decide to prove your superiority until he is convinced. Ding. Convince him. Quest. Diminish the confidence of young Tracy McGrady during your one-on-one matches. Quest requirements. Compete in 100 bullfighting matches against McGrady and win 75 of them. Quest reward 1. Special shooting move, McGrady's pull-up. Click to view the shooting move effect. Hidden reward. Unknown. Ding. The host may choose to decline this task without penalty. Wait a moment. Su Feng felt overwhelmed by the amount of information he needed to process. Taking advantage of McGrady's brief respite on the floor, the usually composed Su Feng took a moment to calm himself. The pillar badge. Does this badge not have any explicit bonus displayed? However, judging by its effects, does it not resemble the death grip from 2K, combined with a few other defensive badges? The last time he unlocked the Sunshine badge, Su Feng speculated about the acquisition methods of badges in the system. Now, Su Feng could confirm that in the Iron system, badge acquisition is related to one's playing style. It appears that the badges in this system serve as an auxiliary enhancement to the chosen style of play. In 2K games, as long as the player is willing, they can easily accumulate most desired badges. However, it is evident that such a situation does not exist in the Iron system, because neither the badge upgrade nor acquisition methods come with any explanation. With no information at hand, Su Feng naturally could not strategize each badge as he would in a game. After all, wasting time on unknown matters does not align with Su Feng's prudent personality. In other words, the type of play Su Feng chooses in the future will likely determine the types of badges he can acquire. Thus, this resembles a reasonable and scientific form of auxiliary enhancement. If Su Feng wishes to upgrade his existing badges, he merely needs to continue playing in his current manner. Reasonable. Once again, Su Feng praised the Iron system. Notably, based on the enhancement effects of the Pillar badge, Su Feng felt that this badge would consistently occupy one of his 5 badge slots. After all, who could deny that he is a defensive genius? Su Feng, ORZ. After reviewing the Pillar badge and equipping it, Su Feng then examined the Convince Him quest. Strange, why was there no quest when I obtained Kobe's fadeaway? Could it be due to my insufficient affinity with McGrady? Or perhaps the system detected my McGrady hater attribute? Sigh. While the secondary auxiliary Tracy is commendable, she is evidently not as considerate as the primary auxiliary, the angelic Kobe. It is worth noting that Su Feng's current abilities are primarily due to Kobe's influence. Even the original Sam Gold is still resting in Su Feng's arsenal. If only Su Feng were not a dribbling prodigy. Winning 75 out of 100 bullfighting matches against McGrady? This task presents quite a challenge. The reward is McGrady's pull-up, which, based on the description, is a special shooting move. This means it occupies a slot designated for only one shooting move. Considering the previously drawn A-level college Curry shooting package, this shooting move should provide attribute enhancements without altering Su Feng's original shooting motion. No penalty for failure? I must accept it. The absence of a failure penalty is, in Su Feng's view, exceedingly generous. After all, aside from the system perspective, such bullfighting matches inherently promote the enhancement of basketball skills. Regarding the reward, aiming to win 75 out of 100 matches against McGrady, even against a younger McGrady, presents maximum difficulty, thus justifying a modest reward. It is worth mentioning that in a basketball novel Su Feng read in his past life, there was a scenario where failure led to a female character. Now that he thinks about it, he wonders if the author was either foolish or had a penchant for cross-dressing to create such a ridiculous setup. Indeed, reality and fiction differ significantly. Just look at the system in this reality. It is remarkably grand. However, what is this hidden task that remains unknown? As Su Feng pondered, he took a sip of his sports drink. Meanwhile, McGrady, lying on the floor, had already gotten back up. Though his body felt utterly exhausted, his heart felt even heavier. Especially after losing to Su Feng, the relentless barrage of teasing from Su Feng made McGrady inevitably reminisce about the leisurely, carefree summer days beneath the citrus groves. The beautiful dreams at 4 in the morning felt so perfect. The soft snores at that hour were so refreshing. Coupled with the unappetizing nutritional meals here, McGrady unconsciously recalled his mother's Italian pasta. Who am I? Where am I? And why was I lured to Orlando by this person? Isn't the sky in Auburndale bluer than that in Orlando? Isn't the air in Auburndale sweeter than in Orlando? I must go back. This place does not belong to me. Auburndale is where my heart truly lies. Just as McGrady started to waver, Su Feng suddenly tossed a bottle of sports drink to him. Tracy, you are truly impressive. Your first step seems faster than Kobe's. If your shooting were more accurate, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. Keep it up, as Mike Mancius said, you will surely make it to the NBA and earn big money in the future. McGrady. Yes, I will make it to the NBA and I will earn a fortune. This person can actually say nice things at times. For some reason, McGrady suddenly felt invigorated. Indeed, once a person resolves to uplift themselves, even their physical condition can improve. I will definitely make it to the NBA and earn big money. McGrady thumped his chest and let out a roar towards the sky. Meanwhile, witnessing McGrady's sudden revival, Su Feng's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Because just moments ago, in the hidden rewards of the Convince Him quest, Su Feng simultaneously caught sight of a progress bar adorned in red and white. If the previous distribution of colors in this progress bar was a 55-45 split, now, the red had overtaken the white. Moreover, within his mind, the system also indicated that McGrady could now share the effects of the nutritional fluid with him. I understand now. This hidden reward presents two possibilities. One is that I have subdued McGrady through sheer strength, but he may harbor jealousy towards me. The other is that I have won McGrady's heartfelt admiration, significantly increasing his affinity towards me. Oh my goodness, that was close. Because Su Feng understood that McGrady was a quintessential Gemini. He could harbor jealousy towards you, or become your close friend out of admiration. In Su Feng's previous life, after McGrady had come to terms with his career, he often took the initiative to showcase his affection with Yao Ming, no longer the aloof individual he once was. At times, it seemed that the system implied that Kobe was a simple-minded person, unworthy of such a complex task. Su Feng silently scoffed at this notion. Indeed, it appeared to be the case. He secretly commended the system's rationality. It was essential to achieve a heartfelt victory, especially since Tracy was like a younger brother to him. Although he was unsure why the idea of Kobe as the second brother and McGrady as the third emerged in his mind, upon further contemplation, Su Feng found this hierarchy quite logical, given their ages. After all, Ral Mary N's ultimate strategy was to open the floor for Kobe, wasn't it? Wasn't this akin to Su Feng proclaiming that his second brother Kobe was invincible? Focusing intently, Su Feng turned to McGrady and smiled. So, are you still able to play? With an invigorated spirit and full force, McGrady smirked slightly. I can accompany you until the ends of the earth. Thus, Su Feng embarked on his defeat until submission mission. After a day of training, Su Feng and McGrady competed in 8 rounds of one-on-one, with Su Feng winning 5 and losing 3. During their matches, Su Feng noticed the significant enhancement brought by the rock badge, and the magnetic defense was particularly effective against the current McGrady. However, McGrady's defense was formidable as well. One slip on Su Feng's part could easily lead to his downfall. Su Feng realized that if things continued this way, the defeat until submission task would surely remain unfulfilled. Consequently, during their afternoon break, Su Feng consulted another trainer, Alan Stan. Su, I believe you need not concern yourself with your one-on-one win rate against Tracy. As you are a team-oriented player, Alan Stan reassured him. Su Feng's lips twitched slightly. I understand, but I aspire to enter the NBA. Coach Greg has promised to assign me more isolation plays next season. You know that if I cannot showcase more talent on the offensive end, the doors of the NBA will not open for me. Tracy is an excellent defender and my best litmus test. Alan Stan nodded, agreeing with Su Feng's rationale. After some contemplation, he said, from my observations, Tracy primarily relies on instinct and talent in his defense. I can teach you some simple yet effective fakes that will certainly deceive him. Is there anything else? Su Feng inquired. Because such fakes may work once or twice, but they won't succeed repeatedly. Indeed, there's also experience and rhythm, Alan Stan responded. Rhythm? Su Feng's eyes widened, curious about Alan Stan's insight. Yes. Do you know why Michael Jordan is so difficult to defend? It is not merely his speed, but his adeptness at altering his rhythm. Allow me to explain. Under Alan Stan's guidance, Su Feng felt as though a new door had opened. The theories of enthusiasts differed significantly from those of professionals. It seemed he needed to dedicate time to digest these theories before facing McGrady in one-on-one matches. Although this would result in a loss of training points, Such losses paled in comparison to the rewards of the defeat until submission task. Imagine, in the future during the off-season, if Su Feng could enlist Kobe and McGrady for specialized training together, his training points would surely soar. During dinner, to further enhance his rapport with McGrady, Su Feng prepared a honey-glazed steak for him. Since McGrady could now share nutritional supplements, Su Feng no longer worried about his stamina. After days of consuming monotonous nutritional meals, McGrady's happiness soared upon tasting the steak. It was akin to a famished person relishing every bite of food. Furthermore, Su Feng's culinary skills had been validated by Kobe's discerning palate. Previously, due to McGrady's inability to share nutritional supplements, Su Feng couldn't treat him, but now, his culinary expertise could captivate his new companion's appetite. "This is absolutely the best steak I've ever had in my life," McGrady exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. "By the way, Tracy, starting tomorrow, let us pause our one-on-one sessions." Seizing the moment while McGrady savored his meal, Su Feng continued, "Why?" McGrady felt as if Su Feng was underestimating him. Did losing a few rounds today render him unworthy to be Su Feng's opponent? Because Coach Mike has scheduled us for core strength training, which he warned would be quite grueling. Continuing our one-on-one sessions would increase the risk of injury. In terms of the myriad uses of a supporting player, Su Feng had not anticipated that matches would serve such a purpose. McGrady nodded, acknowledging Su Feng's reasoning. "By the way, how are you considering the transfer Coach Mike mentioned?" Su Feng probed. "I've decided to transfer. I believe Ty Willis is not a good coach, and I plan to make the switch next semester," McGrady replied. Upon hearing this, Su Feng sensed that McGrady's fate was about to change. In Su Feng's previous life, McGrady's high school experience had a profound impact on him. This unpleasant episode directly contributed to his later insecurities and jealousy upon entering the NBA. Character shapes destiny, and environment influences growth. Although McGrady's success in his past life was intertwined with his conflicted personality, that very conflict had also hindered his development. As time passed, under the guidance of 3 NBA-level trainers, Su Feng and McGrady's growth accelerated like a high-speed train. Although Su Feng could not yet see the core strength category within the system, he was certain that by the end of summer, his core strength would far exceed that of his peers. After all, which high school student could afford NBA-level trainers? Moreover, not everyone possessed Su Feng's physical endurance. Comparatively, McGrady's physical condition was merely that of an average high school student, while Su Feng's endurance was so remarkable that even Manches could only marvel. His entire being is forged of steel. Furthermore, under Manches's mentorship, Su Feng's jumping ability was steadily improving. He felt that in the future, the training system would feature more detailed classifications for jumping attributes, as Manches estimated that Su Feng's current jump speed still had considerable room for development. With a focus on enhancing strength and increasing weight, alongside theoretical guidance from Fraser and Allenstan, on July 24th, Su Feng resumed one-on-one training with McGrady. "Just right. I want to see how much stronger I've become," McGrady confidently declared as he gazed at Su Feng. And then, there was nothing more to say. After a day's competition, McGrady left the training facility in a state of frustration. "Why? We train together every day." Having suffered a humiliating defeat of 0-10 at the hands of Su Feng, McGrady found himself questioning the very essence of his existence. Fortunately, Mancius, unable to bear the sight of his despair, consoled him, stating, "It's simply because he is 1 year older than you." "Is that truly the reason?" McGrady inquired. Curiosity etched upon his face. "Indeed, do not underestimate the significance of that year during the developmental phase of adolescence. While Su may not possess your speed and vertical leap, he wields a wealth of practical experience that surpasses yours. As far as I am aware, your playing time in the high school league last season was rather inconsistent. Was it not?" Mancius remarked to McGrady. McGrady nodded in acknowledgement. "Precisely, Tracy. I believe there is no need for you to compete with Su in a fleeting contest of superiority, for the future undoubtedly belongs to you," Mancius asserted. With that, McGrady felt a weight lifted from his heart. At dinner, Su Feng prepared an elaborate meal for him. It was a pity that Kobe was not present to witness the lavish spread, for he surely would have been drooling profusely. As McGrady's sense of happiness surged once more, Su Feng realized that the hidden task within the defeat the mission had reached an impressive 80 completion. While Su Feng reveled in the delight of vanquishing McGrady, at the Adidas ABCD training camp, Kobe, observing the antics of Odom, suddenly felt a twinge of disinterest. Despite the rigorous training regimen, he sensed a certain void. Take Odom, for instance. This individual begrudgingly agreed to engage in one-on-one matchups with him only thrice a day, refusing to partake in any additional encounters. However, if it were Su Feng, just wait, Su. You have no idea how formidable I have become. The mere thought that the camp life would soon come to an end, allowing him to return to Philadelphia, inexplicably filled Kobe with immense joy. Chapter 52, Kobe's Return, Discovering. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Defeat the Game mission. Ding. The hostess' final duel record against McGrady stands at 75 wins and 25 losses. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a special shooting technique, McGrady's pull-up. McGrady's pull-up enhances the ability to ignore defense by 25 and introduces a 50 uncertainty in shooting. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a hidden task, earning admiration from Tracy McGrady. It was truly challenging. Su Feng felt overwhelmed. The dungeon featuring the 4 shooting guards was exceedingly difficult to conquer. Despite successfully completing the Defeat the Game mission, each victory over McGrady was narrowly achieved. It is worth noting that Su Feng was a whole year younger than McGrady. Without his extensive experience of enduring hardship and an indomitable spirit, he felt this mission would have been insurmountable. Additionally, the acquisition of the Rock badge significantly aided Su Feng in accomplishing this task. Fortunately, this was a second-year high schooler named Tracy. Su Feng silently mourned for Odom for 3 seconds. In this life, Tracy's talents had been prematurely developed following the summer training camp. Should McGrady attend the Adidas ABCD training camp in the future, Odom might face an even grimmer fate. Farewell, Lamar. This ability to ignore defense was astonishing, essentially a fusion of attributes such as interference resistance and block resistance. However, what was this 50 shooting uncertainty? Curiosity piqued. Su Feng decided to test the effects of McGrady's pull-up. The results were shocking. It was a life-or-death skill. Su Feng discovered that after equipping McGrady's pull-up, his accuracy was either remarkably precise or exceedingly erratic. This epitomized the so-called shooting uncertainty. It must be said, this was quite reminiscent of Tracy. Upon reflection, it seemed that Curry's shooting package was indeed more suited to him, even though it was from college and classified as A-level. Interestingly, when attempting to re-equip Curry's college shooting package, Su Feng realized a 24-hour cooldown was required. Why did Su Feng feel that the A-level college Curry shooting package suited him better? The answer was simple. McGrady's pull-up did not enhance his shooting speed. Furthermore, in Su Feng's view, this shooting uncertainty was better utilized as a contingency. Imagine, although re-equipping a shooting technique required a cooldown. If Su Feng initially equipped Curry's shooting package, he could switch to McGrady's pull-up during a match. If he was ahead, he could switch to McGrady's pull-up to practice and level up. If behind, he could switch to McGrady's pull-up for a desperate attempt. Su Feng felt his strategy was flawless. Of course, it was also possible that leading by a large margin would result in continued success after changing skills, whereas trailing might lead to repeated failures after the switch. As he had previously surmised, McGrady's pull-up would not alter his existing shooting form. It merely provided an enhancement. Additionally, perhaps due to psychological suggestion, Su Feng found himself eager to showcase a scissor kick while practicing shooting with McGrady's pull-up. The system's hidden task also proceeded as Su Feng had anticipated. After completing the Defeat the Game mission, McGrady not only felt no jealousy, but instead grew increasingly admiring of him. What if I traveled to Akron and gave future James a good beating? Would that trigger a similar task? Su Feng mused dangerously. Never mind. That should be left to chance. If it triggered a emperor's wrath, blood spattered in 5 steps, it wouldn't be amusing at all. Steadiness is imperative. After all, stability with a hint of flamboyance is Su Feng's style. The lengthy summer vacation passed joyously amidst rigorous training, and Su Feng planned to return to Philadelphia at the end of August, as school would commence on September 10th. Through this summer's close companionship, Su Feng and McGrady had forged a profound friendship. This bond was solid as iron, a mutual appreciation akin to rare blacksmiths. During their time in Orlando, Tracy and Su Feng established an unbreakable connection. With the assistance of Manches, McGrady's transfer was finalized, and he would be attending Montverde Academy in North Carolina for the new semester. In Su Feng's previous life, McGrady only transferred there in his senior year, highlighting the whimsical nature of fate. Furthermore, before the conclusion of the summer training, Su Feng exchanged contact information with McGrady. The 3 training assistants expressed their eagerness for future collaboration should Su Feng enter the NBA. Thank you, Sue, McGrady said before their parting. What is there to thank for? Tracy, see you in the NBA, Su Feng replied with a smile. See you in the NBA. Watching Su Feng depart, McGrady felt an inexplicable urge to cry. He was uncertain how long it would be until they could reunite. McGrady silently vowed to work harder next semester, striving to enter the NBA as soon as possible to compete alongside Su Feng and Kobe. Host, Su Feng. Nationality, China. Age, 17. Height, 197 centimeters, 198 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms. Current ability level of the host, NBA first-round draft caliber close range shooting 60-68, mid-range shooting 77-80, three-point shooting 77-80, fadeaway shooting 74-75, shooting off the dribble 66-70, passing 30-48, vision 28-51, ball handling 55-57, dribbling 57-58, lateral movement 81-89, one-on-one defense 85-92, stealing 69-82, blocking 50-65, jumping 74-75, strength 45-48, defensive rebounds 42-48, speed 74-75. Current equipped shooting technique. A-level Stephen Curry college shooting package. Current unequipped shooting technique. McGrady's pull-up, special shooting technique. Current equipped skill. Kobe's fadeaway, NBA first-round draft caliber. Current unequipped skill, Sam Gold, original version. Current equipped badges, Heatwave, Rock. On the flight back to Philadelphia, Su Feng gazed at his attributes panel, feeling that the efforts of the past 3 months were worthwhile. Notably, Su Feng had now grown to 197 centimeters. He recalled Kobe mentioning in his autobiography that he stood approximately 196 centimeters during his senior year. This meant that, at least in terms of height, Su Feng could take pride for a brief moment. Perfect. Moreover, due to the current attributes being closer to potential, it was increasingly challenging to enhance them. Thus, no matter how hard Su Feng trained, it was unrealistic to expect to exhaust all potential in one go. As Su Feng's weight increased, his strength attribute potential indeed rose. Although the 7-0 training system had imposed a firewall, Su Feng understood this was likely due to his prior low strength attribute, which had yet to reach the system's firewall threshold. Returning to the matter at hand, as an outer line player, before parting ways, Su Feng specifically sought advice from Mancius regarding strength. At that time, Mancius informed Su Feng that when compared to NBA-level players, his current strength as a shooting guard was somewhat lacking. If he were to play as a small forward, he would need to further enhance his strength. However, if he were competing in high school or college, it would be more than sufficient. After this specialized training, Su Feng's core strength had already surpassed that of many college players. Additionally, there was still ample room for improvement in his explosiveness, Mancius remarked as he bid farewell to Su Feng. To his astonishment, Su Feng had over 2 million points in iron value. It must be said that although McGrady's enhancements were not as potent as Kobe's, they had indeed served Su Feng's purpose. In fact, after completing the Defeat the Boss task in Orlando, Su Feng had engaged in numerous one-on-one matches with McGrady. Surprisingly, he discovered that with his waning desire to win, the victories began to tilt in McGrady's favor. It became evident that the desire to win was a crucial determinant in the outcome of a match. Just like the old rascal, if Michael Jordan's present self were akin to Su Feng's memories, he too would have concluded his specialized training and be preparing for a journey of triumph. According to the historical trajectory, the Chicago Bulls of the 95-96 season were destined to forge an unprecedented record in NBA history, one that would not be surpassed until the Warriors. Moreover, as recorded in the Kobe Encyclopedia, Kobe had already secured the MVP title at this year's Adidas ABCD camp 2 days prior. Su Feng intended to surprise Kobe. Despite only a slight enhancement in his overall abilities, this summer training had significantly improved many of his hidden key attributes. Coupled with the new defensive strategies he devised while facing McGrady, as well as the offensive techniques he learned from Alanston, and with a height advantage of 1 centimeter over Kobe, Su Feng felt justified in his confidence. It was time for Kobe to realize he was the destined one. Su Feng clenched his fist, harboring this thought within. Upon returning to Philadelphia and after a day of replenishing his energy, he headed straight to Kobe's residence. Wow, you've grown quite a bit. And you've bulked up a lot too. After being greeted by Joe Bryant, Su Feng learned from him that Kobe had yet to return. Su Feng felt disheartened. It was akin to being fully loaded with ammunition only to find the plane had flown away. After winning the MVP at the Adidas ABCD camp, Kobe was invited by Adidas to film a documentary, which he would need once he entered the NBA. However, it seemed he would be back in a day or two. Seeing Su Feng's disappointed expression, Joe explained, he should be back soon. Su Feng nodded, resigned to endure a little longer without his iron value points. Just as he was feeling downcast, Kobe's mother, Pamela, unexpectedly came down from upstairs. Joe, Kobe just called. He wants you to tell Su that on the 30th. At the usual time and place, Su should wait for him. The 30th? That is tomorrow. How splendid. Su Feng felt a surge of energy once more. Thus, after declining Joe's dinner invitation, Su Feng decided to give himself another day of rest. Fully recharged, he felt certain he could finally compete with Kobe. It wasn't childishness. After being bested by Kobe for an entire year, Su Feng longed to experience the thrill of victory. Moreover, even in a defensive position, one should not underestimate the warrior's capacity for a decisive strike. The following day, after adjusting his mental and physical state to perfection, Su Feng set off towards the court where he usually practiced with Kobe. Philadelphia at night, atop the Iron King, a singular iron glint appeared first, followed by a multitude. As Su Feng hurried to the court, eager to confront Kobe. Meanwhile, on Market Street in Philadelphia, at 3:45 a.m., a stylish blonde girl, appearing around 15 or 16, was cursing under her breath against the cold wind. Damn it, how could I have believed Lily? I should have known that all producers are cut from the same cloth, not a single decent one among them. Ugh, it's freezing. Wait, where am I? After a brief walk while grumbling, the blonde girl suddenly realized a grave issue. She was lost. Great, just when I thought things couldn't get worse. In a moment of despair, she began to weep over her misfortunes. Unlike Chengdu, a city bustling at that hour, Philadelphia at 4 in the morning was quiet, a fact she was acutely aware of. Moreover, in this era, there were no smartphones to guide her. Thus, the blonde girl, a newcomer to Philadelphia, found herself weeping under a lamppost, seeking refuge from the frigid night air. Just as despair threatened to consume her, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Perhaps it was the cold wind that had lent her some clarity, but the sounds made her feel uneasy. After all, it was normal to hear slightly ominous tales in a land that valued freedom, peace, and democracy, right? Heavens, I'm doomed. The blonde girl fidgeted with her clothing, as if it could somehow conceal her alluring legs. After a long while, as the footsteps grew nearer, she deduced that they belonged to a robust male figure. Well, if I must meet my end, at least let it be clear. Summoning her courage, the blonde girl looked up in the direction of the sound. To her surprise, illuminated by the streetlight, she caught sight of the handsome stranger. He is so attractive. Surely he can't be a bad person, right? As fate would have it, Su Feng, en route to challenge Kobe, was indeed the handsome figure before her. Oh, that place. Just walk 500 meters ahead. You'll reach a fork, turn left, then after another 100 meters, you'll find a crossroads. Keep going straight for 300 meters, and you'll be there. After addressing the inquiries of the blonde girl, Su Feng continued his journey to the familiar place he shared with Kobe. Wait a moment. You are speaking rather quickly, and I cannot keep up. Would you kindly guide me there? The blonde girl flashed a sweet smile at Su Feng. Oh, let me reiterate the directions for you, Su Feng replied, deliberately slowing his pace to repeat the route. No, sir, what I mean is, it's rather late. And as a girl, I don't feel safe alone. Could you accompany me for a while? The blonde girl pleaded, attempting to appear endearing. If you know it's unsafe, why venture out so late? Though he was tempted to voice his skepticism, the usually helpful Su Feng was pressed for time. It's all right, this is Market Street, a road I traverse daily, and you appear quite safe to me. The blonde girl responded with a puzzled expression. Sir, are you truly comfortable with leaving a charming girl to fend for herself? Before she could finish, Su Feng interjected. Are you referring to that adorably applied makeup of yours? He remarked, pointing at her face. Rest assured, there are surveillance cameras along this route. I walk this path every day at 4 in the morning without encountering any danger. The street where Su Feng resided was relatively bustling in Philadelphia, while the security around Lee's home was questionable. It varied by location. Moreover, the charming visage of the blonde girl resembled that of a delicate flower, leading Su Feng to doubt anyone would dare harm her. The blonde girl was utterly taken aback, having grown accustomed to being the center of attention and never having faced such a situation. Fine, I shall escort you, Su Feng finally conceded after a moment of contemplation. After all, Should an unfortunate event occur, it would be on him if anything were to happen to her. However, the blonde girl never anticipated that although she would eventually reach her destination, her legs would feel as though they were about to give out. Looking up at the sky, she wondered if this person had any empathy for young women. Throughout the journey, she had contemplated stopping several times, but the thought of safety kept her in tow behind Su Feng. Finally, she arrived at her destination. Despite Su Feng's previous hurtful remarks, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. "Hello, my name is. I have no interest in what you are called, and you need not thank me, for you have already delayed me by a full 10 minutes. Su Feng interrupted, turning away before she could finish her sentence. The blonde girl felt as though this was the most disheartening day of her life, having suffered countless emotional blows from Su Feng. What kind of person is this? She couldn't help but exclaim as tears streamed down her face. How infuriating. At long last, at 4:05 a.m., after a lengthy summer hiatus, Su Feng reunited with Kobe. "You are late." Observing Kobe's haughty demeanor, Su Feng felt all prior grievances dissipate. "The sandwiches are inside. Hurry and eat," Kobe urged. "After you finish and let it settle, I will demonstrate just how strong I have become." Su Feng handed his backpack to Kobe, who could no longer maintain his cool facade. For a fleeting moment, Su Feng thought Kobe's smile looked rather mischievous. If Kobe's inner thoughts could be translated, they would likely convey, "Finally, I get to enjoy Su Feng's sandwiches again. What have I been eating for the past 2 months? Delicious," Kobe exclaimed as he savored the food, giving Su Feng a thumbs up. "If you find it tasty, do indulge yourself. After all, if you eat well and I end up making you cry later, I shall bear no guilt," Su Feng mused to himself. "Indeed, I must eat more, for a full stomach grants me the strength to dominate you," Kobe thought gleefully. Approximately 30 minutes later, feeling quite satisfied, Kobe stretched his shoulders and suddenly realized, "Have you grown taller?" "Yes,